Chapter 1. A new beginning. Lawrence lethargically wielded his long whip, striking the dromedary before him, urging it to continue plodding forward with its four stout, short legs. He glanced up at the sky. The weather appeared favorable, suggesting that a sandstorm was unlikely. With this thought, Lawrence loosened the robe wrapped around him and furtively cast a glance at the two individuals seated behind the cart. To be honest, traversing the feudal desert was perilous enough in itself. And for a mere traveling merchant like him, even a few extra lives would scarcely suffice for caution. Moreover, encountering two lost children in a place where human survival seemed utterly impossible was an unfathomable anomaly. Reflecting on this, Lawrence discreetly turned his head to scrutinize the two youngsters he had met while drawing water from an oasis. They appeared quite youthful yet bore an uncanny demeanor. The astonishment and inquiry in their eyes upon meeting Lawrence were undoubtedly genuine. Initially, he had wondered if they were children abducted by desert bandits. But the language barrier rendered communication impossible. The black-haired boy spoke in a tongue entirely foreign to Lawrence, while the boy seemed equally perplexed by Lawrence's words. This was indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence. As a traveling merchant, Lawrence had diligently studied numerous languages. He could manage to utter a few phrases in the common tongue of the continent. Elvish, elemental, and even draconic, for one never knew when a dragon might cross paths in business. Yet, the language spoken by the boy was utterly incomprehensible, leaving even Lawrence, with his extensive experience, at a loss. Furthermore, the attire of the two did not resemble that of escaped slaves. Although both children were covered in dust from the desert environment, their garments were crafted with an elegance that certainly exceeded the means of any ordinary slave. As for the young girl's dress, although Lawrence had never seen its style before, one could only envy any servant or slave fortunate enough to wear such opulence. "Yiming, what should we do next?" asked the black-haired boy, whose expression remained as indifferent as ever. It seemed the girl had yet to speak. She continued to gaze at the back of the traveling merchant, as if oblivious to her surroundings. However, her voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, resounded in Yiming's mind. "Regardless, let us maintain this state for the time being. Be vigilant. Do not reveal your abilities. This place appears." Yiming paused, cautiously observing the colossal beast laboring ahead, a creature they had never encountered before. Even if the government's genetic engineering had made strides, it was unlikely such a being could be commonplace at this moment. "It's quite strange. I even question whether we are still on Earth. Fortunately, we have not encountered Martians," he remarked, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a hint of jest. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Lawrence overhearing him, as the merchant would not comprehend his words. Yet, the only inconvenience lay in how it appeared he was merely talking to himself. Could it be a malfunction in our abilities? The girl turned her head, her mismatched eyes gazing calmly and gently at Yiming. She did not display any panic at the sudden shift. In fact, they had been prepared to accept their fate of death. Being alive and standing here was already a blessing. Nevertheless, her lips remained unmoving, while Yiming closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. "Given the circumstances at that time, my abilities should not have malfunctioned, and with your assistance, the situation did seem to control the energy of the explosion. However, thereafter, according to calculations, we should have only a 50 million to 1 chance of escaping alive. 50 million to 1 is certainly better than none." The girl's voice in his mind was remarkably calm, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible joy. She extended her left hand, adorned with silk gloves, and gently caressed Yiming's face. "We are indeed fortunate, are we not?" "Indeed." Before Yiming could respond further, the cart suddenly came to a halt. He furrowed his brow and quickly turned around. The merchant had turned to them, shouting and gesturing wildly. What is he saying? Naturally, Yiming could not comprehend the merchant's words, so he turned to the girl, who, despite her inability to understand the language, seemed to grasp the intent behind it. "He says there are sand bandits lying in wait ahead, likely brigands." As the words registered, Yiming sprang from the cart, with the girl closely following. They swiftly approached Lawrence, who paused momentarily, his mind racing to recall the languages and meanings the merchant had used over the past few days, then spoke in a rather cumbersome tone. "What is happening?" "Sand bandits, thieves, those accursed fiends, beasts that thrive on the flesh and blood of others. Damn it, this is the end. We won't escape." Lawrence cried out, utterly unconcerned whether the two could understand him. He had just spotted a vague shadow. And then this wretched dromedary had come to a halt, and no matter his reprimands, it refused to move forward, a tactic employed by the sand bandits. They released a scent that instilled sheer terror in the dromedaries, forcing them to stop, then return to rally their gang for a robbery. How could he be so unfortunate? In his youth, Lawrence had encountered sand bandits once, an experience that haunted him for years. Since then, he had remained exceedingly vigilant on desert trade routes. This was meant to be his largest and final venture. He had prepared meticulously for this journey, even hiring a commendable group of mercenaries. However, he had not anticipated their betrayal. Had he not overheard their plot to murder and loot, he would have surely become a nameless corpse in the desert. What a wretched stroke of luck. Although Lawrence had suspected that a solitary traveler like himself would eventually attract the attention of sand bandits, the realization of that premonition was far from a tranquil acceptance. Moreover, he was accompanied by 2 children, even if he wished to flee. What a laugh! Lawrence would rather perish at the hands of those ruthless brigands than die of thirst in this dreadful desert. At least here, he could find a swift end. Just then, the boy tugged at Lawrence's sleeve, pulling the already flustered merchant back to reality. He regarded the boy with surprise as he pointed to the girl beside him, then to himself, and spoke in the halting common tongue of the Empire. "We." Help! Help! What could these 2 children possibly do to assist him? Lawrence's thoughts were a tumultuous haze, but when he looked at the boy again, he found himself taken aback. The boy's face radiated an unusual calmness. This was not a naive peace. It appeared more as if he were poised, ready for whatever might come. Having traversed the world for over 30 years, Lawrence's vast experiences had taught him that the boy was not jesting. He truly understood his intent and was prepared to aid him. Very well. Lawrence inhaled the dry air deeply, striving to regain his composure. He hurriedly leaped from the cart and kicked aside the wooden panel behind the seat, revealing several long swords that slid out. As a traveling merchant, it was imperative to safeguard one's safety, and even Lawrence possessed hidden measures. He seized a sword and tossed it to the boy, who examined it, shook his head, and returned it. What did this mean? Just as Lawrence pondered this, the boy glanced at the girl with the mismatched eyes, prompting her to approach Lawrence's side. "Thank you for your kindness, merchant, but we do not require weapons." The sudden voice startled Lawrence, and he looked up in astonishment at the girl. Yet, she maintained her elegant, gentle smile, seemingly unwilling to speak. However, Lawrence could distinctly hear a girl's voice in his mind, continuing to resonate. "Please do not be alarmed. You have indeed heard my words, but I believe such matters can wait for another time. Yiming and I will ensure your safety, no matter what transpires." Ming? Lawrence gazed at the youth with astonishment, pondering the peculiar name of this place. How strange it is. Meanwhile, Yiming, who noticed his gaze, maintained a slightly grave expression. In truth, he was reluctant to reveal the unusual traits of himself and his companions at such an early stage. However, judging by Lawrence's demeanor, it was evident that the impending conflict was fraught with peril. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the merchant before them was indeed their benefactor, having come to their aid. Without his assistance, Yiming and his companion would have found it utterly impossible to traverse this vast desert. Thus, he felt compelled to unveil his extraordinary abilities for how the merchant would react upon witnessing such a display. With that thought in mind, he extended his right hand. Suddenly, lines of black, composed of enigmatic runes, began to materialize from Yiming's right arm, swirling and coiling as if they were serpents animated with life, gathering within the palm of his hand. Then, with a swift motion, the youth flipped his hand downward and grasped it firmly. The once seemingly pliable black runic strands abruptly elongated and widened, transforming into an astonishingly dark and oddly shaped longsword. This weapon was unlike any that Lawrence had ever encountered. It was nearly as long as the boy himself, with its hilt positioned not at the base, but in the middle. The elongated blade appeared both hefty and razor-sharp. As the youth wielded this unusually shaped double-edged sword, it seemed to possess no weight at all. Lawrence observed strange inscriptions etched along the blade, characters that resembled squares, yet were entirely foreign to him. Yiming gently caressed the sword's surface, and in that fleeting moment, an unmistakable murderous intent flashed across his face. Shen Yuan. Lawrence was utterly baffled by this pronunciation. Was it the name of the sword? Yet he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head sternly at the boy. After capturing his attention, Lawrence continued, "We must be extremely cautious. These sand bandits are surely lurking nearby. Do not be deceived by their current absence. They are merely toying with us." They have employed such tactics against merchants in the desert countless times. If they intimidate our camel with the blood of a wild dragon, there is no chance for us to escape this cursed place. Meanwhile, they can leisurely conceal themselves until we lower our guard, at which point they will strike. Alone, you cannot fend off those ruffians. I must fight as well." After speaking, Lawrence scrutinized the peculiar boy named Yiming. Indeed, the expression on his face indicated a lack of comprehension regarding his words. However, Yiming quickly turned to the girl beside him, seemingly awaiting her explanation. After a moment of silent exchange between the two, Yiming nodded as if in understanding, then shook his head. The girl then turned to Lawrence, and he once again heard her voice resonate in his mind. "Please rest assured, Mr. Merchant, Yiming is not the only one who will fight." Could it be Hay? The reality was clear. There were only 3 individuals present. The subsequent revelation was completely beyond Lawrence's expectations. "You will also fight. You, a girl, how could you possibly contend with those brutes? You need not worry about this, and it seems they have already arrived." Upon hearing this, Lawrence hurriedly turned around, and indeed, from the distant dunes, he discerned several dark figures approaching. Chapter 2. The first skirmish. Perhaps it was too absurd for a solitary merchant to traverse the desert. As even the sand bandits did not immediately launch their assault. Positioned as hunters, they appeared to view this as a game of life and death, with only 3 opponents, 2 of whom were mere children. And the merchant himself not appearing particularly formidable, why not indulge in some playful torment? Lawrence picked up a longsword from the ground. He had previously dabbled in some rudimentary swordsmanship for self-defense. After all, traveling merchants were not like those wealthy individuals who lounged in their carts, able to hire skilled warriors and maintain loyal bodyguards, thus avoiding fates like his own, where both fortune and men were lost. Yet, what good was it to reflect on such matters now? The sand bandits rode upon 4-legged desert beasts, creatures that, while sluggish on solid ground, could match the speed of army horses in this sandy terrain. In fact, the most common tactic employed by the bandits involved charging on their 4-legged mounts, brandishing curved blades to harass the caravan like swarming flies, only to strike en masse when their prey was utterly fatigued. Very few merchant caravans survived such assaults. Organizing a similar cavalry unit of 4-legged beasts to counterattack? Preposterous. Lawrence had once ridden one of those beasts and nearly met his demise from the jolting. It was likely that even the most experienced riders would struggle to control such creatures. "What terrible luck!" he exclaimed, drawing his longsword and leaning against the broad back of a camel, with Yiming and the girl standing on either side of him. How reckless! How foolhardy! No matter how one looked at it, the 3 of them could not hope to vanquish dozens of sand bandits. Moreover, the girl appeared delicate and dainty. How could she possibly take a life? The girl frowned slightly, her long, slender brows furrowing as her golden hair shimmered vibrantly under the harsh desert sun. She gently removed the black glove from her left hand, and then, to Lawrence's astonishment, he beheld ethereal, immaculate white runes shooting forth from the back of her hand, gracefully enveloping her left hand, in a manner akin to Yiming, as she grasped the luminous orb formed by the runic strands. They spiraled and elongated like climbing vines, transforming into a pristine, slender sword. Upon witnessing the weapon in the girl's hand, Lawrence's mind momentarily blanked. He nearly forgot the imminent threat posed by the sand bandits. Even casting aside the question of how she had summoned this sword, for a more pressing inquiry took precedence. Was this truly a sword? Indeed, it appeared so. With a hilt, a blade, and a guard, there could be no doubt that the weapon in the girl's hand was a sword. However, it was precisely because it seemed so that doubts arose. To Lawrence's eyes, the blade appeared far too slender, even no thicker than a finger, and several inches longer than an ordinary longsword. Such a delicate weapon would undoubtedly shatter at the slightest slash from the bandits' curved blades. The guard was ornately carved, yet Lawrence could not comprehend why it enveloped the back of the user's hand. If it were for protection, what purpose did the spiderweb-like gaps serve? As Lawrence stood there, bewildered, the girl made a slight movement, positioning her left hand downward to grip the sword, and then performed an action that tilted the sword's tip downward, though this movement appeared elegant and graceful. From Lawrence's perspective, it served no practical purpose in combat. It might even hinder the fluidity of her actions. Could it be that this young lady was an ignorant aristocrat devoid of any combat experience? Who else would go to such lengths to adopt a pose that was purely decorative in a life-or-death struggle? "Are you ready?" Yiming heard the girl's melodious voice echo in his mind. In stark contrast to her aristocratic demeanor, filled with elegance, his double-edged sword rested casually at his side, its long, sharp edge partially buried in the sand. This posture seemed utterly indifferent, completely unlike that of someone preparing for battle. 2-inch novices. That was the conclusion Lawrence drew from his observations. Although their swords were entirely different from his own understanding, their bizarre techniques and postures bore no resemblance to the preparatory movements one would expect in combat. Yet, who on earth were they? Remember, do not act rashly. Do not expose your abilities. Yiming's voice was barely audible amidst the howling winds, almost imperceptible, yet the girl on the other side nodded, as though she had heard him. The sand bandits continued to maintain their positions atop the dunes, holding the advantageous ground. Due to the distance, they could not clearly discern the method by which the two summoned their weapons. But the time for their assault had arrived. Yohoya! A strange cry rang out, echoing like a war horn. The sand bandits charged down the dunes on their four-legged beasts, their curved blades glinting in the sunlight. Strangely, they did not adhere to a linear descent. Instead, they advanced in a swaying motion, encircling Lawrence and his companions. It must be said, the speed of the four-legged beasts was indeed remarkable. Yiming. They were almost indistinguishable from those riding motorcycles. Fortunately, it appeared that the wheels of these beasts were not so durable as to be unbreakable. Yiming stepped forward just as one of the sand bandits on a four-legged beast charged at him. The curved blade slicing through the air in a perfect arc, poised to sever Yiming's neck. The previously tilted black double-edged sword suddenly surged forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. The smile of the sand bandit froze. And the blade at Yiming's side traced a half-circle in the sand before it was lifted. It silently swept upwards, and when the sands returned to their stifling silence, the unfortunate soul had half his body cleaved at an angle. His distorted, bloodied, and rigid smile collapsing alongside the forepart of the sand beast into the desert. It seemed that whatever this entity was, it was certainly not as formidable as those armored war machines. Yiming exhaled in relief. In truth, he was not entirely confident, for this world was utterly unlike anything he had known. Who could tell whether the creatures here were impervious to blades and bullets like the alien monstrosities depicted in science fiction? Nevertheless, killing. This was certainly not his first experience. Lawrence leaned against the beast's body, his eyes wide in astonishment, then rubbed them vigorously as if to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He had just witnessed everything with utmost clarity. The sand bandit had swung his curved blade at Yiming's neck before he even retaliated. Yet, that vicious strike had seemingly only grazed the air without inflicting any harm upon Yiming, had he narrowly evaded it in the nick of time. Lawrence was quite confident in his observational skills. He distinctly saw the glint of the blade. If Yiming had indeed dodged the attack, his body should have obstructed the reflection of that blade. However, there was no time for deep contemplation, as at that moment, the other sand bandit, witnessing the death of his comrade, bellowed fiercely and charged towards the girl stationed on the opposite flank, responsible for guarding that side. Initially, he had intended to toy with her a bit longer, curious to see what kind of expression this charming young lady would display. That would have been quite the delight, but the death of his companion had extinguished any semblance of amusement. After all, they were comrades, and the one now severed in twain, damn it, was his closest friend. Just the other day, while on lookout, they had joked that if they ever captured a pretty girl, he would take the first turn. The girl stepped forward, her form gracefully swirling from left to right, a beauty akin to a dance. Yet, this movement was exceedingly strange. The opponent was still quite a distance away, even if she had mastered the timing of her spinning thrust. Allowing her to disguise her movements while targeting her foe's vital points, she would not reach him before completing a full rotation. However, during this process, a transformation occurred. The slender white sword in the girl's hand emitted a faint crack, and then, in an instant, the white illusion surged several-fold in length, like a white whip, striking down heavily upon the unsuspecting sand bandit, who had been solely focused on offense. The sudden assault elicited a cry of despair from the bandit, who then fell from his mount, rolling several times in the sand before coming to a halt, clearly unable to survive. Another crack echoed as the slender white illusion, seemingly animated, swiftly retracted, reverting to the exquisite sword in the girl's hand. What on earth were these two capable of? Lawrence glanced left and right, almost in agony, as if he wished to clutch his head and kneel. Very well, very well. They were merely sand bandits. He should remain calm. Composed. For an experienced mid-level warrior, dealing with such minor characters posed no challenge. hadn't he encountered such foes before? Yet, these two seemed but children, or perhaps slightly older than children. However, after the demise of two comrades, the remaining sand bandits appeared to abandon any notion of close-quarters combat, even retreating to maintain a safe distance. Still, they circled around the beast cart, showing no signs of relinquishing their intentions. Compared to ordinary mercenary groups and armies, replenishing the ranks of sand bandits was no easy task. The orphaned waifs wandering the cities had long been claimed by those thieving organizations, and even those wildlings from the countryside would prefer to become mountain bandits rather than sand bandits, who would willingly come to rob in a desolate desert where nothing flourished. Indeed, if the spoils were plentiful, one might accept the loss of a few lives. Yet, the cargo before them appeared scant, and they had already lost 2 men. Such a venture was not one the sand bandits would pursue. Be careful, they have crossbows. For Lawrence, the sand bandits' tactics were all too familiar if close combat proved futile. They would undoubtedly resort to ranged attacks, and that would spell trouble. Hiss. The sand bandit releasing the arrow, perched atop his 4-legged beast, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That shot had seemed so well aimed, yet it had not struck. No, how peculiar. Had he hit that young lad? But his body appeared unscathed. Yet he distinctly felt the arrow made contact. The spinning head soaring through the air suggested that pondering any further questions was unnecessary. Yiming appeared beside the utterly unharmed 4-legged beast, the dual blades in his hands devoid of any trace of blood. Yet no one noticed how he had approached, or when he had made his move. Much slower than a bullet. Yiming sighed, but quickly turned his head, his mind racing to assess the number of foes before him, their distance, and the range of their weapons. Indeed, but one must not be careless. The voice of the girl resonated in his mind, calm and elegant. Following that, her wrist effortlessly traced an arc, the pristine blade shimmering as it followed her motion, suddenly flashing with sparks as several bolts that had been aimed at her were deftly deflected. As if she had no concern for these fearsome attacks. Although 3 individuals had simultaneously fired upon her, the girl's slender sword managed to repel them all. We are uncertain of the weapon effects in this world. It is prudent to remain cautious. That is a valid point. The swirling black death cast another innocent head skyward, although the sand bandits had already noticed Yiming advancing toward them with his dual blades and attempted to redirect their attacks. The arrows coated in potent poison, capable of bringing down even a bull with but a scrape, proved utterly ineffective. They merely grazed Yiming's form by mere fractions, yet not one struck true for the sand bandits. There had never been a more bizarre occurrence. Ugh, that stings. The wind is fierce. Clearly, with both close and ranged attacks failing to connect, and having lost 5 or 6 men in an instant, the sand bandits could no longer hold their ground. Among them, one clad in a heavy scarf, appearing to be the leader, shouted, then placed his hand to his lips and whistled a peculiar tune. The sand bandits encircling the beast cart immediately began to retreat. A fierce wind swept through, swirling the sands, and within mere minutes, those ruffians vanished from sight, leaving only the scattered sands and the bodies being buried beneath them. Chapter 3. The Agreement. Yiming stood atop the dune, diverting his gaze from the swirling sands and corpses to the girl. The two nodded in mutual understanding. And at that moment, Lawrence, who had been hiding behind the beast, finally peeked out, his eyes filled with a mix of panic and unease as he regarded the two. After a stiff swallow, he inquired, his voice trembling slightly, "Who are you, truly?" In the days that followed, the sand bandits did not return to assault them. Whether it was due to their troublesome performance that led to the bandits' retreat, or if they were lurking like vengeful wolves, waiting for a more opportune moment to strike, remained uncertain. However, the journey must continue. It was already the season of sprouts, and if they did not hasten, by the time the season of flames arrived, the desert's climate would only worsen to that point. It would be quite problematic. During this period, Yiming diligently learned the Imperial Common Language from Lawrence, for according to him, this language was the most widely spoken across the continent. Once mastered, communication would not pose a problem wherever humans dwelled. Yet, despite this, Lawrence remained inwardly alarmed that Yiming's aptitude for language acquisition was astonishing, even somewhat frightening to Lawrence. In just 3 days, Yiming had nearly mastered the Imperial Common Language. Such speed was hardly human. Fortunately, this meant he could now converse directly with Lawrence, rather than relying on the girl as a translator. It was only at this juncture that they finally engaged in a formal exchange and self-introduction. "My name is Yiming, and this is my companion, Mayali. Didway lues.as you can see. Merchant, sir, we can be regarded as two warriors that we are truly grateful for your assistance in helping us navigate the language barrier a few days ago. Otherwise, with just Mayali and myself, we likely would have been unable to escape this desert. Yiming's smile was warm, yet it did little to allay Lawrence's suspicions. Where exactly do you hail from? How is it that you cannot even speak the Imperial Common Language? This is rather peculiar. Moreover, that young lady, Miss Mayali, as Lawrence spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a girl leaning against the carriage wall, delicately clutching a small white parasol. This parasol was not a product of Lawrence's trade, but rather a transformation of Mayali's slender white sword. Perhaps this question is somewhat impolite, but she seems unable to speak. In response to Lawrence's inquiry, Yiming hesitated for a moment. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had discerned that both he and Mayali had arrived in a realm entirely disparate from the one they had previously inhabited. Nonetheless, they could not afford to lower their guard. Individuals with extraordinary abilities like theirs had faced discrimination and fear in their former world, and there was no guarantee that similar experiences would not befall them here. However, considering that this world was different from his own, and given that Lawrence appeared to be a well-informed merchant with a seemingly kind disposition, Yiming resolved to take a gamble with this thought. His expression grew considerably more serious, prompting Lawrence to adjust his demeanor in anticipation of Yiming's response. Indeed, Mr. Lawrence, Mayali is inherently unable to speak, yet she possesses a certain ability that enables her to overcome this limitation. Is it related to the voice I heard in my head? Lawrence, being an astute merchant, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Yes. Yiming nodded, seemingly contemplating how to articulate the explanation to this merchant accurately. Mayali's ability allows her to fully comprehend the expressive meaning of what others say, while simultaneously conveying her own thoughts directly into the minds of others that in fact, just like me, she has no understanding of your empire's common tongue, but her ability allows her to understand the meaning behind your words without the need for spoken language, and likewise enables you to understand what she wishes to express. Are you suggesting that this is a form of mind-reading magic? Lawrence instinctively cast a glance at Mayali, harboring a desire to distance himself from her. If that were the case, then this girl would be quite formidable. Magic. Unexpectedly, Yiming repeated the term, appearing somewhat perplexed. Perhaps, one could say so, but please rest assured, it is not the so-called art of reading minds. Mayali's ability is confined to comprehending the language that the other party intends to express. She cannot penetrate the thoughts residing within your mind. I see. Lawrence appeared to exhale a sigh of relief on the surface. Yet internally he remained skeptical of Yiming's assertions. Stealing a glance at Mayali, he swiftly turned his thoughts to several unspeakable and indecent notions. If Mayali truly possessed the ability to discern his innermost thoughts, then the young lady would undoubtedly react in some manner. Yet, Mayali maintained her gentle and polite smile, betraying no signs of awareness that it was only then that Lawrence genuinely relaxed. He shrugged and finally spoke. Regardless of who you are, since you have safeguarded me, I cannot refrain from reciprocating. How about this? I shall employ you both as my guards. If you can ensure my safe passage out of this desert, I am willing to offer 50 gold coins as compensation. You saved our lives, so it is our duty to protect you, Mr. Lawrence. One cannot say it that way, Miss Mayali. Lawrence flashed Mayali a smile characteristic of a merchant. I am a businessman. I trust my own judgment and equally believe in the value of money. While it is true that I saved your lives, you both also saved mine a couple of days ago. Thus we are even. As a merchant, I cannot allow myself to accept an unequal return. If those vicious sand thieves were to strike again, you would surely protect me once more, would you not? However, this would leave me indebted to you. Therefore, please accept my goodwill. It would be a pity for traveling companions to part ways due to matters of interest. Consider it a small solace for this old man, and besides, you must also require funds. Upon hearing Lawrence's words, Mayali and Yiming exchanged glances. What should we do? We indeed lack currency in this world. But could there be an issue with this? I mean, what if this person is overly generous and has second thoughts after we exit the desert? Moreover, what if he betrays us at that point? Is it true that those who are overly cordial are often deceitful? Yiming managed a wry smile. He understood this principle all too well that on the surface, the three of them were comrades in the desert. Yet, that did not guarantee their continued camaraderie once they emerged. Both he and Mayali were devoid of any background or foundation in this realm, and despite having gleaned a considerable amount of information regarding this continent from Lawrence over the past few days, Yiming remained ever vigilant. Although Lawrence claimed to be a mere traveling merchant of little influence, and Yiming did not perceive him as lying, one could never be too cautious. He had experienced far too many betrayals in his own world. In truth, Lawrence's actions appeared to align with his words. However, this altered the nature of their association. If it were merely an act of gratitude, then as long as Yiming and Mayali could ensure his safe passage out of the desert, they could part ways amicably, with no debts owed. But if it were a matter of employment, then even after exiting the desert, Yiming and Mayali would find it difficult to refuse any further demands or suggestions from Lawrence. Very well. Ultimately, Yiming nodded in agreement. After all, there were still several days left before they would exit the desert, during which they could observe the true nature of Lawrence if he indeed proved to be as Yiming suspected. Then Yiming would not hesitate to eliminate him upon their exit to prevent future complications. Point 1 must never be deceived by appearances. Both Mayali and Yiming had suffered greatly from such folly. Sometimes, those with kind and gentle visages were the most worthy of caution, while those who appeared rather fearsome might surprisingly be the easiest to get along with. The nights in the desert were exceedingly frigid. Lawrence, evidently accustomed to such conditions, kindled a fire and then nestled beneath the beast-drawn cart, wrapping himself in a blanket to shield against the biting sand-laden winds, before drifting into a fitful slumber. Meanwhile, Yiming and Mayali were not so fortunate. However, Lawrence had prepared several blankets for them. The two nestled together beneath the covers, drawing warmth from one another's body heat. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Mayali's delicate form leaned closer. If one were to assert that Yiming remained unaffected, it would be a falsehood. Yet, in truth, their bond did not encompass romantic sentiments. Rather, the camaraderie between companions was more profound. Thus, despite Mayali's sweet breath brushing against his ear, Yiming's concern was rooted in rationality rather than instinctual attraction. Mayali closed her eyes, appearing exceedingly frail, a stark contrast to her demeanor during the day. "But do not worry, in just a few hours, I shall be able to utilize construct harmonization, and by then, all will be well." Like Yiming, Mayali was among the rare individuals in this world who possessed the dual skill of multiple extraordinary abilities in addition to her capacity for mental communication with others. She possessed a skill known as construct coordination, which enabled her to instantaneously adjust her physical condition to its peak. However, even so, this ability could only be sustained for a maximum of 12 hours. Mayali's physical constitution was not particularly robust, and it was solely due to her possession of this ability that she could endure the harsh and unbearable climate of the desert. Otherwise, a girl of her stature would struggle to withstand such severe conditions for long. Since Mayali had voiced her assurance, Yiming refrained from pressing further. He lifted his gaze to the boundless starry sky, realizing that this world was indeed unlike the one he had inhabited. Neither the constellations nor the celestial bodies bore any semblance to what he recognized. Moreover, this world boasted 2 moons. Had he somehow arrived on Mars? Yet, Mars was not a place where humanity could reside. Glancing to the other side, he noticed Mayali had closed her eyes and fallen into a deep slumber. "It seems." Yiming's voice was barely audible, so low that even he struggled to hear it. "We cannot return." On the second day, before dawn had even broken, Lawrence rose from his slumber. He not only needed to feed the pack animals with hay, but also had to ensure everything was tidied up. In this regard, Yiming and Mayali were of little assistance, for their world lacked such creatures, and besides, these beasts appeared rather intimidating. "You truly are busy," remarked Yiming, whose command of the imperial lingua franca had improved considerably. Now indistinguishable from that of the continental inhabitants, Lawrence was familiar with. It was hard to believe he was the same Navi lad who had struggled to articulate his thoughts just days prior. "Oh, such a toilsome life," Lawrence sighed, his expression laden with weariness. He had not engaged in such labor for a long time. Yet, as a traveling merchant, one must rely upon oneself when journeying. It was an unavoidable circumstance. And he had politely declined Yiming's offer of assistance, for although the pack animals appeared docile and trustworthy, they could still become unruly if provoked. Moreover, Yiming and his companions lacked experience. Even if they wished to help, they would be at a loss. "Those sand bandits do not seem to be trailing us," Mayali announced as she descended from the dunes, her dual-colored eyes gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Her movements were light and agile. betraying none of the frailty one might expect from a physically weak individual. Yiming refrained from commenting further. Mayali's health had always been delicate, a fact immutable by nature. Only through structural coordination could she keep pace with her companions. In the team, she had never allowed her inherent limitations to dampen her spirits. In truth, the abilities she had acquired effectively compensated for her shortcomings. No trouble at all. We are grateful to you both, Lawrence replied, appearing quite at ease, even having grown accustomed to Mayali's distinctive manner of speech. Now, let us hasten our journey, for time is indeed precious. With the crack of the whip, the pack animals resumed their march deeper into the desert. In the ensuing days, Yiming persistently sought Lawrence's wisdom regarding the customs and knowledge that a common individual ought to possess in this land. He did not attempt to conceal the ignorance he and Mayali held about this world. After all, any pretense would quickly be unraveled. It was far better to be forthright in his inquiries, and if Lawrence was indeed a clever man, he would surely grasp the intent behind Yiming's straightforwardness. Evidently, Lawrence was quite accommodating in this regard. As a seasoned merchant, he understood precisely what questions were appropriate and which were not, what knowledge ought to be acquired independently, and what remained best left unknown. Moreover, Yiming and Mayali had demonstrated their capabilities to him, proving they were far from mere naives. With Lawrence's experience and insight, it was clear they had blood on their hands. They had undoubtedly taken lives. And not just a few. A person audacious enough to commit murder indicated a psyche distinct from that of ordinary folk. Though Yiming currently exhibited a demeanor of gentleness and understanding, and Mayali appeared to embody the traits of a well-bred noble lady. Deep within, they held no reservations regarding the act of killing. A truth Lawrence had discerned during their previous encounter with the sand bandits. It was prudent not to underestimate such individuals. Yet, Lawrence, being a well-traveled merchant, imparted tales of the northern icebound savages' valor and the extravagant wastefulness of southern magnates. He spoke of the barbarity and ferocity of western tribes, the pride and arrogance of the inland empires, and so forth. Success in commerce depended on adapting to the customs of diverse locales. However, what astonished Yiming and Mayali most was that, aside from humans, Lawrence had engaged in trade with elves, dwarves, and even dragons. The existence of dragons in this world was truly astonishing. Yiming and Mayali exchanged rueful smiles, realizing they had indeed entered an extraordinary realm. Yet, one matter left Yiming in profound contemplation. Is magic a commonplace phenomenon in this world? Magic? Lawrence set down his water skin and wiped his mouth. He had just recounted his journey alongside a mage a decade prior, a tale that, while not one of world-saving heroics or demon-slaying exploits, was still a source of pride for him. After all, opportunities for ordinary folk to associate with mages were rare. Even those brazen enough to approach were often disregarded. Moreover, mages were notoriously proud, typically leading solitary lives, with few opportunities for companionship. Thus, it was no surprise that this tale became a subject of Lawrence's boasting. Magic is indeed quite common. However, those who wield it are not. Of course, if you wish to see some magical tricks, you can always visit a tavern to watch bards sing and dance while performing minor feats. But for the truly formidable magic, one must seek out a genuine mage. Their powers are, well, let us not dwell on that. My little princess incessantly clamors to become a mage, and as her father, I can only acquiesce to her desires. Becoming a mage is no easy feat, after all. Speaking of which, Miss Mayali's so-called ability, is it not a form of magic? And what of the sword you summoned? That, Yiming pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Perhaps it could be considered a form of magic. In truth, aside from the extraordinary abilities they possessed, the sword itself could indeed be classified as magical. It was not a creation of Yiming's own power, but rather a product fashioned for them by a recluse they encountered during their flight from the government forces. At that time, they had been cornered, and it was he who had aided their escape. Soon, they learned that this man had isolated himself due to his research into matters deemed absurd by the public, harboring a deep-seated loathing for humanity, which compelled him to assist Yiming and his companions. We are all despised beings, existing at odds with human society. Those weaklings, fearing our strength, seek to eradicate us. Do not shy away from your power. Conquer those weaklings and force them to kneel before you. These were the professor's exact words. And in truth, his research could only be described as extraordinary, even from the perspective of those with extraordinary abilities. The professor's studies were centered on magic. As parting gifts, Each member of Yiming's team received a weapon tailored to their personal style, crafted by the professor. This weapon was constructed from special runic threads, affixed to their bodies in a tattoo-like form, thus referred to as rune armament. In fact, Yiming and Mayali did not fully comprehend the principles behind the formation of rune armament, as the professor had not offered any explanations. In his view, each discipline had its own expertise. He neither understood how Yiming's extraordinary abilities functioned nor cared to enlighten them about the principles of magic. One could not deny that during their interactions with this professor, Yiming had come to recognize him as an exceedingly eccentric individual. Surely, the mages in this world were not akin to that peculiar professor. However, Mr. Lawrence, you are married. Yiming chose not to pursue the topic further, but instead shifted the conversation. After all, as a traveling merchant, Lawrence's knowledge was inherently limited. It seemed this was where their discussion would reach its conclusion. Indeed, Lawrence replied, cracking his whip forcefully against the pack animal, his expression betraying a hint of anguish. My little princess has not been fortunate. Her mother passed away from illness when she was 3. At that time, I was away on business, and had it not been for a neighbor discovering her weeping over her mother's lifeless body, Lawrence's voice faltered, and he shook his head. I bear responsibility. I have been a traveling merchant all these years. With no money, I could not open my own shop to provide for my wife and child. I had no choice but to continue this way. But that is all in the past. Now, my little princess has been accepted into the magic academy she yearned for. Who knows, perhaps she will become a great mage someday. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward, Lawrence shifted his tone, smiling at the two. I hope your daughter realizes her dreams. No doubt about it, my little princess. Though she appears quite mischievous, knows when to be serious if she has the determination. Becoming a mage should be no problem. Speaking of which, in just a couple of days, we shall leave this desert behind. I wonder what plans you both have. In 2 days, perhaps. The expression on Yiming's face grew serious, while Mayali, with her captivating two-toned eyes, calmly offered a suggestion. In that case, we must remain vigilant. It is likely that those sand bandits will strike again within the next couple of days. It's not just likely. Yiming's lips curled slightly, yet it was not a smile. Those rascals will undoubtedly return. The three continued their journey, but this time Yiming and Mayali both grasped their weapons, sitting on either side of the camel cart. Intently surveying the sand dunes shrouded in swirling dust, the wind and sand were fierce today. Within moments, they were covered in grime. Even Mayali was no exception, though fortunately, her small sunshade offered some protection. Nonetheless, it was quite remarkable for a girl to endure such conditions. Excuse me, Mr. Lawrence, may I inquire what cargo you were transporting? Yiming's gaze swept over the vast expanse of sand before casually posing the question. Tears of the Water Spirit. A gem unique to the southern waters, perfect for crafting wands for wizards. This is a rare and substantial deal for me that if all goes well, I could earn 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins. As he spoke of his trade, Lawrence's spirits lifted. You two may not realize, but despite the wizard's perpetual sour expressions as if the world owes them a fortune, without merchants like us toiling tirelessly, they would be left to fumble with a piece of rotten wood to cast spells. But then again, if it weren't for the farmers growing crops, wouldn't those wizards starve? He shook his head in bewilderment. Someone's coming. Yiming's warning interrupted Lawrence's lengthy complaint, prompting him to halt the cart and squint in Yiming's direction. Though Mayali said nothing, she snapped her sunshade shut with a decisive pop, transforming it into a slender sword while keeping a keen eye on the opposite side to guard against any potential ambush from behind. They don't appear to be sand bandits. Lawrence rubbed his eyes and squinted again. The weather in the desert was not favorable today. The air was thick with dust, making it difficult to discern figures. The shadows Yiming observed seemed sluggish and did not exhibit the agility of the previous sand bandits they had encountered. However, it could also be a ruse, as the bandits might employ new tactics after their previous failed attempts. I'll go take a look. You two stay here. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yiming resolved to investigate. No one objected to his suggestion. Mayali had already been his subordinate in the previous world, and Lawrence, as a merchant, was reluctant to take risks. Moreover, if it were indeed a trap, Yiming would have a greater chance of escaping alone, as more people could become a liability. Be careful. Rest assured, I will keep myself safe. In response to Mayali's silent admonition echoing in his mind, Yiming offered a faint smile, then grasped his dual blades, heading towards the indistinct figures. The wind, laden with sand, whipped against his face as he cautiously prepared himself, subtly activating his abilities that in an instant. It seemed as though he had been consumed by the swirling sands, vanishing into thin air. Yet moments later, he reappeared as if he had never been gone. However, those with keen eyes would perceive that the sand flowed seamlessly through Yiming's form, as though he were not an obstacle on the path. This was one of Yiming's primary abilities, light manipulation. With this power, he could reflect, absorb, and control the direction and angle of light, or even render it completely absent. What he had just executed was a reapplication of optical camouflage, refracting his self into a projection that bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to his actual self in a sense. This could also be considered a powerful form of invisibility. With this ability, Yiming could deceive all visual perception, provided he could see. Of course, an arrow whizzed through the hazy sand, striking the ground at his feet. He halted, squinting at the source. "Don't move, who goes there?" Hearing the demand from across the way, Yiming exhaled in relief that it appeared that they were indeed not sand bandits. As their style was not to inquire after attacking in an instant, Yiming's illusion wavered and then vanished, revealing his true self. However, his presence did not raise any suspicions, as he had merely stood a few centimeters behind his projected form. So anyone who noticed would simply think they had misjudged the distance, a fatal illusion for a warrior. He continued dragging his dual blades, gazing at a large shadow not far away, from which one figure detached and approached him. "I am a traveler. My companions and I were resting above when I noticed someone down here, so I came to investigate. Please believe me, we mean no harm." Yiming's demeanor was far from threatening. Anyone observing would not perceive him as a person ready to strike. His words were gentle and courteous, as he had often taken on the role of negotiator when leading his team. A traveler. The shadow stepped through the sand mist to reveal a slender female warrior. Like others accustomed to the desert, she had her face obscured by a thick scarf, leaving only her sharp eyes visible as they scrutinized Yiming. One hand rested on the hilt of her sword. Though her posture suggested she was not overly tense, perhaps Yiming's nonchalant grip on his weapon conveyed a sense of ease. By experience, such a relaxed stance indicated that even if she intended to ambush, her preparations would be quite evident. Nonetheless, her gaze still held a measure of caution. "This is the caravan of the Bluma Trading Company. If you have no business here, you may leave. Of course, I understand the wariness towards outsiders." Yiming's words were rather pointed, causing the woman's eyes to narrow slightly. "However, since you are not sand bandits, that is fortunate. If possible, might we travel together?" "Travel together?" A hint of skepticism laced her voice. The request posed by the youth before her was not outrageous. Yet the abrupt nature of it raised suspicions of potential schemes or traps. Yiming was acutely aware of this and shrugged, gesturing helplessly. "Indeed, I imagine you too are troubled by those despicable sand bandits. Strength lies in numbers. If we could unite, wouldn't it make dealing with them much easier?" Yiming's tone and expression conveyed no subservience, for he understood that if he appeared weak, the other party would surely inflate their demands. In truth, although he and Mayali could ensure Lawrence's safe passage through the desert alone, finding a larger group with a shared purpose would serve as a deterrent to the bandits, potentially alleviating their troubles along the way. However, that would mean we have more to protect, and we cannot spare such resources. But our combat capability would also increase, would it not? I believe. Yiming, we are under attack. Before Yiming could finish his thought, Mayali's voice suddenly resonated in his mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. He abruptly abandoned his conversation with the female warrior and turned, sprinting towards the sand dunes. After a few leaps, he vanished into the swirling dust. The sudden change left the warrior momentarily stunned, as if it wasn't until Yiming's figure disappeared that she regained her senses. What happened? Kufis? Did a sand bandit disguised as a refugee come to beg for water, only to be scared away by you? A booming voice emerged from the shadows of the caravan, resonating as if it could envelop the entire desert. No, something feels amiss. The female warrior named Kufis did not respond to the query, but muttered to herself. In her eyes, the expression of the young man moments ago did not resemble that of a disguised sand bandit. There was no hint of panic at being seen through. Rather, he had left in haste. As if sensing some impending danger, perhaps she should investigate, and then she would decide what to do next. As Yiming swiftly dashed back to the camel cart, the situation had grown dire. Mayali, wielding her slender sword, stood protectively behind Lawrence, her graceful movements remaining unaltered even in the face of imminent danger. Two sand raiders, flanking her on either side, charged forth atop their four-legged sand beasts. Yet, with a perfect spin, Mayali transformed her sword into a whip-like extension, effortlessly sending the hapless assailants flying. Following her rotation, her actions did not cease. Instead, she pressed closely to Lawrence's side, her sword tracing an elegant arc as it deflected 5 crossbow bolts launched at her. The sharp clinks and bright flashes of sparks indicating her success. Mayali's expression showed no signs of strain, and even amidst such vigorous exertion, not a single bead of sweat graced her brow. Her innate ability of coordinated structure had elevated her physical prowess to the zenith of human capability. It would not be an exaggeration to deem her almost inhuman at this moment. Her stamina, balance, sensory perception, reflexes, and agility surpassed that of ordinary mortals, and even Yiming would likely find himself only on par with her in this regard. However, unexpectedly, the Sand Raiders seemed less concerned about their manpower. They charged down the sand dunes with a reckless abandon, intent on overwhelming Mayali. It was almost ironic that, unaware of her true capabilities, they resorted to such self-sacrificial tactics. The streak of black lightning struck before Mayali, piercing the chest of an enemy. She turned to observe, her face breaking into a reassuring smile. Yiming's movements were rapid yet ephemeral, setting aside the visual obstructions caused by the swirling sands. The mere refraction of light around him made it difficult for onlookers to pinpoint his location. Without wasting time on idle chatter, he seized a dual-bladed weapon from a fallen foe and transformed into a whirlwind, plunging into the throng of sand raiders. The raiders, caught off guard, failed to execute their favored pack tactics. They were unable to flee as Yiming's dual blades began to spin rapidly, morphing into a black disk that harvested lives along its peculiar trajectory, cleaving both man and beast into several pieces. It was no wonder the raiders were bewildered under Yiming's deliberate manipulation. The illusions he conjured led them to believe their adversary was still a distance away, only to find him suddenly upon them in the blink of an eye, extracting his blades from the bodies of the raiders. Yiming let out a long sigh. The acrid scent of blood was somewhat nauseating, yet he felt fortunate that this world lacked the advancements of his own. Otherwise, his tactics would have proven futile. Infrared sensors, life detectors, X-rays. The number of devices capable of exposing his tricks was countless, as humanity had long learned to distrust their own eyes in favor of lifeless instruments. For a being like Yiming, this posed a significant setback. Swish! A curved blade descended upon him, narrowly missing his nose. The raider, still reeling from the initial shock, found the keen edge of Yiming's sword piercing his heart before he could regain his senses. Without wasting another moment, Yiming executed a swift spin with his dual blades, sending the raider crashing to the ground. Yet, before he could return to Mayali's side, a diminutive, gaunt figure emerged from the sands, coldly grinning as he brandished a glowing blue dagger, blocking Yiming's path. They exchanged a brief gaze, after which Yiming's illusion flickered and vanished. He reversed his dual blades, launching a diagonal thrust from below, akin to a serpent striking as he parried the oncoming assault. The same moment, Mayali was also engaged, a burly man, sporting a thick beard and exuding a more menacing aura than the other raiders. Cornered her. This moment, the man seemed indifferent to victory or the complete rout of his comrades. He merely drooled and laughed maniacally, wielding 2 hefty curved swords that, by their mere appearance, could easily cleave Mayali and her slender form in two. However, the reality was far from his expectations. Amidst his ferocious attacks, Mayali danced through his strikes with the grace of a nimble cat, effortlessly finding openings to press her white sword against the backs of his blades, compelling the man to alter his attack trajectory. Her movements, leisurely and elegant amidst the storm of blades, left Lawrence, who stood by, utterly entranced, unable to contemplate whether to protect himself or assist her. "Hey there, little lady, you've got quite a figure. How about we play a little longer?" Mayali had no interest in prolonging the encounter. Much like Yiming, she needed to familiarize herself with the combat styles of this world. However, she had yet to acquire any truly useful information. Moreover, the man before her reeked so horrifically that the mere scent was almost unbearable for the young girl. Thus, she dismissed the notion of using him for practice and opted for a swift resolution instead. Crack! The harbinger of death resounded once more as the white sword surged forth with lightning speed, striking at the man before her. The man, wholly focused on his relentless assault, was caught off guard, yet he reacted quickly enough to shout, and bring his swords up to shield his vital areas. Leaping backward. However, at that moment, the white flash followed closely, slipping through the narrow gap between his crossed blades and piercing his ample throat. It withdrew with a swift elegance, returning to its rightful place. Meanwhile, Mayali had produced a pristine white handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. Chapter 6. The caravan the man before her was not to be trifled with, for the first time since arriving in this world. Yiming felt such a sentiment. This man, outwardly resembling an underdeveloped monkey, exhibited a speed and agility that far surpassed that of his simian counterparts. Moreover, he was the first to evade Yiming's illusions, employing a technique akin to listening to the wind to discern positioning to counter Yiming's attacks. Compared to the other raiders, this man was on an entirely different level. Just as Yiming retreated, contemplating alternative strategies, the man suddenly let out two roars, after which Yiming felt the sand beneath his feet tremble violently. Forming a colossal vortex, without hesitation, Yiming leapt into the air, not to evade but to confront the man head-on. Though uncertain of his adversary's intentions, Yiming's instincts told him that attempting to flee would lead to dire consequences. Thus, he formulated a countermeasure in the blink of an eye and swiftly put it into action. Indeed, upon seeing Yiming charge at him, the man's previously jovial expression turned rigid as the deadly blades descended towards him. He rolled away in a somewhat clumsy manner, narrowly avoiding Yiming's strike. Even so, in his moment of panic, Yiming managed to graze the man's back. What an oversight! The pain in his back and the humiliating escape ignited a fiery rage within the man. He had initially intended to summon his trained sandworms to attack Yiming before ambushing him from the side. Yet, unexpectedly, the boy seemed to anticipate his plan and charged at him instead. The man was left with no choice but to abandon his scheme. Could he really summon the sandworms only to become their prey? Those creatures were notoriously insatiable, and once consumed, there would be no hope for escape. The man stood, brushing the sand from his face. He glared venomously at Yiming, who remained at a distance, still exuding an air of nonchalance. After a brief silence, he suddenly sprang into action, thrusting his dagger into the air beside him with the speed of a released arrow. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing resonated as the illusion before him dissipated, revealing Yiming's true form. The man's dagger pressed tightly against Xin Yuan, his face contorted in a savage grin, as if he intended to cleave both the sword and Yiming in twain. However, to everyone's disbelief, under the man's relentless assault, Yiming's dual-bladed sword began to bend in the middle. Crack! It broke in two. Witnessing Yiming's sword snap, the man's heart surged with exhilaration, though his dagger appeared to be a crude imitation. It was, in fact, exceedingly sharp. Moreover, it was one of the man's prized possessions, as its inconspicuous design often led others to underestimate its lethality. The fear and despair etched on the faces of warriors when his small blade severed their swords brought him immense delight. Even now, he gasped for breath, almost able to envision the astonished expression on Yiming's face. At that moment, the man suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He gasped in disbelief, and from Yiming's eyes, he saw neither the terror he sought nor surprise. Instead, all he perceived was a faint hint of mockery, along with the sight of his own severed head, having departed from his lifeless body. The headless corpse stood rigidly, pressing Yiming down onto the ground, forcing him to shove it aside before he could rise and wipe the blood from his face. That eye in his hand, the once unified double-edged sword had vanished, replaced by two ebony longswords. In truth, just moments ago, Yiming had deliberately lured the enemy in, severing his double-edged sword while the man lost control in his charge, then swiftly turning to grasp the swords and cross-cut his opponent's head. I apologize, my weapon is not limited to a single form. Yiming spoke coolly as he regarded the lifeless body before him, then crossed the hilts of the two long swords. With a deep metallic clang, the original double-edged sword reappeared in Yiming's grasp. If there is a next time, I sincerely hope you learn from your mistakes. Returning to the carriage, Yiming was greeted by Mayali's smile and the handkerchief she offered. He managed a wry smile as he accepted it, wiping the blood from his face. It wasn't particularly difficult to deal with, but it was a rare encounter. How about your situation? Nothing too concerning. It seems that the people of this world possess no unique methods in weapon use. Mayali glanced at the plump man, half buried in the sand, shifting slightly closer to Yiming. Oh dear, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the two of you this time. At that moment, Lawrence emerged from beneath the carriage, wearing a relaxed and cheerful expression as he addressed the two. Indeed, you both are quite formidable, having slain so many sand bandits. You must be seasoned warriors. I have certainly encountered fortunate allies. Otherwise, with my frail constitution, I would likely have perished several times over. By the way, Yiming, what exactly did you discover over there? What is happening? A female voice interrupted Lawrence's inquiry, and the group turned in surprise to see the female warrior who had previously conversed with Yiming approaching slowly. It must be noted that although she had set off to follow them shortly after, the fierce sandstorm and Yiming's swift pace had caused her to lose track of them. Had it not been for the faint sounds of clashing weapons she heard through the wind, she might have become lost in the desert. This moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as she surveyed the multitude of sand bandit corpses strewn about, and the three unharmed individuals standing by the cart. You all. We were just ambushed by sand bandits, Yiming replied coolly, returning the handkerchief to Mayali. There were at least 20 bandits here. Did you face them alone? How could that be possible? Yiming shrugged and gestured toward Mayali. The female warrior stared in disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality before her, preferring to adhere to her previous judgment. After all, from her perspective, Mayali bore no distinction from an ordinary noble lady. Moreover, her elaborate and ostentatious attire was hardly suited for vigorous combat, and one misstep could hinder her movements. Although Mayali's gaze caused the warrior to falter momentarily, she quickly regained her composure, feigning disinterest. Regardless, being able to eliminate so many sand bandits is quite impressive. By the way, Miss, may I ask who you are? Lawrence hastily interjected, still unaware of the identity of the warrior before him. Greetings, merchant. The female warrior stepped closer to Lawrence, extending her hand. I am Kufis, the leader of the Moon Eagle mercenary group. We are currently tasked with escorting the goods of the Bluma Trading Company. I presume you are fellow travelers. You are the renowned red-haired Kufis. Lawrence exclaimed in surprise, clearly not feigning his astonishment, and quickly grasped her hand. It is an honor to meet you. No merchant traversing the Fieldlay Desert is unaware of the Moon Eagle mercenary group. Encountering the legendary beauty of the group is indeed a privilege. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lawrence, a traveling merchant, as you can see. And these two are warriors I have hired. I encountered them in the desert, and they too were lost, so naturally, we looked out for one another. Lawrence's words were half-truths, but that was for the best. Fabricated lies are easily seen through, but utter honesty can also provoke suspicion. For warriors, your equipment is rather unusual, Kufis remarked, turning to Yiming and extending her hand. I never expected to meet such a young and powerful warrior. Yiming grasped her hand, calmly stating his name. He refrained from addressing the inconsistencies in Lawrence's fabrications. Much like Lawrence had done, if Kufis was indeed astute, she would understand the wisdom of not asking further. Kufis smiled heartily, then turned to extend her hand toward Mayali. It is also my honor to meet you. Beautiful lady. Although Mayali shook Kufis' hand, she did not utter a word, causing Kufis to furrow her brow in displeasure. I apologize, Miss Kufis. Mayali is unable to speak. Yiming quickly interjected, explaining to Kufis. After all, Mayali's ability could not be utilized with just anyone. If it were merely one or two individuals, there might be a chance to clarify, but the more who knew, the greater the risk of suspicion or fear. Mayali likely considered the same reason, thus refraining from using thought communication with Kufis. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Kufis was taken aback and retracted her hand, nodding apologetically to Mayali. However, the young girl clearly showed no concern, as if she had grown accustomed to it. Now then, Mr. Lawrence. After completing her introductions, Kufis moved on to the main topic. Earlier, Yiming proposed that we travel together. I share the same sentiment. After all, in the desert, one can never predict what may occur, and it is prudent to look out for one another. What are your thoughts? It would be my honor to travel alongside the esteemed Bluma Trading Company from the north. Lawrence exaggeratedly bowed, fully aware that if Yiming and Mayali had not displayed such surprising prowess, this unequal partnership would likely have never been entertained. Now, Kufis' invitation seemed to carry ulterior motives, as she likely sought to recruit Yiming and Mayali. After all, for a mercenary group, having powerful individuals is always beneficial. Individuals like Yiming and Mayali, who are strong yet appear to have no affiliations with other factions, would naturally be coveted by Kufis. Unlike regular armies, mercenary groups do not concern themselves with backgrounds. Unless one is a notorious criminal, it is rare for a mercenary group to refuse entry to a capable individual. Indeed, with Kufis' assistance, The three were swiftly accepted by the Bluma Trading Company, who agreed to allow them to travel in the rear of the convoy. As the journey progressed, Kufis engaged Lawrence in lively conversation, seemingly intent on extracting information about the two warriors. After all, it was peculiar for such formidable warriors to remain obscure. However, as Lawrence himself possessed little knowledge and being a merchant, he understood Yiming's reluctance to cover for him. So he merely recounted recent events. Kufis gleaned little from their exchanges. The entire trading convoy proceeded smoothly until evening, when they finally set up camp. Unlike before, Yiming and Mayali were at last assigned a tent, no longer needing to huddle under blankets atop a large cart for the night. Yiming, do you think what we are doing is correct? Mayali, pale and curled up in her blanket after losing her structural coordination, asked. Yiming gathered a few remnants of burnt wood from outside, placing them beside Mayali in an attempt to warm her. After all, the desert nights were frigid, presenting a stark contrast to the heat of the day. Faced with Mayali's predicament, Yiming found himself devoid of better alternatives. In truth, although the ability of construct coordination, once activated, could heal any ailment afflicting Mayali in the briefest of moments, its disappearance would revert her constitution to its innate frailty. If subjected to intense stimuli, she would fall ill once more. During their days in the desert, Mayali endured a relentless cycle of illness, healing, recurrence of illness, further healing. He reached out to touch Mayali's forehead, discovering a slight fever. Whether it is right or wrong, we can only proceed as we are. Regardless, we must first escape this desert. Otherwise, even with construct coordination, the strain on your spirit will become unbearable. Good night. Good night. With a long sigh, Yiming laid down beside Mayali, finally able to enjoy a restful slumber without worrying about the night breeze. Kufis nimbly navigated between the tents, her keen eyes observing the surroundings. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Yiming and Mayali's tent before she approached the watchfire, accepting a flask of strong liquor tossed to her by a robust man nearby. Hey, Kufis, who would have thought you were so fond of those two kids? They are merely newcomers, and you even shared a tent with them. Are you smitten by that handsome lad? Silence, Carter. Kufis took a swig of the liquor before tossing the flask back to the man. These two are not to be underestimated. You would do well to be cautious. They have dispatched over 20 sand bandits. Over 20? Captain, you've had too much to drink. Even we, with our skills, would struggle to eliminate that many sand bandits unscathed. That is why I told you to be quiet. Kufis replied coldly. In fact, after that encounter, she had discreetly examined the corpses of the sand bandits while Yiming and the others were preoccupied. The evidence clearly indicated that Yiming had not lied. The bodies exhibited distinct traces of two different combat styles. One was characterized by precise thrusts, targeting lethal areas such as the heart and throat, while the other was an indiscriminate yet powerful slashing technique, leaving few intact corpses in its wake. Clearly, these were the marks of two individuals with disparate fighting styles. Moreover, look at this. Kufis casually tossed a small pouch over, and Carter picked it up, peering inside, nearly exclaiming in shock. By the heavens, these are the heads of Hungry Wolf and Fat Bear. How did you acquire them, Captain? These two are the most notorious sand bandits in the area. I recall their bounty is 500 gold coins, Kufis stated, snatching the pouch back from Carter and casually pouring sand into it. This also contains the souls of their subordinates. I trust you understand my reasoning. But Carter still appeared skeptical. But how is this possible? Even you, Captain, would struggle against these two murderers, indeed. Kufis nodded, her expression growing increasingly solemn in the firelight. That is why I intend to probe their depths. Chapter 7. Kufis Yiming. The following morning, as Yiming prepared to depart, Kufis approached him, greeting him directly. The casual observer. Kufis appeared to be 3 or 4 years older than Yiming, and since Yiming shared the same mercenary status, she did not use any honorifics, simply addressing him by name. Miss Kufis, is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, I have some matters to discuss with you. Is now a convenient time? Yiming noted the emphasis she placed on you, turning to glance at Mayali, who had just awakened and was gently wiping her face with a small amount of water. He nodded and turned back to Kufis, offering a warm smile. No problem. Please proceed. First, I want to give you this. With that, Kufis handed over the small pouch, which Yiming curiously accepted, his brow furrowing slightly. While he could see the severed heads buried in sand, he struggled to understand Kufis' intentions. Was this some peculiar custom of this world? Presenting severed heads in the early morning seemed rather excessive. I believe you are unaware of the identities of those you dispatched yesterday. Kufi smiled, clearly having anticipated Yiming's reaction that in fact, she had deduced that the two had likely never been mercenaries before. Otherwise, after eliminating so many sand bandits, they would not have left without even ascertaining the appearance of their leaders or collecting their belongings, an oversight even the most inexperienced mercenaries would avoid. These two have dominated the region as notorious sand bandits for years. Known as Fat Bear and Hungry Wolf, they have been the subject of official bounties. The value of their heads is 500 gold coins. Do take care of them. Fortunately, the desert's arid climate should preserve them well, provided you bury them in sand until we can leave. Thank you for the warning. Yiming nodded in gratitude towards Kyufi's. In truth, the sum she mentioned did not overly concern him. Both he and Mayali were entirely ignorant of the monetary values in this world, unable to comprehend what 500 gold coins truly represented. Attempting to feign understanding proved futile, yet seeing Yiming remain composed and unperturbed by the figure elevated Kufi's estimation of him in her mind. Who would have thought that the head of that rotund man held such value? At that moment, a finished Mayali approached Yiming, expressing a sense of reflection, to which Yiming could only offer a wry smile. Meanwhile, Kufi's gaze turned toward Mayali, contemplating her next words, which seemed somewhat difficult to articulate. Ultimately, she fixed her sharp gaze on Mayali. Mayali, you truly do not speak. Miss Kufi's, what do you mean by that? Yiming's expression remained one of gentle indifference, though his tone inadvertently dropped several degrees. I have been observing since yesterday, and indeed, Mayali has not uttered a single word. However, for someone who does not speak, one would expect the use of alternative means to convey their thoughts. Yet, based on my observations, Mayali has exhibited no body language when communicating with you or Mr. Lawrence, as though she were fully capable of speech. I believe this matter should not concern you, Miss Kufi's. Yiming's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly glanced at Mayali, who appeared equally taken aback by Kufi's words. In this regard, they had indeed been careless. Yiming had grown accustomed to communicating with Mayali through thought, as naturally as one would speak, eat, drink, or breathe. Mayali seemed to share this understanding. Yet the fact that Kufi's had taken notice and was contemplating it unsettled Yiming, stirring feelings of unease and anger within him. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Mayali. Furthermore, I hope Miss Kufi's understands that observing others in secret is quite impolite. We are merely companions, not your subordinates, and I trust you will respect our privacy. If you have no further business, I believe we should prepare to set out. Yiming's words bore no trace of anger, yet they unmistakably conveyed the intent to dismiss. Kufi's, not foolish, recognized that lingering would yield no benefit. Thus, she refrained from further comment and turned to leave. That was careless. Indeed. Yiming nodded, his gaze fixed on Kufi's until her figure vanished from sight, at which point he let out a long sigh. It appears we must exercise greater caution. Since Kufi's is perceptive enough to detect anomalies, it stands to reason that others may also notice. We must devise a strategy, otherwise, this could escalate into a significant issue. However, we cannot alter anything now. Doing so could easily raise their suspicions. Indeed, listening to Mayali's words, Yiming tossed the pouch in his hand before catching it once more. Even if Kufi's currently harbors some suspicions towards Mayali, she remains in a stage of uncertainty. However, should Mayali alter her approach as a result, it would be difficult for Kufi's, with her keen insight and wisdom, to overlook the obvious signs of deception. Meanwhile, as Yiming settled into the camel cart, glancing at the mercenaries ahead, he muttered a perplexing complaint. Even if it's merely a test, this is excessive. With considerable prowess and a unique perspective on matters, Kufi sat thoughtfully in the front cart, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. In truth, while she did harbor some doubts regarding Mayali's actions, Kufi's honestly deemed the matter trivial, from the manner in which Mayali and Yiming interacted. It was evident that they had been partners for quite some time, whether as lovers or mere companions. Their harmonious rapport suggested an understanding that transcended ordinary comprehension, perhaps even bordering on telepathy. As an experienced mercenary, Kufi's was not easily swayed by such trivialities. Nevertheless, she still posed a question, only to receive a tempered warning from Yiming in return. Clearly, despite Kufi's pride in her physique and appearance, complemented by her imposing presence, few men could muster the audacity to speak firmly before her. It seemed the next phase was about to commence. The mixed caravan showed no signs of change. With Lawrence still in charge of the cart as a merchant, he inevitably engaged with those around him, fostering relations with the Bruma Trading Company. After all, for a traveling merchant like him, future dealings would require interaction with such major trading firms. In this semi-closed environment, building rapport proved far more effective than frequenting taverns in larger cities. Meanwhile, Mayali and Yiming lingered at the rear, refraining from engaging with anyone. Yiming was distinctly displeased with Kufiz's spying on them, although she had earlier displayed a friendly demeanor towards him. Her subsequent inquiries had clearly crossed the boundaries set by Yiming and Mayali. Even knowing that Kufiz was not genuinely suspicious, Yiming felt an unease in his heart. The caravan had traveled safely throughout the day, and at this pace, they would be able to leave the desert after just one more day. However, as everyone prepared to set up camp, Kufiz unexpectedly approached Mayali and Yiming once more, this time directly addressing Mayali. Mayali, I heard from Mr. Lawrence that you are quite a skilled warrior. What is this woman up to now? I believe you can see that I am also a woman. Kufiz lightly tapped the hilt of her sword, her face adorned with a gentle smile, seemingly attempting to ease the previously tense atmosphere. Moreover, I am also a warrior, since we are alike. Would you care for a friendly duel? Faced with Kufiz's invitation, Mayali paused for a moment, scrutinizing Kufiz as if seeking her true intentions. Then, she slowly nodded in agreement. Leave this to me, Yiming. She won't easily see through my abilities. Understood. Yiming nodded and stepped aside. Mayali flashed a confident smile at him. Then with a sharp snap, she closed her parasol, which instantly transformed back into her slender sword. Oh, this is quite intriguing. Mayali's display took Kufiz by surprise. She had initially assumed that the seemingly delicate parasol was merely a prop, unaware that it was indeed her weapon. The transformation indicated that this weapon was anything but ordinary. With this realization, Kufiz felt her fighting spirit ignite, drawing her longsword and carefully observing her opponent's movements. The surrounding mercenaries also took notice of the duel between the two young women, eagerly gathering around, as mercenaries are naturally drawn to spectacle, given that the main performers were their leader and a fellow warrior. Their enthusiasm was palpable. In the midst of the commotion, only Yiming remained, arms crossed, watching the two with an impassive expression. Mayali's structural coordination would soon expire in just a few minutes. Chapter 8. The Ritual of Combat. Kufiz wielded her longsword, elegantly performing a flourish, keenly assessing the slender sword in Mayali's grip. Compared to Kufiz's standard-issue longsword, Mayali's blade was longer yet more delicate. Like others, Kufiz felt that with just a slight exertion, she could easily snap Mayali's sword. Nevertheless, she did not underestimate her opponent. Based on the previous performance of the sword, it was clear that it would not be as fragile as it appeared. She scrutinized the blade, instinctively closing the distance. From the wounds observed on the corpses earlier, Kufiz surmised that Mayali's swordplay likely emphasized thrusting. Thus, the key to countering such a warrior was to avoid creating distance, thereby preventing a lethal strike. Mayali maintained an aristocratic poise as she held her sword, this time extending her left hand with the blade parallel, gazing at Kufiz as if making a declaration. The duel commenced. With a spirited cry, Kufiz lunged forward like a nimble leopard. Her long sword gleamed with cold light, showering Mayali with an array of strikes akin to a starry sky. Clearly, she had resolved to engage in close combat to prevent Mayali from executing a sudden attack. Although thrusting was a formidable technique, it required a buildup of momentum to unleash its full power. In Kufiz's view, as long as she could engage Mayali in a melee, denying her any opportunity to gather strength, she would emerge victorious. Unfortunately, Mayali's swordsmanship was entirely different from what Kufiz was accustomed to. Clang! In response to Kufiz's assault, Mayali displayed no intention of retreating. On the contrary, she stepped forward, allowing her slender sword to glide along Kufiz's blade. Kufiz felt a slight resistance redirect her attack, causing her to veer off course. Alarmed, she summoned all her strength to disengage from Mayali's sword. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Mayali did not exert force in return. Instead, Kufiz sensed her blade moving effortlessly along the intended path, as if Mayali had deliberately chosen to yield. This is bad. A gut feeling surged within Kufiz. The ease with which she was maneuvering raised her suspicions. If Mayali's strength truly paled in comparison, there should have been at least some resistance to impede her, rather than this seemingly choreographed dance in an instant. Although these thoughts flashed through Kufiz's mind, it was already too late. Without the anticipated obstruction, Kufiz's longsword was now aimed at Mayali's side, and should she persist, blood would soon be drawn. Just then, Mayali pivoted her wrist, her slender sword coiling around Kufiz's longsword, altering its trajectory so that it brushed past her side without inflicting harm. How could this be? Before Kufiz could fully comprehend the situation, Mayali's actions did not cease. After deflecting Kufiz's attack, her slender sword darted forward like a venomous serpent, stopping just before Kufiz's neck. The exchange was rapid and extraordinarily fluid. The surrounding mercenaries could only observe as Kufiz's sword was wielded with tremendous force, while Mayali appeared to dance gracefully, effortlessly closing the distance between them. Now, Mayali maintained that elegant stance, as if she had not just fought but had instead been engaged in a ballet. That will be enough. A deep voice boomed, prompting both combatants to withdraw their weapons. Yiming raised an eyebrow and turned to the source of the voice, where an elderly man, thin and with a grizzled beard, approached, clapping his hands. The previously raucous mercenaries fell silent, parting to allow him passage, as if this man commanded immense respect among them. Who is he? Yiming leaned closer to Lawrence, lowering his voice. Good heavens. Lawrence observed the elder closely for a moment, then suddenly gasped in shock. Isn't that Hawkeye Kashut? I heard he had retired from this line of work. What is he doing here? Is he really that formidable? At least, that's the reputation. Caution and prudence are indeed the hallmarks of a merchant. My dear lady, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. The elderly man gazed at Mei Yili, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his expression swiftly transformed into one of grave concern. However, such exquisite swordsmanship could hardly be intended for combating monsters. Could it? The once boisterous crowd abruptly fell silent, their anxious whispers merging as they cast wary glances at Mei Yili. Indeed, the mercenaries typically employed broad, flamboyant sword techniques, partly due to the fact that most swordsmanship was conceived by men, favoring a more audacious style. Furthermore, the adversaries they most often encountered were beasts and monsters, which did not necessitate such intricate skills, for those creatures lacked the leisure to engage in such artistry. A beast is merely a beast. No matter how cunning, it is still a creature of instinct, and the only effective means of dealing with them is through brute force. Yet, it was evident that Mei Yili's swordsmanship was not designed for the hunting of animals. Unquestionably, it was crafted with the primary purpose of taking life, created solely for the act of killing. In any era, are not the most ferocious and caution-worthy beasts humans themselves? Ming stepped forward, taking up the elder's words that in response to his sardonic remark. The elder merely smiled, stroking his beard as he nodded. You are indeed correct, young one. However, our enemies are not human. They may occasionally be, but not always. He cast a significant glance at Mei Yili, who met his gaze with an indifferent stare, neither surprised nor pleased. Now, everyone, the night has grown late. It is best to rest early. Remain vigilant, the elder proclaimed, clapping his hands. The mercenaries who had gathered promptly dispersed to attend to their own affairs. After casting one last glance at the elder, Ming departed with Mei Yili. The once lively scene fell into a hushed stillness as the elder watched their retreating figures before lifting his gaze to the respectful leader standing beside him. What is it? Ku Fei-si. Master, why did you speak in such a manner? With no one around, Ku Fei-si immediately posed her question. In truth, there are many among our mercenaries who are akin to that. Are there not? We do not solely contend with beasts. I believe you have already noticed the formidable prowess of those two warriors. If we could recruit them into our ranks. Ku Fei-si. You are still rather young, the elder chuckled, lifting a hand to signal her to cease. He then cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. During your duel with that young lady, did you sense anything? I am afraid I did not perceive anything at all. Ku Fei-si reflected for a moment, shaking her head in embarrassment. Yet the elder nodded in satisfaction, as if he concurred with her assessment. Indeed. Nothing at all. Pardon. Ku Fei-si was somewhat perplexed. Master, do you mean that young lady's swordplay is nothing short of extraordinary? The elder remarked, subtly moving his finger before pointing to Ku Fei-si's neck, halting at a position nearly identical to where he had previously indicated with Mei Yili. Just this gesture alone revealed the elder's remarkable capabilities. At this position, should her wrist merely twitch, you would surely perish. That is indeed so, master. Yet you felt nothing. The elder's enigmatic smile resurfaced. Do you not yet comprehend? Are you implying? Ku Fei-si furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before responding with surprise. You mean to say that Mei Yili possesses the assassin's ability to conceal her murderous intent? Is she an assassin? You are quite close, yet still mistaken. The elder shook his head, lowering his hand as he turned to survey the endless darkness of the desert. It would be more accurate to say that she harbors no murderous intent at all. Ku Fei Si, as a warrior, you should understand well that whether we mercenaries or assassins who rely on stealth and assassination, in the moment we engage in killing, we inevitably exude a murderous aura and fighting spirit. In any battle, such an atmosphere is unavoidable. However, do you know why we emit this murderous intent? The elder continued without waiting for Ku Fei Si's reply. It is because we recognize that we are confronted with an enemy we must face and a target we must eliminate. Our bodies instinctively respond on our behalf, yet that young lady is distinctly different. At this point, the elder sighed, his eyes narrowing slightly before he turned to walk towards the tent. Only his aged, heavy voice lingered in the night wind, brushing against Ku Fei Si's ears. Let go of them. Ku Fei Si.to fight without murderous intent signifies an indifference to whatever stands before them, rendering the distinction between human and object entirely meaningless. Such individuals are exceedingly perilous. They cannot remain within our mercenary group. Ku Fei Si stared blankly at the elder's retreating form, suddenly feeling a warmth at her neck. Startled, she reached up to wipe it away, only to find a faint trace of blood on her otherwise pristine palm. Chapter 9. Leaving the desert, the seemingly endless sea of yellow sand appeared to have finally reached its shore. Gazing at the dark speck on the horizon, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. After that, no sand thieves dared to attack them again, for the sand thieves were not fools, with the deaths of two notorious leaders. It was clear that a particularly troublesome trade caravan had passed through this time. The two of you have warned us at the cost of your lives, and as brothers, we could not ignore that, though. For sand thieves, such a metaphor was indeed rather absurd that in fact, even suspected that Ku Fei Si might have foreseen this outcome, considering that their mercenary group specialized in traversing the desert. It seemed rather odd if they could not anticipate such a situation that he quickly reflected on this, acknowledging that while their status as warriors provided a solid cover for their actions, the absence of any spoils appeared inconsistent with the norms of this world. Nonetheless, even with that thought, the idea of rummaging through the bodies of the deceased made Ming feel somewhat queasy. Mei Yili shared this sentiment, never approaching the bag containing the severed heads. Ming felt similarly indifferent to it, and ultimately, the two decided to disregard Lawrence's objections and hung the gruesome bag beside the driver's seat of the wagon. Merchant, having a companion is indeed a good thing. Though Mei Yili did not intend to mock, Lawrence still found himself in a perplexing state of amusement. This man and woman truly confounded him. They could kill without batting an eye, yet hesitated when it came to severed heads. However, both of them clearly avoided addressing the issue, appearing unconcerned about the possibility of vengeful spirits arising from their victims. Lawrence chose not to press the matter further, as it was ultimately none of his business. Mei Yili, we are about to exit the desert. Ming, seated in the rear of the wagon, bore a somewhat solemn expression. Mei Yili blinked her multicolored eyes, equally anxious. What shall we do next? Although they had spent many days in this world, the desert itself was a confined realm, and Ming and Mei Yili had only engaged in dealings and conversations with other mercenaries. Once they emerged from the desert, they would have to truly integrate into this world. This was a genuine test for both of them, as their previous existence had been characterized by fleeting movements and hidden retreats. The prospect of possibly reverting to such a life filled them with unease. After all, no one knew what kinds of challenges and repercussions their abilities would bring them in this world. Do not worry, Ming shrugged, reclining against the backrest. Every mountain has its pass, and every boat will find its way to shore. Besides, you saw how those mercenaries reacted to our runic swords. They displayed little surprise. Even they, seasoned travelers, bore such expressions, indicating that as long as we exercise caution in this world, we should encounter no significant issues. It seems we have no choice, Ming. What do you plan to do next? What we plan to do next? Ming's tone remained unchanged, yet he subtly corrected Mei Yili's phrasing with a hint of firmness. You have always been this way, shouldering everything alone. While everyone trusts you immensely, relying on others occasionally is not a bad thing. You truly believe I would abandon you and simply trot off to enjoy myself? And you? Will you continue to hide in your little hole like before? Do not jest. Have you forgotten what we once vowed? Ming extended a fist towards Mei Yili, a confident smile illuminating his face. A trouble shared is a trouble halved. Mayali clenched her right hand into a fist and gently tapped it against Yiming's. When difficulties are shared between two individuals, they are halved. In truth, casting aside these tedious justifications is merely my selfish desire. The mere thought of a stunning woman like you resting in the arms of another man, other than myself, would compel me to draw my sword, Yiming remarked, half in jest and half earnestly, while Mayali sighed and shot him an exasperated glance, choosing to say nothing further. Indeed, Yiming's words rang true. If it were solely his undertaking, he would have no trouble finding a path to sustain himself in this world. After all, one of Yiming's abilities could even lead him directly to success. However, Mayali did not share the same fortune. Regardless of her endeavors, she was compelled to rely on thought communication, which inevitably instilled fear and trepidation in those she interacted with. If not for this, she would have to feign muteness, a state that was profoundly distressing. If Mayali were genuinely unable to speak, it would be one matter. Yet possessing the ability to communicate and still being unable to do so rendered her predicament no different from that of someone who could speak but chose to remain silent. The carriage jolted, and Yiming looked up to see that they had left the desert behind. He straightened, his gaze filled with curiosity and caution as he surveyed the flora and fauna around them. Although the surrounding area remained desolate after departing the desert, it was at least adorned with shrubs and various unnamed dry plants sprouting between the earth's fissures after nearly half a day of jostling. Just before the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally arrived at a small town situated at the desert's edge. Though modest in size, the town was far from desolate. Yiming and Mayali gazed in astonishment at the throngs of people wrapped in headscarves and the myriad unfamiliar creatures. Feeling a twinge of unease. "This is a forward outpost." Lawrence exhaled deeply, then introduced the two. "For those just departing the desert or those about to enter it, this is the only supply station at the desert's edge. Consequently, there are far more people here than in a typical small town, and you'll encounter a diverse array of individuals. Exercise caution and avoid stirring up trouble." As he spoke, he lowered his voice. "Especially individuals like you two, do take care. While I recognize your prowess, this place is never short of reckless souls. It stands to reason that those who fear death would not venture into this cursed desert." Yiming nodded solemnly, while Lawrence sighed with relief as he halted the carriage beside a vacant lot in the town. Inadvertently aligning it with the carriages of the Baluma Merchant Guild, Mayali and Yiming exchanged glances, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, Kufis beckoned the group to begin unpacking their belongings, then turned to face the two. "I suppose we shall part ways here." She wore her usual boisterous smile, her right hand resting on her hip, fingers lightly tapping the hilt of her sword. "While I suspect you may already know what I am about to ask, I must inquire, are you willing to join our mercenary band? We are in dire need of formidable warriors such as yourselves. Should you join us, excellent benefits await. I regret to inform you that our decision may disappoint you," Yiming replied, a hint of apologetic smile gracing his features. "To be frank, we have grown weary of adventures in the wilderness and merely seek a stable existence. If you seek a stable life, why venture into a cursed place like the feudal desert? Or do you intend to live in seclusion there?" Kufis replied, a smirk playing on her lips. That was merely an accident. Yiming did not elaborate nor fabricate an excuse. Indeed, their presence there was a stroke of fate, an unavoidable circumstance. "I see. Well then, considering our shared journey, it seems we have been favored by the goddess of fate. Follow me. I believe you are unaware of where to claim your bounty." With that, Kufis turned and walked into the town, and Yiming and Mayali silently followed suit. Indeed, as Kufis had indicated, they were utterly at a loss regarding how to handle the bounty in their possession. "Yiming? What is it?" Yiming inquired, his voice scarcely above a whisper, as it was hardly a significant issue. "Are you concerned about my well-being? That notion is—" "It is of utmost importance," Yiming interjected, stifling Mayali's words. "I believe you have noticed." He gazed at Kufis ahead, continuing in hushed tones. "Being a mercenary is an exceedingly perilous vocation, and I assure you, they have no concept of working hours. For someone like you, bound by time, this is fraught with uncertainty. Moreover, I have grown weary of a life filled with relentless pursuits and being pursued. Do you not think we ought to aspire to a more stable existence? At the very least, I refuse to endure a life rife with constant peril." "I feel the same." Mayali gently twirled the small parasol in her hand, concealing her flushed cheeks. Under Kufis' guidance, the two arrived at the town's council hall, which, aside from its seemingly austere facade, was in a state of utter disarray within. The expansive space was draped in a layer of dust, with tables, chairs, and wall decorations appearing dreary and neglected. Mayali absent-mindedly swept her hand across a table, stirring up a cloud of dust that caused her to frown slightly, subsequently retrieving a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. Like any woman accustomed to such disarray, Kufi strode boldly to the counter and, with a resounding thud, slammed her hand on the table, prompting an attendant to rush over and quietly inquire what services she required. These two warriors have eliminated the criminals you are currently pursuing. Kufi's indicated casually toward Mayali and Yiming, tossing a bag filled with sand toward the attendant. The attendant cautiously opened the bag, his face paling as he quickly produced 2 wanted posters, comparing them to the features of the severed heads. Due to the desert's arid climate and the sand's preservation, the heads appeared somewhat emaciated, yet their identities were still discernible. The unfortunate fellow scrutinized the wanted posters for an extended period before gingerly carrying the bag into an inner room. After a considerable wait, he emerged, his expression markedly troubled. Hands emptied, he approached the trio with evident hesitation, and after a moment's pause, he spoke in a hushed tone. I have verified, but I am very sorry, we cannot provide you with the bounty. Chapter 10. The bounty hunter. Hearing these words, Kufi's raised an eyebrow. What, do you intend to withhold payment? No. That is absolutely not the case. The attendant hastily shook his head, trembling under Kufi's piercing gaze. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he cautiously glanced at Yiming and Mayali, who stood behind Kufi's, their expressions one of confusion. He wiped his forehead, gathering his composure to continue. Actually, the remaining bounty here is insufficient to cover your fees, so do not jest. Kufi slammed her palm on the table, startling the poor soul nearly into a jump. How could it be that the bounty is insufficient? Given the resources here, 500 gold coins should be a trivial matter. Yes, that is indeed the case, but I am terribly sorry. Before your arrival, a single individual claimed the majority of the bounty. Unless we wait until next month, we cannot produce the necessary funds for you. Please believe me, I did not anticipate that someone would claim such a substantial bounty, and we now find ourselves in a predicament. Currently, there are only a little over 100 gold coins left in the treasury, which is entirely inadequate to compensate you. However, rest assured, the council leader will issue a statement confirming your accomplishments. With that letter in hand, you may collect your payment at the council hall in Glory City. I see. Paying no heed to the attendant's flustered explanations, Kufi's demeanor grew significantly more serious. Has the bounty hunter arrived here? Miss Kufi's, what is the bounty hunter? Yiming inquired curiously, for while the absence of payment was regrettable, he was not particularly concerned. After all, Lawrence would compensate them. So even if they did not receive those 500 gold coins, they remained unfazed. Mayali, too, twirled her parasol, appearing equally intrigued. Could it be that they were robbers who specialized in stealing bounties? Not quite. Faced with Yiming's inquiry, Kufi's responded with a wry smile. In truth, no one dares to entertain the idea of a bounty, for doing so would render them a target for all mercenaries. Such money is not easily earned. As for the bounty hunter, in fact, that should also be a mercenary. Should also be? Noticing the uncertainty in Kufi's words, Yiming repeated them with a hint of confusion. Indeed, no one knows whether the bounty hunter is male or female, or what they look like. All we know is that wherever the bounty hunter appears, it transforms into a scene like this. As she spoke, Kufi's mockingly tapped the table before her. There are no bounties to claim. For the tasks completed by the bounty hunter are of high difficulty and risk, hence the bounties are substantial. Yet that individual consumes all the porridge, while we are left with not even a drop of broth. Almost all the bounties are claimed by that person alone, and even if there are leftovers, they are insufficient for the rest. This is why we refer to that individual as the bounty hunter. However, if the individual were to claim the bounty in person, there should at least be someone who sees them, right? That person never makes an appearance, regardless of the location. Without anyone noticing, a bag suddenly appears on the table, containing the head of the wanted individual. Subsequently, an equivalent amount of gold coins mysteriously disappears from the treasury, and that peculiar individual leaves behind a note. Truly a strange character. Sounds just like a phantom thief. Mayali's exclamation elicited a resigned smile from Yiming, though Kufi's was evidently unable to hear her words. Though there have been attempts to capture that person for inquiries, no matter how fortified the defenses, That individual seems to infiltrate effortlessly to seize the gold coins. Moreover, aside from their uncanny methods, everything the bounty hunter claims is entirely legitimate, rendering them untouchable by warrant. Additionally, even if a warrant were issued, it is uncertain whether anyone would dare to pursue them. Is it due to fear of the bounty hunter's prowess? Yiming's counter-question caused Kufis to widen her eyes in mild surprise. She regarded him with approval before nodding. Precisely. That individual eliminates foes that even our mercenary band may struggle to defeat, and they are elusive. Since we cannot capture them even under the watchful gaze of mages, why should we provoke such a troublesome character? At this point, Kufis seemed to lose interest in the topic, glancing at the attendant who presented a gilded envelope embossed with magical seals to Yiming, before whistling softly. For now, this is all. May you receive the blessings of the goddess of fate. I have matters concerning the mercenary band to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and walked away without a second thought. What a peculiar young lady. Nevertheless, we are fortunate to have her assistance. Yiming tucked away the envelope. Casting a glance at the motionless attendant before he and Mei Yali proceeded towards the exit. Relying solely on ourselves, things may not have gone so smoothly. However, regardless, this is at least our opportunity to integrate into this world. Are we leaving, Mr. Lawrence? Upon exiting the council chamber, Mei Yali snapped open her small parasol, shielding herself from the scorching sun overhead. The dry, blistering air rushed toward them, and under such conditions, Yiming found himself somewhat envious of Mei Yali's constructed weapon. At least Hishan was incapable of providing shelter from the elements at such a time. Yet, gazing at the diverse throngs of people and their equally peculiar animals on the road, Yiming pondered before providing his answer. Let us return first and see how much commission Mr. Merchant can offer us, and then we shall devise our plans. What if he betrays us? What do you think the likelihood of that is? The probability is low, yet it cannot be dismissed that I believe he would not betray us. But we must not appear overly unnatural in this matter. The common trait of humanity is that the more natural you act before them, the less attention they pay to your actions. I trust you are well aware that people are particularly sensitive to unusual behavior. I understand. Mei Yali nodded lightly. After leaving the council chamber, the two retraced their steps, as they had arranged to meet Mr. Lawrence at the carriage. Thus they were not in a hurry. However, as they approached the street, Mei Yali abruptly halted, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked to the side. Yiming? Is there a custom in this world of sleeping outdoors? How could that be? Didn't we sleep in tents just a few days ago? As Yiming spoke, he followed Mei Yali's line of sight that it was then he understood why she had posed such a question. In the corner by the roadside, a girl appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age was sound asleep. Ordinarily, someone collapsed on the street would quickly attract attention, yet despite many passing by, no one seemed to take notice of her. The girl, in her peaceful slumber, bore no signs of distress, as if she were merely enjoying a regular nap. Such an unusual sight would surely be deemed abnormal in Yiming's original world. Yet in this completely foreign realm, the occurrence of such a surreal scene surpassed common understanding, making Mei Yali's query quite justified. So, what is wrong with that child? In any case, let us approach and take a look. With 80% curiosity and 20% concern, the two ventured closer to the girl. So beautiful, like a doll. Mei Yali couldn't help but exclaim, and indeed her observation was not unfounded. The girl's long, thick hair cascaded down like waves, seemingly enveloping her petite form. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and a faint blush graced her delicate, fair cheeks. The golden strands of hair reflected the sun's rays, imparting an oddly warm glow. Yiming noted that the girl clutched a tattered doll, adorned with several patches, in her arms. Her grand black and white dress exuded an air of elegance that felt entirely mismatched with the shabby doll. Could she have suffered from heatstroke? Yiming glanced up at the harsh sunlight. Mei Yali, thanks to her structural coordination, was unharmed. However, being at the edge of the desert, the dry and sweltering climate made heatstroke a plausible concern, although the indifference of those around them struck Yiming as peculiar. He still reached out and gently shook the girl. The girl blinked, her emerald green eyes open, sparkling like beautiful jade. She stared at the two with surprise. Are you all right? Why are you sleeping in such a place? Oh. Upon hearing Yiming's voice, the girl seemed to awaken from a dream, surveying her surroundings before slowly rising to her feet. With her eyes half closed, she appeared utterly unrefreshed. Oh, I actually fell asleep. Her calm and serene voice hardly resembled that of someone who had just discovered themselves sleeping on the street. I apologize. Did I startle you, big brother and big sister? Not at all, but are you feeling all right? A perplexed expression crossed Mei Yali's face, while Yiming wore a wry smile. The girl, however, seemed completely unfazed. I'm fine. I just felt the sun's warmth and inadvertently drifted away. What a poetic way of putting it. Mei Yali's sentiment mirrored Yiming's thoughts. This girl was indeed peculiar, and they were at a loss on how to interact with someone so distinctly different from the norm. Nevertheless, neither of them showed any sign of their uncertainty. Yiming stood up, exhaling softly. In any case, it's good that you're awake. Sleeping outside is far too dangerous. Do take care. Oh, big brother and big sister are very considerate of Annie. You are the first to wake me up here. The girl buried her face deep into her doll, appearing both shy and languid. Yet this only deepened Yiming and Mei Yali's unease. Were the people in this world truly so callous? However, recalling the unnatural scene they had just witnessed, something felt decidedly amiss. Well then, Annie has taken her leave. The girl, barely managing to steady herself, offered a slight bow to the two before she staggered away. Her steps unsteady as she quickly vanished into the throng. No matter how one viewed it, she was an exceptionally peculiar young lady, yet to the two, she was merely a fleeting episode. That girl is truly extraordinary. Indeed, quite strange, Yiming remarked bluntly. I cannot fathom whether the ethos of this world is commendable or deplorable. Had she been in our world, such an utterly defenseless girl would likely have been captured and sold, or placed under the watch of the authorities. That is a valid point, but one aspect troubles me. The surrounding people seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. In retrospect, that feels rather unusual. Mei Yali's calm observation struck a chord, prompting Yiming to finally recognize what had been amiss. Indeed, while everyone brushed past the girl, not a single person cast her even a glance. This was an extraordinarily unusual sight. Typically, when humans encounter something they wish to ignore, they unconsciously make subtle evasive gestures. Even without such actions, one's peripheral vision would instinctively drift in that direction. Yet, this conspicuous girl leaned against the wall, and not a soul regarded her. Upon reflection, it was undeniably bizarre. Could she possibly be a ghost? No, surely not, right? Mei Yali's voice trembled in his mind, and it suddenly dawned on Yiming that she harbored a profound fear of spirits. Rather, it could be said that she was entirely unfit for such encounters. She often found excuses to slip away or sever communication when her companions recounted supernatural tales, despite her facade of being a composed and mature noblewoman, projecting an aura that was difficult to approach. Consequently, many in their group had seized the opportunity to tease her, such as the teleportation specialist who would occasionally tap her shoulder and vanish. A prank that had once frightened Mei Yali quite a bit. However, as they were all comrades in the same team, the jesting never escalated beyond a certain point. Matters now seemed to have taken a troubling turn. Yiming suddenly recalled that Lawrence had previously mentioned the priests of this world possessed a remarkably potent purification ability during their travels. At the time, neither had paid it much heed, but now, as Yiming contemplated the matter, he discerned certain details that should have been obvious. The existence of purification magic naturally implied the presence of something in need of cleansing. As he pondered this, Yiming's gaze instinctively began to scan the surroundings. This was a habit he had cultivated long ago, yet when his eyes alighted upon a particular object, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Yiming, what is the matter? Noticing his unusual demeanor, Mei Yali inquired with a hint of confusion. Yiming, at a loss for words, simply pointed to the roadside. The girl was still cradling her doll, her posture unchanged as she leaned against the wall, her head bowed in deep slumber. Chapter 11. Requests and Guardianship. Ah, you two have returned. Lawrence, who was feeding the pack animals, greeted Yiming and Mei Yali with a smile. However, upon catching sight of what Yiming held, his eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Is that your bounty? Please, do not jest in such poor taste, Mr. Lawrence. Mei Yali conveyed her thoughts clearly through their mental connection. Meanwhile, the girl nestled in Yiming's arms remained deeply asleep, leaving the question of why they had brought her along rather perplexing. Afterward, despite Yiming and Mei Yali's attempts to rouse her once more, it appeared her drowsiness was profoundly entrenched. At times, she would barely take a few steps before her head drooped, her descent into sleep so swift that it seemed to bypass any need for yawning or similar gestures. Yiming had tried engaging her in conversation to keep her alert, but to no avail. In utter exasperation, after learning that her destination was also Glory City, Yiming and Mei Yali resolved to escort her there. The girl's worrisome peculiarity was one reason, while both Mei Yali and Yiming also yearned for further interaction with the inhabitants of this world. Thus, after securing the half-asleep girl's consent, Yiming had no choice but to carry her back to the carriage as anticipated. She snuggled into his embrace, soundly asleep. It seemed that no matter how much she slept, it would never suffice. Mr. Merchant, could this be some sort of illness? Once the girl was settled, Yiming quickly voiced his curiosity. The soft, petite form he had held in his arms conveyed a palpable reality, leading Yiming to abandon the notion that she was a ghost. Still, this situation remained exceedingly unusual. After listening to Yiming's description, the well-traveled merchant furrowed his brow. I have not encountered such a condition. I have seen other races exhibit various abnormal reactions due to an inability to adapt to sunlight or climate, but I have never heard of someone able to fall asleep right in the middle of the street. As long as it was not a widespread phenomenon. Yiming shrugged, observing the girl still lost in slumber and Mei Yali by her side. The girl slept so soundly that even if someone were to capture her for sale, it would likely go unnoticed. But why was she overlooked by everyone? This is your remuneration. Lawrence's voice interrupted Yiming's thoughts. He returned to the present to see Lawrence smiling as he counted out a handful of gold coins from his pouch. His expression dramatically pained as he handed them over. If you were to stay at an inn, this should suffice for about half a month. However, if you opt for a high-end establishment, it may barely last 3 days. After deducting your meal and travel expenses, this should be the sum total that I hope it meets your satisfaction. Truly, a merchant, his calculations were astute. Yet, Yiming felt no particular sentiment regarding this. It was only natural for merchants to pursue profit. Mixing personal feelings with trade would spell disaster in such a profession that he nodded and reached out to take 10 coins from Lawrence's hand, leaving 3 in his palm, which caused Lawrence to squint with pleasure, evidently understanding Yiming's intent. As long as you ride with me, you can travel for free, you know? Despite saying this, he still retrieved the remaining coins. However, I truly did not expect you to be so open-minded. What do you mean? Well, we are merchants, after all. Lawrence scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Sometimes, being overly meticulous with the accounts can be off-putting. While it is necessary, some people still wish to leverage good relations for special favors. To be honest, when I spoke to you earlier, I had prepared for that possibility. After all, merchants are in the business of trade and cannot let unnecessary emotions affect their livelihoods. In my country, there is an old saying. Yiming carefully placed the coins in his inner pocket and turned to face Mei Yali, who was still observing the girl with great interest. A brother should keep accounts clear. While this may not be particularly palatable, it is quite effective in avoiding troubles. A brother should keep accounts clear. Surely, the one who uttered that must be a great merchant. Lawrence nodded in agreement. The remainder of their journey required a switch from the pack animals back to ordinary horses. Lawrence continued to drive, while Yiming and Mei Yali maintained their vigil on either side of the carriage. According to Lawrence, Glory City was the largest neutral city in the region and also a hub for merchants. Traders from various locales would transport or deliver goods there, engaging in a plethora of transactions. That it was also Lawrence's home. As he described, it would take approximately 3 days of travel to reach there. However, he also requested that Yiming and Mei Yali continue to protect him, confident that the two of them together would handle any potential threats. After witnessing their abilities in the desert, Lawrence had made this decision. Yiming, who was sitting on the right side of the carriage, idly admiring the scenery, suddenly heard Mei Yali's voice in his mind. I've been pondering. Things seem a bit peculiar. Is that so? I could tell by your expression that you were deep in thought about something. Yiming shrugged, responding casually. In truth, this was a familiar trait of Mei Yali's. Whenever she gazed at something for an extended period, it was likely she was contemplating matters entirely unrelated. It appears that the scene before us serves merely as a catalyst for profound contemplation. Just moments ago, Yiming observed Mei Yali's unwavering gaze fixed upon the slumbering girl, surmising that she was likely engrossed in her own thoughts. That band of sand bandits is, by any reckoning, exceedingly unnatural. Are you suggesting that despite valuing their own lives, they later resorted to a reckless, kamikaze-like assault? Yiming quietly remarked, casting a glance at Lawrence, who was diligently steering the carriage. Although his voice was barely audible, it mattered not. As long as he spoke, Mei Yali would undoubtedly hear. Indeed, based on the information we gathered from the mercenaries, the sand bandits seldom engage in such reckless offensives. What is your perspective? It's not merely drunkenness, Yiming said, his gaze lingering on Lawrence's back, a hint of gravity reflected in his eyes. Something must have compelled them to exert themselves to the utmost. Do you believe another attack is imminent? Mayuli twirled her little parasol, her expression tinged with curiosity. In response, Yiming stretched languidly before leaning back against the carriage, closing his eyes as he answered her inquiry. If we are attacked again, would that not serve to validate our hypothesis? Yiming mused, pondering whether Lawrence had similarly recognized this inconsistency. With his extensive travels, he found it ludicrous that one could not discern the distinction between robbers and desperados. This thought led him to another consideration. Mr. Lawrence, what is it? Lawrence inquired without turning, having just urged the lethargic horse forward with a flick of his whip. I recall you mentioning that you were forced to traverse the desert alone due to the betrayal of the mercenary group you hired. Indeed, the mere recollection of this event caused even the seasoned merchant to exhibit a hint of despondency. Because these magical gemstones are of great value, I specifically commissioned a new mercenary group, entirely unfamiliar with the desert, to assist me. I had presumed that, given my years of experience traversing the sands, they would at least refrain from harming me before we exited the desert, as it was in their own best interest. However, I never anticipated that mere days into the desert, they would conspire to betray me, robbing and killing indiscriminately. It seems I was rather naive. Lawrence's voice conveyed a sense of resignation. Moreover, those fools will not escape the desert alive. Without someone knowledgeable to guide them, they would likely be unable even to discern the cardinal directions. Humph. I intentionally refrained from hiring a guide precisely to avoid such a predicament. Yet, the very misfortune he sought to evade had come to pass. Yiming suppressed a bitter smile, choosing not to voice this thought, though internally, he had already begun to draw connections between this incident and the sand bandits. The crux of the matter lay in the implication. If the assumption were indeed valid, did the gemstones Lawrence carried possess some extraordinary value? This was the source of Yiming's greatest perplexity. He could not afford to inquire directly. Nor could he be certain that Lawrence held any relevant knowledge. Based on Yiming's experience, merchants like Lawrence, despite their general cleverness from extensive travels, sometimes found themselves susceptible to making perilous blunders. Their confidence in their ability to see through others' schemes rendered them more easily manipulated. During their conversation, Yiming had already sensed an unusual level of self-assuredness emanating from this merchant regarding his own experiences. Those who rely on their wits often fall prey to the pitfalls of habitual thinking. Once they begin to consider certain transactions as a matter of course, it becomes akin to opening a door to potential exploitation. After all, we have engaged in similar conduct ourselves. Suddenly, Yiming noticed some movement near the carriage, as the girl, clutching her doll, groggily sat up, her expression indistinguishable from that of someone still in a state of half-sleep. She drowsily pressed a few times on her doll before turning around. Fortunately, Mayuli was quick-witted, catching her just in time. Otherwise, the girl might have tumbled from the speeding carriage. I must say, young lady, it is quite remarkable that you have managed to remain unscathed thus far, Yiming remarked with a resigned smile, glancing at Mayuli. Annie is. The girl, her gaze unfocused, slowly shifted her attention to Yiming and Mayuli. Oh, right, Annie is traveling with someone. As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes, still appearing somewhat drowsy. Yet, her grip on the doll remained firm, as if she had no intention of letting go. Is this on the carriage? Indeed, Yiming waved at her. Are you awake now, princess? Annie is not a princess. Whether out of indignation or shyness, the girl buried her face in the doll, her voice still languid and devoid of inflection. She half lidded her eyes, lowering her head, her long hair swaying gently with her movements. Yiming, why not inquire about this child's name? By the way, young miss. Yiming seized the opportunity as the girl lifted her head slightly. Might you share your name with us? Name. Annie raised her head, yet still concealed the lower half of her face behind the doll. Annie's name is Annie, you know? Ai Wafinia, Ulahisi, Feelinkelika, Yinzadu, Biluklin, just call me Annie. Well, all right then. In an instant, Yiming conceded to abandon the effort of memorizing such a lengthy name. While Mayuli appeared unfazed, such long names are quite common in Europe. I absolutely cannot tolerate names with more than 5 syllables. In response to Mayuli's proud declaration, Yiming replied with a resigned whisper. Just then, Annie curiously posed a question. What about Big Brother's name? My name is Yiming, and her name is Mayuli.Didoway.Luec. Just call her Mayuli. As for me, there is no need for a nickname. It would be rather odd to shorten a name that is already only 2 syllables. Iming Gij and Mayali Jijia. Annie tilted her head slightly, resembling a vigilant squirrel. Yes, Annie remembers. She nodded and then lowered her gaze, fixated on her doll before. Who? Has she fallen asleep again? If this isn't classified as an ailment, it could, in some respects, be regarded as an extraordinary talent. Ha ha. Indeed. What an amusing young lady. Lawrence interjected with a chuckle, guiding the carriage. Though I have encountered many peculiar individuals, I have never before met someone with the ability to fall asleep at will. Not even in my travels as a merchant. Yet she seems untroubled by it. By the way, Mr. Lawrence. Is there something on your mind, Miss Mayali? Lawrence's expression revealed that he had fully acclimatized to Mayali's thought communication. Are we to camp out tonight? This area appears rather unsafe. There's no need for concern, rest assured, Miss Mayali. Lawrence responded, cracking the whip against the horse once more, urging it to quicken its pace. Although it will take us several days to reach Glory City, we should be able to find lodging in the upcoming Tver town. After all, in such a place, whatever is needed can typically be procured, so there's no need to fret about sleeping outdoors, if all goes well. We should arrive before nightfall. Chapter 12. Encounters. Just as Lawrence had indicated, as twilight approached, Yiming and his companions finally caught sight of the artificial structures emerging from the desolate landscape. What could more accurately be described as a village rather than a town? It appeared from a distance as a mere collection of a few dozen households. Surrounding it was a deep trench serving as a makeshift wall. Beyond the 2 gravel roads leading in and out of the village, the rest of the area had been excavated, resembling a floating island. According to Lawrence, due to a shortage of stone, even constructing houses was a struggle. Thus, they had been compelled to resort to such rudimentary methods for defense against invaders. After all, this wilderness remains exceedingly perilous. Teeming with a plethora of fearsome wildlife, it would be utterly unrealistic to venture without any means of defense. According to rumors, this place was merely an ordinary resting point in times past. Lawrence began to assume the role of a guide, recounting the tale to the 2 companions. Given that merchants typically progress at a similar pace, they would converge here by dusk. Occasionally, astute traders would seize the opportunity to engage in bartering. One day, an elderly merchant passed through and unexpectedly decided to settle here. He initiated the construction of dwellings and began trading his goods with the passing caravans in exchange for food and other building materials. Sometimes he would exchange for various other commodities, awaiting the arrival of other trade caravans to barter once more. Gradually, more individuals arrived here to engage in this exchange business, and over the years, this small settlement was formed. It is quite renowned among us travelers. The old man hailed from the south, and the name Devare translates to the merchant's own city in the southern tongue, though even now, I hardly consider it a proper city. At the conclusion of his narrative, Lawrence chuckled wryly and shrugged his shoulders. He then urged the carriage along the solitary path that led into this legendary little town. While the town may appear diminutive in stature, it boasts considerable space, and Yiming and the others observed various carts parked in the square in front of one notably large building. Those who appeared to be mercenaries were tasked with guarding these carts, while armored soldiers wielding swords and daggers vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Those are mercenaries who have found themselves stranded here, Lawrence explained, noting the curiosity of Yiming and Mayali. Some mercenaries, for various reasons, can no longer roam with their companies and, unwilling to return home to farm, choose to remain here as guards. They earn a modest living, enjoying a stable life while still experiencing the thrill of adventure. Oh, Lloyd. Long time no see. How have you been? Noticing Lawrence's greeting, a mercenary with a missing arm turned and waved, gesturing toward an adjacent vacant lot with an affirming nod. Lawrence then guided the carriage in that direction, finally stopping at the corner by the inn's wall, where he dismounted and stretched comfortably. We've finally arrived. Everyone, I'll prepare the rooms. Feel free to explore the vicinity for now. What about your goods, sir? Mayali inquired with a hint of concern. Lawrence waved dismissively. No need for worry. The mercenaries will keep an eye on our goods. No matter how valuable they may be, they won't dare lay a hand on them. That's the rule here, and anyone looking to make a living understands this well. Rest assured, though still somewhat anxious. The 2 companions were reassured by Lawrence's words and chose not to press further. Once Yiming and the others departed the square, they were immediately captivated by the peculiar sights before them. Various carts lined the streets, and merchants clad in eccentric attire engaged in animated discussions with customers and fellow traders. Laughter erupted from some, who waved goodbye, while others exchanged friendly pats on the shoulder with joyful smiles. Bags filled with unknown contents were produced from pockets or the backs of carts, leading to exchanges amidst the bustling atmosphere filled with shouts and the unique clamor of trade. Meanwhile, Amy seemed entirely unaffected by the chaotic yet orderly scene, clutching her soft toy and trailing closely behind Yiming and Mayali. "Oh, good sir, and two lovely ladies." Just as they had walked a few paces, a figure suddenly emerged from the side, blocking their path. Yiming regarded him quizzically, stepping forward slightly. "Is there something you need?" "Ah, no, no, please do not misunderstand," the man replied, his gaunt face resembling that of a monkey, yet adorned with an overly eager smile. "I presume you three are travelers. And you certainly possess an extraordinary air about you. As you can see, I am a traveling merchant. Might there be anything I can assist you with? I have quite a few items, and the prices are exceedingly reasonable." With that, he leaned closer to Yiming. Winking conspiratorially, he then opened the bag he carried, revealing a trove of luxurious jewelry and exquisite gemstones. Yiming exchanged a glance with Mayali and shook his head. "I'm afraid we have no interest in such things." He turned away, pushing past the merchant without a second glance. "Hey, sir, please don't rush off, you." The merchant hastily followed, attempting to say something, but before he could utter another word, the trio vanished into the throng of people. Observing their departure, the merchant let out a cold huff, his previously gaunt face now icy and expressionless. The warm smile that had graced his features moments prior vanished, and he silently turned away. Casting a furtive glance at Lawrence's cart, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. "Three of you? Why are you back so soon?" Upon seeing the trio enter the inn, Lawrence, who had been engaged in conversation with other merchants over drinks, quickly stood, offering a polite greeting as he approached. "I thought you would take more time to explore. It's rather loud outside. Merchant sir, I believe it would be best for us to return to our rooms. And regarding that cart, you truly need not concern yourself with it." Seizing the opportunity to speak, Yiming cautiously scanned the entire hall, noting from the attire and positioning that those dressed in finery were predominantly traveling merchants or affluent traders. In contrast, those clad in iron or leather armor were mostly positioned at the back as bodyguards. That it appeared that this venue served not only as a marketplace for trading goods, but also as a means of expanding one's network. As for merchants, each connection could lead to new opportunities. Many cast astonished glances at Mayali, which was not favorable for the two, yet it fell within their expectations. After all, dual-colored eyes were a rare phenomenon. Even in this world, Yiming had yet to encounter another like Mayali. Thus, wherever they went, she easily became the center of attention. "Yiming, merchant sir, I shall return to my room," Mayali remarked, just as Yiming had anticipated. Although she did not dislike the attention, she was equally indifferent to it. She nodded gently to Yiming and Lawrence, inquiring about her room before departing the hall. Annie remained half asleep, trailing behind her with her face buried in her soft toy, appearing as if she were in a daze. Truly, a peculiar girl. "Oh, Mr. Lawrence, is this the formidable warrior you spoke of?" At that moment, a voice interjected unexpectedly. Yiming turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a young man clad in fine clothing, slightly older than himself, lounging on a sofa with an easygoing smile directed at Yiming. "Indeed, it is, Lord Bid." In response to the young man, Lawrence offered a warm smile. "Thanks to these two, my modest belongings were spared from those wretched sand bandits. Without them, I fear my life would have been lost to the desert sands. Please, take a seat. You are Yiming, correct?" At the invitation from the Lord, Yiming did not hesitate to sit down, scrutinizing the young man before him. He was markedly different from the individuals Yiming had encountered before, exhibiting refined manners and adhering to etiquette. Given his age, he seemed far more mature than his peers. However, as Yiming was responsible for negotiations within the group, he felt no particular anxiety regarding the current situation. "That is correct. How should I address you?" "Just call me Bid." At that moment, Lawrence also took a seat, warmly introducing Yiming. Lord Bid is not only a renowned merchant but also possesses considerable knowledge regarding magic and magical weapons. He expressed keen interest in seeing the magical weapons belonging to you and Miss Mayali. The implication was clear. Magical weapons were not as rare in this world as one might believe. While it appeared to be merely an introduction to the others' backgrounds, Yiming quickly grasped the underlying significance of Lawrence's words, regardless of the extent of the merchant's knowledge concerning himself and others. It is evident that Lawrence has discerned the fact that Yiming and Mai are utterly oblivious to the affairs of this world, that in such a context, offering benevolent assistance rather than engaging in malicious deceit likely stems from a desire for their own benefit. Indeed, according to Mr. Lawrence, the magical weapons possessed by the two are exceedingly rare. I wonder if you might allow me a glimpse. The Viscount, Bide, displayed a gentle smile, exuding an enthusiasm for the subject. I apologize, but I must decline, Yiming replied, shaking his head in refusal. Upon hearing Yiming's words, the guard standing behind Bide let out a scoff, clearly displeased with Yiming's demeanor. However, the Viscount appeared to understand, nodding knowingly. I comprehend. Magic operates under such principles. Does it not? One must fulfill certain conditions to wield it, and given the current circumstances, it seems unnecessary to do so. Since it is a weapon, it would be meaningless unless it draws blood. Yiming lifted the goblet of wine handed to him by the maid and took a delicate sip. Therefore, I regret to inform you that this is not something to be displayed casually. This was not a matter of taboo, but rather a rule established by Yiming and his companions during their prolonged life on the run. They naturally felt averse to senseless killing, yet in order to protect themselves, they had no choice but to resort to violence. The anguish that accompanied such decisions felt fundamentally misguided. Thus Yiming and his allies agreed upon a peculiar guideline. Drawing a weapon necessitates shedding blood. A form of obligatory accountability. Faced with the imperative of self-defense, the very moment a weapon is unsheathed signifies a commitment to uphold this rule. This is a rule. The slain must not voice any grievances, which, for those being pursued, renders the situation somewhat less burdensome. The rule itself lacks rationale, and their adherence to it seemingly transforms the guilt and suffering associated with taking lives into a mere excuse. Yet, for those who have become enemies of the world, this is their sole recourse, and no matter how they feign normalcy, they will inevitably stand apart from others, and in a society that values conformity. The anomalous are naturally met with rejection, fear, and panic. Is this the case here as well? Yiming swirled the wine in his glass, gazing intently at the man before him, ultimately resolving himself. Chapter 13. Self-identification. Mai reclined gently upon the tidy, immaculate bed, wrapping herself in the sheets, and let out a long, relieved sigh as she closed her eyes. Unlike Annie, who would collapse into slumber at the mere sight of a bed, Mai felt somewhat uncomfortable with the stained walls surrounding her. Furthermore, Yiming had yet to return, leaving her with a tinge of unease. Unconsciously, she fiddled with her hair that fell over her chest while glancing at her attire. After arriving here, she had promptly requested assistance from the innkeeper to procure some water, and she had personally washed her clothes until they were spotless. Having endured the desert's grime, she could no longer tolerate her disheveled appearance. Mai observed the garments dripping with water and suddenly felt a stir of emotion. Turning to face the door, "Come in. The door is unlocked." "All right." Yiming quietly opened the door, instinctively glancing at Annie, who remained sound asleep, before turning his attention to Mai. He was momentarily taken aback by her partially bare form. With a resigned shake of his head, he extended the item in his hand toward her. "What is this?" "I asked Mr. Lawrence to purchase women's clothing from the merchant here. I anticipated you would be unable to resist. But I must ask, what will you do if your clothes are still wet tomorrow? Will you board the carriage in damp attire, or remain half-clothed? That is still preferable to dirty clothes." Mai extended her alabaster arm to accept the bundle Yiming offered. "Ahem. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall return to sleep." Recognizing that the current situation was clearly not conducive for him to linger, Yiming shrugged and turned to leave. "Stay here." "Huh." For a moment, Yiming thought he misheard, although Mai's method of communication was seldom mistaken. Yet, what did it mean for him to remain in this context? If it were merely a matter of a lone man and woman, he might entertain some notions. However, with Annie sleeping nearby, despite appearing perpetually drowsy, he could hardly be at ease. Moreover, Yiming was acutely aware that Mai was not the type to indulge in frivolity. Having partnered with her for 6 years, he knew this genuine noble lady possessed a gentle demeanor, but conducted herself with utmost propriety. That it was inconceivable that she would spontaneously engage in such provocative behavior. "Stay here. You have something to say, don't you?" "Ah, indeed I do." Since she had put forth the invitation, Yiming decided to forego any further politeness. He casually pulled up a chair and sat beside Mai, fixing his gaze upon her, noticing his attention. Mai felt a slight embarrassment, Nevertheless, she shook her head and locked her eyes on Yiming. Speak. It is regarding a serious matter. The moment Yiming broached the topic, he cast aside all other distractions, knowing he could always revisit them later. Just now, I obtained some intelligence from a viscount downstairs that I believe we could make use of it. You know, just like before. Mai tilted her head slightly, her expression shifting to one of understanding, accompanied by a hint of cunning amusement. You mean that? Precisely. That. Yiming extended a hand, and Mai mirrored his gesture, their hands clasping together. They both closed their eyes, and after a brief moment, opened them once more. Shall we begin the game? Very well. A smirk of satisfaction graced Yiming's lips. In truth, this was a game they relished during their escapades to evade various pursuers. They first needed to refine their relationship. They had engaged in this practice numerous times, selecting the most suitable identities based on the local environment, culture, and customs. Sometimes they posed as siblings, at other times as classmates, or even adversaries. Depending on the circumstances, they would assume different roles, utilizing their performance to establish fade. Mai did well, Louise. Yiming, the identity of a fallen noble's offspring. Wait, why must it be a noble? I must ask, my lady, have you not noticed? Yiming replied with a wry smile. You possess an innate air that no disguise could conceal, while I would prefer to embody a warrior archetype. Your demeanor hardly suggests that of a battle-hardened fighter. Does being a noble not suffice? According to Mr. Lawrence, it bears little significance. Moreover, fallen nobles would have undergone training in etiquette, making them less conspicuous. Then Yiming must also be a noble. In what way do I appear noble? That is the premise. I am your partner and subordinate, am I not? If I am a noble, then you cannot escape that identity. Mai smiled gently, conveying her thoughts with precision. Very well, I shall make an effort. Yiming shook his head in resignation, lacking confidence. Now, let us proceed. As for our place of origin, let us say we hail from the southern Sunset Marsh, shall we? Hearing this, Mai furrowed her brow. I recall the merchant mentioning that it was once the site of a grand magical empire's civilization. Indeed, if we claim to originate from there, one or two fallen nobles would not raise suspicion. Furthermore, as it is a defunct nation, it poses no threat or influence. What about our birthplace? Speaking of which, Yiming instinctively glanced at his right forearm, where the mystical runes sparked an unexpected inspiration, based on Viscount Bide's account. Magical weapons in this world are diverse and peculiar. Therefore, while their summoning method might elicit surprise, it would not warrant excessive scrutiny. However, not everyone can afford such luxuries, apart from a few ancient families that pass them down through generations. Only wizards and dwarves occasionally manage to craft a handful. This sparked a brilliant idea in Yiming's mind. How about we claim that we were raised under the tutelage of a wizard? It would certainly fit the narrative. Are you referring to that gentleman? Mayali instinctively caressed her hand, for that experience was undeniably a pivotal moment in their lives. Indeed, and our weapons also originate from him, which lends further credibility to our tale. I understand. Mayali nodded. Although she often worried excessively, she was decisive when it came to making choices. What about our relationship? This question left Yiming at a loss, scratching his head in confusion. After all, a man and a woman traveling together alone would require a plausible explanation for their companionship. Lovers? No. While that might seem an obvious choice, it felt unsuitable for him and Mayali. Yet, merely identifying themselves as friends seemed inadequate. In that moment, Yiming truly struggled to find a fitting designation for their relationship in this world. I actually have a splendid idea. Mayali gently rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Yiming with a sly smile. Let us say we are childhood sweethearts who are already betrothed. Huh, what's wrong? After being partners for 6 years, you can't possibly find that too challenging. Mayali frowned slightly, yet her expression conveyed a sense of joy. Faced with her challenge, Yiming paused for a moment, then quickly furrowed his brow. Why on earth did you suddenly come up with such an idea? Perhaps because I've never tried it before and wanted to experiment. Mayali leaned forward slightly, her mismatched eyes twinkling with mischief as she curiously regarded Yiming. As he gazed at her flawless complexion and the contours of her figure, still wrapped in sheets. Yiming inhaled sharply, then revealed a determined expression. All right. No problem. If that's the case, you cannot complain when I hold you while you sleep at night, and if any man dares to pursue you, I shall deal with him severely. Oh, that would be absolutely perfect. If it ensures my safety, I have no objections. Please make sure to protect me. After all, I am your fiancé. Hey you. Listening to Mayali's triumphant declarations, Yiming suddenly felt a headache coming on. In truth. Upon reflection, although it seemed that Mayali had lost her autonomy, for someone who rarely interacted with others, her independence hardly mattered. Moreover, rather than being surrounded by men and unable to communicate, Mayali's foremost concern was naturally how to evade unwanted male attention. The title of fiancé effectively made Yiming her automatic guardian, and upon closer examination, aside from the occasional embrace, it appeared she had little to lose. However, for Yiming, a significant issue arose in this comparison. Wait, does that mean you? As your fiancé, it is entirely normal for me to prevent my fiancé from getting close to other women. That doesn't count. This premise is absolutely inadmissible. Let us start over. Oh, a gentleman's word is like a steed that cannot be chased, or so it is said in your country. This is... Yiming's sentence was cut short as he suddenly stood up, and a dark glow flickered. The dual blades Xian Yuan instantly materialized in his hands, their deep black sheen reflecting no light. Upon witnessing Yiming draw his weapon, Mayali became serious. What is happening? It seems someone is plotting to attack Mr. Lawrence's carriage. I shall investigate. With that, Yiming approached the window, casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping Annie, who remained undisturbed by their chatter. The little girl clutched her stuffed toy tightly, her cherubic face radiating innocence and tranquility. How enviable! In an instant, Yiming vanished. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, his form appeared to flicker, his almost ethereal silhouette fragmented in the moon's luminescence, leaving no trace on the soft sand beneath his feet. His ability, light manipulation, allowed him to erase and alter the effects of any visual perception. Therefore, unlike mere invisibility, anything determined through sight could be altered or reset by him as he strolled towards Lawrence's carriage. The individuals facing him exhibited no signs of noticing his presence. They were too engrossed in their furtive gestures, seemingly devising plans for escape and how to draw away pursuers. You set fire over there. There's not much here to burn, but those carriages will catch fire easily. You, go stab a few horses, then we'll take advantage of the chaos. Were they thieves? Yiming immediately sensed something amiss. These individuals were not ordinary criminals. Typical thieves would abscond with their loot, hide, and wait for the right moment to sell or use it. Yet these rogues were contemplating how to divert pursuers, indicating they were anything but run-of-the-mill thieves. Consequently, it was clear that what Lawrence was transporting was no ordinary cargo. Yiming took action. For those who fell victim to his assault, the image of this moment would be etched into their memories forever. The first man, standing atop the carriage and inadvertently stepping on a burlap sack, was the first to meet his fate. His body instantly opened in a wide, silent gash, blood gushing forth as he gaped in shock. Unable to comprehend what had pierced his body before collapsing lifelessly, the others fared no better. Although they attempted to grasp their weapons to resist, they were utterly defenseless against an opponent they could not even see. Damn it! The thief leader, who had barely survived this unforeseen onslaught, bellowed in frustration before turning to flee. But at that moment, a flash of white lightning darted forth, as Mayali elegantly appeared beside the man, her rune-etched rapier firmly piercing his ankle. Clad in the exquisite attire chosen by Lawrence, she looked as breathtaking as ever. Meanwhile, Yiming re-emerged, brandishing his Xian Yuan blades, wiping them clean of blood before approaching slowly. Mayali regarded the captive with a smile, as if he were merely a kitten, yet her rapier remained mercilessly embedded in his ankle, causing the thief leader to writhe in agony. Who are you? Yiming inquired, his gaze filled with questions and lethal intent. The thief leader remained silent, clearly resolved to endure. Yiming exchanged a glance with Mayali. The pristine rapier leapt into action, effortlessly piercing through the other ankle. Ack! The scream was hauntingly pitiful, yet Mayali's expression remained unchanged. Weapons must draw blood. That was their creed. I'll talk. Seeing Mayali gracefully withdraw her rapier, then delicately wipe the blood from it with a handkerchief before pretending to aim it at her own hand. The thief leader finally cracked. It was not merely the pain that broke him, but the eerie calmness on the girl's face, as if she were merely preparing to butcher a lamb. The boy's gaze was even more terrifying, as though he were savoring the suffering he inflicted upon him. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his legs were rendered useless. He could not allow this girl to cripple his hands as well. Without legs, he could still survive by using his hands, but without hands, a helpless, immobile wretch. he dared not contemplate further. I am a member of a thieves' guild that we ugh. A few days ago, we accepted a task to steal the goods from this carriage. We don't know who issued the order, thank you. Yiming replied politely, offering an apologetic smile. Farewell. Wah. Just as Mei Yali received Yiming's signal and prepared to pierce the throat of the thief with her sword, an utterly unexpected voice rang out. Sister Mei Yali, Brother Yiming, what are you doing here? The two turned around in astonishment to find Amy, still clutching her tattered doll, gazing at them with sleepy eyes. Chapter 14. The Necromancer doll. To be honest, both of them were taken aback upon hearing Amy's voice. It is known that neither Yiming nor Mei Yali would commit such a fundamental blunder as to wake Amy. Moreover, during battle, Mei Yali would instinctively employ construct coordination, capable of sensing the movements of a rat 50 meters away. It was inconceivable that she could overlook a mere little girl. Thus, there was only one possibility. The girl herself was not entirely normal. With this thought, Yiming felt a slight sense of vigilance, yet he did not step aside to reveal the groaning thief leader behind him. Although he considered the possibility that this girl might be in league with the thieves, the odds were far too slim that it could be said that it would require multiple coincidences to arrive at such a conclusion. Consequently, Yiming dismissed that suspicion at once, though upon further reflection, the girl before them remained shrouded in mystery. After all, she had been asleep throughout their journey, and thus far, the only useful information they had gleaned from her was her name. Wumi. Amy tilted her head, appearing to be in a daze. Yet her words struck at the heart of the matter. Big brother, are you going to kill that man? Indeed. Yiming glanced at the taciturn Mei Yali, who nodded in agreement. She had evidently noticed the girl's abnormality and was now watching her with a wary gaze. However, upon receiving this answer, Amy seemed genuinely pleased, giggling softly as she lifted her gaze to Yiming. Her emerald green eyes were devoid of any taint, pure to the point of chilling the heart. Then, Big brother, let me do it. Are you certain? Faced with this unexpected question, Yiming was taken aback. Amy nodded, as if it were a matter of course, yet her demeanor suggested an unconscious response akin to sleepwalking. Yiming, this child? Mei Yali instinctively tightened her grip on the sword hilt. Yet under Yiming's silent indication, she refrained from taking further action. Their intention was clear. They did not wish to involve such a young girl in the taking of life. Moreover, it was apparent that these men had come for Lawrence, thus linking them to their mission. However, Amy, who had joined midway, was certainly not included in that equation. Given their relationship, neither would accept the idea of a girl committing murder. Nevertheless, Yiming nodded and stepped aside to clear a path. Very well, he is yours. His tone was calm yet laced with a hint of firmness. However, I expect to have many questions for you afterward. Yes. No problem. Amy remained in her sleepy state as she raised the doll she had been clutching. That a haunting melody, deep and reminiscent of a solemn hymn, flowed from her lips, imbued with the tranquility and sorrow of death. The song possessed an almost magical quality, infecting the emotions of both Yiming and Mei Yali, making them feel as though they were attending the funeral of a dear friend in a graveyard. Meanwhile, the man struggling on the ground widened his eyes in shock, his body convulsing violently in rhythm with the song, as if a fish gasping for air on dry land. His body arched upwards, bending like a bow. To their astonishment, a translucent humanoid figure began to emerge from within him. Amy's chant continued, now enveloped in an atmosphere of solemnity. The ethereal sound circled in the air, exuding an eerie quality. The man's convulsions intensified, prompting Mei Yali and Yiming to cautiously distance themselves while gripping their weapons tightly, prepared for any unforeseen developments that last. The translucent figure was completely drawn forth by an unseen force and darted towards Amy with a speed almost too swift to comprehend. Disappearing into the mouth of her doll, the song ceased. The man lay motionless on the ground, clearly deceased, his eyes and mouth frozen in a haunting expression of terror. Wah, Ruby, was it delicious? Amy gently patted the doll's head, speaking to herself, before turning to Mei Yali and Yiming. Thank you, big brother and big sister. Ruby hasn't eaten a soul in days. I believe you should recall what I mentioned earlier. Yes, Amy buried her head into the doll again, appearing as if on the verge of drifting off to sleep. Yiming, this is not the time for idle chatter. Mei Yali's expression shifted as she spoke to Yiming. She had heard voices in the distance, indicating that the peculiar events occurring here had attracted attention. Although they were not particularly concerned about being discovered, it was preferable for both Yiming and Mei Yali to minimize trouble as much as possible. Thus, she took Amy's hand and quietly led her away along another path. After Yiming cautiously examined the corpse, he too vanished from sight just before the firelight and the crowd arrived. When he returned to the room, Mayali and Amy were already waiting there. What is the situation? I overheard them mentioning that they had discovered guards who had collapsed due to poisoning, which is why they came. There is no need for concern. Moreover, Lawrence is sound asleep and has encountered no mishaps. For Yiming, who could manipulate light entirely, distorting the scene illuminated by the firelight was not a challenging task. He had even walked alongside one of the individuals until he had gathered all the information. After which he leisurely made his way back. At this point, Yiming sat down on Mei Yali's bed, feeling somewhat fatigued, and turned to Amy, who was seated in another chair. All right, Mississippi, I believe it is time for us to have a conversation. Huff, don't sleep. Yiming quickly rapped his knuckles on Amy's head, pulling the girl back from the brink of slumber. Her expression did not suggest she was feigning sleep to evade the discussion. Rather, she genuinely appeared to be on the verge of dozing off, which made the situation all the more troublesome. You should now tell us who exactly you are, and what method did you employ to kill that man just now? Amy raised her head, her half-closed eyes giving Yiming an uneasy premonition, as if she were about to fall asleep again. Fortunately, this time, the conversation did not progress in the direction he feared. Amy is a necromancer. You know, to put it simply, she is a magician, Amy casually stated, revealing extraordinary information without a hint of concern. A necromancer. That is, a magician who commands souls. Amy can summon souls. Summoning souls allows her to attack enemies. Upon hearing the word soul, Mayali instinctively recoiled, realizing that some matters were simply beyond her comprehension. But why did you kill that man? Because, in order for Amy's ruby to grow strong, she must consume other souls as food. As she spoke, Amy slightly lifted the doll that she never parted with. Indeed, it was an unimpressive doll that could hardly be described as beautiful or appealing. Its button eyes hung loosely, appearing somewhat off-kilter. The edges of its mouth were sewn with a multitude of tiny stitches, and patches adorned its body. By any standard, it seemed destined for the trash heap. Do you often do this? Not at all. Amy shook her head emphatically. Only the souls of bad people can be consumed. So Amy has been searching for bad people. However, there are just too few of them in this world. Few? The two exchanged skeptical glances before deciding to set aside this trivial matter. Then Amy, that chant you sang earlier, was that your spell? Yes. Amy waved at them with the hand holding the doll before burying her face once more into its soft back. That is a magical poem. You know, don't Big Brother and Big Sister know? Magic in this world is all like this. Like singing. This truly took Yiming by surprise. In his recollection, magic should simply be a matter of uttering a few incantations. Shouldn't it? How could it be so complicated as to require the singing of hymns? There are indeed such forms of magic. However, mages like Amy do not rely on them, she explained, through their conversation with Amy. Yiming and Mayali finally grasped the nature of magic in this world. Contrary to their preconceived notions, the magic here was evidently peculiar. According to Amy, what is referred to as magic is, in fact, a ceremonial request to please the spirits of magic and elicit their assistance. It is akin to humans beseeching the heavens for rain, with the distinction that such prayers yield swift results. Early-stage mages could only communicate with the spirits of magic through gestures, offering their own energy in exchange for assistance. As they advanced in skill, some mages chose to engage in direct communication with the spirits surrounding them. Depending on personal preference, this could take the form of hymns or the chanting of sacred songs. Such methods would elicit more evident cooperation from the spirits of magic, and their power would be significantly enhanced. Of course, not every mage had the opportunity to do so, as the spirits possessed their own consciousness and would only assist those who could delight them. In other words, lacking a melodious voice would preclude one from achieving such effects. Thus, if an ordinary person can strive to learn, becoming a mage should not be an insurmountable challenge. However, advancing further to the level of an apprentice bard or higher in the chant hierarchy is entirely out of reach. It feels reminiscent of a talent selection for singers. Upon hearing Amy's account, Mayali immediately shared her thoughts, and Yiming echoed her sentiments. Furthermore, according to Amy, there is no notion of innate magical talent in this world. Anyone can attempt to wield magic at will. However, for ordinary individuals who lack systematic education, the spirits of magic would not heed their crude requests and summons. Moreover, A symbol of becoming a powerful mage is the ability to forge a contract with one of the spirits and manifest it. Those capable of such feats are exceedingly rare, as typically, only those with a high affinity for magic and a pleasant voice can win the favor of the spirits and secure a contract. In a sense, these are remarkably stringent conditions. And Ruby, Amy declared proudly, lifting the tattered puppet in her hands, her small face radiating an exceptionally bright smile. This is Annie's contracted spirit, you know? Chapter 15. The City of Glory. The rumors regarding the corpses of the bandits did not spread the following day. After confirming that these rogues had perished due to their relentless greed, the innkeeper promptly led several mercenaries to dispose of the bodies outside the town and offered an apology to Lawrence. From his account, it seemed that some of the individuals who came yesterday were from their inn, which explained their carelessness. Nevertheless, in a place governed solely by self-discipline and rules, such an incident would greatly impact the reputation of both the town and the mercenaries. Fortunately, Lawrence did not seem intent on pursuing the matter further, but when he subtly requested compensation for mental distress, the innkeeper graciously handed him 50 gold coins, a small price to pay to avert disaster. What on earth were those bandits about? After bidding farewell to the innkeeper, who was overly affectionate to the point of being somewhat odd, Lawrence immediately inquired of the two that his mind was sharp, since the bandits had targeted his cart and were not dispatched by the mercenaries. There were only two possibilities. Point one was that Yimming and Mayali had intervened. The other guess was too terrifying for Lawrence to voice. In truth, he leaned more towards the former, or rather, he hoped it was so. We noticed those bandits attempting to target your cart, so we decided to teach them a lesson. From our perspective, it seemed they had their sights set on the goods within, Mayali cautiously elucidated. Do you know anything about this, Mr. Lawrence? Strange, Lawrence mused, scratching the back of his head. His brow furrowed. While these gems are indeed valuable, aside from mages who would utilize them, ordinary people would merely turn them into decorative items. It doesn't seem to align with the cunning nature of those bandits to offend mages. You are aware that these items were meant for mages. But they likely did not realize that. Yimming interjected incisively. This matter is truly peculiar. Lawrence pondered for a long while before shaking his head, evidently at a loss. Suddenly, his expression turned grave. By the way, did you encounter anyone else during that time? Anyone else? Yimming instinctively glanced at Amy, who was still soundly asleep in the corner of the cart, clutching her puppet, and finally shook his head. I did not see anyone. Was something amiss? Then, did you let anyone go? Indeed, we did release a leader after warning him and his companions not to target your goods. Mayali quickly chimed in, understanding Yimming's thoughts. Is there a problem? At the mention of this, Lawrence's expression soured once more. He instinctively glanced around cautiously before awkwardly saying, in fact, according to the mercenaries, one of the individuals died due to the soul drain spell. This could pose a significant problem. Could it truly be that troublesome? Yimming asked curiously. Choosing not to disclose any information about Amy to Lawrence due to concerns for privacy, he believed that Amy had no direct stake in Lawrence's affairs, and considering her secretive demeanor, it was likely that someone like her, a mage, would conceal her identity out of fear. Perhaps it was a matter of shared understanding that led Yimming to keep the truth hidden. Indeed, Lawrence was completely oblivious to Yimming's reservations. If they can use soul drain, it indicates that the individual is a formidable necromancer. Those who constantly deal with the dead and souls are truly fearsome, often with peculiar personalities. I hope they were merely acting on impulse. If they require something from me in return, it could spell trouble. Refusing might very well cost me my life. Sigh. As a merchant, I truly do not wish to engage in such inequitable dealings. Since their conversation with Amy the previous night, the two had learned that in this world, mages are classified as apprentice mages, and sorcerers, with bard apprentices, spirit messengers, and chanting mages being the highest echelons. The chanting mages are the most powerful entities within this magical hierarchy. While most chanting mages are seemingly delicate women who spend nearly all their time seeking ways to please the spirits of magic, this does not render them weak. Due to the spirit's affinity towards them, they will come to their aid in times of peril. Furthermore, ordinary chanting mages often employ highly skilled warriors or other professionals to ensure their safety, so even lengthy preparations for chanting spells do not leave them vulnerable. Strictly speaking, it is rather rare to encounter a chanting mage traveling alone, such as Amy. Although Yimming and Mayali had many questions about this peculiar girl, they chose not to delve deeper, for while Annie readily answered their inquiries about magic, she rarely touched upon her own circumstances. The two were also uncertain about the secrets hidden in Annie's past, yet in truth, they were not in a much better position. One should not impose upon others what they themselves would not wish to endure, since they could not disclose their own truths. It was unreasonable to compel another to recount their experiences in detail, was it not? Regarding Lawrence's concerns, the two felt they were unwarranted. Moreover, it appeared that she, like them, adhered to certain peculiar rules. Individuals of such a nature, while occasionally exhibiting odd behavior, possess strong principles, and their words are rarely questionable. In the following 2 days, while everyone remained vigilant, it seemed that the adversaries did not launch any further attacks, considering the possibility of a pack mentality from their foes. Yiming took charge of daytime watch, while Mayali concentrated her efforts on the night. Having escaped the harsh conditions of the desert, she no longer required daily use of construct coordination to adjust her body, thus naturally assuming the responsibility of nighttime vigilance. Yiming displayed no semblance of restraint, succumbing to slumber the moment the hour demanded it. After all, during the period of structural coordination, Mayali was nearly superhuman, endowed with boundless vitality and energy, rendering any concerns about her utterly unwarranted. At last, on the dawn of the 3rd day, Yiming was roused from his deep sleep by a gentle nudge from Mayali. "We have arrived," she announced. Upon hearing these words, Yiming felt a surge of alertness, hastily turning over to behold the magnificent Glory City before him. Its vastness was simply impossible to overlook, even from a distance. The grandeur of the castle was strikingly evident to both Yiming and Mayali. Throughout their 3 days of journeying, they had encountered numerous quaint, pastoral towns, yet nothing compared to the awe-inspiring architecture they now beheld for the first time. The towering walls, meticulously constructed from sturdy stone bricks, stood proudly, surveying the bustling throngs and caravans below. Adorning the cylindrical pillars were triangular banners, featuring golden trim against a sky-blue backdrop, emblazoned with the image of a soaring eagle. The majestic eagle, poised for flight, gazed imperiously downwards, seemingly indifferent to the mundane affairs of the world below, yet paradoxically, its presence did not evoke disdain. The entire wall appeared formidable and robust, with soldiers patrolling its heights. "This is the banner of the true rulers of Glory City, the noble Gunno-Rolla family," Lawrence began, noticing the duo's captivated gaze. "They are the preeminent family here, heirs to the bloodline of the ancient empire, and great generals. They transformed what was once a mere fortress defending against sand marauders into this grand spectacle. Consequently, this place has become an essential thoroughfare for merchants traveling north and south, and for some, a permanent abode." With a note of pride, Lawrence turned to them. "Furthermore, this is my home. Welcome to Glory City, my esteemed guests." The entrance into the city was remarkably smooth. The soldiers seemed well acquainted with Lawrence, conducting only a cursory inspection before granting passage. Upon passing through a gate as wide as a river, the vibrant life of Glory Fortress unfolded before them. Beginning with the resplendent castle at the center, exquisite buildings adorned the surroundings, even in bustling commercial and residential areas, showcasing many structures of unknown materials, each more beautiful than the last. According to Lawrence, the land here was incredibly valuable, and the costs of construction were astronomical. It was unlikely that an average person could secure even a modest dwelling in this territory after a lifetime of labor. After enduring centuries of trials, Glory Fortress had evolved beyond merely deterring marauders. It had blossomed into one of the continent's foremost commercial cities. Here, one could witness anything, procure anything, and attain anything. Such was the essence of Glory City. Chapter 16. Sudden Change. Annie cautiously counted several gold coins from her pocket and handed them to Lawrence. Clutching her doll, she squinted at the trio and nodded. "Well then, Annie takes her leave. Goodbye, big brother and sister, and merchant uncle. See you again." With that, she turned and wobbled away, disappearing into the crowd. "Is everything truly all right?" Mayali twirled the small parasol in her hand, a hint of unease evident. From what Annie had mentioned, her home seemed to be nearby, so there was no particular cause for concern. Surely, someone would care for her, even if she was prone to excessive slumber. However, both found it perplexing that Annie could fall asleep in the middle of the street without drawing attention, though they had inquired. She merely tilted her head and muttered, "Has it malfunctioned?" before drifting back into sleep, leaving them with no useful information. Now, esteemed guests, I believe it is time for the delivery. Afterward, might I invite you both to my humble abode for a brief visit? I trust my daughter is home as well, and I assure you, you will find her delightful, Lawrence said with a chuckle. Upon entering the city, his previous melancholy had vanished, his demeanor now entirely carefree. The pair did not hesitate, quickly nodding in agreement to Lawrence's suggestion that it was evident that he was warmly inclined towards them for a reason. After all, idleness was not an option. Yet, deep within, Imming sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. He believed Lawrence to be merely a minor figure, a messenger, if you will, transporting goods or messages. Thus, if enemies sought to eliminate him, it would likely be to intercept vital information or items. Now that they had reached their destination, he assumed the threat had dissipated. Nevertheless, an inexplicable unease lingered within him, the nature of which he could not pinpoint. As he pondered, Lawrence maneuvered the carriage to a towering edifice in the noble district of Glory City. Upon sighting the tower, Imming felt a sudden pang of discomfort. How strange, I feel it too, he remarked to Mayali. Upon sharing his sensation, she responded with a hint of confusion. This place seems to be repelling us. Perhaps it is some form of barrier, Imming replied, raising his hands in resignation. He lacked Mayali's sensitivity to such forces. Yet considering her heritage, it was likely her intuition was not merely a figment of imagination. As Lawrence approached the tower, guards promptly halted their advance, after a brief exchange to confirm their identities. A heavily armored warrior hoisted a substantial bag filled with jewels and proceeded into the tower. Lawrence and the two companions followed closely behind. However, as they prepared to enter, a guard brandished his spear, crossing it in front of the trio. Who are these individuals? One guard inquired, scrutinizing Imming and Mayali. They are, of course, my protectors, Lawrence replied, taken aback, then added with a touch of irritation, Gentlemen, do you truly believe a merchant could traverse such perilous roads unaccompanied? These two are my guardians. Without them, I would surely have been devoured by those wretched sand raiders and thieves. By the gods, surely it's not too much to bring two protectors along. The guards examined Imming and Mayali closely, seemingly unimpressed by their lack of martial demeanor, perceiving them instead as a pair of frivolous young nobles. The girl possessed an enviable figure, yet her tight attire suggested she was ill-suited for battle. The boy appeared frail, akin to a delicate chick, and he wore no armor. Surely he did not think he could fight clad in mere cloth. Two inexperienced youngsters, it seemed they were merely enamored with the warrior's image. Despite their thoughts, the guards ultimately remained silent, shaking their heads coldly. This is the domain of the Knight Archmage. You are utterly safe here. Do you not trust the Knight Archmage? Of course not. That is certainly not the case. The Knight Archmage is a valued client of mine. Am I not familiar with him? Very well, I shall enter alone. Lawrence, ever the astute merchant, swiftly altered his narrative. He turned back, offering a sheepish smile to the pair. My apologies, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Merchant, should anything transpire, call out, and we will come at once. Mayali's voice resonated in Lawrence's mind as he entered the mage's tower. He briefly registered surprise before regaining his composure and, under the guidance of the guards, ascended to the tower's uppermost level. Do you think there might be something amiss? Imming whispered to Mayali, who was focused on tracking Lawrence within the tower. Her thought communication was akin to a sophisticated signal transmission device, capable of receiving and emitting signals in the vicinity. For her, locking onto a single signal was as effortless as enjoying an appetizer before breakfast. So far, nothing seems out of the ordinary. In the recesses of Mayali's mind, the echoes were filled with the bickering between Lawrence and the guards, predominantly consisting of Lawrence fervently flattering the handsome, great, mysterious, and formidable dark mage. Undoubtedly, aware of Mayali's unique abilities, he might be attempting to position himself before her rather than merely engaging in sycophancy. However, it was evident that both Imming and Mayali had a low tolerance for such incessant flattery. Hence, after Mayali helplessly remarked, Mr. Merchant, even if you remain silent, I can discern your whereabouts. Lawrence quickly ceased his prattling. From his demeanor, it seemed he had either exhausted his repertoire of compliments or had grown somewhat nauseated by his own obsequiousness. The journey appeared devoid of trouble, yet Imming still sensed something amiss that moment. Mayali suddenly grasped his hand. Mr. Merchant has arrived. Be cautious. Imming's inner unease not only did not diminish, but rather intensified. Mayali nodded, and in an instant, The bustling throngs of the lively streets and the clamor of the market faded into an eerie silence. Yet Lawrence's voice resonated distinctly within her mind. "Greetings, esteemed dark mage. Have the tasks been completed?" A chilling, guttural voice emerged, causing Mei Yali to furrow her brow. Frankly, she found this voice utterly unappealing. "Certainly, certainly. This time, I traversed considerable peril. Alas, you cannot fathom. I encountered 2 bands of sand bandits. 2. Indeed. To this day, I even question how I escaped the desert. Just imagine, this is truly. Spare me the trivialities." It appeared that this voice belonged to the dark mage. Yes, yes, revered and illustrious lord of the night. Lawrence's tone now resembled that of a greedy merchant. "So, may I receive my share of the reward?" "Of course." Suddenly, the dark mage's voice deepened. "This is your reward. You." Mayali swiftly retracted her parasol, which transformed into a sharp rapier at that moment. The black light flickering in Yiming's hand cleaved the 2 guards and the entire gate asunder. The 2 rushed into the tower of the mage, and only then did the startled screams of the outside crowd erupt upon sensing the disturbance. "Who goes there? Halt!" Mayali deftly drew and thrust her rapier, effortlessly parrying the long sword of the heavily armored soldier, then surged forward, leaving behind nothing but a spray of crimson and the heavy thud of a lifeless body tumbling down the staircase. Yiming's black twin blades shot forth, accurately embedding themselves into the eyes of those encased in metal armor. Though the sharpness of the runic swords could have cleaved them asunder, they were unwilling to squander time on such meaningless slaughter. Saving lives remained paramount as they ascended to the pinnacle. Both felt a weighty gloom. Since earlier, Mayali had been incessantly calling out Lawrence's name, yet could only receive some incoherent moans in response. However, this was preferable to complete silence, for that would signify the utter failure of their efforts. The magical door on the top floor was resplendent and beautiful. Sensing the presence of intruders, 2 magical constructs that merely served decorative purposes immediately reacted. Yet, before they could open their gaping maws to express their loyalty, the darting black lightning and white light had already rendered the unfortunate constructs to naught, and in that fleeting moment, the heavy door was torn to shreds. "Mr. Merchant." The room was devoid of life. Mayali hurried to Lawrence's side, while Yiming warily gripped his twin swords, scanning the surroundings. "Ugh, Yiming, his wound is on his back." "I understand." Yiming nodded, growing ever more cautious. Yet the room remained empty. Clearly, prior to their entrance, the adversary had already vacated. "Is there any hope? Can he be saved?" "No." Mayali's voice carried a note of sorrow. "The wound is grave, having pierced the heart. There are no hospitals in this world, and our abilities bear no efficacy against Mr. Lawrence's injuries. Perhaps I can attempt to prolong his life for a brief period, but reviving him is beyond our means. At the very least, if a physician were present, their abilities might prove beneficial. The issue is that he is not here. Damn it." Yiming struck the wall in frustration, but quickly composed himself. "Use your abilities, Mayali." His voice was cold, yet tinged with a hint of lament. "At the very least, we might be able to help him fulfill some of his wishes." Without uttering another word, Mayali grasped Lawrence's hand, and then, to her astonishment, his previously languid body began to tremble violently. Lawrence coughed forth a stream of dark, foul blood, and slowly opened his eyes. "You, what is this?" "I am sorry, Mr. Lawrence. We were unable to protect you." "Mr. Lawrence, it may not sound pleasant, but in truth, Mayali's abilities can only sustain you for a brief, while if you have any wishes or requests, we shall endeavor to fulfill them." Yiming crouched before Lawrence, his gaze filled with helplessness and sorrow. Their time traveling together had not been extensive, yet for the 2 solitary souls who had arrived in this place, Lawrence felt akin to a mentor, a guardian. Though he was somewhat of a calculating merchant, he was not detestable. Without him, it was likely that they would have already perished in the desert. Lawrence's gaze flitted uncertainly, first towards Mayali, then towards Yiming. "Am I going to die?" "Yes." Yiming remained silent for a moment before nodding. "How sudden?" Lawrence managed to force a faint smile, and Mayali hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking that in truth, they had already heard the sounds of intruders breaching the mage's tower, judging by the circumstances. It was likely the guards of Glory City. However, with Lawrence on the brink of death, it was unreasonable to urge him to speak quickly. One could consider it a final whim. After all, to live even for a moment longer was a blessing. Actually, quite like you both. Although structural coordination could sustain them for roughly half an hour through contact, Lawrence's speech remained halting, evidently indicating that the knife had not only pierced his heart, but had likely been smeared with potent poison. Mei Yali's abilities could stimulate his bodily functions, yet did not include the capacity to counteract toxins. Such meticulous consideration was commendable. Yiming clenched his teeth, yet remained silent, continuing to await Lawrence's next words. "Oh, I truly am getting old that I've long heard insiders say that making the final deal is very perilous." However, a faint smile of bitterness crept onto Lawrence's face. The pride of a merchant. At this juncture, Lawrence erupted into a fit of violent coughing. The footsteps drew ever nearer. "In truth, I have always regarded you both as my children." "I hope you do not think me too arrogant." Lawrence's speech had become increasingly fluid, yet this was an ominous sign. "This, I hope you can deliver to my daughter." Trembling, he strained to remove the ring from his finger and handed it to Yiming. "If possible, I hope you will become her guardians. As a return, all my wealth shall belong to you." Lawrence desperately fumbled within his garments. Producing a scroll, he dipped his finger in blood and gently smeared it upon the seal before handing it over. "Mr. Merchant, we do not require this. Take it." Lawrence summoned an unexpected strength, forcefully pressing the scroll into their hands. "This is the pride of a merchant." His speech grew increasingly coherent. "Concerning the murderer, he is not the Dark Knight mage." Lawrence shook his head. "I do not know how he is transformed, but he is not." As he spoke, Lawrence's breath suddenly became rapid, and he grasped Mei Yali's hand tightly. "I implore you, do not seek vengeance. I owe too much to that child. Now, she is all alone. I beg you, protect her. Just say, I died of illness. It matters not if this life ends here, but I hope you will not do anything dangerous for my sake." "Very well." Yiming nodded, somewhat helplessly, though it was evident that Lawrence was not entirely satisfied. "I hope you will swear an oath." "I swear. I will not actively seek trouble with those who have harmed you." "I too swear. I shall never break my promise to you." "Thank you." A weary smile flickered across Lawrence's face. "In truth, I have long understood that you claim to desire a tranquil life. The blood of adventurers still courses through your veins. I think it is time for me to rest. May you have sweet dreams." "Mr. Lawrence." Yiming rose, his expression remarkably placid, yet his hands were clenched tightly. "We shall not disappoint you." "Thank you." With that, Lawrence slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 17. The tragedy of the underdog. The two individuals exited the tower through the main entrance, openly before the gathered crowd and fully armed soldiers. However, no one harbored any suspicion towards them, for under Yiming's manipulation of light, he had altered their appearances to resemble that of the soldiers outside, rendering them indistinguishable. As they stepped into the throng of people, they promptly reverted to their original forms and subsequently vanished within the crowd. Mei Yali anxiously toyed with the parasol in her hand, her countenance somewhat somber. "Perhaps we should not proceed in this manner." "We must do so." Yiming's response was resolute, devoid of any emotional nuance. "We cannot betray our promise, and we both know that with our mere strength, even if we locate those individuals, we would be powerless to act. You are well aware of why Mr. Lawrence uttered those words of surrender." "Indeed." Mei Yali fell silent for a moment, then nodded. It was true, Lawrence was but a minor character, much like those whom Yiming and Mei Yali's team would employ in their original world to relay messages, gather intelligence, or conduct trade, only to silence them later for reasons of profit and confidentiality. Indeed, Lawrence was such a minor character. Though unaware of the intricate plot unfolding before him, his role was merely a replaceable piece in the grand scheme, of little value. Simply put, he could be eliminated without a second thought. Perhaps even his name forgotten. Should they choose to vanish, they would secure their safety for eternity. Yet, should they pursue relentlessly, they would soon find themselves ensnared in peril. If it were merely the two of them, they might have some assurance. However, now they bore an additional mission, to locate Lawrence's daughter and ensure her protection. Continuing their pursuit would inevitably embroil her in danger. Lawrence had discerned this truth, prompting his renunciation of vengeance. The merchant truly loves his daughter. Perhaps this is the essence of familial affection. Yiming cast a glance around, speaking with indifference. Sensing his mood was askew, Mei Yali promptly fell silent, retreating into the shadow of her parasol. Since his earliest memories, Yiming had been alone. He could not recall why he had been abandoned, whether it was due to the power he possessed or something else entirely. Although he himself did not dwell on it, his companions were mindful to avoid discussions of family in his presence. After all, they all possessed cherished childhood memories to serve as their emotional foundation. While Yiming lacked such a luxury. Mayali. What is it? Mayali felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps she should not have broached this subject. I suddenly realize we have overlooked something of immense importance. Yiming scratched the back of his head in frustration, furrowing his brow. Where does Mr. Lawrence reside? A crucial and seemingly obvious question had been forgotten. Occasionally, situations can become rather awkward, but fortunately, Mayali was present. In a place that bears the scent, I beg of everyone. Yiming observed Mayali, who had crouched down, offering Lawrence's ring to the pack of wild dogs before them. After sniffing for a moment, the dogs howled and scattered, disappearing into the depths of the alley. Well done. What are they saying? If possible, procure some fresh meat for them. Understood. Mayali's thought communication extended beyond mere humans. Any creature capable of vocalization, any being able to express its thoughts, could be understood by her. While she did not possess the ability to comprehend all living things, her capacity to communicate with animals and insects was more than sufficient. Thus, Mayali was not lonely. Though her interactions with humans were few, she had formed connections with numerous animals. Yet, she seldom engaged in communication with them, guided by the familiar pack of wild dogs. The duo arrived at an unremarkable house situated in the commercial district, exuding an air of comfort. Clearly, Lawrence was a man of refined living. However, upon reaching this place, they hesitated. After all, based on Lawrence's words, his daughter had long awaited his return, yet now he was deceased. Whether by illness or foul play, he was undeniably gone. The deceased, of course, cannot reunite with the living, but it was only for a fleeting moment. As Yiming stepped forward, rapping on the door while Mayali's hesitant gaze lingered. Father? Father, you have returned. How wonderful. A girl with chestnut hair joyfully flung open the door, only to freeze in shock upon seeing the strangers before her. Swiftly retreating, her eyes blinked anxiously as she regarded the unfamiliar visitors. Please, who are you? Our identities are of little consequence and can be discussed later, but I must inform you of something. With that, Yiming produced the ring. The moment the girl beheld the ring, her expression shifted dramatically. This belongs to my father. Your father. Yiming hesitated, perhaps searching for gentler, more harmonious phrasing, but whether due to a lack of vocabulary or a decision to abandon the search. He finally spoke. He has passed away. Huh. In an instant, a distorted smile graced the girl's face, a semblance of amusement as if she had heard a joke, or perhaps she was attempting to dismiss it as a jest. A falsehood. Mayali sighed softly, lowering her head in silence. While Yiming displayed kindness towards his companions, he remained icy and indifferent towards outsiders. Thus, he delivered the news of death without hesitation, although this girl was to be entrusted to their care by Lawrence. To Yiming, she was still a stranger at this moment. I am not jesting. Yiming's tone grew firmer, yet the girl suddenly retreated a few steps, slamming the door with a resounding thud. You should not have been so direct. Everyone must meet their end. In response to Mayali's reproach, Yiming continued without turning back. We must accept this. If we cannot, we will join them in their fate. I understand, but she is still just a child. We too have endured such trials. Do not forget, Mayali. Mayali fell silent, then moved to Yiming's side, gazing at the tightly shut door before them. What shall we do next? We can only wait. Yiming sat directly on the steps before the door, gazing at the sky that was beginning to be engulfed by dark clouds. If she cannot accept it herself, then we shall wait indefinitely. Sometimes, I find you truly cruel. Mayali, sitting beside Yiming and leaning on his shoulder, offered a teasing remark. Rain began to fall. The crystalline droplets of nature descended like ethereal spirits, dancing a refreshing and exquisite ballet, their rhythmic patter sounding particularly enchanting. Perhaps this was, in itself, a miraculous beauty of nature, a spontaneous rain. A symphony orchestrated by the elements, they created a cacophony of sounds, blending together into a beautiful melody. At this moment, Mayali had risen, shielding herself with an umbrella from the increasingly heavy rain, while anxiously glancing at the figure still seated on the steps. Now soaked. Yiming, you should seek shelter from the rain too. It's not good for your health. True enough, your own health is already poor, so you should remain there. As for me, occasionally indulging in a free cold shower is not inappropriate. Are you regretting it? Although Yiming said nothing, Mayali knew he was chastising himself for his carelessness. Indeed, if they had insisted, it would not have been difficult for both of them to enter. Yet, they had blindly placed their trust and paid a heavy price for it. They could hardly be blamed. After all, their understanding of this world was woefully inadequate. Mayali understood that Yiming seldom acted on emotion, though he usually appeared gentle and easy to get along with. Only those who truly knew him and had spent considerable time with him would realize that while he seemed relaxed, he was unwaveringly diligent when it came to matters of importance. But now, as she watched the figure in the rain, Mayali recognized his self-reproach. The door slowly creaked open, and the girl timidly peered out, her eyes swollen, clearly having cried. Please come in." Upon entering the room, without even changing out of his wet clothes, Yiming once again extended his hand to the girl, offering her the ring. This time, she hesitated for a moment before tremblingly reaching out to accept it, biting her lip as she murmured a thank you. However, it was evident that Yiming did not intend to stop there. He reached over to take the scroll from Mayali, which the girl also accepted. "Then, you two converse." With that, Yiming walked into one of the rooms and closed the door, leaving Mayali and the girl staring at each other in silence. "Yiming, how are we supposed to talk?" "We shall converse as we see fit." "Shall we not?" Yiming replied with a smile as he removed his wet clothes. As the intermediary, he could not always make introductions, and Mayali should also strive to step forward. In truth, Yiming's change of clothes merely involved wringing out the wet fabric. Yet, it was clear that when he emerged, Mayali's gaze conveyed her opinion on the unappealing state of his wrinkled attire. "I think you should be aware of that." Yiming temporarily disregarded Mayali's protest and turned to face the girl. "Mr. Lawrence was a good businessman. Both Mayali and I hold him in great esteem, but now he is gone. I cannot claim to understand your feelings, for I cannot. After all, I am not you, and I would not presume to speak words that might offend you or Mr. Lawrence's memory. However, Mayali and I have sworn to protect you. He once expressed a desire for us to be your guardians. That is all I can say. As for these assets, they are entirely yours. We require nothing in return, so wait." The girl suddenly interrupted him, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Yiming, as if he had uttered something incredible. "You mean my father made you his guardians?" Chapter 18. The Gifted Guardians in Truth. Yiming and Mayali had initially understood the term guardians in its literal sense. However, after the girl's explanation, they realized that in this world, guardian was not a commonplace term. This title could only be held by those who wielded protective magic. True warriors. According to the girl, those who could become guardians were not ordinary fighters. They either possessed some innate racial talent or exhibited extraordinary strength. After all, the mission of a guardian was to ensure the safety of magicians. And when magicians were involved, it was unlikely they were merely hunting wild boars in a rural rat hole. In such scenarios, common warriors would be utterly defenseless against or unable to counter the attacks of magic users without skill. It was simply impossible to do so. Initially, Yiming believed things would not proceed so smoothly. After all, this was not a game where one could approach an NPC, declare oneself a protector, and expect the NPC, who had just lost a father, to readily agree to such terms. In reality, he anticipated that the girl would at least regard him and Mayali with suspicion. After all, Lawrence's body had been completely obliterated to avoid complications. Facing two strangers who had suddenly appeared, no one would simply nod and say, "All right, I understand. Please stay." Yet, this girl was indeed peculiar. Perhaps the weight of her father's death had struck her too profoundly. Or for some other reason, she did not seem particularly averse to their presence. Since then, however, she had rarely ventured out of her room. Yiming or Mayali would prepare meals and deliver them to her door. Thus, the two of them naturally settled into the house. Lawrence's abode was a quintessential two-story structure. Though not particularly large, it was more than sufficient for 3 inhabitants. "Do you think she might take her own life?" Yiming idly leaned back in his chair, quietly inquiring as he observed the tightly shut door. Mayali appeared somewhat concerned. "It's hard to say, but I think she probably won't. She needs time, a process of acceptance. We can only wait," Yiming said softly, lifting his teacup to sip a small amount. Aside from the initial explanation regarding the significance of the title Guardian, their sole acquisition thus far was the knowledge that the girl's name was Lita. Night fell. The bedroom door cracked open slightly, and little Lita peeked out, ensuring the living room was empty before cautiously stepping out. She slowly opened the door and slipped outside. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, even under the glow of the gemstone lamps. The streets appeared dim. Little Lita hurriedly navigated her way down the street, seemingly well acquainted with her surroundings, turning several corners until she reached a narrow alleyway unknown to ordinary folk, leading her to the central square. There, Lita hesitated, anxiously glancing back toward the way she had come, then looking ahead at the street before her. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lita gritted her teeth and began to run towards the depths of Glory City. The path was eerily silent, not a single watchman in sight. Meanwhile, the once tidy and clean environment had devolved into chaos. Sewage flowed through the cracks of the cobblestones, emitting a foul odor, while rats scurried about in groups, brazenly crossing the street without fear of reprisal. After all, the people in this place were not so different from them. Lita sprinted onward, scarcely daring to glance at the dark, silent houses on either side, until she arrived at a dilapidated dwelling, barely capable of providing shelter from the wind and rain, and gently knocked on the door. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open. A thin, wiry boy appeared before Lita. Upon seeing her, he looked visibly surprised. "Lita, what are you doing out so late? Shoot, please, let me in. I have something to tell you." The boy's face revealed a hint of distress, but he nodded and allowed Lita inside, cautiously glancing outside before carefully shutting the door. "What happened, Lita?" he asked urgently, his face slightly flushed in the glow of the firewood. Lita bit her lip tightly, hesitating for a long while before finally stammering, I think my father is dead." The young boy's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom what Lita had just uttered. "You mean Mr. Lawrence, dead?" "Yes, someone told me so. And they even brought me my father's ring, but, shoot, I cannot believe it. I refuse to accept that my father is dead. I absolutely do not believe it. Please, help me find out the truth, will you? That is not a problem at all." The boy's voice diminished significantly as he nodded repeatedly while gazing at Lita. "I believe I can find some connections, but you must personally beseech them for assistance. Please, take me to see them. That I cannot accept that my father has died. However, when I sought help from my father's old friends, they all turned me away. I do not know what to do." Tears brimmed in Lita's eyes as she clutched her clothing tightly. After a moment of contemplation, the boy nodded resolutely and grasped Lita's hand firmly. "Come with me." Though Lita frowned at being suddenly seized by a boy, she followed him through the labyrinthine alleyways, traversing paths she herself was unfamiliar with, ultimately venturing into the very heart of this squalid district, just as every city possesses both prosperity and decay. The slum before her was a haven for the wretched and depraved. In truth, harboring sympathy for these individuals was entirely unwarranted. Those who are confident and hopeful will forge their own way out. Those who languish in laziness, degradation, and self-destruction are naturally suited to wallow in filth. The plight of the impoverished is not without cause. Perhaps they aspire to rise above their circumstances, or yearn to bring honor to their families. Yet they lack something, be it luck, strength, confidence, or dignity. Thus, some manage to escape, while others are doomed to beg for mere survival within their confines. Lita anxiously observed the ragged individuals surrounding her, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. The way they regarded her, though she could not decipher its meaning, instinctively filled her with revulsion. Consequently, she quickened her pace, hoping the boy would lead her away from this place sooner. However, to her dismay, he took her even deeper into the abyss. Before her stood a darkened abode. As she beheld the scantily clad women entwined with muscular men, gently caressing their bodies, Lita's face flushed crimson. Nevertheless, she complied with the boy's directive and timidly addressed the most robust man present. "Excuse me." "Shoot." The man dismissed her with palpable disdain. "What is this little girl doing here? What does she want?" "Respected sir, this young lady seeks your assistance in locating her father, a merchant, Mr. Lawrence. Moreover, she is his daughter." Lawrence's daughter. The man's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue, and he brusquely pushed aside the woman clinging to him, squinting at Lita. "What has happened to Lawrence?" My father. I think he is dead, but I do not know. I implore you, could you help me uncover the truth? I am willing to pay any price." "Dead? That bastard is finally dead? Excellent. Splendid." Abruptly, the man erupted into laughter, his gaze fixed on the timid Lita, his voice brimming with delight. "You are Lawrence's daughter. Splendid. That I shall agree to help you ascertain your father's fate. But before that, you claim you are willing to pay any price. Who are you?" Even Lita sensed something amiss. "You need not concern yourself with that." "Shoot." Seize her. Administer the drug. I want to see the expression on Lawrence's face when he discovers his daughter is moaning beneath me. You. Instinctively, Lita turned to flee, but Shoot grasped her tightly, twisting her wrist and holding her firmly against him. Shoot, what are you doing? Let me go. Are we not friends? Sir. Shoot paid no heed to Lita's cries, breathing heavily with excitement as he gazed at the man before him. Once you are finished, may I also? I have had my eye on this girl for quite some time. Very well. Let us indulge together. The man laughed triumphantly, nodding eagerly, but in his exuberance, something round and rotund, resembling an inverted egg, fell from his neck with a thud onto the ground. Everyone froze, staring blankly at the man, who was now collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth, as if caught in a dream. Yet soon, they faced the same grim fate, and within mere minutes, no living soul remained. Only Lita and the now subdued Shoot stood, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Shoot, reacting swiftly, drew a dagger and pressed it against Lita's throat. Come out. Who is it? The air before them began to warp, and gradually, a figure materialized. Yiming stepped forth, dragging his black double-edged weapon behind him, wearing a wry smile as he regarded the panicked pair. You should not use a woman as leverage. He glanced at Lita before turning his attention to Shoot. Only a weak man would resort to such tactics, and I harbor a strong aversion to that sort of man. And no, do not come any closer. If you do, I will kill her. Shoot yelled frantically, brandishing the dagger, pressing it tightly against Lita's throat. Yiming regarded her, shook his head, and sighed. Suddenly, he extended his right hand and pulled back. Lita felt a cold blade slice past her face, and Shoot's head bobbed down onto her shoulder before rolling to the ground. His body slumping lifelessly beside it that moment. Yiming had already sheathed his weapon, and no one had even seen what it was or how he had initiated his attack. Confronted with the grim sight of bodies strewn about, Lita instinctively took a step back, gazing at the man before her, unsure of what to say. I must say, you are quite deserving of sympathy. Yiming observed Shoot's severed head, still bearing traces of youth and terror. Nothing is more dreadful than crossing paths with a friend. You killed them indeed. Yiming opened the door and glanced outside. Then, he gestured for Lita to proceed. I know you do not trust us, that you believe we are deceiving you. Very well, I am genuinely pleased that you are not a fool. Although I am uncertain what you learned at the wizarding school, it is evident that it is insufficient to safeguard you. I can only assure you that we speak the truth, even if you refuse to accept it. That is of no consequence, but I hope you will refrain from venturing into such perilous places in the future. You have been following me all along? If you did not sneak out every night, I would not have to. Yiming shook his head. A young girl should not be wandering outdoors at such hours. If you went out during the day, at the very least, I could have Mayali accompany you. I have promised Mr. Lawrence that we would protect you, and that commitment remains unwavering. Lita lowered her head, remaining silent for a long while before finally lifting her sorrowful gaze to Shoot's lifeless body, ultimately stepping closer to Yiming's side. So, what should I do now? She hesitantly inquired. You may leave this place, and anyone who dares to lay a hand on you shall be dealt with by me. It is as simple as that. Yiming shrugged, extending his hands towards Lita. Mayali has prepared some rather delightful tea, which I believe you will enjoy. Chapter 19. Adaptation. Every endeavor necessitates a process. Yiming was acutely aware of this truth. Following that fateful night, Lita seemed to have transformed. She was no longer so silent, and gradually began to regain her former joyful demeanor. However, the two individuals discerned that a trace of shadow still lingered in her expression. It was abundantly clear that the betrayal by that youth had inflicted a profound wound upon Rita. She was still but a child, trusting every person she believed she ought to trust. Yet, in such circumstances, should someone betray her confidence, she would amplify that unease and even begin to doubt the accuracy of her judgments all along. At this moment, Rita found herself in that very predicament. Perhaps due to the fact that Yiming had saved her life, Rita had grown considerably warmer towards the two, no longer shying away from them as she once did. Nonetheless, she kept a slight distance from Yiming, while remaining somewhat closer to her female companion, Mayali. This proximity left Mayali perplexed about what had transpired that fateful night. However, upon Yiming recounting the entire situation, she immediately shook her head and sighed. To personally behead a boy whom she once trusted in front of her, only you could accomplish such a feat. I cannot believe he would surrender, Yiming replied. helplessly swirling his teacup, fully aware of the issue at hand. Thus, I had no choice but to act as I did, and honestly, I believe sparing him would have been a peril. What? To eliminate a future rival? What nonsense! Yiming shot a glare at Mayali, who merely covered her mouth and chuckled. That fellow had issues. Had you been there, you might have acted before I did upon seeing the look in that lad's eyes. Did you examine the corpse? I have no interest in the dead, regardless of his intentions towards Rita. He ultimately failed. At that moment, Yiming's swift action was motivated not only by the imminent danger to Rita's life, but also by a more pressing reason. He had perceived a flicker of triumph in that boy's eyes, indicating a scheme was about to unfold. Fortunately, the boy was evidently too young, merely a 14-year-old brat, failing to adequately conceal his excitement, which granted Yiming the fleeting opportunity he needed. Thankfully, it appeared that Rita was unaffected. While Yiming discovered a peculiar shard resembling glass within the filthy hands of the boy. Yet, as he picked it up, the fragment shattered spontaneously, leaving Yiming with no truly useful information. Following that, the most pressing matter was dealing with the inheritance left by Lawrence. Yiming and the others were uncertain about how to handle the scroll, but Rita clearly understood the process. They proceeded to the enforcement agency in Glory City to conduct a series of peculiar magical rituals, after which Rita became the rightful heir to Lawrence's remaining assets. In truth, the entirety of Lawrence's possessions amounted to a mere 50,000 gold coins, not an exorbitant sum. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Rita to lead a comfortable life. As a traveling merchant, Lawrence lacked a permanent shop, thus evading related complications. However, it was evident that the earnings of this merchant were not particularly substantial. According to Rita, the Mage Academy was a costly institution, and Lawrence had already expended a considerable amount for her tuition, which explained the modesty of his estate, less than the annual income of a large merchant. Yet, Yiming and Mayali were indifferent. After all, they were not accustomed to a life of luxury. Moreover, they had already claimed the 500 gold coins in bounties, enough to sustain them for a time, although Lawrence had intended to bequeath his fortune to them. Neither Yiming nor Mayali intended to accept it. It was the last wish of an elder, and they saw no need to complicate it with personal gain. Furthermore, the current lifestyle was precisely what they desired. Now, they were faced with another concern. Brother Yiming, are you certain you do not need to wear leather armor? Rita inquired softly, her brow furrowed with worry as she gazed at Yiming and Mayali. After all, she was about to return to the Mage Academy for classes, and as her guardians, Yiming and Mayali would naturally accompany her. According to Rita, she was now a mage, capable of casting minor spells with some effort. However, due to her inability to sense the spirits of magic, she had yet to forge a contract with them, and thus could not become a chanting mage. Ultimately, if little Rita were diligent enough, she might become a full-fledged mage within a decade. At that juncture, her voice would need to possess an allure to those spirits of magic. Should it succeed, perhaps one of those spirits would materialize and enter into a contract with her, allowing Rita to become a novice bard and step into the realm of true chanting. To Yiming, this did not seem insurmountable. Rita's voice was sweet and, frankly, bore a hint of tenderness, rendering it quite pleasant to the ears. Yet, Rita herself clearly held a different perspective. In truth, the melodies favored by the spirits of magic may differ from human preferences. History has seen several great bards emerge, yet their voices were as grating as a rusty bell. At this moment, they found themselves in a carriage, en route away from Glory Fortress. According to Rita, her Mage Academy was located in the capital of the Laya Empire, while Glory Fortress was merely a border trading city of that empire. With little time remaining before the school year commenced, Rita, though still grieving her father's death, had to muster her spirits, for the Academy's rules were stringent. No excuses permitted for tardiness. Sitting in the carriage, young Rita felt a twinge of anxiety, as Yiming had ultimately declined her suggestion to purchase leather armor for defense, and they were going without weapons. This left the little girl, who had mustered some courage as a mage, feeling quite disheartened. Yet, evidently, a more pressing issue remained unresolved. You mean to say you wish to know our abilities? Yiming leaned against the carriage wall, watching little Rita with curiosity, to which she nodded emphatically. Mages must understand the capabilities of their guardians. This way, they can adjust to their most powerful state, deciding between defense and offense. As Rita spoke, she cast a timid glance at Yiming before adding, "This is what my teacher said. Rita, do not be afraid. Yiming will not harm you. Mayali reassured her. Observing Yiming as he contemplated how much information to divulge regarding himself and Mayali. Ultimately, he nodded. Very well, Rita. However, I must clarify that we will not employ our abilities unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, I can only share the abilities we most frequently utilize in battle. Outside of that, I cannot disclose further information at this time that you understand. Moreover, you must not share any details regarding our abilities with anyone, under any circumstances. Yes, I promise, Rita affirmed, nodding vigorously, her eyes reflecting a hint of determination akin to Lawrence's. All right, Yiming sighed deeply, then directed his finger towards Mayali. I believe you are already aware of Mayali's capabilities. My mental communication can function within a radius of 100 meters, if it is merely to lock onto a single individual. It can extend to nearly half the distance of Glory City. However, Rita, you should also understand that my ability is only effective when others speak, as this is not mind reading, Mayali explained to Rita. Mayali primarily undertakes tasks related to communication and target acquisition. And she can also converse with animals. Really, Sister Mayali? Upon hearing this, Rita's eyes widened with excitement, sparkling with enthusiasm. Can you understand what the animals are saying? Mayali hesitated, then nodded. For now, that is all you can know. Yiming gazed at Mayali's golden right eye. Its power was too formidable for Rita to comprehend at this stage. And even if she did, she might not fully grasp its implications. As for me, Yiming gestured to himself. I can manipulate light and alter it at will. Manipulate light. Rita repeated in confusion, like others from that realm. She knew what light was, but aside from illumination, she was uncertain of its other applications or its true essence. Invisibility, illusions. Just know that I can do these things. Yiming decided against explaining the specifics of light manipulation to a 14-year-old girl and chose to present the simplest terms. Invisibility. Like what you did that day, brother. Rita immediately recalled the moment Yiming had seemingly appeared out of thin air. Precisely. Tio put it simply. I can make myself invisible and also render those nearby invisible. However, to be honest, I do not recommend others utilize this ability. Why is this? Lita asked, bewildered if she could become invisible. Wouldn't that make combat more advantageous, faced with an enemy that was utterly unseen? It was surely impossible to engage. Yiming did not provide her with extensive explanations, merely shrugging in response. Perhaps you would like to give it a try? Lita eagerly nodded in agreement, and in an instant, she vanished. Almost immediately, a wave of fear washed over her. Instinctively, she looked down, but saw nothing. No body, no shadow, nothing at all. Even the soft cushion beneath her seemed untouched. She was undeniably present, yet the information relayed to her eyes suggested that she was not there. This sudden, disorienting fear, as if she had ceased to exist in the world, quickly overwhelmed her. In a panic, Lita frantically touched her body, trying to grasp her clothes and hair. She could feel her existence. Yet there was no way to see it. The very essence that allowed her to exist had been distorted by Yiming. Finally, the peak of her astonishment and dread arrived, and she instinctively wanted to scream. Just then, Yiming snapped his fingers lightly, and her body returned to its original state. Everything was visible, everything was tangible, and this even caused Lita to break into a smile, though she soon realized that her actions were somewhat bashful. Lowering her head in haste, as I mentioned, I do not recommend anyone using this, Yiming said, gazing kindly at Lita. How does a person assert their existence in the world? Naturally, it requires the attention of others. And if one cannot be seen by others, or even by oneself, the concept of self would gradually blur and ultimately dissipate. Yiming had once employed this ability on a foe, rendering him invisible for an entire month. Subsequently, that man, unable to confirm his own existence or that of others, succumbed to a mental breakdown, crashing into an oncoming train. Yiming believed that, at that moment, even the essence of self had entirely vanished. Thus, he seldom wielded this power against others, for even with mental preparation, not everyone could withstand the shock of their self disappearing from the entire world in an instant. Next, Yiming extended his right hand, and black runic lines surged forth, coalescing in his grasp into a sharp double-edged sword. That I should discuss our weapons with you. Chapter 20. The principle of the matter. Lita stared in astonishment at the pitch-black double-edged sword in Yiming's hand. This dark blade appeared dull and unwieldy, hardly fitting for use in the cramped carriage where it could barely be stood upright, lying flat instead. However, Lita did not notice that Mayali instinctively moved a little further away from the sword. adjusting her clothes to ensure that the blade did not come into contact with her body. Yiming, without a hint of hesitation, reached out with his right hand and grazed the sword's edge, causing a trickle of blood to flow from his finger and be absorbed by the black blade. Upon witnessing this, little Lita gasped in alarm. She anxiously looked at Yiming, attempting to produce a handkerchief or something to bandage his finger. But Yiming merely shook his head, halting her futile efforts. "First, I must convey to you the principles that govern Mei Yali and me," he began. "The most crucial point is that if we draw our weapons, we must see blood, whether that blood belongs to our enemies or ourselves." As he spoke, Yiming flicked his finger against the double-edged sword. In that instant, his gaze became as sharp as the blade itself. "This is my magical weapon, Xinyuan. Lita, you must remember this. If either of us draws a weapon, we shall not cease until the opponent is injured or dead." He fixed his eyes upon Lita, who appeared somewhat bewildered by his words. "We are your guardians, and I trust you understand when we might draw our weapons. However, you must also grasp that once we use our weapons, it signifies that blood will inevitably be shed." Is that certain?" Lita asked, trembling, for she was still but a child, and the gruesome scene of Yiming dispatching a dozen foes in an instant was still vividly etched in her mind. Now, she finally understood the reasoning behind it. "Certain," Yiming affirmed resolutely, leaving no room for debate. "Thus, we are always extremely cautious when wielding our weapons." Nevertheless, he noticed Lita's unease and added, "Unless our personal safety or yours is threatened, we shall not initiate the use of our weapons. Of course, this does not justify you neglecting your own well-being, Lita." With that, Yiming played the stern role, allowing Mei Yali to adopt a gentler stance. They were indeed concerned that, upon revealing this principle, the inherently timid girl might suppress her feelings or endure the bullying of others. After all, this was entirely different from simply going home and telling one's parents about receiving a smack. If it were merely an injury, that would be acceptable, but the thought of losing a life over such trivial matters was simply too horrifying. "Just do as you feel is right." Mei Yali's voice was soothing, and Lita, immersed in this tenderness, nodded unconsciously. "I understand, Sister Mei Yali." She raised her head, a look of unwavering determination on her face. Yet, curiosity soon replaced it. "So, what is your weapon called?" "Girderdimrung." "What does that mean?" Translating it into a language you can comprehend, "It means Twilight of the Gods." Mei Yali gently toyed with the umbrella in her hand, a slight smile gracing her lips. She did not transform the umbrella back into a sword like Yiming, as there was no need to. After all, there were no enemies present, and according to their principle, drawing a weapon necessitated the shedding of blood. Mei Yali was not inclined to injure herself without cause. And since Yiming had already explained it to Lita, there was no need to summon it again. Perhaps the tension of recent days or the fatigue from their journey contributed. Regardless, in the jostling carriage, Lita curled up in a corner and fell into a deep slumber. The two watched over Lita's serene sleeping face, breathing a sigh of relief. Soon, however, Mei Yali raised a question. "You shouldn't have allowed me to use suggestion." "Just a little. I believe you understand the extent to which it should be done," Yiming replied unapologetically. Mei Yali's thought communication was not mind-reading, but because she communicated directly through thoughts. Her ability concealed a remarkably unique talent. Mental suggestion. In simple terms, it resembled psychological suggestion akin to hypnosis. However, Mei Yali seldom employed this ability. Even when she did, she defined its use strictly for assistance rather than to dominate another's thoughts, emotions, or even personality. This ability was shared only with Yiming. She had not disclosed it to the other companions. This was not only because a controllable form of thought communication could be accepted, but also because a thought communication intertwined with suggestion could easily incite panic and suspicion. After all, one could never know if they had unwittingly fallen into a trap while conversing. Only Yiming trusted her completely. Thus, Mei Yali was unreserved. Furthermore, during this conversation, Yiming had preemptively instructed Mei Yali not to let Lita develop excessive, unnecessary worries. As long as you can keep her as she was, we can handle the rest, he had told Mei Yali, so she confined the suggestion to the smallest possible scope. Next, all that was needed was an opportunity, perhaps given some time. Once this suggestion embedded in Lita's subconscious took effect, she would no longer bear the burdens that were not hers to carry. This is a matter of principle. Yiming gently tapped the black double-edged sword in his hand, not retracting it. "We must protect Lita, at the very least until she can stand on her own." Perhaps we can remain by her side indefinitely, perhaps not. Regardless of which, we must be prepared. The journey was rather dull. Not only were there no bandits or pirates, but not even a single robber could be seen along the way. However, according to Lita, although the country of Yulia is not large and 1/3 of its territory is desert, another third is barren land. Only the remaining third is suitable for human habitation. Yet, as the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it possesses all its vital organs. In the land that humanity can manage, the Yulia Empire has made every effort to excel. Despite having a military force that pales in comparison to its neighboring nations and a border defense that merely serves as a facade, no country has ever dared to attempt an invasion. This is largely due to the presence of 5 great chantresses within the Yulia Empire, who are responsible for establishing an academy dedicated to the training of magical talents. While this academy is not the only one of its kind, it is undoubtedly the finest in terms of quality. After all, other nations do not possess such a multitude of chantresses, nor does any nation understand the origins of Yulia's 5 great chantresses. Essentially, chantresses are closely tied to national interests, given that their chanting magic is exceedingly powerful, often unsuitable for solitary combat. To be frank, once a chantress takes action, obliterating an army is not a daunting task. The spirits of magic are indifferent to the righteousness of war. They have no concept of in truth. Imin and Mayali were not particularly convinced by Lita's assertions, according to her. The Yulia Empire has only these 5 great chantresses, and thereafter, the academy is populated primarily by apprentice chantresses. Even if they are 5 formidable strategic weapons of mass destruction, all weapons have a lifespan. And humans have limited years. Even if they could live for a century or two, that is still a finite limit. The notion that 5 great chantresses could ensure the perpetual peace of a nation is, quite frankly, a fanciful daydream. However, this was not something they needed to concern themselves with, as both simply desired a stable life. During this tedious journey, a peculiar event transpired. Out of sheer boredom, or perhaps an emerging interest in magic, Mayali took the initiative to ask Lita to teach her magic, even if it was merely the most basic form. It appeared that no matter how noble and elegant Mayali seemed on the surface, she remained, at her core, a girl enchanted by the fantastical and romantic allure of magic. Lita, who was quite fond of Mayali, gladly taught her the simplest light spell, a basic incantation that even the common folk across the continent could learn. This involves making a gesture to entice the spirits of magic to coalesce in one's hand, producing a radiant glow. However, the problem arose here. Mayali was unable to cast this spell. Regardless of how precisely she executed the gesture, there was no response whatsoever. This astonished Lita, as she believed this to be the most fundamental of spells. Anyone, with diligent practice, should surely be able to cast it. Yet the reality was that Mayali was entirely incapable of using magic. Such a circumstance would only occur in individuals devoid of any mental acuity, either fools or madmen. Yet it was evident that Mayali did not belong to either category. When Mayali expressed her discontent to Imin regarding this matter, Imin, who had previously shown little interest in magic, suddenly became intrigued. However, upon attempting the spell himself, he found himself equally incapable of wielding any form of magic. Feeling no presence of the magical spirits that Lita had mentioned, "It seems we are either mad or fools," Imin concluded with resignation. Naturally, Mayali would not concur with this assessment, yet she too was at a loss regarding the situation. As for Lita, she could not provide clarity either. While ordinary individuals possess a weaker sensitivity to the magical spirits, they at least experience some minor effects. In contrast, neither Imin nor Mayali felt anything at all, leaving Lita perplexed. However, being merely a mage, she could not offer much in the way of explanation. Finally, after several days of arduous travel, the trio arrived at the capital of the Yulia Empire, the City of Lilies. Chapter 21. The Academy. Upon entering the City of Lilies, Imin and Mayali's first impression was one of breathtaking beauty. It was a city marked by elegance and refinement, as Mayali described. As the most splendid city situated in the most habitable region of the Yulia Empire, the City of Lilies showcased a unique delicacy and grace. The streets were paved with white marble, flanked by towering sculptures resembling blooming flowers, from which crystal-clear fountains sprang forth, cascading along the waterways to form picturesque streams. Even the edges of the defensive walls were adorned with floral carvings, lending an air of ostentation. Yet the City of Lilies lived up to its name, being intrinsically linked to flowers in every aspect. "This is the City of Lilies," Lita announced, her previously somber demeanor brightening considerably upon entering the city. With a sweet smile, she introduced, "This is the city established by our esteemed queen and the 5 great chantresses, and it serves as the heart of the Yulia Empire. I find this place delightful. So do I. I truly love it here." Imin and Mei Yali gazed longingly at the scenery before them. Although life in Glory City was quite pleasant, it was a bustling merchant hub rife with entanglements of interests and mutual exploitation. Moreover, the incessant markets that thrived from dawn till dusk were somewhat overwhelming for the two, as the streets were perpetually infused with an atmosphere of haste and tension that in contrast, here in the City of Lilies. No one hurriedly averted their gaze or walked briskly with their heads down. There were no raucous markets. Everything exuded tranquility and harmony. To reside here would be nothing short of a dream come true. However, both merely entertained the thought without any intention of pursuing it. Setting aside their financial constraints, it was impossible to allow Lita to remain alone in Glory City as the carriage came to a halt. Lita eagerly opened the door and leaped out. Turning around, she beamed at both of them, lifting her skirts in a gesture of courtesy. "Brother Imin, Sister Mei Yali, welcome to the academy. We are merely your guardians. Is this not a bit too grand?" Imin instinctively glanced around, relieved to find the entrance devoid of onlookers. The grand entrance itself, crafted entirely from white marble, was intricately carved with beautiful lily motifs, exuding an air of opulence without losing its elegance. After completing her curtsy, Lita stepped closer to them, shaking her head slightly. "It is not like that. The teacher says that guardians are the most capable assistants, friends, and partners for mages. Moreover," as she spoke, her expression turned somewhat somber. "Right now, the only ones I can rely on are my brother and sister. Little Lita, rest assured." Mei Yali stepped forward, gently placing her hand on Lita's shoulder before embracing her tenderly. "We will protect you. You have nothing to worry about." Perhaps feeling a bit bashful in such a public setting, Lita's cheeks flushed as she nodded softly. Just then, a cheerful, lively voice rang out from behind her. "Lita, you're back? You've really returned." "Ah, is that voice Chisi?" Lita quickly turned around, lightly patting her cheeks before looking toward the figure dashing toward them at the academy's entrance. That petite figure came racing straight into Lita's open arms. "Lita, I've missed you so much. It's been an entire budding season since I last saw you." "You're finally back. How wonderful." The girl named Chisi lifted her head and, noticing Imin and Mei Yali behind Lita, her eyes widened in surprise, and she promptly leaped from Lita's embrace, playfully sticking out her tongue at the two. She then quietly inquired of Lita, "Lita, who are these two new students?" It was no wonder that the girl would make such an assumption, for both Imin and Mei Yali were dressed in ordinary attire, lacking the distinctive leather armor or protective gear typical of warriors of this era. Furthermore, they bore no weapons, making it difficult to associate them with combatants. Mei Yali wore an exquisite fitted gown, while Imin donned a simple outfit reminiscent of a young noble on an outing, which only added to Chisi's confusion. "What do you think?" Perhaps spurred by the presence of a good friend, Lita playfully retorted with a question of her own. With a furrowed brow, Chisi scrutinized the two individuals before her for a moment, then shook her head in dismay. At that moment, Lita, resembling a triumphant victor, leaned in close to Chisi's ear and whispered, "Actually, Brother Yiming and Sister Mayali are my guardians." "Oh, so that's your weight," Chisi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she pointed at Yiming and Mayali. She turned to Lita, mouth agape, clearly at a loss for words. Why, you actually have guardians." Lita replied, her head held high with a sense of pride, like a miniature adult. "I am now officially a magician. So having guardians is quite reasonable, wouldn't you say?" But, observing the lively exchange between the two, Yiming and Mayali exchanged knowing smiles. They too had once enjoyed such carefree days, playing and bickering with friends. Yet, those days had vanished, swallowed by the revelation of their powers. Friends had separated for a myriad of reasons, leaving only those who shared their destinies and experiences. Now, as they beheld the scene before them, it felt as though they had returned to a time unshackled by fear and flight. Just then, a brash voice interrupted, "Hey, little girls, step aside." Upon hearing this, Lita and Chisi immediately fell silent, their expressions revealing their disdain for the speaker. "Didn't you hear me tell you to move?" A boy, seemingly of similar age to Lita, stood before them, clad in a pristine white suit, surveying them with an unmistakable air of contempt. Chisi shot him an indignant glare, positioning herself protectively behind Lita. What do you want? Barney, are you trying to bully Lita again? I have no time for this poor little girl, the boy retorted, his youthful visage attempting to mask a feigned maturity that was quite repugnant. Mayali stepped forward, gently pulling Lita behind her, while Yiming remained expressionless, observing the boy with intensity. Barney, you are nothing more than the son of a nouveau riche. What makes you so special? Chi-Si countered defiantly. Who doesn't he know your father? However, before she could finish, Yiming abruptly grasped her hand, pulling her backward a few steps. At that moment, a man clad in black, his countenance frigid, appeared where Chi-Si had just stood. He fixed a cold gaze upon her, a glint of steel evident in the dagger he wielded. No one is permitted to speak ill of the master, he stated, casting a disdainful glance at Barney, who stood behind him, his expression devoid of emotion. Attacking a girl is rather excessive, wouldn't you say? Yiming interjected suddenly, his icy gaze locking onto the man in black. And to seek her life over a mere insult. No one is allowed to disrespect the young master, otherwise death is the consequence. Arrogance. Yiming's voice was low yet clear, resonating with everyone present. The man's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning predatory as he focused on Yiming. What did you say, brat? This matter should come to an end, Yiming declared, guiding Chi-Si toward Mayali before turning his attention back to the man in black. Indeed, this girl has insulted someone, but I believe your earlier threat has served as adequate punishment. Do you still intend to resort to violence? She must apologize to the young master and the master, the man replied, each word carefully enunciated. That is unnecessary. Yiming gestured toward Mayali. I said, this matter should conclude here. Then I shall force her to apologize. No sooner had he spoken than the man vanished in an instant, prompting Yiming to shrug and let out a resigned sigh. Almost simultaneously, Mayali snapped her umbrella shut with a resounding clap, swiftly transforming it into a slender sword. With unparalleled grace, she shifted her stance, moving in front of Chi-Si and Lita in a mere heartbeat. The slender sword glided forth, ringing out twice in the air. With a flick of her wrist, she thrust the sword forward, which instantaneously morphed into a long whip, striking at the empty space ahead before retracting swiftly. At that moment, the man in black found himself sprawled on the ground, disheveled and defeated. He gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his wrist, the once gleaming dagger now lost to the ether. Weapons, once drawn, must draw blood. Mayali, having retracted her slender sword, elegantly reopened her umbrella, returning to her previous demeanor of a refined and cultured noblewoman, as if the earlier tumult had been but a fleeting dream. Young master, we should take our leave. Noticing the gathering crowd, the man in black clenched his jaw, daring not to cast another glance at Mayali, and turned to flee in disgrace. Meanwhile, the arrogant boy's face fluctuated between shades of green and red, his anger palpable as he glared at Mayali. Yet, she did not spare him even a glance, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. With a furious stomp, he turned and vanished into the throng. I must reevaluate. This place appears utterly lawless, Yiming remarked, lowering his assessment of the environment. Humph, Barney has been bullying others for quite some time. He thinks he can look down on everyone just because his family is wealthy. Lita has been tormented by him several times. Sister, you did splendidly, truly befitting of Lita's guardian. I have no doubt in entrusting her to you. Chi-Si exclaimed, her face beaming with pride, while Lita blushed fiercely, tugging on Chi-Si's sleeve in a desperate attempt to silence her, clearly unwilling for her past misadventures at the academy to be revealed. What about you, Mayali? Yiming inquired, approaching her and speaking softly. I injured his ligaments. He won't be able to wield a weapon for at least 3 months. Mayali smiled faintly, clearly pleased with herself. There was no hesitation or regret. After all, at the moment weapons were drawn, all emotions had been cast aside, since that individual sought to assault Lita and her friends right before their eyes. Yiming and Mayali were resolute in their response. What on earth transpired here? Given the unfolding conflict, it was only natural for someone to intervene. Soon, a stern-looking middle-aged woman emerged, her face etched with seriousness. Seated in the academy's confession room, the four clearly had no intention of confessing. Teacher, it was Barney. He bullied us. Why should we be punished? Chi-Si, undeterred by the woman's icy demeanor, stood her ground, a testament to her bravery for one so young. However, you injured someone at the academy's entrance. Are you not aware of the implications this holds for the institution? We sincerely apologize. Since Mayali could not speak, Yiming stepped forward. We are new here and were unaware that such an incident would occur. Furthermore, it was an act of necessity, and we hope you can understand. Humph, so you are Lita's guardians. The middle-aged woman shot a quick glance at Yiming and Mayali, shaking her head in disapproval. Really, just children acting foolishly. A magician and her guardians. Do you not know that guardians must be registered at the academy? I am truly sorry, teacher. Lita, clearly intimidated by the middle-aged woman, bowed her head low, scarcely daring to utter a word. I intended to bring my brother and sister to register. But I didn't expect to encounter Barney at the gate. Enough, the woman interrupted, waving her hand in exasperation. You should understand, Lita. Canna Road Academy does not permit disturbances or violence within its gates. Do you not realize that any misdeeds committed by your guardians will be recorded in the magician's files? I am very sorry. There is no need for apologies. The woman appeared unimpressed, but soon altered her tone. However, guardians who are not registered with the academy are not recognized as such. Therefore, any mistakes made by unregistered guardians before official acknowledgement will not be the responsibility of the magician. Are you implying that? Chisi's eyes sparkled with hope as she lifted her gaze. Yet the middle-aged woman did not glance back at them, but turned away, gazing out the window. So, hurry and register. After that, should anything else occur, your troubles will be greatly magnified. Chapter 22. The Pact. In the name of the Spirit of Magic, I, Lita Canarod, do hereby formally acknowledge Mr. Yiming and Miss Mayili Dwayer Lu EC as my guardians. Under the accompaniment of the Spirit of Magic, we shall protect one another, care for one another, and assist each other in our endeavors. Praise be to the Spirit of Magic, under the radiance of the Lord of Magic throughout the world. Until the day of parting arrives. As Lita spoke gently, the parchment suddenly ignited with violet flames. The contract, signed by Yiming, Mayili, and Lita, was consumed by the purple fire, leaving not a trace behind. Witnessing this spectacle, the half-elf recording the event nodded in satisfaction, solemnly inscribing their names in the weighty tome he held. What a peculiar flame. How does it manage to leave no residue? I didn't even see any smoke. How would I know? Yet, the thoughts of the other two were evidently not focused on this sacred and solemn ceremony. Congratulations, Miss Lita Canarod. The half-elf closed the book and extended his hand toward Lita. As a sorceress, you have acquired 2 guardians that I hope you can journey further along the path of magic in their company, and may you receive the favor of the Spirit of Magic. Lita took his hand, exhibiting a maturity akin to that of a small adult, though Yiming and Mayili noticed her legs tremble slightly, a clear sign of her excitement. Nevertheless, Lita strove to maintain her composure. Responding slowly, "Thank you very much for your blessings, Dada. How wonderful, Lita. You now have such exceptional guardians." Once the trio exited the chamber known as the Room of Pact, Chi-Si, who had been waiting at the door, quickly began to express her grievances to Lita. Through Lita's introduction, they had learned that this lively short-haired girl was Lita's roommate, classmate, and confidant. According to Lita, Chi-Si possessed a far greater affinity for the Spirit of Magic than she did, having even one foot in the realm of sorcerers. Thus, she felt a twinge of envy toward Chi-Si. Aren't you the same? Chi-Si, I heard your father was going to find you a few guardians. What happened? I don't see any. Ugh, don't mention it. Chi-Si gestured helplessly. They're all just sweaty uncles, with scars all over their faces and bodies. My dad insists that those are the badges of honor of a man, saying that if they have no scars, how can they call themselves men? But I find it utterly repulsive. If I had to be followed by such a muscular man, I'd feel uncomfortable to my core every single day. Honestly, how I wish I could be like you, Lita, with the beautiful Mayili and the dashing Yiming accompanying me. That I'm so envious. Let us not even mention Mayili. Don't you think you're being a bit short-sighted in considering me? Yiming remarked casually, glancing at the beautiful lawn and fountain beyond the stone columns of the corridor. The academy appeared increasingly populated, and he occasionally spotted a few girls accompanied by fully armed mercenaries. Presumably their guardians, they seemed more like bodyguards, and as Yiming paid attention to this, he realized there were indeed quite a few guardians throughout the academy. Some accompanied sorcerers closely, while others kept their distance. And they belonged to an assortment of races. As he turned his curious gaze toward a beautiful elf with pointed ears, she seemed to sense his scrutiny, prompting Yiming to quickly avert his gaze and suppress his presence before she could lock eyes with him. Ah, Yiming, you haven't seen my guardian. I really don't want to call him that. Chi-Si patted Yiming's shoulder in a carefree manner, her expression resembling that of someone facing an apocalypse. Just then, A deep male voice resonated from behind her. Miss Chi-Si, you are late. Chi-Si jumped like a startled rabbit, nearly panicking as she turned to face the man before her. Yiming and Mei Yili's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively positioning Lita behind them. A rush of inexplicable danger and tension flooding their senses. Standing behind Chi-Si was a muscular man with bronzed skin, towering at nearly 2 meters tall. His long hair framed a face adorned with numerous scars. Yet he exuded an air of formidable strength. He bore a colossal sword on his back, even taller than himself, and his clearly defined muscles attested to his immense power. However, what caught Yiming and Mei Yili's attention was not his strength, but the fact that he was dressed in women-esque clothing. His bear-like physique seemed crammed into an ill-fitting maid-esque outfit, straining against its seams, and he wore white stockings and red shoes. A rather exaggerated bow adorned his waist, completing the bizarre ensemble. Mr. Shokate. Chi-Si's voice resonated with despair. Didn't I tell you to wait for me in my room? And I specifically asked you to change out of that outfit. Since you did not return, I grew concerned for your well-being and came to check on you. Additionally, I apologize for not being able to comply with your request, Miss Chi-Si. Your father believes this attire is more convenient for taking care of you. And I am merely following orders. If you find it difficult to adjust, I suggest you adapt quickly. Furthermore, I would like you to refer to me by my alias, Linda, while you are here. Ugh. Chi-Si took a step back, her face flushed with embarrassment. She could even sense the sympathetic glances from Yiming and the others behind her. But what could she do now? And these three are, noticing the giant man's gaze upon her. Mei Yili instinctively recoiled, hiding behind Yiming just like Lita. This is Lita, my classmate, and Yiming and Mei Yili are her guardians. Hello, Mr. Yiming. Miss Mei Yili. Hello. Yiming stared in disbelief as the man lifted his skirt and performed a curtsy before them, feeling as though the world had turned dark before his eyes. Meanwhile, Chi-Si, the direct victim, appeared on the verge of fainting from sheer embarrassment. However, the man seemed disinclined to linger on the matter, turning away and effortlessly hoisting Chi-Si onto his shoulder as if she were a small kitten. Miss Chi-Si, your class is about to commence. You cannot be late. Put me down. Shokate, right now. I can walk by myself. Chi-Si flailed her arms desperately, but it was as though she were a kitten caught in the grasp of a bear, utterly without resistance. That's not permissible. Miss Chi-Si, if I let you go, you might run off again. Also here, please call me Linda. No, don't. And as Yiming and the others could do nothing but mourn the departure of that outlandish figure, they were left powerless. I absolutely will not fight him. For the first time, Mei Yili resolutely chose to evade. So, you mean to say that I should face that individual? Where has the spirit of camaraderie between companions gone? This, I absolutely will not do. Mei Yili fervently shook her head, clearly struck by a profound blow. It was no wonder she had always kept her distance from anything lacking in aesthetic appeal. And someone who challenged her limits to such a degree was enough to make even Yiming feel dizzy, let alone Mei Yili, who had even higher standards and a more delicate sensibility. Afterward, Lita led Mei Yili back to her room for a chat, and after advising Mei Yili to gradually reveal their arrangements to Lita, Yiming aimlessly departed the room. After all, it was a girl's space, and being a man within felt rather tedious. Yiming wandered the academy without a specific purpose, taking in the beautiful surroundings. Eventually, as he reached the edge of a small river, he halted. You've been following me for quite some time. What is it that you desire? Without turning around, Yiming muttered to himself. At some point, a figure had appeared behind him. It was the elf who had sensed his earlier gaze. Who are you? The elf spoke, her voice as clear and bright as that of a lark. A warrior. Yiming shrugged. Warrior. The elf echoed the word in confusion, then shook her head. Impossible. I have not seen you carry any weapons. You cannot possibly be a warrior. When you see my weapon, you will either be injured or already dead. Yiming turned to gaze into the elf's clear, shimmering eyes. The elf instinctively assumed a defensive posture, bending slightly to grasp the hilt of her sword. However, Yiming clearly had no intention of engaging her in combat. He merely spread his hands, shrugged, and then brushed past her, moving to the other side of the road. The elf watched his retreating figure with a troubled expression, then began to carefully observe her surroundings. Slowly, she produced a stone etched with strange runes from her waist, pressed it to her forehead, and closed her eyes. Soon, she began to murmur to herself. It's me, indeed. Yes, it's a bit troublesome. Someone, She paused for a moment, then nodded. I understand. After which, she removed the runestone from her forehead and turned to leave. The wind rustled through the trees, stirring the verdant grass, causing the slender, soft blades to sway gently. Gradually, they ceased their swaying and lay flat against something. Then, Yiming began to materialize from the air, standing just a few paces away from where the elf had been. In truth, the Yiming the elf had seen was merely an image created by the refraction of light, not his true form, but in reality, he had remained there all along. After all, the human exterior is not encased in skin, but rather in light. In a pitch-black, lightless place, one could not perceive the essence of a person. Only the illumination reveals the existence of humanity. What Yiming had done was simply manipulate this vital shell of light, moving it at will. This, indeed, was the greatest terror for anyone attempting to oppose him. For, no matter what they beheld may not be the truth. Without the aid of instruments, they could not even be certain if the scenes before their eyes were real. It seems they are not after us. Could it be that they are targeting Lita? Yiming furrowed his brow, naturally recalling Lawrence's death, although both Yiming and Mei Yili believed it to be nothing more than a simple assassination. The urgency to cover one's tracks suggested they would not go too far. Yet, did this imply they intended to annihilate the entire family? Something was amiss, very amiss, after all. Neither Yiming nor Mei Yili had revealed to Lita the true circumstances of Lawrence's demise. Moreover, they had not actively pursued those individuals. Surely they would not be so self-aware if they intended to strike. They had ample opportunity when Lawrence returned to Glory City. Why wait until now? If they had killed Lita first, and then Lawrence, or even both simultaneously, it would have been far easier and less risky. At that time, Yiming and Mei Yili were not even acquainted with Lita. Nor could they find Lawrence's home. Creating a fire or some other cover to dispose of the bodies should not have been overly difficult. Why wait until now? After pondering for a long while, Yiming found no clarity and decided to set aside his thoughts that in truth, if he could capture that elf, he would surely have ways to extract information from her. However, at present, both Yiming and Mei Yili merely wished for a peaceful, uncomplicated life and were reluctant to wade through such murky waters. Regardless of who the adversary was or what plans they harbored, Yiming had no intention of prying further. They would deal with challenges as they came, merely biding their time. Chapter 23. The first test. Mei Yili looked up, a hint of confusion in her enchanting two-colored eyes. We are being followed. Indeed, Yiming replied, sitting on the other bed, gazing at the languid Mei Yili, who was reclining on the soft bedding. This was the room adjacent to Lita's, and after signing that peculiar contract which had turned to ash in the fire, they had obtained the right to reside here. It was evident that the original designer had not anticipated the presence of both a man and a woman living together, much like how the architects of the 1970s could not foresee the rise of air conditioning 2 decades later. Thus, the room's furnishings were exceedingly simple: a wardrobe, a bed, a chair, and a window. However, neither felt particularly awkward. They had been together for quite some time, and in moments of danger, they had long ceased to care about the proprieties between genders. To facilitate quick escapes or evade pursuers, sharing a bed or even bathing together had become second nature. After all, they were focused on fleeing from relentless pursuit rather than enjoying life. Thus, although they no longer lived that fugitive existence, the habits formed in a prolonged state of tension were not easily altered. Indeed, I do not know the intentions of our pursuers. It could be due to our reprimanding that little brat, or perhaps those responsible for Mr. Lawrence's murder, or it might be something else entirely. There are so many possibilities. I think we should keep a close watch on Lita's safety. If we cannot protect her, we would have no face to meet Mr. Lawrence. Do you think it could be related to other associates of the merchant? Perhaps someone was sent to inquire after losing contact with him. After all, the merchant was a traveling trader, and it would not be unusual for him to have encountered various individuals or maintained close ties with others, Mei Yili suggested, which aligned with one of Yiming's considerations. Never mind that. In any case, aside from ensuring Lita's well-being, we have little else to attend to. With that, Yiming stood and moved closer to Mei Yili, who remained motionless, lying lazily on the bed, even as Yiming leaned down, placing his hands on the bedding beside her. Let us set that matter aside for now. When are we getting married? What do you think? Mei Yili replied with a sly smile, gazing at Yiming. If possible, right now would be fine. As we are betrothed, there should be at least a date set, Yiming said in a tone clearly laced with jest, yet Mei Yili appeared half serious. After all, I have entrusted my body to you. You can decide as you wish. Mayali gently placed her right hand on her chest, a faint blush rising on her flawless cheeks. Her long, cascading hair shimmered like flowing gold in the sunlight, the gentle rise and fall of her full, curvaceous form signifying her vitality. Under the gaze of her mismatched eyes, Yiming felt a sudden sense of unease. Had he perhaps taken the jest too far? He attempted to divert his gaze from Mayali, only to find it unexpectedly difficult. "I thought you would be more proactive, my lady." Yiming cleared his throat, striving to break the peculiar tension. Is waiting for a man to take the initiative a woman's modesty and pride? Or have I lost my charm to the point where I must attack you? Well, before Yiming could find an appropriate response, the door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang, and Lita rushed in, breathless. "Brother Yiming, Sister Mayali, hurry, we must." Lita's sentence was cut short when she caught sight of Yiming and Mayali, who appeared to be in a compromising position on the bed. At least, it seemed that way. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she spun on her heel, dashing out of the room. It appeared that some misunderstandings, or perhaps not entirely misunderstandings, had taken root, ready to blossom at any moment. Yiming sighed in resignation and straightened up. That he would not deny that Mayali was a beautiful young woman, but their relationship was far from simple. Friends, their familiarity surpassed that of mere friends. Even a couple in love could not claim to understand each other as they did. Yet, this bond forged through countless struggles for survival and nearly endless escapes, now felt uniquely peculiar. They had once been inseparable, relying on one another. But was that still the case now? If we were to adhere to the conventional definitions of the ordinary world, what should their relationship resemble? Yiming did not dwell excessively on this matter, considering they currently resided in another realm, one where they need not be vigilant against armed soldiers, special forces, or helicopters launching indiscriminate attacks and slaughter, regardless of when they fell asleep. Thus, he had ample time to ponder this issue. Standing before the square, Rita's delicate face was still flushed, clearly indicating that the earlier scene had been rather overwhelming for a girl. Yiming and Mayali stood on either side of her, and like the three of them, many others had also gathered here. However, there was one commonality amongst them all. They were magicians and guardians. In fact, just moments ago, Rita had received a magical command, summoning all newly contracted magicians and guardians to this place for an examination. What you are required to do is enter this portal and undergo the trial. Ms. William, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, spoke with a frigid tone reminiscent of a winter stream, her expression grave as she held a golden pocket watch in her hand. This is a test of the collaborative relationship between magicians and their contracted guardians. I trust you all comprehend this. Her gaze did not linger on the guardians standing behind, but swept over the magicians in front, the majority of whom were women. An envoy communicating with the spirits of magic must possess sound judgment. Since you have deemed those standing behind you, guarding you, to be your most trusted allies, this presents an opportunity for a trial. Should you fail, I regret to inform you that it would signify your judgment is insufficient for the spirits of magic to extend further trust towards you. Consequently, we will not permit the unsuccessful to continue their studies within the academy. Ms. Williams' words incited considerable unrest, and the expressions of the fledgling magicians visibly shifted to anxiety and trepidation. They had initially presumed that guardians merely served to protect them. Yet it appeared the reality was far more complex. It sounded akin to a gamble, wagering the magician's judgment, with the stakes being the opportunity to study at the continent's foremost magical academy. The crowd hesitated. Rita, are you afraid? Noticing Rita's somewhat pale complexion, Mayali inquired with concern. Meanwhile, Yiming gazed intently at the white teleportation array before them, seemingly striving to discern something from within. Sister Mayali, it was evident that Rita lacked confidence, both in them and in herself. Yet, Ms. Williams' discourse had not concluded. Of course, we are not entirely devoid of compassion. Should you wish to retain your qualifications, you may, provided you immediately dissolve the contract with your guardian behind you, thus exempting yourselves from this test. As soon as Ms. Williams' words fell, the previously silent crowd erupted once more. Yiming and Mayali exchanged glances and instinctively shook their heads. Clearly, this was a psychological tactic. If her words bore truth, then passing this test would not be so straightforward. Those with a more cautious disposition would naturally opt for non-participation. However, this would imply severing their bond with their guardians, which was not merely a matter of hiring mercenaries or warriors. According to Rita's explanations, guardians were the closest companions of magicians, not merely human shields for protection. It was a dilemma fraught with difficulty. Gradually, many chose to depart. They were unwilling to leave the academy, lacking confidence in themselves. Yiming even observed some guardians departing in indignation after their magicians withdrew, evidently never to return to their side. After all, this was a relationship built on mutual trust, and to dismantle such a bond now appeared all too simple. Rita, what is your decision? Mayali and Yiming fixed their gazes upon Rita, awaiting her resolution. Rita lifted her head, but, before meeting their eyes, instinctively lowered it as if jolted by electricity. This is your own decision. Yiming regarded Rita's bowed head and spoke slowly. We shall have no objections. Rita fell silent once more, slowly raising her head and gazing at the teleportation array. Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. For a 14-year-old girl, striking a balance between harsh reality and romantic dreams was exceedingly challenging, especially when the stakes were so high. While Yiming awaited Rita's response, he scrutinized the teleportation array before him. It was a massive triangular slab of white stone, with 3 individuals clad in flowing white robes standing motionless at each corner, slender staffs in hand, awaiting their cue. The surrounding clamor and disputes seemed to have no bearing on them. Yiming examined the stone slab closely and felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet before he could identify the source of this feeling. Rita had already lifted her head and approached the magical teleportation array. When she reached the front, Ms. William regarded Rita with mild surprise. Then, after inquiring her name, spoke to her with solemnity. Rita, Canarot, you only just advanced to the rank of magician last year. Correct? Yes, ma'am. Do you not think it is a bit premature to participate in this trial? Rita turned to glance at Yiming, then at Mayali, and gently shook her head. This is my decision, Ms. William, she replied softly. And Ms. William nodded in understanding before adjusting her glasses. In light of your courage, I must inform you that Miss Marion Blade will also be participating in this trial. Do you still wish to proceed? The Blade family. Rita gasped, her eyes widening in surprise as she nervously responded. Ms. William calmly nodded. Are you certain you wish to participate? Then, she reiterated her question. Yes. After a moment of silence, Rita finally nodded. Then, I wish you the blessings of the spirits of magic. Ms. William offered a wry smile, then stepped aside, gesturing for the 3 to stand upon the teleportation array. However, as they ascended onto it, Yiming's inner sense of unease intensified, though he dared not show it. After all, he had no inkling of where this disquiet stemmed from, yet he sensed that Mayali appeared similarly troubled, her usually steady hands nervously fidgeting with her parasol, reflecting his own feelings. Brother, sister, do not worry. Sensing their emotional shift, Rita whispered comfortingly. This teleportation array is quite safe. I have used it before. Before she could finish her sentence, the mages standing at the triangle commenced a low chant. Yiming felt as though an invisible hand had suddenly pulled him upward, then pressed him down. Subsequently, a pristine radiance enveloped them as they vanished into the heart of the teleportation array. Chapter 24, Where is this place? A chilling wind howled through the desolate woods, bearing the stench of decay and death. In the pitch-black soil, the outlines of skeletal remains emerged ominously, while the distant horizon appeared to be spewing flames, casting everything in a blood-red hue. The vast, uninhabited land was eerie and foreboding, resembling another world entirely. What in the world is this place? Yiming surveyed the surrounding bones and the swords embedded within them, furrowing his brow. Have we been transported to hell? No, that is impossible, Brother Yiming. Even a conjurer cannot open the gates to the realm of the undead, Rita frantically explained, completely oblivious to Yiming's jest. Meanwhile, Mayali closed her eyes. And after a moment, her expression shifted slightly as she turned to face the 2. Within the range I can perceive, there are no living beings apart from us. Is this the trial? Yiming rotated his wrist. A precursor to action. Yet, the vague sense of unease within him persisted. Something seemed amiss, something felt off, but he could not articulate it, which troubled him immensely. Although his intuition was not infallible, and he had never won a lottery. Regrettably, whenever danger loomed, his instincts were invariably spot on, and this instance was no exception. Rita, what should we do next? In confronting this unforeseen situation, they could only rely on the wisdom of the locals. However, Rita displayed a furrowed brow, seemingly no different from the others. I don't know either. Sister Mayali, I am at a loss as to why this is happening. Where exactly are we? Doesn't it strike you as peculiar? At this point, Yiming suddenly interjected. Rita and Mayali turned to him, evidently puzzled. Peculiar? Indeed, the entire situation has been strange from the very beginning. Moreover, we have overlooked a crucial detail. Yiming pointed to himself. We lack a purpose. A purpose? What are we supposed to do? How do we know when we have completed the trial? No one has informed us this so-called test merely about casting us into this barren land devoid of life and assessing how we survive. What distinguishes this from a survival challenge? He is correct, and within the limits of my perception, I sense no signs of life, which is decidedly unusual. I believe we must prepare ourselves. Thick clouds obscure the sky, plunging the entire world into an almost nocturnal darkness. Consequently, Mayali had closed her umbrella, which, though its material was unknown, certainly had unique properties in terms of waterproofing and UV protection. Yet, Yiming was not in the mood for such trifles. He surveyed their surroundings. Finding themselves in a clearing at the heart of a forest, the entire forest appeared withered, the pale trunks resembling a sickly hue, marked by remnants of decay, evoking the visage of human faces in a frightful manner. Mayali instinctively drew closer to Yiming, linking her arm with his. I say, young lady, here we go again. What can be done? Unfamiliarity breeds discomfort. Mayali responded with resignation, her gaze anxiously scanning their surroundings. Occasionally, a few desiccated leaves would be lifted from the ground by a gust of wind, producing an inaudible rustling sound that would set her on edge. Meanwhile, Rita clung tightly to Mayali's other arm. Clearly terrified, she too could not comprehend how they had ended up in such a place. Striving to calm herself, she hastily made several gestures while softly chanting an incantation, hoping the spirit of magic would reveal some foretelling truths. This was the spell of confirmation, the one in which Rita was least adept, primarily relying on communication with the omnipresent magic spirits to gain knowledge about this locale. Rita had never successfully cast this spell before, and judging by the current outcome, she remained unsuccessful. For someone who had yet to sense the magic spirits, hoping for a response was indeed a foolish endeavor, ultimately resulting in nothing but a waste of her energy. What did you find? Yiming inquired nonchalantly. Scanning their surroundings, Rita shook her head apologetically, too timid to speak. Then allow me to give it a try. With that, Yiming raised his right hand. He flicked his fingers a few times and signaled to Mayali, who promptly grasped his left hand. Yiming then focused ahead and made a perfectly ordinary snap of his fingers. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery transformed. In an instant, Rita discovered that the three of them were now deep within a dark and eerie forest. Shrouded in gloom, withered shrubs crisscrossed, obscuring all visibility. Rita anxiously surveyed her surroundings, as if something lurking in the concealed darkness were watching them. Following Yiming's next movement, the scenery shifted again to a parched riverbed, desiccated shrubs, and ominous bones. Despite the repeated changes in scenery, they discovered nothing beyond these grotesque sights. Yiming nodded at Mayali, who then released his right hand, and the next moment, it appeared as though Yiming had exhausted all his strength and collapsed onto the ground. The surrounding landscape reverted to its original appearance. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. In response to Yiming's inquiry, Mayali gently shook her head, while Rita timidly gazed at Yiming, whispering, Brother Yiming, was that magic? No. Yiming shook his head, casually accepting the handkerchief Mayali offered to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. That was my ability. Yiming's ability was light manipulation, with an emphasis on the term manipulation. Manipulation entailed the capacity to move, erase, replicate, and transform various elements. In truth, everything visible in the world is composed of the values of light. The colors, angles, and sizes are all revealed without reservation by the light itself. What Yiming accomplished was merely sensing and calculating the values of the distant environmental light and overlaying them onto their current surroundings, thus recreating the distant scenery. To simplify, if the light values at location A were constituted of 10x3 and the light structure values at location B were 7x5, Yiming could simply modify the light values at their location to 7x5, thereby obtaining the environmental information of that area. While this may sound simple, the execution is fraught with difficulty, as the information contained within light structures far exceeds what the human brain can process. Even a single centimeter of light coverage is laden with vast amounts of informational elements. Even with Yiming's innate talent and Mayali's assistance, he could merely recreate a small section of the distant area. Huff, after patting his overheated forehead and ensuring the nearly useless information had been thoroughly forgotten, Yiming promptly sprang to his feet and suggested, in any case, lingering here serves no purpose. Let us explore our surroundings. Then, let us head that way. Mei Yali suddenly turned, pointing towards a now dry riverbed. I sensed a presence within my range, and it seemed to be engaged in battle. Upon arriving at the scene, they found that the battle had reached its conclusion. What in the world is this abomination? Gazing at the grotesque creature before him, a monstrous entity the size of an enraged bull, composed of white bones and decaying flesh, Yiming quickly exclaimed in astonishment. This creature appeared extraordinarily ferocious, its body encrusted with rotting meat and bones. At that moment, it raised its hind legs while swinging its two arms, each nearly the size of a human body. What exposed the creature's vulnerability was its abdomen, which bore an even larger, more formidable maw.as it swung its robust arms. The gaping mouth of its abdomen clamped onto the long sword of a soldier who had charged in, and before the warrior could retreat, the creature's powerful hand crushed his skull with ease. Akin to swatting a mosquito, a viscous, murky fluid, along with an eye that had narrowly escaped destruction, dangled grotesquely from its massive claw. Witnessing this scene, Rita instinctively covered her eyes, while Yiming glanced at Mei Yali, who immediately understood and positioned herself protectively in front of Rita. Yiming then extended his right hand, and with a flip, a black double-edged longsword materialized in his palm. He took 2 steps back, weighed the sword in his hand, and then, with a reverse grip, hurled it toward the target with great force. At the moment of release, the black double-edged sword transformed into a perfect whirlwind of lethality, soaring almost silently, yet with remarkable speed toward the monster. However, to Yiming's surprise, the creature turned, seemingly sensing the impending attack, and reached out in an attempt to grasp the spiraling sword approaching its eyes. Yet it grasped at nothingness, as the double-edged sword completed a flawless rotation in the air before returning precisely to its wielder's hand. The creature, now enraged, raised its claws in an attempt to strike at Yiming. Only its upper body leaned forward while its lower half remained rooted in place. Decaying, foul-smelling blood erupted forth, resembling an open-air fountain in its flamboyant display. Clearly, Yiming's double-edged sword had inflicted sufficient damage, rendering this hideous creature incapable of further retaliation. What a design devoid of aesthetic appeal. After reclaiming the Xinyuan, Yiming approached the creature's corpse, frowning as he examined it. To his astonishment, the creature's body had already rotted away. Even the area where a heart should have resided was hollowed. He then turned away, beginning his search for any survivors. Soon, Yiming's gaze fell upon his target. Chapter 25, The Lurking Crisis and Truth. Locating survivors proved to be no easy feat. The ground was littered with the mangled corpses left in the wake of that monstrous creature. Yiming had to navigate around the dismembered bodies, some torn asunder while others were but half-consumed remnants, in search of those who at least appeared to retain their limbs or a flicker of life. Mayali and Lita stood at a distance, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. The presence of one monster suggested the potential existence of a second, or perhaps even more, lurking somewhere within the forest. After casually kicking aside a severed arm, Yiming finally stumbled upon a survivor. She appeared to be of a similar age to Mayali, garbed in a sorceress's robe, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. The reason Yiming mistook her for a corpse was due to the alarming splatters of blood marring the pristine white of her robe. Had she not emitted a soft cough, Yiming might have truly believed her to be deceased. Approaching the woman, Yiming crouched down to examine her injuries, only to discover that she was nearly unscathed, with the blood merely the result of nearby barbarian warriors. He then reached out, gently tapping her face in an attempt to rouse her from her slumber. "Miss, please awaken. Are you still alive?" The woman merely groaned, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. "Miss, realizing his gentle prodding was ineffective, Yiming took a deep breath and summoned his strength to deliver a sharp slap to her face. Thwack! The sudden shock finally elicited a response from the woman, who sat up, her eyes wide with fear as she surveyed her surroundings. "Yiming, you should be gentler with women. This is called shock therapy," Yiming retorted, unrepentant in the face of Mayali's admonition. At that moment, the woman appeared to regain her senses. Rubbing her sore cheek, she scanned Yiming's face with a bewildered expression, as if struggling to comprehend the nature of her predicament. "What is this? Oh no, the undead giant. Where is my guardian?" As she screamed, she sprang to her feet, yet before she could make any further movements, she froze in place, her eyes wide as she beheld the corpses surrounding her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a natural response to fear. That it was only then that she seemed to grasp the gravity of her situation. Her gaze slowly descending until she recoiled as if struck by lightning upon noticing the darkened blood trail beneath her feet. "She is the only one." Meanwhile, having confirmed that all but her had succumbed to death. Imming stood and turned to Molly at that moment. The woman pivoted to face him, clenching her jaw as she approached. Imming, perplexed, instinctively stepped back as a gust of wind passed by, narrowly avoiding a retaliatory slap. "Why did you take so long to arrive? What if I had been injured?" she bellowed in fury. "It seems her wits have fled." Imming shrugged at Mayali, then turned to walk towards them, leaving the woman amidst the pile of corpses. Could it be the result of too much trauma? "Wait, where are you all going? Come back and protect me." Imming covered his ears, realizing with a sense of regret that he had made a grave mistake. Lady William stared in terror at the flickering purple lightning of the teleportation array, her usual calm demeanor having vanished. "What is happening? What went wrong with the teleportation array?" "Ma'am, someone tampered with the teleportation array. Something is coming." "Ah." The mage struggling to maintain the array was cut off as a brilliant light shot forth from the purple lightning, striking him squarely. With no time to evade, he let out a cry before being reduced to charred remains. In the face of this calamity, the remaining two mages instinctively began to retreat, chanting spells to conjure protective barriers while summoning their guardians. Soon, several fully armed warriors stood before them. From the furious roars of the magical spirits, the mages sensed that the entire array had undergone an unforeseen transformation, morphing into a fundamentally different, yet eerily similar entity. It was evident that the altered array operated under a coercive mechanism, impervious to any external force, and would continue to function relentlessly until annihilation. As the purple lightning gradually subsided, Lady William's expression turned grave upon beholding the massive, winged figure emerging from the golden light. "It is a demon. Prepare for battle." She immediately issued the command. Gigantic creatures, towering over 2 meters, emerged from the array, adorned with long horns and massive bat-like wings. Their greedy gazes fixated on the world before them, reveling in the impending destruction. The air was thick with the scent of burning purple flames that flickered across their forms as they regarded the humans with a disdainful air, eagerly awaiting the moment their futile resistance would be crushed. 3 demons. Lady William gasped, realizing that with 5 great chant mages absent from the academy, ordinary mages stood little chance against such low-level demons. Though not without some hope, she watched the 3 demons warily, her hand raised to issue an attack command. At that moment, the teleportation array flickered with purple light once more. Could it be reinforcements? This unforeseen turn of events caused Lady William to feel a pang of apprehension, and indeed, she was astonished to see that even the demons appeared taken aback, as if what was manifesting held no relevance to them. The array's radiance began to shift. The purple lightning crackled with intensity, transforming into a golden glow. Gradually, several indistinct figures emerged from the brilliance, and upon recognizing their faces, Lady William could scarcely believe her eyes. "So this is it." One of them gazed in astonishment at the demon standing before him, as if it were merely a docile kitten. "Is this what you call trouble?" he remarked casually, extending his hand to summon a pair of black twin blades. The woman, her expression grave, extended her hands, rapidly forming intricate gestures while chanting an explosive incantation. In a flash, the corpses before them ignited, erupting into flames that consumed everything in their path. "They are so pitiful," Lita murmured, watching the burning bodies. "Humph. These worthless beings couldn't even protect themselves. What use are they? There's no need for a funeral." The woman scoffed dismissively. "One cannot say that." Imming shook his head. "If there are more of those creatures, they might follow the scent of blood here to reduce the chances of encountering them. It is necessary to eradicate the corpses." At this, he turned to the woman, who had reluctantly introduced herself as Marion Blade, another participant in the trials. Imming glanced at her blood-soaked sorceress robe and frowned, issuing a command. "Take it off." "What do you intend to do?" Marion stepped back warily, casting a wary glance at Imming. "The scent of blood clings to your clothes that I do not wish to have a living bait among my team." "What am I to wear then?" "Mayali." "Very well." Mayali retrieved a small pack from Lita, producing a fresh set of clothing to offer Marion. Reluctantly, she accepted it, frowning at Imming. "How long do you plan to stand there?" "Then I shall take a stroll," said Imming, shrugging helplessly before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Marion watched his retreating figure, letting out a cold huff. She then began to chant an incantation, enveloping herself in a shroud of inky black smoke. "Sister Mayali, what on earth is happening?" Lita asked anxiously, for within the academy, Marion Blade was renowned as a prodigy. The tender age of 17, She had attained the level of a sorceress that many would struggle for decades to reach. Yet, even she found herself powerless in this desolate forest, her guardian having been utterly annihilated. Was this test truly so formidable that even a sorceress could not pass it? This is not a test at all. After changing her attire, Marion emerged from the black mist, her expression less intense, perhaps due to donning clean garments, yet still laced with a frigid fury. We have entered the forest of the undead. Upon hearing this, Lita stood frozen in shock. The continent contained several so-called forbidden zones, not areas strictly prohibited from entry, but regions perilously dangerous for humans. The forest of the undead was one such place. Legend has it that a millennium ago, during a battle between a necromancer and elves, the necromancer unleashed the ultimate chant, "All things return to death." In a fit of rage after the elves killed his wife, under the suffocating aura of death, the once lush forest was drained of its vitality in an instant, leaving all living beings with thin as mere skeletons. The necromancer, having exhausted his life force, perished from the backlash of his own magic. It is a tale steeped in sorrow and madness. Ever since then, this place, once known as the Water Forest, has been renamed the Forest of the Undead. It is said that even now, the vengeful spirits of the brutally slain beasts and elves linger here, seeking something to unleash their wrath upon. Not even sorcerers dare to enter such a cursed domain. How could this be? Once the gravity of the situation dawned on her, Lita's legs weakened, but fortunately, Mayali was there to support her just in time. How did we end up here? How would I know? Marion retorted, her irritation evident as she shot a glare at Lita. And you, lowly sorceress, muster some courage. How can you be so terrified just by stepping into a forbidden zone? What will you do if danger arises? Ugh, under Marion's relentless pressure, Lita found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her state, Marion raised an eyebrow, ready to speak again when Yiming emerged from the forest. We must move. He glanced at Marion before addressing Mayali and Lita. Chapter 26. The Death Knight. Yiming's form swayed. Narrowly evading the oncoming blade, he floated to the left, seemingly nonchalantly raising his left hand. As a silver light shot forth from beneath him, Mayali's chain sword struck with unerring precision, leaving a distinct mark upon the enemy's decayed armor. Yet the foe remained unfazed, merely shifting its upper body slightly, then immediately focusing on the empty air beside it. The battered longsword swung without hesitation, the seemingly purposeless motion stopping abruptly, accompanied by the sound of metal grinding. Yiming's silhouette flickered into existence, rolling backward to evade another sweeping strike. He rose, his dual sword still dim and lifeless, cautiously observing, or rather calculating how to inflict sufficient damage upon this troublesome adversary. The question seemed foolish, yet when confronted with a headless entity, it became exceedingly pertinent. They had encountered this being known as the Death Knight at dusk. After deliberation, the group resolved to vacate this haunted place at all costs. Regardless of whether this was a trial, the random transportation of themselves into a forbidden zone was excessive. Lita had no objections, and though Marion grumbled incessantly, she did not oppose their decision. Fortunately, the Forest of the Undead lay to the east of Lilyflower City, occupying a full third of barren land. Centuries ago, this area was a picturesque paradise, brimming with pristine mountains and clear waters. Now it had transformed into a wasteland of death. However, when Yiming and the others encountered what could barely be deemed a living entity, they had little time to prepare before this peculiar being drew its sword and charged at them. This creature is indeed troublesome. Yiming gracefully leaped backward, landing firmly upon the dry, hard ground. Mayali stood opposite him, her chain sword hanging like a venomous serpent, poised to strike. Did illusions prove ineffective? What could this creature possibly perceive? Yiming scrutinized the area above its neck, which was entirely devoid of features, not even eyes to be found. Indeed, this was the very essence of a headless knight. Could you refrain from merely spectating and devise a plan? Yiming urged, shifting his stance to maintain distance from this bothersome foe while raising his voice. As a warrior, you dare issue commands to me? Marion scoffed, retorting with indignation. It is the duty of your guardians to protect us. Figure something out on your own. Yiming fell silent as the black dual blade spun outward, deflecting the enemy's battered longsword with a resounding clash and brilliant sparks. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would have long been severed by the Xianyuan. Yet, it was evident that despite the Death Knight's sword appearing as if it could be purchased for a mere 3 copper coins at a roadside stall, it could still contend evenly with a weapon capable of cleaving through even the toughest of armors. This strange situation stemmed from the nature of Yiming and Mayali's weapons. Their runic armaments lacked physical substance. They were creations born of magic. Guided by mysterious magical energies, their mental prowess materialized into weapons. Thus, what Yiming and Mayali wielded was, in essence, their very own mental essence, an extension of their lives. Consequently, their weapons were sharper and more resilient than ordinary arms. After all, their weapons possessed souls, while standard weapons were mere lifeless objects, incapable of withstanding their assaults. However, the Death Knight before them, in a certain sense, mirrored the two is, a being long since deceased. Every part of it was composed of its very soul. Thus, conventional attacks proved utterly ineffective against this headless knight. Even Yiming's weapons, born of the same ethereal essence, were met with equal resistance. Humph, that man! Marion observed the two engaged in battle, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. As a gifted sorceress, she had always lived under the adulation and protection of others. Never had she experienced disdain from anyone. Confident in both her intellect and beauty, she believed that a woman as clever and enchanting as herself could never fail to attract attention. Yet, upon encountering Yiming and his companions, she found herself facing an unprecedented coldness. Who was that man? Merely a warrior, yet he dared to command her. She glared at Yiming, scoffing softly. Meanwhile, Lita anxiously watched the unfolding battle, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Lady Marion, I do not harbor such thoughts, Marion snapped, causing Lita to swallow her words in fear. You are but a sorceress. Given the degree to which this undead has coalesced into a physical form, it exceeds what someone of your caliber can handle. I shall see how long those warriors can endure against such a wretched creature. Mayali withdrew, her gleaming chain sword coiling around the Death Knight's leg like a silken ribbon. Yet in the next moment, her expression darkened, and she barely managed to steady herself with a flick of her left hand, avoiding being dragged away by the peculiar Death Knight. Yiming's Xinyuan transformed into a streak of black light, narrowly parrying the Death Knight's thrust. That moment, the Death Knight seemed to grow agitated as a pale, thick aura of death surged from beneath its feet, rolling forth like a living sea of clouds, ready to engulf them. The sea of the undead, Lita shrieked, even Marion's countenance shifting in alarm. The sea of the undead can be described as a pinnacle skill reserved exclusively for the most advanced of undead beings. This ethereal white mist, reminiscent of a cloud sea, gradually siphons the life force of any unfortunate prey ensnared within, converting it into vitality for the spellcaster. Few can escape this incantation alive. Even the sturdiest of barbarians would perish silently, their last breath consumed until naught remains. Imengij, retreat quickly. While Mayali, positioned at a distance, remained relatively unscathed, Imin, who was locked in close combat with the Death Knight, had no time to react, as if he were a small fish overwhelmed by a tidal wave. Engulfed by the white miasma of death, Lita covered her mouth, letting out a small, mournful whimper. Marion's expression shifted subtly. Despite her formidable demeanor, she understood that, as a mage, without protection, she was no different from a frail woman. What had begun as a childish act of provocation fueled by anger had now morphed into an unequivocal act of self-destruction. This stirred within Marion an indescribable feeling, prompting her to quickly scan the dimming sky. She then raised her hands, her enchanting and mysterious gestures accompanied by a lively chant that, under normal circumstances, should not have emerged at such a moment. The wind began to coalesce at her fingertips, forming a new source of power. Mayali transformed her chainsword back to its original form, anxiously surveying her surroundings before allowing her shoulders to relax. Phew, that was truly perilous. The sudden voice startled Lita and Marion, who turned in surprise to find that Imin had somehow escaped the sea of the undead, standing leisurely at a safe distance, casually holding his black twin blades and observing the deathly aura with keen interest. How is that possible? All bore witness to the moment when Imin had indeed been swallowed by the cloud sea. After that, escape seemed utterly implausible. Yet there he stood, seemingly mocking the situation. It appears I should take this more seriously. You've gone too far. Mayali reproached without mercy. My apologies, but I simply wish to experience what it would be like to battle the legendary Headless Knight. Imin showed no signs of remorse, his expression shifting to one of gravity. From his lips emerged a low, commanding utterance. Rune armament, twin blade form. The twin long swords, previously merged into one, instantaneously disassembled, transforming into black runic lines that spiraled through the air. Subsequently, sharp, pointed black swords materialized in each of Imin's hands. He stood poised with the twin blades, gazing at the sea of the undead and the figures submerged within. Mechanical sword, Ganjiang Moxia, resonance mode. He declared, raising the twin swords, at which point the once tranquil blades emitted a faint buzzing sound. As if vibrating. Imin guided and sensed the weapons in his grasp, energy continuously forming, constructing, and merging, reshaping into a singularity capable of obliterating everything. Leaning slightly forward, he resembled an athlete poised to sprint in the next instant. His figure vanished. Simultaneously, Lita and Marion were astonished to witness a sight they had never encountered in their lives. The once dense, life-devouring cloud sea split apart as if cleaved by a mighty wind, creating a vast X-shaped breach at that moment. Imin appeared on the other side of the mist, standing firmly on the ground, his black twin blades devoid of any trace of the fog. Yet, the aura of death began to dissipate, as if struck by a furious tempest, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. When the two finally comprehended the scene at the center, they gasped, covering their mouths to stifle their screams. The once indomitable form of the Death Knight had been reduced to fragments, slowly fading into the air. Chapter 27. Clouds of suspicion. If it weren't for this fellow being so abnormal, I wouldn't have resorted to that. Imin whistled lightly as the runic twin swords vanished from his arms, while Mayali reformed her slender sword into an umbrella, letting out a resigned sigh at in truth. Had their adversary been human, Imin would never have employed such an extraordinary technique unless absolutely necessary. After all, he possessed unwavering confidence in his skills. Relying solely on weaponry to fight would be dreadfully dull. Even with a weapon capable of striking down mountains, skill and strategy remained essential. That it was akin to launching a nuclear missile, which involves more than merely pressing a button. It could be said that had their opponents been ordinary humans, they wouldn't have needed to alter their weapon forms at all. However, it was evident that the foe before them had transcended the limitations of what one might define as human. Not only were their attacks repelled, but even a strike to a vital point would not ensure death. After all, they were already dead, and it was not so simple to die again. Thus, total annihilation was the only solution. Imin Gidge, you are incredible. What did you just do? That sword transformed. How did you do that? Lita exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward Imin with a barrage of questions. Imin merely smiled helplessly, refraining from answering her inquiries. Instead, Mayali stepped forward, placing a hand gently on Lita's shoulder. Lita, it will soon be dark. It seems we won't be leaving the forest today. Go gather some firewood and start a campfire. Remember not to wander too far from us. Okay, Mayali Dredja. Lita nodded with a smile before turning to search for dry wood, while Marion stood before the ashes left by the Death Knight, her brow furrowed in contemplation, noticing that no one was watching them. Mayali gently grasped Imin's hands that hung by his sides. She furrowed her brow, examining the burn-like marks on his palms. Does it hurt? Not really. I just hope the healing can be quick. Imin replied, still smiling, his demeanor unchanged. Mayali sighed, then placed her palm softly over Imin's hand. After a moment, she slowly withdrew it, and the gruesome burns on his palm had completely healed, leaving no trace of scarring. I will take the first watch tonight. Imin patted Mayali's shoulder, instinctively toying with her golden tresses. You've expended quite a bit of energy. Conserve it. I know, I'm no longer a child. Mayali pulled her hair away from Imin's grasp, whether in complaint or protest was unclear, while Imin could only smile wryly, scratching the back of his head. Though he was only 3 years older than Mayali, he had matured significantly in terms of life experience. When they first met, Mayali had been a sheltered flower, oblivious to the world outside. Since that time, Imin had often played the role of her guardian, and even after all these years, remnants of his old habits lingered. Gathering firewood proved a simple task, as the desolate forest was abundant with dry branches. However, aside from these, nothing else could be found. The ground was barren, devoid of even the slightest edible fungi. Moreover, the forest of the undead harbored no wildlife, making it impossible to hunt for game. Unforeseen was the fact that what began as a mere test would evolve into this ordeal, leaving the four without any provisions that in reality. After traversing the forest for an entire day and engaging in fierce combat with a Death Knight, they had already expended considerable energy, yet they found themselves in a predicament where even a hearty meal was out of reach. Fortunately, access to water was not an issue. Both Lita and Marion could conjure numerous water orbs and ice balls through magic, although effective for attacks. Their taste and quality for drinking were equally assured, But how long could they endure? No one knew. Imin leaned against a withered tree by the campfire, closing his eyes, while he appeared to be resting. He was actually listening intently to the sounds of the wind and grass surrounding him. Mayali cradled Lita in her arms, curled up by the fire, covered by a thin blanket, though both were accustomed to the rigors of camping in the wild. It was evident that it was Lita's first experience. Thus, she nestled deeply into Mayali's embrace, drifting into a sweet slumber. Meanwhile, the seemingly troublesome female mage had been sitting by the fire since earlier, appearing to possess ample means to confront the encroaching night, and so Imin left her be. In truth, for him and Mayali, the question of whether to save a life was not of paramount importance. Whether she perished there or was rescued mattered little. As these were merely trifles, Marian, oblivious to what Yiming was contemplating, merely sat by the fire, her mind incessantly replaying the events that had just transpired. She had initially presumed that the combatants would be lowly undead creatures, such as the Death Knights. It is essential to note that although undead and death differ by only a character, the distinction is far more profound than mere semantics. Death Knights are lowly undead beings, souls attached to their corporeal forms. They possess bodies that can be attacked and harmed. This is why, upon witnessing Yiming and his companion strike that foe, Marian mistakenly identified it as a Death Knight. However, the situation with the Wraith Knights is entirely different, as beings of a higher spiritual order. Wraith Knights have transcended the concept of flesh. They exist solely as pure souls. These elevated entities have long since shed the notions of life and death, and unlike Death Knights, they do not harbor an obsessive hatred for life. Engaging them in combat proves considerably more complex, as their innate abilities allow them to attack a person's soul directly, rendering ordinary weapons utterly ineffective against them. Can one truly fend off a ghost with a mere fire poker? Who on earth are they? Marian surreptitiously glanced at Mayali, who was peacefully cradling Rita in slumber. This peculiar girl had left a profound impression on her from the very beginning. Though she remained mute, her interactions with Rita and Yiming suggested that communication posed no difficulty. Moreover, her striking dual-toned eyes of gold and blue were exceptionally beautiful, and whenever Marian felt their gaze upon her, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Those eyes seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of existence, revealing all truths. If only she could comprehend that this was merely a manifestation of human instinct when confronted with the unknown. Perhaps she would find solace in that realization. With her thoughts trailing in this direction, Marian's gaze shifted to the man who elicited her disdain. That it was not that Yiming had any overt faults. Rather, it was his utter disregard, as if he held no regard for her existence, that irked Marian immensely. Furthermore, his actions appeared to be a blatant affront to the essence of magic itself. What did he think a mage was? A high-powered artillery cannon, to feel the spirit of magic, to sense the will of the world, to study and understand it. That is the true vocation of a mage. Casting spells is merely a means of communication with the world. They are beings intimately connected to the entirety of existence, naturally occupying a position of greater significance than others. This man evidently fails to grasp the importance of mages. How dare he treat them with such disdain? Fortunately, Marian's recollections from when she first regained consciousness were somewhat muddled. Otherwise, had she known that Yiming had previously struck her soundly across the face, she likely would not have maintained any semblance of civility towards him until this moment. As Marian cast her gaze upon him while muttering curses under her breath, Yiming suddenly opened his eyes. "What are you staring at?" "Nothing," Marian huffed, turning away. "Then you should rest early. We have to travel tomorrow. And who knows when we'll manage to escape this forest." Yiming, speaking with indifference, closed his eyes once more. Although he appeared to be in deep slumber, Marian dared not risk another glance at him. She internally cursed the wretched man while closing her own eyes. Yiming, however, was not asleep. He was deep in thought. The entire situation was remarkably peculiar. Upon reflection, certain aspects had seemed off from the very beginning. Marian, already teetering on the edge of unconsciousness and nearing the realm of dreams. Marian mustered her focus and responded drowsily, lacking the vigor she had previously displayed. "Did you intend to participate in the trial from the outset?" "Of course," Marian replied somewhat impatiently. "I am a mage. And typically, those who partake in the trials are mere magic users. How could I possibly be bested by such inept individuals? Then why didn't you participate as a magic user? I ascended to the rank of mage in merely 2 months. There was no need for me to engage in such a tedious test." Had it not been for my father insisting on my forced certification, I would have had no interest in testing myself alongside such incompetence. So that was it. Yiming finally discerned the root of the issue. Marion Blade, the only daughter of the Minister of Magical Affairs of the Yulia Empire, a mage.it, was not difficult to predict that if she were to partake in such assessments, few would dare to believe they could emerge victorious against her. Although he lacked a direct understanding of a mage's power, the information gleaned from Rita suggested that magic users stood no chance against mages. In fact, Marion's participation in this trial had already solidified her status as a strong contender for victory. Yet, her exceedingly sensitive identity made her susceptible to intrigue and conspiracy. Yiming was unaware of the political landscape of the continent, but based on the intelligence gathered in his own world, as well as certain past undertakings, it could be inferred that abducting the offspring of high-ranking officials to leverage negotiations with those in power was a rather commonplace affair. Naturally, in an institution with such formidable influence as the Academy, a mage was not someone easily captured. However, what if one were to tamper with the teleportation array, altering its destination? Yiming pondered this carefully, noting the striking similarities to a previous operation they had conducted. At that time, their target had been the son of a high-ranking official who would routinely travel by car to a golf course. Yiming and his associates had employed a similar vehicle, arriving ahead of the official's car to abduct their target and relocate him elsewhere. If this teleportation array operated in a similar vein, then from the outset, it was a trap. Yet, what puzzled Yiming was the absence of any ambushes if their true aim was Marion. Were they intent on eliminating her? However, upon further contemplation, this method appeared rather prudent if this forest of the undead truly was a one-way trap, and their objective was to eliminate Marion. There would be no need to send anyone here specifically. Even if Marion were fortunate enough to escape, they would remain concealed, exposed only to suspicion at most. With this line of thought, Yiming cast a discontented glance at Marion, who had silently succumbed to slumber. It seems we have once again been ensnared in matters that were originally none of our concern, he lamented softly. Chapter 28. The beginning of the end, nonsense. Yiming turned his head as a stone, propelled by a gust, and her furious shout narrowly missed his it appeared that this young lady was not only formidable in magic, but also quite adept in physical prowess. I speak the truth. Scalding hot water could hardly serve as a proper breakfast to fill one's stomach. Yet it was better than nothing at all. Yiming, cautiously ensuring that the steaming water contained within the ancient bronze helmet he held did not spill, shrugged in resignation at the fierce Marion across from him. Based on my deductions, if this is indeed the case, then the target of our adversaries is you. In other words, you are one of the culprits who have dragged us into this perilous situation. That's impossible, Marion exclaimed angrily as she rose to her feet. But she had nearly exhausted her supply of stones. Then may I inquire, is it customary for the so-called guardian tests at the Academy to simply toss individuals into any forbidden zone and wait for them to find their way out? Well, Rita lowered her head, recalling carefully before resolutely shaking her head. Students studying magic at the Academy are under strict protection, and it should be impossible for us to encounter life-threatening situations. Then what do you propose? Marion glared at Yiming, her usual piercing gaze capable of intimidating an assembly of ignorant fools, yet it had no effect on him whatsoever. Quite simply, Yiming extended a hand, gesturing into the depths of the forest. You leave, or we leave. You mean split up? Precisely. Each to their own path. I have no intention of being dragged down by you. Mei Li and I are merely warriors, and Rita is just an ordinary girl. We have no desire to become entangled in any treacherous plots of destruction and murder. For our safety, it would be prudent to part ways, and frankly, we currently have no food if we can find something to eat. It is far better to have one less person to share with than one more. Yiming spoke with an expression of calm indifference, yet his words were devoid of mercy. Rita stood there, stunned. Mei Li quietly sipped from the helmet, unperturbed, for this was indeed the reality. Marion stood there in disbelief, her fists clenched and her eyes wide opened. In that fleeting moment, she almost convinced herself that she had misheard. Yet her rational mind insisted that the reality before her was indisputable. The man before her harbored no intention of protecting her. Rather, he regarded her as a burden, an unwelcome encumbrance to be discarded at the earliest opportunity. Mayali is my companion, a treasured friend. Rita is the one we must safeguard. For both emotional and rational reasons, we have an obligation to protect her. But you, miss, are of no use to us. I cannot fathom any emotional connection between us. A tedious encounter should conclude with an equally mundane farewell. At this juncture, the notion that strength lies in numbers is utterly misplaced. Moreover, let me be unequivocally clear. Your presence is a nuisance to us. You wretched! Marian glared at Yiming, her teeth gritted, as if her glare alone could slay him 1,000 times over. Yiming, I believe. Rita attempted to speak, but Mayali gently yet firmly shook her head, pressing down on her shoulder. Very well. Marian fixed her gaze on Yiming, her voice seething with resentment as she finally spoke. I shall leave, and I will see how you fare without my assistance. I doubt you will last a few days before becoming fodder for those wretched undead. Please. Yiming wasted no more words, and Marian promptly turned away, striding off in silence. Wait, Sister Marian. Rita, do not concern yourself with her. Yiming interrupted Rita's call, locking eyes with her and instilling an inexplicable sense of unease within the girl. What do you intend to do? Call her back? Let her go. She was never meant to cross our paths. Trust me, Rita, we have encountered far graver situations than this. Morality, justice, and kindness will not save you to survive. One must learn the bare minimum of ruthlessness. Discard the useless and retain the useful. Only then can one maximize the chances of survival. Then, will you also abandon Sister Mayali? Rita bravely met Yiming's gaze, while Mayali, the focal point of their conversation, remained silent, lost in thought as she stared at the boiling water. No, Yiming's response was resolute. But, you just said, in such a scenario, I believe I would choose to die alongside her. Yiming shook his head, a faint, bitter smile gracing his lips. Listen, Rita, such comparisons are utterly meaningless. Mayali and I have spent a considerable amount of time together, and we have faced circumstances where we would sacrifice our lives for one another. Yet, in those instances, we have never considered abandoning each other. That bond is forged over time. Therefore, I would rather perish alongside someone I know than take risks for a mere acquaintance of a day. That is not romantic. It is foolish. Me, that woman is nothing more than a burdensome mouth to feed. Under ordinary circumstances, we might act like normal people, united in life and death, facing adversity together. But the current situation does not permit such sentimentality. This cursed place lacks sustenance, and we may not find any. Moreover, the danger may have been provoked by her presence that in such a case, to evade peril. We must abandon her. Furthermore, I think you are aware that she has already demonstrated through her actions that she is an unstable element. Given these circumstances, we cannot afford the luxury of indulging a spoiled young lady's tantrums. Rita fell silent, speechless. Yiming could only shrug helplessly. After all, she was still a child. She had never encountered such a scenario and had yet to experience the severe repercussions that stem from a moment's foolish decision. Some matters, though seemingly devoid of reason, occasionally necessitate action without justification. Saving a life requires no rationale. So why should abandonment demand one? Yiming settled beside Mayali, letting out a long sigh. You should not have been so blunt. Mayali complained. What else could I have done? Yiming scratched his head, at a loss for words. Perhaps it would be better to lead Marian away from here and then fabricate a lie for Rita, claiming she wandered off in a huff. After all, Rita is still a child, and I do not believe she needs to bear the weight of all we have faced. You have a point. I may have overreacted. Yiming shrugged, acknowledging his misstep that in that moment, he had been solely focused on how to rid himself of the annoyance, entirely neglecting Rita's perspective, which starkly contrasted with his own. However, the ship had sailed, and it was too late to amend past mistakes. He quickly relinquished any notion of reflection and stood up, tidying his belongings. Then, let us depart. Where shall we go? Along the riverbed. Yiming had evidently made up his mind. Since this place has at least been inhabited at some point, there should be remnants of human structures near the water source. If fortune favors us, we might find some food there. Upon hearing Yiming's insinuations, Mayali nodded in understanding. Although Rita was curious about the implications of Yiming's words, she found it impossible to accept his decision to abandon Marian. Choosing instead to feign annoyance and refraining from her usual inquiries. For an innocent girl, abandoning a companion who had traveled with them, even if only for a day, was an egregious act. Furthermore, Sister Marian was in danger and facing difficulties. Why would Yiming choose to forsake her rather than offer assistance? Yet, Rita remained silent, instinctively sensing that Yiming's words held a semblance of truth. However, she was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, as they made her feel despicable and loathsome. Moreover, the fact that Mayali, who had always been aligned with her, offered no objection only intensified her sense of isolation. Even if she wished to speak, she couldn't find the words at that moment. Rita noticed Mayali suddenly halt, though she quickly resumed her forward motion. This small gesture caught Rita by surprise, as Mayali, unlike Yiming, rarely engaged in meaningless actions. Curiously, Rita glanced around, and soon discovered a figure trailing behind them not far away, despite her efforts to remain unnoticed. The sorceress was no thief, and her attempts at concealment were amateurish. Even Rita easily discerned her presence. Marian was following closely behind Yiming and the others, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 29. In the face of despair, Marian was not a fool, spiteful as she felt. She still understood what was prudent and what was not. To simply walk away would indeed be the act of a true simpleton. However, since Yiming had declared he would not care for her, Marian had no choice but to keep her distance, trailing behind them along the path cleared by Yiming and Mayali. Otherwise, as a solitary sorceress, she would have long been consumed by the ravenous undead. Traversing the riverbed proved to be a sound strategy. Within the short span of a day, the trio encountered several remnants that appeared to be the remains of human constructions, but even the sturdiest stone bricks could not withstand the relentless ravages of time. Ultimately, what lay before them were merely square foundations, devoid of any discernible purpose. At each stop, Yiming and Mayali searched the shadowy corners for something, yet returned empty-handed each time. Rita, however, paid little heed, directing her attention to the distant figure of Marian following them. It was evident that if even Rita could perceive her, Yiming and Mayali had long since noted her presence, yet they showed no inclination to either slow their pace or hasten it. Nor did they exhibit any desire to shake Marian off. This indifference clearly articulated their stance. Marian's predicament was of no concern to them, and whatever course of action she chose was hers alone to navigate. As they rounded another bend, Yiming and Mayali halted, positioning themselves to shield Rita from view. At a chilling sight greeted them. The ground was littered with bones, a grim reminder of the past, from the ruins that had collapsed. It was evident that this place had once been a quaint riverside village, yet now, it was nothing more than a desolate wasteland, leaving behind only shattered bricks, broken tiles, and ashes on a stone table. Shrouded in dust lay an object, its original form unrecognizable, an ironic testament to the fleeting peace that had preceded the calamity. Certainly, these are not formidable challenges. However, traversing through this landscape, where one is reduced to mere bones, is indeed quite difficult to articulate. A silvery glow erupted. In an instant, a shimmering silver serpent surged forth, gracefully swirling and darting towards the sluggish skeletal figures. Fortunately, they appeared to be far less troublesome than the spectral knights encountered previously. Instead, they crumbled like fragile blocks upon contact, returning once more to dust and oblivion. Mayali retracted her slender sword, exhaling softly. "These are relatively simple." "I beg to differ," Yiming replied, observing the scattered bones on the ground, which began to coalesce as if drawn together by an invisible magnet, reassembling into their previous skeletal forms. However, unlike before, these creatures seemed to have become aware of the threat posed to them. Advancing towards the pair with a slow yet resolute gait. It was evident that anything capable of enduring the ravages of time for centuries, and still able to move, possessed a quality far superior to the ordinary. The silver serpent lashed out once more, but this time it did not merely flicker. Mayali flicked her wrist, her chain sword forming circles that ensnared the skeletal frames, with a subtle motion of her left hand. She pulled back, and as the sword returned, the sections of the bones that had been bound began to crack and subsequently shatter. This time, they could not rise again. "I maintain that these are rather simple," with a hint of pride glimmering in her enchanting dual-colored eyes. Mayali noted Yiming's resigned gesture of surrender. Yet, their expressions soon shifted. This was not the harbinger of a more powerful monster. Rather, a diminutive figure, seemingly startled by the recent skirmish, darted from its concealed refuge within a skull. It fled rapidly, though not fast enough to escape something unseen. An ethereal entity pierced through its form, pinning it firmly to the ground. "Ah, at last, our meal has presented itself," Yiming remarked, lifting the lifeless rodent from the earth. Sighing in relief. "Do remember to clean it thoroughly and check for any pathogens," Mayali advised. Though her emphasis differed, it was clear she bore no objection. Meanwhile, Rita, observing from the sidelines, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth as she fixated on the filthy Greasy rodent, her stomach turning at the sight. Yiming, you can't mean. We're going to eat this. Better than starving. Wouldn't you agree? Having a rodent is rather fortunate. During our time in the desert, Mei Yali and I had to resort to scorpions. Compared to those tough and indigestible morsels, rat meat is a veritable delicacy. Yiming exclaimed with enthusiasm, utterly oblivious to the glaring discrepancy in his comparisons. Scorpions. At merely hearing this, Rita's complexion began to pale. She could scarcely fathom how such a creature could be consumed. But this, as long as we clean it, skin it, it can be roasted. In our current predicament, this is the only sustenance we have, Mei Yali explained, wiping her sword with a handkerchief while addressing Rita. We have little room for discretion. This is our sole option if we wish to avoid starvation. Rita fell silent, her reluctance palpable, yet she complied with Yiming's instructions. Conjuring a fire while summoning a few water orbs, Yiming skillfully skinned the rodent, barely larger than his palm, and impaled it on a stick, rotating it over the flames. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Despite her instinctive aversion, her body betrayed her. Having gone a day without food, Rita felt her stomach growl in protest. She awkwardly clasped her abdomen, her gaze fixated on the roasting rodent skewer, though she recognized it as a rat. A repulsive and loathsome creature, the current circumstances left her without choice. In fact, she found herself thinking that it appeared somewhat delectable. Rita, here, this is yours. Yiming offered the roasted meat, and Rita hesitated before cautiously accepting it. She anxiously stared at the skewer, tempted to discard it. However, her body resisted such a luxury, as relinquishing it would be an extravagant decision given the present circumstances. Moreover, the gnawing hunger in her stomach began to erode her resolve. Ultimately, the desire to survive triumphed over her rationality. She closed her eyes and took a small, almost resigned bite. Soon, she found herself devouring it voraciously. In no time, she had consumed half of the skewer. And to her surprise, she deemed it more delicious than anything she had ever tasted. Just as she prepared to continue, Yiming halted her. Leave the remainder for later. Responding to Rita's bewildered gaze, Yiming shook his head, explaining, what you just consumed is your total sustenance for today. The other half must be saved for tomorrow. What? Rita blurted, taken aback. Was that all she would have for the day? Yet she had not felt even the slightest semblance of fullness. If we could catch more, perhaps you could have your fill, but for now, we have no choice but to endure. I understand. Rita wished to voice her thoughts. But ultimately, she remained silent, suddenly recalling that Yiming and Mei Yali had only captured this single rodent, and now half of it had already vanished into her stomach. Yiming, Mei Yali, aren't you going to eat? She inquired softly, reluctantly offering the remaining portion of her skewer. We have grown accustomed to this way of life. Occasionally going without is of little consequence. Yiming replied nonchalantly, while Mei Yali scanned the surroundings. Her umbrella twirling gracefully. Suddenly, her expression shifted. It seems there is a castle over there. Perhaps we should explore it. Following Mei Yali's pointed finger, they discerned the faint silhouette of a castle nestled among the mountains. It loomed like a silent giant against the hillside, its majestic yet ancient form exuding a sense of solitude. Yiming furrowed his brow, calculating the distance. From their current position, reaching the castle would require at least 2 days. In their present condition, could they endure for 2 days? Yiming's frown deepened. If they could find some resting creatures or fungi there, it might be manageable. But what if the castle was merely another desolate ruin? Akin to the wasteland beyond? Where would they turn then? Yet, it appeared they had little choice left. Chapter 30. The end of the road. If we could gnaw on bones, we would likely be bursting at the seams by now. Yiming jested from his hiding place among the desiccated underbrush. They had ultimately failed to traverse the plains to their destination for the reason. One need only gaze upon the skeletal throng before them, resembling an ocean of bones, to comprehend. Initially, they had wondered why the monsters of the necromancer's forest were so scarce. Only upon arriving at this plain did they realize that nearly all the creatures had converged here. Were they here for a banquet? Or perhaps a grand ball? Surrounding the entire square were nearly hundreds of skeletal warriors armed with weapons. Beside them, the once frail and emaciated bone hounds darted about with surprising agility. Peering further inward revealed a plethora of grotesque creatures, each worthy of an exhibit in a monstrous compendium. They blanketed the plain. Seemingly without end, Rita huddled at the rear, while Mei Yali remained silent, lethargically leaning against Yiming. Another day passed without a trace of food. The remnants of Rita's rodent meat dwindled to mere scraps and a tail. They had hoped to find a nest nearby, but given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that this rodent was the last of its lineage. Yet, it mattered little now. While water was essential to survival, a total absence of food was equally dire. Moreover, as they journeyed, Yiming and Mei Yali had to constantly clear the obstacles in their path. Their physical stamina was severely depleted. In such a state, any wastage of energy was perilous. Drinking water would only alleviate their plight momentarily, failing to provide a lasting solution. Yiming, we must push through, Yiming declared without hesitation. Or perhaps, they had simply no avenue of retreat. At the very least, this is far better than wandering aimlessly through the wilderness. Furthermore, the presence of these beings offers us a new perspective. They appear to be guarding someone or something. I believe this is a fortuitous opportunity. The likelihood of discovering something here is greater than elsewhere. However, Brother Yiming, if there is nothing there, Rita hesitantly began to speak. Then let us all starve together. At least before we perish, we ought to find ourselves a comfortable grave to lie down in. Yiming shrugged his shoulders, then summoned the Xianyuan twin blades, gazing at the army of the undead before him, inwardly sighing. If this were indeed some sort of murderous conspiracy, it was far too perfect. Even the most skilled fighter would find it impossible to survive in a place where nothing but bones remained. The primitive inhabitants of this forest were either nothing but gaunt skeletons or wretched zombies, their bodies riddled with decay. The former were too tough to gnaw on, while the latter would ensure a swifter demise. To be cast into such a desolate place was truly to be forsaken by heaven and earth. Yet, to die in such a manner was simply too bitter a pill to swallow. There was nothing left but to give it a try. By the way, Rita, Yiming gently caressed the blade in his hand, as if recalling something. I remember you mentioned you could cast some spells, correct? Rita, too weak from hunger to respond much, managed to utter. Use it, we must charge through. Yiming issued the command without hesitation. I will lead the way, and Mayali will protect you. Is there any further question? What about Sister Marian? Faced with this unexpected inquiry, Yiming hesitated for a moment. Deep down, he did not wish to be entangled with that woman any longer, but this was now a gamble of life and death, and should they lose, only death awaited. If they won, he fell silent, and Mayali said nothing either, merely resting against the tree trunk with her eyes half closed. She had refrained from using construct coordination, reserving it for a moment of dire need. Thus, the nearly unending hunger and fatigue had already overtaken her body, rendering her incapable of further action. Although using her powers would instantly restore her, such time-limited abilities could not be squandered lightly. Seeing Yiming lost in thought, Rita timidly suggested, I think it would be better to have a mage at this moment. After all, mages are more proficient in area spells and their effects are more pronounced. I believe him. Yiming suddenly snapped back to reality, his body and mind momentarily stalling, a dangerous sign. Then I shall go. Taking Yiming's seemingly nonsensical muttering as an agreement to her suggestion, Rita hurriedly dashed back. Marian's condition was not much better than theirs. She lacked the special abilities of Yiming and Mayali that allowed them to sustain their bodily functions under extreme conditions, nor had she, like Rita, consumed even a little food to endure. In truth, what had sustained Marian thus far was nothing but her indomitable spirit refusing to concede defeat. That a mage is still human and cannot survive without sustenance. Moreover, compared to ordinary individuals, their need for food is even more pronounced. Magic demands both spiritual and physical energy, and this energy must be replenished. Even an undying necromancer requires the consumption of human souls. Does it not? Initially, Marian had used magic to maintain her warmth and vitality. However, she soon realized that this was a counterproductive action. The more spiritual energy she expended, the hungrier she felt, with the surroundings barren and devoid of even a blade of grass. She could not find anything to gnaw on. Now, even Mayali and the others had reached their limits of endurance, let alone this pampered young lady, who had never experienced hunger and despair. Thus, when Rita found her, Marian was on the verge of fainting, unable to conceal her presence. Though, in a place devoid of even a blade of grass, there was little to hide. Sister Marian, how are you? Are you all right? Rita anxiously nudged Marian's body, and fortunately, it remained warm rather than cold, at least proving that her master was still alive. Ugh, Marian mustered what little spirit she had left and quickly noticed the tiny morsel of meat skewered in Rita's hand. Give it to me. Perhaps it is true that in moments of crisis, humans can unleash extraordinary strength, Marion snatched the food from Rita's grasp and swallowed it whole without even chewing. Yet, this did not satisfy her. Her eyes glinted with a feral intensity as she continued to stare at the nearly petrified Rita. How much more do you have? Give it all to me, hurry. And no, there is none left. Rita, frightened by Marion's fierce demeanor, recoiled, shaking her head, feeling as if she were facing a wild beast. This is the only one. How could you eat it? Stop whining, you little brat. Do you have anything else to eat? Quickly, bring it out. There isn't. It's all yours. That was mine. Silence. Yiming's voice, accompanied by the cold blade, appeared beside Marion, while on the other side, Mayali used her slender sword to block Rita, who was ready to charge recklessly at Marion. Huff, calm down, both of you. Have you gone mad from hunger? Rita, quiet down. Don't get agitated. Do you still remember who I am? Ah. Only then did Marion seem to awaken, gazing in astonishment at her own hands as she recalled her earlier frenzied state. Was that truly her? Why had she harbored such malevolent thoughts? Did she truly wish to harm this girl? No, this is not right. I am not like this. Everyone, calm down. Yiming barked, fully aware of the situation at hand. When hunger reaches its zenith, rationality is cast aside, or rather, primal desire utterly overwhelms the so-called reason, transforming humans into bloodthirsty beasts. Fortunately, he and Mayali had experienced something similar before, allowing them to endure and maintain control. But for these two girls, who had never known the cruelties of the world and had always been well-fed, shattering their rationality was an exceedingly simple matter. Rita, snap out of it. I have no desire to resort to violence with you. Sister Mayali, Rita's gaze reverted to its original state, her expression a mix of surprise and unease as she observed the scene unfolding around her. Yiming held his sword to Marion's neck, while Mayali pointed her blade at herself. What on earth had just transpired? Rita could not recall the details, only feeling fear and anger, her memories becoming a chaotic blur. What exactly had happened to her? It seems we can no longer afford to wait. Noting that both parties had calmed down, Yiming sighed and lowered his weapon. The situation had indeed grown increasingly urgent, and it appeared there were no other options left. They had no choice but to take a gamble. Perhaps it would also serve as an outlet for their pent-up pressure. Otherwise, these two girls might go mad before they starve to death. You two, come here and hold Mayali's hand. Rita looked curiously at Mayali's outstretched hand, while Marion hesitated as well. However, under Yiming's firm, unyielding gaze, they reluctantly reached out and grasped Mayali's hand. In an instant, they felt their fatigue lift. Even the relentless hunger that had shadowed them like a nightmare dissipating, they felt invigorated, as if they had not been starving for 2 days. What is this? This will sustain you for 3 hours. But that is merely the limit. Once that time elapses, you will revert to your original state. Do not attempt to touch Mayali again. Her ability is highly limited. Yiming wasted no time on lengthy explanations, for this was not a moment for discourse. Every second was precious. After all, they had no other means to cross this plain and reach the castle, survival or death. Sometimes, that is indeed the question. Chapter 31. The Undead Castle, Yiming. Mayali quietly approached Yiming, gazing at him. Not far off, Rita and Marion were adjusting each other's voices to achieve the most perfect magical effect, according to them. Chanting spells together enhances their power. However, this endeavor necessitates a seamless collaboration between two individuals. Any misstep in gesture, action, or syllable would be intolerable. Yet, this has little to do with Yiming, as they would not comprehend it in any case. What is it? Mayali, what should we do if we cannot find food in the castle? Moreover, do you not find it peculiar that these monsters have congregated here in such large numbers? Indeed, it is unusual, but if we wish to avoid starvation, this is the only path we can take. If it truly comes to that. Yiming pondered for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at the two girls making their final preparations. He gazed seriously at Mayali. You will employ that, for no one wishes to perish from hunger. I believe you sense it as well. That castle is a most suitable location for you. I understand. Remember, 30 seconds. After uttering this enigmatic remark, Yiming turned and departed, while Mayali nodded, seemingly grasping his meaning. We are ready. Perhaps due to her prior missteps, Marion's tone had lost its earlier arrogance. Yet, before Yiming, she still maintained a semblance of dignity and pride. However, in the presence of Mayali and Rita, that haughty demeanor had vanished. After all, It was hardly a matter of pride that she had seized another's sustenance in the most unbecoming manner for someone of the Blade family, which even elicited shame within her. Although this young lady's behavior was somewhat eccentric, she did not appear entirely devoid of reason. Yiming chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he summoned the Xianyuan dual blades. Standing atop the hillside as he gazed at the nearby undead army, those creatures seemed devoid of independent thought. Nevertheless, one could not deny that witnessing such a multitude of animated skeletons before him was far from amusing. With this thought, Yiming took a deep breath, raising his weapon as he awaited the signal from behind. Rita and Marion commenced their incantation. Peculiar notes and phrases flowed from their lips, as if the two were reciting an ancient poem. Even with thought communication, Mayali could not comprehend the intricate details of their chant, but from the sound alone, it resembled a lively and soaring incantation, akin to racing across the earth. Rita's voice was lower, like a gentle breeze through the forest, while Marion's voice soared and danced, akin to a roaring gale. The interplay of high and low notes intertwined gracefully, as if performing a harmonious dance, culminating in a flawless combination. The wind began to stir, and Mayali felt a gentle breeze caressing her body. For a moment, she even sensed the surrounding air flowing like a river, effortlessly propelling her forward. She attempted to take a few steps, astonished to find her speed markedly increased. Moreover, Rita and Marion appeared to be slightly levitating. Before them, the wind transformed into a shield, ready to repel any attacks aimed at them, combining speed with defense. The magic seemed remarkably effective. Yiming made his move, although it was a daunting task to expect the skeleton swordsman, who would likely take 3 seconds to even react to throwing a stone, to respond to Yiming's almost supernatural speed. The sight of them collapsing in droves, like harvested wheat, created an oddly disconcerting illusion. The black sword light danced left and right, shattering every target within reach. Bonehounds dashed forward, their toothy maws seemingly intent on tearing everything before them to shreds, howling madly as they pursued Yiming. One could only wonder how those mouths, devoid of vocal cords or tongues, produced sound. A bonehound, entirely composed of bones, appeared before Yiming, its massive jaws wide open, lunging for his leg. Its incredibly hard teeth gleamed under the cold sunlight, and a bite could very well shatter his knee. At that moment, Yiming's blade had just sliced through the air, repelling the skeleton warriors who had finally begun to arm themselves, leaving no chance to address the surprise attack from below. It was supposed to be that way. The black light cleaved through the air, making a breathtaking turn, as if a line that had been gliding in the upper right suddenly twisted downwards on an impossible trajectory, striking the head of the sneaky bone hound with unyielding force. Yiming nonchalantly flipped the blade, sweeping the remnants of the bone hound, along with the Xianyuan, into the pile of skeletons. In this situation, it could be said to have met a death without a complete body. According to Marion, such low-level undead lacked emotions like fear, and even their instinct for self-preservation was absent. Indeed, a troublesome adversary. Yiming's right hand deftly maneuvered the Xianyuan dual blades, as if it were an extension of his own body, his palms slightly tilted as he retreated. He leisurely evaded the attacks of the skeleton soldiers behind him, while his fingers intentionally brushed along the blade. Soon, a dark sword sound emerged, and golden runes began to materialize, frantically absorbing and plundering power, akin to a beast enraged in captivity, poised to shatter everything in its path. Machine sword Xianyuan, whirlwind mode. As Yiming uttered this command, the once rigid and straight blade began to distort, transforming as if it were pliable noodles. Yet, under Yiming's control, it still shattered those skeletons attempting to encircle him. Clearly, whatever illusions appeared were merely that, illusions. This moment, the transformed Xianyuan had taken on a twisted semicircular shape, the golden runes flickering upon it. And just then, Yiming halted, casually throwing the completed Xianyuan as if it were a flying disc. A thunderous roar accompanied by a whirlwind sent sand and stone flying across the square, the sharp and powerful gust ruthlessly obliterating everything, transforming into a hurricane that swept the unfortunate creatures into the sky or shattered them before they could be lifted. The winds and clouds shifted dramatically to a slender column, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, emerged, with the disc-shaped machine sword spinning rapidly around Yiming, powerful currents swirling, transforming into a force that would strike down all. What is this? Magic? Even from a distance, Marion felt the overwhelming strength of this artificially created natural force with terror. In the face of the rampaging tornado, no monster could approach them, but such a commotion soon drew the attention of the strange entities lurking deeper within. Before long, All three of them beheld two colossal monsters, resembling giant elephants, bellowing as they charged forward, crashing against the wall of the whirlwind, their tremendous strength causing the towering gray column of wind to shudder slightly. Is that not the hellbone elephant? Why is it here? The sight of something only seen in illustrations materializing before them instilled an unsettling sensation in both Marion and Rita, as if they were caught in a dream. Now is the time, follow me. Mayali gracefully waved her slender sword and immediately dashed down the hillside, with Rita and Marion closely trailing behind. They traversed the open area, now devoid of threats. Even if a few stragglers attempted to attack, they would be met with Mayali's seemingly omnipresent rune sword, swiftly shattering them mid-air before they fell to the ground, reduced to mindless bones. Marion, exhibiting agility she would never typically possess, closely followed Mayali. She gazed upwards at the castle, now in ruins, a flicker of unease stirring within her. Meanwhile, Rita found herself at a loss for words. Whether in magic or physical prowess, she lagged far behind the other two. Struggling to keep pace with them, suddenly, Mayali halted, and the silver serpent surged wildly, enveloping them overhead like a steel-woven net. That moment, all present heard a crisp sound, akin to the impact of water droplets colliding. When the silence fell, they were astonished to discover bone spears piercing the ground all around them. In the center of the once dim castle, the gathered darkness began to twist and transform. Two fiery red points emerged, gradually taking on the faint shape of a human figure. Marion cast a fleeting glance at the surrounding pale bone spears, her face turning ashen. To be able to instantaneously summon bone spears. Could it be a necromancer? Huff! Unlike Lily's cries, which mingled despair and terror, Mayali exhaled with ease after briefly closing her eyes to sense something that it appeared that Yiming's plan was indeed correct. Chapter 32. The Necromancer. What is the fundamental difference between a magician and a sorcerer? There are numerous answers to this question, but one that cannot be overlooked, and is indeed an overwhelming disparity, is that sorcerers possess the ability to instantaneously cast spells to a certain degree. This ability and gift is bestowed upon them by the spirits of magic, forged through a closer connection with the arcane. This elucidates the very essence of why a sorceress possesses no chance of triumphing when confronted by a necromancer. The specter hovering in the air uttered no incantation, nor did any magical essence emanate from it. It is evident that this necromancer is merely a being of sorcerer caliber. Only at this level does one utilize instant cast spells. Sorceresses lack the qualifications, while those who tread the path of incantation seem inexplicably averse to employing such spells. Thus, though instant cast spells signify entry into the realm of advanced magic, they have awkwardly become emblematic of a sorcerer's identity alone. Humans. 3. No. 4. The necromancer, floating aloft, coldly scrutinized the humans before him and the raging whirlwind behind them. Sorcerer, magic warrior. The necromancer's eyes flickered as they fell upon the runic rapier in Mayali's grasp. Just moments ago, when he unleashed a bone spear with instant casting, Mayali's delicate sword transformed into a frenzied silver serpent, alive and undulating above their heads, successfully thwarting the deluge of assaults. That moment, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Do not underestimate me. Accompanied by Marion's furious shout, 3 fiery dragons materialized from the ether, their blazing maws gaping wide as they surged toward the suspended necromancer. Clearly, being a sorcerer in her own right, Marion possessed a form of instant-cast magical ability as well. The necromancer drifted slightly backward, softly chanting an arcane incantation, causing countless bones to rise from the ground and swirl around him. Forming a robust shield of protection, Marion's fire dragons collided with the bone shield, dissipating instantly, leaving only fleeting sparks in their wake. However, at that very instant, Marion's chant resumed. Unlike before, her tone was fiercely intense, erupting as though she were in a frenzied roar. Concurrently, 2 lines of flame erupted from the ground beside the trio, spiraling upward with a thunderous roar, akin to a meteor hurtling from earth to sky. Observing this, the necromancer momentarily froze, yet quickly regained his composure, commencing a new incantation that he extended his bony fingers, subtly gesturing several times. The bone shield began to morph, absorbing more bones until it became as dense as a fortress wall. Yet Marion continued to raise the tempo, her voice soaring with fervor. The fireball, towering over her, could easily breach not just a wall, but perhaps even the very foundations of a castle. At that moment, Marion felt a sharp pain in her ankle, instinctively letting out a cry. Glancing down, she discovered a skeletal hand emerging from the earth, clenching her ankle with a vice-like grip. Yali swiftly thrust her sword to dispatch the bony hand. Yet, it was too late. The incomplete chant and the magical weave of the fireball fell short of the potency Marion had envisioned. As the air erupted violently, the bone shield, aside from a slight charred surface, appeared to sustain no significant damage. Humph. A fledgling girl, came the necromancer's eerie, ethereal voice from behind the bone shield. To engage in battle without adequate defenses is exceedingly foolish. Do not presume that casting spells is an effortless endeavor. Begin from the basics. Humph. I have no desire to be lectured by a necromancer who would sell both soul and flesh, Marion retorted defiantly. Impressive. Lita stood dazed behind the two, her expression vacant. This was hardly her moment to shine. This stage was not hers. She was merely a sorceress, devoid of any necessity for attention. Although Marion found herself at a disadvantage, her prowess as a sorceress was undeniable, and the recent magical confrontation was genuine. Devoid of any trickery, the necromancer, having sold his soul to the Lord of Spirits and forsaken his body to forge a pact, wielded magic far more formidable than that of an ordinary sorcerer. Yet, Marion faced this adversary with unwavering courage, a fact that stirred envy within Lita. When might I possess such strength? She gazed entranced at Marion's back, utterly oblivious to the dark, decaying soil behind her beginning to churn, revealing minute crevices, from which something sinister peered forth. Ding! The pitch-black blade scraped against bone, emitting a jarring, discordant sound. Yiming's figure flickered as he evaded a powerful gust of wind. Huh! I had thought I would not encounter foes employing infrared targeting in this realm. His silhouette appeared almost ethereal, wavering like an unreal presence. What do these undead utilize for sight? Surely not their eyes. The phantom vanished. Given its ineffectiveness, he resolved to conserve energy. Ganjiang Moi cannot be utilized. Yiming murmured to himself, confronted by two colossal bone elephants nearly as tall as a two-story building. Every circumstance possesses duality. Resonance can nullify all obstacles, yet its immense recoil permits but a single use. Should he fail to receive Mei Yali's healing in time, Yiming would find himself unable even to wield his sword. In this predicament, combat was utterly unfeasible. However, it was evident that the others were embroiled in their own struggle. He could not lure these creatures elsewhere without incurring an insurmountable burden. Yet retreat was not an option. If he wished to survive, he required that from Mei Yali, and only within this castle could she unleash that. He had no choice but to gamble once more. Yiming deftly evaded the elephant's charge, rolling to the ground just as a massive paw descended, crashing where he had recently stood. The ground fissured, trembling ever so slightly. Yiming reversed his stance and slowly spoke. I suppose I must try this. A tempestuous whirlwind howled past, the roars of the bone elephants drowning out all else. They charged at Yiming, intent on trampling his slight form into pulp. The frigid wind swept through. A cerulean glow enveloped the bone elephants in an instant, leaving them no time to react before they were pinned to the ground. Their massive feet froze solidly to the earth, and despite their momentum, they struggled helplessly, the chill permeating their forms, freezing them from within. In no time, the two titanic bone elephants transformed into cold, unyielding sculptures. Subsequently, minute fissures marred their surfaces, accompanied by almost imperceptible cracking sounds. Crack! The once mighty bone elephants crumbled like shattered ice sculptures, reduced to dust, leaving nothing behind. Huh! From a distance, Yiming gazed at the remnants, involuntarily whistling. What a nuisance! He muttered under his breath before turning to sprint toward Mei Yali and the others. Silverlight danced as Mei Yali's chained sword whirled gracefully, shattering yet another skeletal hand attempting to ambush them from below. The necromancer, hidden behind his bone shield, seemed to discern their predicament. He did not intend to engage directly, but sought to vanquish these bothersome insects with a relentless onslaught. What a splendid maneuver! Upon witnessing Mei Yali successfully defend against another of his attacks, he could not help but commend her. But how long can you endure? I have gathered quite a collection of little cuties, you know. As the necromancer spoke, his murmured incantations, laden with ominous energy, caused the soil around them to stir once more. More skeletons clawing their way to the surface. Marion's fire serpents proved ineffective against these relentless foes. Only physical attacks could utterly obliterate them. This cannot continue. Mei Yali swung her runic rapier, anxiety gnawing at her. Time was of the essence, yet defeating the necromancer would not be an easy feat. Lita, do you have any solutions? No, sister, My level is insufficient. Even Marion cannot breach that bone shield. Lita, what are you mumbling about? Focus. Marion could only maintain the wind barrier, striving to protect her energy from being entirely consumed by the magical essence. Since magic had proven futile, they would have to rely on Mei Yali's attacks for defense. But now, with even the sorceress unable to find a way, they must rely on. With this thought, Mei Yali resolved firmly. Lita, you and Marion must protect yourselves. Maintain the barrier at all costs. Lita had yet to comprehend the situation when Mayali had already sheathed her chainsword. Bereft of her defenses, a tide of skeletal figures surged forth, relentlessly battering against the verdant barrier of wind, attempting to rend it asunder. Lita beheld the stark whiteness of the bones and the sharpness of their fingers. An involuntary tension gripped her nerves that moment. Mayali raised her slender sword, aiming at the bone shield and the necromancer lurking behind it. Suddenly, minuscule, almost imperceptible sparks of electricity began to dance along the pristine blade. Swiftly multiplying. In no time, they coalesced into a massive bolt of lightning, spiraling above Mayali's rune-etched sword. Doomsday of the gods, Thor mode. The slender sword in Mayali's hand grew ever more luminous, drawing the attention of the necromancer concealed behind the bone shield, who sensed the imminent danger. Regardless of its nature, it was undoubtedly perilous. In an instant, ethereal bone spears materialized, shooting down like a torrential downpour, attempting to thwart Mayali's assault. However, they were thwarted by the emerald barrier, yet the expressions of Lita and Marion revealed that this was no simple task. That moment, the necromancer hastily darted to the side while chanting incantations. Trying to mount a counterattack, a blinding flash of lightning erupted, like a meteor streaking across the heavens. A radiant, almost blinding beam shot forth from Mayali's hand, effortlessly piercing through the wind barrier and the heavy bone shield. Although the necromancer had dodged just in time, the bolt of lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, making a sharp turn and then driving itself fiercely into the necromancer's form. How is this possible? The necromancer exclaimed in horror, for he was but a soul, devoid of flesh. How could he be struck by a weapon? Yet, there was no time for such musings. The energy of the lightning shattered his corporeal form, his spirit, and by the time Mayali retracted her now dull rune sword, nothing remained. Thud, thud. Mayali turned around to find Yiming had arrived. Lita and Marion lay unconscious on the ground for the skeletal figures. They reverted to mindless bones upon losing their master's summoning. One should be gentler when dealing with girls. Mayali chastised, her displeasure evident. My apologies, I shall be more mindful next time. Yiming replied, devoid of any remorse. Is it all over here? What is the situation? Can we proceed? Mayali closed her eyes, and after a brief moment, reopened them, giving Yiming a slight nod. As you predicted, the soul energy here is quite potent. There should be no issues. Then let us proceed, Yiming sighed, clearly relieved. Remember, 30 seconds. Understood. Mayali nodded, then turned to face the castle, raising her slender sword high. Chapter 33. City of Life. Seated upon the cold stone chair, Yiming gently stroked Mayali's golden tresses, unconsciously toying with them. In that moment, Mayali lay there, her complexion pale, resembling one on the brink of death. Her once warm and supple skin had lost its heat, and with her eyes tightly shut, she appeared devoid of any awareness. Hurry, Yiming urged, his gaze fixated anxiously on the faintly glowing rune array on her left hand. Hurry back, he implored, as if responding to Yiming's call. The rune array on Mayali's hand suddenly blazed with brilliance, erupting into a cascade of stardust-like glimmers that completely enveloped her form. That instant, warmth began to return to her body, her complexion regained its rosy glow, and her chest gently rose and fell. Only then did Yiming release his grip on Mayali's hair, leaning back in relief. Mayali slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Yiming. One should not touch a lady's hair without permission, she protested, though a hint of uncontainable satisfaction tugged at the corners of her mouth. Very well, I apologize, Yiming offered insincerely, making a gesture of contrition. Did we succeed? At least we did not fail, Yiming replied, rising and stretching. Sunlight streamed through the crumbling walls, casting a soft glow upon the stone-paved ground, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. Lita blinked her eyes open. Ugh, what on earth happened? All she could recall was being engulfed by Mayali's lightning-like brilliance, after which her memory faded into oblivion. Now, upon opening her eyes, She realized she was no longer lying on the frigid ground, but rather, where was this place? Lita gasped as she lifted her head. Astonished by the sight before her, vivid green vines, symbols of life, climbed and entwined around the walls, while the cracks between the stone slabs revealed long grasses. How could there be grass in a realm that should be synonymous with death? Lita hurriedly rose to her feet, only to discover she was in a vast ruin, likely the interior of the castle. Yet, why was the light outside so radiant? This place should not have been so bright. It was supposed to be shrouded in darkness. Filled with ominous clouds and the somber essence of a necromancer's forest, she approached the window, scrutinizing the view outside as her eyes adjusted to the brightness. The scene before her seemed straight out of legend. Lush green grass blanketed the earth, towering trees in the distance radiated vitality, and a river flowed with a melodious, refreshing sound. Everything appeared too surreal, leaving Lita at a loss for words. What is this place? Marian's voice broke through from behind, revealing that she too was bewildered by the extraordinary sight. "Oh, so you both are awake?" Yiming ambled over, casually greeting them and tossing 2 apples their way. "These should be safe to eat. At least we need not worry about a food crisis for now." As they accepted the apples, the sweet, enticing aroma wafted up, igniting their previously unrelenting hunger. They began to eat heartily, the tart sweet flesh of the fruit filling their mouths. It was a flavor that rivaled royal delicacies. They paid no heed to basic etiquette, devouring the apples until they had stuffed 3 or 4 into their bellies, finally pausing to catch their breath. "Yiming, what on earth is going on?" Lita asked as she finished her meal. Yiming scratched his head in exasperation and shrugged. "Well, I'm not entirely sure. According to Mayali, weren't you two battling that necromancer? After she dispatched him, the place suddenly transformed into this. It just changed all of a sudden." Marian furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before her eyes widened in alarm. Could it be that the necromancer learned how to store the life energy of the earth? Could he? Let them speculate as they wished. Yiming leaned against the wall, half amused, observing Marian's musings in their own world. Such a level of deception would be impossible. Yet this was different. This was a realm of magic, where making sense of the inexplicable was the very essence of sorcery. Let them guess. After all, even he could not decipher the true nature of the phenomenon. Fortunately, the necromancer is dead. The deceased, of course, would not rise to offer testimony. Yiming was wise enough not to let that thought slip. For now, I believe this land has regained its vitality, and we have ensured a food supply. Therefore, let us take a moment to rest here before contemplating our next steps. Yiming, where is Mayali? As for Mayali, she is over there bathing. Before Yiming could finish, Marian sprang to her feet and dashed towards the direction he indicated. Lita awkwardly smiled, bowed to Yiming, and quickly followed suit. Women are indeed peculiar. Does not bathing for 2 days equate to the end of the world? Never mind, it is far more pleasant to behold cleanliness. Clearly, the two had just emerged from a near-death experience, oblivious to the underlying issues. This left Yiming feeling reassured. After all, upon closer reflection, the inconsistencies within the situation were far too numerous. Even now, the thought of it certainly evokes the notion that some genius mage might employ their knowledge to concoct a plausible explanation. After all, despite the disparities within various civilizational frameworks, the human tendency to interpret the unknown through the lens of the known remains a universal flaw. I hope there will be no complications. Yiming furrowed his brow, aware that Mayali had invoked the Dusk of the Gods in its thunderous mode, and he too had engaged in similar practices. He hoped that these actions could be obscured under the pretense of their magical weapon characteristics. Of course, the most favorable outcome would be to eliminate any witnesses. However, it was evident that such an option was no longer feasible. The reason for sending Marian away earlier was precisely that both of them wished to minimize the number of individuals privy to their secrets. Yet, given the current circumstances, since they had no choice but to accept her assistance, there was no way to act against her. Furthermore, with the issue of sustenance resolved, Lita would undoubtedly insist on accompanying him and the others. In this regard, Yiming and Mayali could devise no viable means of separation. That it was about time for Mayali to implant a subtle suggestion in her mind. Let's proceed with this plan, Yiming muttered to himself, nodding as if responding to an invisible interlocutor. Ultimately, the group decided to temporarily reside within the confines of the abandoned castle, postponing their next course of action until the morrow. Lita ventured into the surrounding woods to gather an abundance of fruit. The pangs of hunger from the previous days were evidently etched deeply in her memory. Under such circumstances, Even roasted rats would have been devoured ravenously, let alone these delicious fruits. It is just as I anticipated. A necromancer has transformed this place into their abode, Marion remarked. Clutching a book of unknown provenance as she approached the fire, the climate was no longer as cold and damp as the previous nights, but rather embraced a warmth reminiscent of spring. Gazing upward, one could even behold a sky adorned with countless stars. Lita watched her with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, while Yiming leaned casually against the wall, and Mayali gently twirled her parasol. Lost in thought. According to these letters inscribed in the language of demons, I can ascertain that this necromancer is receiving directives from the Lord of Souls, though the specifics elude me. The only thing I can deduce is. Perhaps sensing that no one was attentive, even the speaker's enthusiasm waned. In any case, we have triumphed over an evil mage, which is certainly a cause for celebration, is it not? Perhaps so, Yiming replied while leaning against the wall. But it has little bearing on us. But Yiming, we have defeated a necromancer, Lita exclaimed, visibly excited, though to be honest, her contribution had merely involved cooperating with Marion while casting a barrier of wind. Yet for a novice mage, this was indeed a considerable achievement. You are correct, Lita. You have every reason to take pride in this. It is truly remarkable. Mayali gently stroked Lita's hair, speaking softly. Lita beamed with joy, leaning into Mayali's embrace, her satisfaction mingling with fatigue. I am tired too. Marion offered a faint smile, though it quickly faded into her usual aloof demeanor before anyone could notice that in truth, she was astonished by the prowess exhibited by Yiming and Mayali, to the point of shock. While it was no secret that in this world, many warriors of diverse races or hybrids possessed various unique and extraordinary talents, Marion had witnessed fighters capable of manipulating flames, shattering the earth, augmenting their combat prowess, or enhancing their speed. Yet at that time, she had regarded them with disdain, for talents were inherently limited, while the power of magic was boundless. The outcome of a confrontation between the finite and the infinite was never in doubt. Of course, for a mage, acquiring a gifted warrior was preferable to an ordinary one. After all, such talents could be likened to a form of magic, potentially augmenting combat effectiveness when wielded appropriately. However, even Marion could not discern the nature of their extraordinary abilities. Their powers appeared markedly distinct from those of typical warriors endowed with innate magical capabilities. Moreover, their magical weapons seemed to diverge from those commonly circulated throughout the continent. This place should be safe. I shall retire to another room. With that thought, Marion shook her head and turned to leave the open hall. Mayali gently laid Lita, who had fallen asleep, down and draped a garment over her shoulders. Then approached Yiming, who leaned against the wall gazing at the starry sky, and sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Why did you say that earlier? Is it not true? Yiming's response carried a hint of a bitter smile. Even if we have triumphed, what does it matter? We are well aware that if one desires, enemies are limitless. They are ubiquitous. When you vanquish one, another will inevitably arise. Unless you ascend to the pinnacle of existence, there is no conclusion to be found. No, there is no resolution. Why have we been driven to such extremes? Is it not because we have defeated one foe after another, only to be met with an ever-increasing tide of adversaries? To be frank, even if this necromancer is plotting a scheme to annihilate the world, I have no interest in intervening, even as an ignorant individual destined to perish alongside the world's destruction. I would be content. At least I would have the entire world accompanying me to the grave, would I not? What is the merit in becoming a hero? You thwart the machinations of one demon lord, and another will soon take their place. You will be regarded as a drab representation of justice and the protector of humanity. Quell them swiftly. I do not believe a hero can truly live the idyllic life they so desire. Such occurrences exist solely within the realm of fairy tales and do not manifest in reality. If one seeks a tranquil existence, they should avoid courting trouble, otherwise it will never cease. Yiming's voice grew somber, prompting Mayali to lean closer to him, perhaps due to the chill in the air. I understand your sentiment, Yiming. You are weary, and so am I. Perhaps you are correct. Mayali gently caressed her golden eyes. It would be best for us to refrain from becoming entangled in any disputes. With that, she nestled against Yiming's shoulder and gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 34. A New Beginning Part 2. Knock, knock, knock. Yiming sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings in astonishment, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. Someone is knocking at the door? This was utterly surreal. The castle lay in ruins, its walls crumbled, making entry effortless. Why then would anyone bother to knock? What astonished Yiming further was that he had been entirely oblivious to anyone's presence at the door until the knocking began. This ignited a sense of tension within him, and he cautiously approached the castle's grand entrance. The heavy wooden and iron door, long since corroded by centuries, still managed to serve its purpose. A marvel in itself that it had not succumbed to decay. Knock! Knock, knock! The knocking was unhurried, as if someone were casually visiting. Yet in the face of such an abnormal situation, the emergence of such normality was itself an anomaly. Meanwhile, the other two stirred awake, perhaps due to the exhaustion of recent days. Lita appeared as if she had not fully roused from sleep. Someone is knocking. Who could it be? Huh, are we expecting guests? Marian yawned as she emerged from an adjacent room. However, upon noticing Yiming's gesture, both women froze momentarily, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern as they focused intently on the door. It dawned on them that they were not in the warmth and comfort of their home, but rather in the dreaded necromancer's forest, where it was inconceivable for anyone else to be present. Who, then, could be knocking? I will check. Mayali, protect them. Understood. Mayali positioned herself protectively in front of Lita and Marian, her demeanor serious as she regarded Yiming, though her parasol remained untransformed into a blade. In such uncertain circumstances, the nature of the visitor was yet to be revealed, and rash actions were ill-advised. Yiming approached the door, inhaling a few deep breaths of fresh air to ensure he was in optimal condition before grasping the iron ring and slowly pulling the door open, though he was prepared for an immediate onslaught of blades or a barrage of magic. When Yiming peered outside, he was astonished to find nothing at all. He immediately turned around, gazing in the direction where Mayali was located, and discovered that the three of them were still safe and sound, with Mayali's weapon showing no signs of alteration, clearly indicating that no attack had occurred. So, who could have been at the door? Puff. With a soft sound, Yiming felt a warm, soft body lean against his embrace. Instinctively startled, he looked down while preparing to unleash his runic armament, only to find himself frozen in place. It was a girl. Her platinum hair cascaded to the ground, enveloping her petite frame like a cloak, her delicate brows and exquisitely crafted features resembling a beautiful doll. More importantly, the girl had her eyes tightly shut, evidently resting against Yiming's body. Amy, the presence of someone who definitely should not be here astonished Yiming, prompting an exclamation from him. At that moment, Mayali hurried forward, and upon seeing Amy, her eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this Amy? How did she end up here? How would I know? Could she be sleepwalking? Sleepwalking all the way here? You know, I'm just saying that casually. Oh. Accompanied by a peculiar intonation, Amy suddenly opened her eyes wide, still nestled in Yiming's arms, raising her head in astonishment. Yet her tone remained flat, lacking any inflection, as if she were indifferent to whatever had transpired. Oh dear. Amy was quite startled. It truly is Mayali's sister and Yiming brother. Is that really so? Yiming quickly sensed the uncertainty in Amy's words. Amy, why are you here? In response to Mayali's inquiry, Amy furrowed her brows in confusion. Meow, what is Mayali's sister talking about? It's nothing, meow. At this point, she seemed to remember something, lifting her head, stepping back 2 paces. And after standing still, she tightly clutched her doll, half asleep and half awake, gazing at the 4 of them. Observing this girl, Rita felt a mix of curiosity and confusion. However, she did not voice her questions. Only Marian, upon seeing her, was struck with shock, though no one else noticed her reaction. Oh, who are these 2? Amy turned her body, looking at the 2 girls beside her. I am Rita. Greetings, esteemed lady. Suddenly, Marian knelt partially before Amy, performing a formal gesture of respect typical among magicians. I am Marian Blade, the Academy's magician. It is an honor to meet one of the legendary 5 great chantresses, Lady Dark Brooklyn. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Meow. That matter is of no consequence. Amy's expression suggested she was merely letting it go in one ear and out the other. However, the others could not afford to dismiss it so lightly. Marian sister, what did you just say? Rita gazed at Amy in surprise, unable to articulate a full sentence. Marian, however, frowned and scolded. This lady is one of the Empire's 5 great chantresses, Princess Brooklyn, as a seeker of the spirit of magic. How could you not have heard her name? Of course, Rita had heard of her. In fact, Everyone studying magic across the continent knew of the 5 great chantresses, the Empire's equivalent of nuclear weapons. Rumor had it that these 5 chantresses were elusive. Aside from one who remained at the academy as the headmistress, the other 4 had rarely been seen by anyone. The only knowledge one could glean was their almost codename-like names of magic, the Dark Shalems. The Azure Euphemia, the Crimson Ignore, the Verdant Fetlina, and the Dark Baruchlin. Marion, being the daughter of the Empire's Minister of Magic, had once glimpsed them at a royal ball, though she had been too far away to converse with the great chantresses. Yet, their uncommon appearances and actions left a lasting impression. Thus, upon seeing Annie, Marion immediately recognized her. Annie is such a renowned figure. How rude. Marion interrupted Yiming's musings with dissatisfaction. How dare you address Lady Baruchlin so casually? Do you not realize, Yiming brother and Mayali sister are Annie's friends? Annie still clutched her doll tightly, her half-closed eyes betraying no movement, yet somehow, she seemed displeased. Annie said it's fine. Annie has already told them her name. Yes, I was impolite, Your Highness. Marion lowered her head, saying nothing, yet her heart was filled with astonishment. Who were these 2? Why would a chantress grant them her true name, which was akin to her own life? So, Annie, what brings you here? Sensing the conversation had strayed from its original course, Yiming hastily inquired. Annie? Huh, she had fallen asleep. Wake up. Yiming gave a light slap to Annie's head, startling her awake. She blinked, once again emitting that peculiar oh sound. Oh dear. Oh dear. Annie almost fell asleep again. You were already asleep. Yiming stared at the girl before him, struggling to reconcile her image with the concept of a large-scale indiscriminate weapon of mass destruction. Yet there was still one question left unanswered. Annie had claimed to be searching for them, which implied she knew they were here. But why her? How was it that she could find them in this land? Why are you here? Why did you come to find us, Annie? That's a secret. Annie cannot say, but I assure you, you will definitely find out. Annie's vague response surprisingly did not evoke any displeasure among them, perhaps due to her perpetually languid and indifferent demeanor. So, Annie, how do you intend to bring us back? Mayali posed an even more crucial question. Annie will use jump, to transport you, siblings, to the moment of the teleportation failure. Yes? This is essential. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them collectively gasped. Transporting back to the past. Was such a thing truly possible? But, Annie, why must we return to the past? This is of utmost importance. Annie's eyes suddenly widened, appearing quite serious. You must return to that time and continue from there. It is Annie's command. Lady Baruchlin, no, it's nothing. Rita seemed to want to say something but ultimately could not voice it. Meanwhile, Yiming fixed his gaze on Annie, and after a moment, he smiled faintly. I know who sent you to find us. His words startled everyone present. How could Yiming possibly know? Yet, he ignored their astonished gazes, continuing to look at the half-asleep Annie, who seemed oblivious. The one who sent you to find us is us, isn't it? He pointed to himself and Mayali. What are you talking about? That's absurd. You're right here. Marion tilted her head in bewilderment, staring at Yiming. Indeed, we are here, but that is merely our present selves. What does that even mean? Yiming brother. Rita was perplexed, but Mayali appeared to grasp something, nodding in realization. I have always found it strange how you discovered us in this forest. No, that phrasing seems odd. You didn't just discover us. You came looking for us. Clearly, that is quite peculiar. After all, I recall that our relationship hasn't progressed to the point where you would personally come looking for us. It hasn't been long since we met, and you just said, I can't believe it really is. That implies you thought you would encounter us here, but did not expect to truly find us. Why? You insist on sending us back to the past because a few of us are already outside. Correct? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Rita was utterly baffled by what Yiming was saying, and Yiming merely shrugged, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. However, Annie smiled subtly. Just as my brother Yiming said, it seems I cannot keep this from you. The Yiming she referred to was not the one standing before her. In that case, did Annie just say that? Annie gazed at Yiming and spoke slowly. These are the exact words, yet Annie does not understand their meaning. Abandon such trivial thoughts and accept your fate. These are the original words my brother Yiming asked me to convey to him. Is that all? There is also the part about when you return, there may be some trouble to deal with, so be prepared. I understand. Yiming nodded, firmly etching these 2 phrases from his own gift into his mind. Then, may I ask you to begin? Annie replied, setting the puppet aside, and then she swayed away from Yiming and the others. Mei Yali watched her intently, while Rita and Marian wore expressions of unease. The exchange between Annie and Yiming suggested that Yiming seemed to grasp something entirely, yet they remained completely in the dark. This is Annie's secret technique that can only be used once in a century. Be sure to remember to express your gratitude to Annie. Annie exclaimed, extending her hands. She then commenced her chant. Her languid voice suddenly transformed into a surging torrent, reverberating magnificently throughout the vast hall. The enchanting melody began to resonate, and soon, dark, deep hues of light flickered around the four of them. They trembled and spun like sound waves, coalescing immense magical energy. Marian and Rita were utterly captivated, entranced by this exquisite spectacle that transcended mere magical realms, ascending into the domain of miracles. The grand chant of Annie's song flowed like the river of time, quickening and slowing, while the lights surrounding them flickered in tandem. Suddenly, Annie furrowed her brows and ceased her singing. She gazed at the now-formed magical halo, and, as if struck by a thought, beckoned Yiming. "Brother Yiming, come here for a moment." Yiming, perplexed, approached the edge of the magical circle, standing before Annie. Then, Annie kicked him sharply on the shin. This is a punishment for my brother Yiming. Who told you to be so rough with Annie?" At that moment, what on earth had I done? Yiming did not voice this question, for Annie had already stepped back, her fingers weaving complex gestures. Gradually, beautiful and vibrant lights began to emerge, and she pointed her right hand towards Yiming and the others. The magical halo immediately contracted, then completely enveloped them, followed by a flash of brilliance. The stench of sulfurous gas filled the air around them in an instant. Yiming opened his eyes to find himself standing on a shattered teleportation array, while Ms. William, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, gazed at them in disbelief. Several large, dark figures turned their heads, their eyes brimming with madness and death, sweeping over the group. "I see." Yiming observed the demons before him with astonishment, as if they were merely docile kittens, indifferent to their presence. "Is this what they call trouble?" he remarked casually, simultaneously extending his hand to summon his black dual blades. Chapter 35. The guardian Yiming coldly regarded the white-clad man before him. His dual blades held upright, ready to counter his assault. This was not a battle against demons. In fact, those demons had barely managed to withstand a glance before being vanquished by the suddenly appearing white-clad man. The long sword in his hand blazed with sunlight-like brilliance, cleaving two demons in half with a single stroke. Yet after that, he broke through the miasma and charged towards Yiming and the others. Sword raised in aggression. "Why are you attacking us?" Yiming glared at him, finding his reptilian eyes particularly distasteful. "Who told you to stand behind the demons? Naturally, you must be their accomplices." The clash of white and black blades resonated as pressure mounted between them. Yiming stared at him, and he returned the gaze. Neither made a move closer, and in truth, the others stood frozen, dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. "Is that all you have to say?" Yiming did not withdraw his sword, as it was clear the other had no intention of ceasing hostilities. "You managed to block my strike, which makes you far superior to those useless demons, doesn't it?" The white-clad man scoffed, the light on his sword intensifying. "So what do you want?" Yiming met his gaze, laced with mockery and provocation. "Nothing of great significance." The white-clad man shrugged, as if he spoke of a trivial matter. "As a consequence of daring to draw your sword against me, I shall simply sever one of your hands. In your dreams." The black blade gleamed ominously. The white-clad man's sword descended without hindrance, but in an instant, Yiming's wrist twisted, and the other edge of the blade came from behind, carving a perfect arc as it aimed for the man's shoulder. The white-clad man let out a cold laugh, retreating swiftly, as the long sword in his hand transformed into a flurry of lights, striking towards Yiming's entire body. That moment, Yiming's figure blurred, creating a series of successive phantoms in an instant. "You think such a level of illusion can impress me? If you're not afraid of death, you may give it a try." The sound of his voice was impossible to conceal. "What use were phantoms?" The white-clad man laughed lightly, flipping his sword as he surged leftward with the force of thunder, obliterating one of the phantoms. Yet, his expression changed suddenly, and he retreated a few steps, swinging his right hand's long sword to the left side of his body. The clash of weapons resonated, accompanied by bright sparks. As Yiming reappeared, his black dual blades trembling slightly, occasionally glinting with golden light, revealing the engraved runes upon them. The dark radiance seemed to dance in sync with the man's long sword, growing ever more intense. What on earth is happening? Rita, originally on their side, now found herself confused as the ally had turned adversary. She cowered behind Mayali, unable to comprehend why that man would seek trouble with Yiming. What a nuisance. Upon recognizing the white-clad man, Marion frowned. Do you know him, Sister Marion? I suppose I'm somewhat acquainted. Although Marion spoke with an air of arrogance towards anyone, her tone grew noticeably disdainful when discussing this individual. That guy is the guardian of the Academy's headmaster. But his personality is absolutely dreadful, arrogant to the core that I never expected to have him involved. Mayali said nothing, but upon hearing this, her expression subtly shifted, and she turned to Yiming. So I should expect him to sever one of my arms. After receiving Mayali's message, Yiming grumbled in displeasure. Gripping his swords once more, he braced against the white-clad man's onslaught. Oh, now that's somewhat interesting. The white-clad man provocatively taunted, casually swinging his long sword, the white light intertwining with the black glow of the dual blades, forming serpentine beams of light that danced around them. Suddenly, Yiming dragged his dual swords backward, then shouted as he thrust upward at that moment. The white-clad man frowned slightly, his long sword transforming into a sacred beam of light that struck downwards. Boom! A massive gust of air erupted around the two, black and white clashing and devouring one another, an overwhelming force they could not resist. As they exchanged blows, they soon separated. Yiming, gasping for breath, stood before Mayali. His shirt torn, blood slowly seeping from the wound. The white-clad man looked down at him with smug satisfaction, as if in his eyes, Yiming was merely an insignificant insect. Humph, someone like you can actually withstand my attack. That is precisely what I was about to say. The inexplicable sensation of being embroiled in a conflict was rather unpleasant, but since it had already begun, he might as well see it through to the end. The man in white, having witnessed Yiming's actions, was just about to mock him with scornful words. However, he was suddenly taken aback by a slight warmth at his neck when he reached out in temptation. He found his hand smeared with blood as well. In astonishment, he lowered his gaze, discovering blood slowly trickling down, staining his immaculate white attire. Blood? You dare make me bleed? The tone of the man in white rose sharply with fury. His eyes instantly turning frigid, he extended his hand and lightly tapped the white longsword, causing a magical array to materialize beneath his feet, enveloping his figure in a radiant white glow. Simultaneously, his hair and brows began to transform into a ghostly white. His voice deep and imbued with immense pressure. I shall see you dead, brat. It is daytime. Such nonsense should wait until nightfall. Yiming retorted fearlessly as he spoke. The dark aura emanating from Xuanyuan's dual blades appeared to come alive, gradually enveloping Yiming's body entirely. Guardian, please cease your actions. Witnessing the situation spiraling beyond control, even Lady William nervously interjected. What a joke. This guardian intends to use that here. He is no guardian. He is nothing but a destroyer. You are doomed. Brat. The voice of the man in white, devoid of all emotion, resonated with sovereign authority as he hovered in the air, his gaze coldly fixed on Yiming. The white radiance surrounded him like flames, purging all earthly filth, a true divine light. This left Yiming somewhat astonished, though he had heard Rita speak of it. Was this what one called a gifted warrior, compared to those with supernatural abilities? It seemed rather lacking. Huh, are you still not awake? The darkness beneath him suddenly seeped into the surrounding cobblestones, and Yiming's eyes grew vacant. He held Xuanyuan aloft, refusing to glance at the man in white. The black aura clung to his form, each line seeming to possess its own willful movement. Ah, that old habit has returned. Mayali sighed helplessly, resting her forehead against her hand, though Yiming was indeed powerful. His peculiarities during battle were inescapable. He had never regarded anyone as a true enemy, merely as an obstacle to be eliminated to him. They represented mere nuisances, not dangers. Consequently, he fought with carefree abandon, finding it difficult to take things seriously. Ultimately, his only thought was to kill. This was Yiming's mindset. However, when faced with an opponent formidable enough for him to deem a danger, the outcome would be entirely different. They were foes. Thus, prepare to perish. The dark lines on Yiming's form intensified, his gaze becoming vacant and hollow, shrouded in the unknown. This was the most powerful form of the magical weapon known as the runic armament, bestowed upon him by that man. Listen well, brat, what is an enemy? An enemy is to be ravaged, ravaged, and ravaged again. Defeat them, trample them beneath your feet, listen to their desperate pleas and cries, and then eliminate them, extinguishing their last flicker of hope, until they are stripped of all color and essence. Tormented into true void. The weak have no right to exist. They must understand that their survival is due to our mercy. If they forget, let fear and slaughter remind them. The man's voice surged uncontrollably in Yiming's mind, severing the last thread of his rationality. Stop it. A gentle yet commanding voice resonated. The lights of white and black extinguished simultaneously. Yiming exhaled a long sigh of relief as the black longsword in his grasp morphed and vanished from his arm. That was close. He almost activated it. The onlookers turned in surprise, directing their gazes toward the source of the voice. Galaro, my order is to eliminate those devils. What exactly is happening here? A woman clad in white robes, enveloped entirely within, approached slowly, while the others immediately bowed in respect, greeting her. Madam Headmaster, how utterly dull. The man in white leapt to the ground, casting a cold glance at Yiming before turning to leave. The woman paused briefly but did not look at the man in white. Instead, she approached Yiming and offered a slight bow. On behalf of my guardian, I extend my sincerest apologies. I am truly sorry. It was my oversight. Since you say so, I shall accept your apology. Yiming shrugged nonchalantly. Now, may we take our leave? Certainly not. The headmaster smiled gently, her voice reminiscent of a youthful maiden. With all that has transpired, as the headmaster, I would at least like to obtain some answers. Wouldn't you? Please, follow me. With that, she turned and made her way toward the tower at the center of the academy. Yiming sighed in resignation. Glancing back at Mei Yili, Rita, and Marian with a frown, Mei Yili's expression remained calm, though she appeared somewhat irritated. Rita hid behind Mei Yili, regarding Yiming with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Marian stared at him in astonishment, as if he had transformed into some sort of monster. So this is what one might call trouble. Chapter 36. The Fabricated Past. Miss Rita Canarat's guardian. Is it? I am quite surprised. I had initially assumed that you two would be Marian's guardians. Why do you ask? Yiming set down his teacup. The flavor was pleasant. Yet the surrounding atmosphere was hardly conducive to tea tasting. It is due to your abilities. The cloak enveloping the headmaster shifted slightly, but Yiming could not discern her expression. How peculiar, he mused. Why would this headmaster shroud herself so tightly? Did she not fear the heat? Yet, this was not the time for idle speculation, and Yiming had not anticipated that the headmaster would swiftly broach the subject. Your abilities are remarkably potent. No, that may not be the right term. But I cannot find a more suitable descriptor. I originally thought that you were the guardians of Marian Braid, for if that were the case, the powers granted through the contract might reach such levels. Though it would be somewhat unbelievable, yet not impossible. However, if it pertains to Rita Canarat, it does seem rather odd. A contract? Yiming and Mei Yili exchanged puzzled glances. They had shown little interest in this so-called contract and had not inquired about its purpose. Yet, it appeared there might be an issue at hand. You two are still unaware. The headmaster gently shook her head and then turned to Rita. It seems you, as a magician, are rather incompetent. I apologize. Madam Headmaster, allow me to clarify. The headmaster did not express anger. Instead, she smiled softly before refocusing her attention on them. In truth, you must be quite curious as to why guardians and magicians must sign a contract. This is because, for guardians, it serves not only as a constraint but also as an opportunity. Constraint, opportunity? Especially so for those who pursue great power. Such a vague response. The so-called contract does not compel guardians to undertake any actions. It merely tightens the bond between the guardian and the magician. In other words, even if a guardian does not protect their magician, the contract does not obligate them to do so. This contradicted the earlier notion of constraint. However, Yiming and Mei Yili remained silent, continuing to listen intently to the headmaster's explanation. The sole purpose of the contract is to provide the guardian with the power of the magician, enhancing or bestowing them abilities. Every guardian who has signed a contract can benefit to some extent. The stronger the magician's command of magical spirits, the more powerful the guardian will become in turn. Yet, this ability is solely based on the contract. If the contract ceases to exist, then the powers the guardian has gained will also vanish entirely. Therefore, the relationship between guardians and magicians is inextricable. To grow stronger, a guardian must protect their magician, for if the magician dies or the contract is dissolved, all that they have strived for will similarly vanish. Now it made sense. Yet, this had no bearing on them. Yiming felt indifferent. Neither he nor Mei Yili had ever perceived any additional abilities within themselves. All their powers were under their own command, entirely their own. Unchanged. There has been neither increase nor decrease that Tio speak of it. He has always harbored doubts about whether there is a reason why he and Mei Yali are unable to wield magic. Since they cannot use magic, can a contract that bears resemblance to magic truly take effect upon them? This poses a question. Just now, I sensed my guardian withdrawing power from me, hence I deduced there was danger. I apologize once more. Although that guardian possesses a rather unpleasant demeanor, he is not inherently malevolent, to be precise. He might be deemed an eccentric. Yiming shrugged nonchalantly at this moment. However, the headmaster turned her attention towards Mei Yali. My dear miss, I beg your pardon, but your eyes. Mei Yali's eyes have been like this since birth. Yiming interjected on her behalf. If my words have caused you any displeasure, I apologize. Upon detecting the subtle discontent in Yiming's tone, the headmaster offered a wry smile, quickly shifting the topic. Then, might you enlighten me from whence you hail? This inquiry stems solely from curiosity. Lita had remained silent, but she nodded in agreement. Yes, I too wish to know about my elder brother and sister. Marian, though silent, could not hide her keen interest as she furtively glanced at Yiming. After contemplating for a moment and exchanging a look with Mei Yali, Yiming finally nodded. Very well, I shall share. A concealed lineage may lend an air of mystery. Yet if it becomes overly enigmatic, it serves neither the individual nor others well. Thus, Yiming began to recount, in accordance with the narrative he had previously established with Mei Yali, how they were raised by a reclusive sorcerer dwelling in the marshes, where they honed their skills before departing to explore the outside world, with their weapons being gifts bestowed upon them by the sorcerer prior to their departure. How astonishing, the headmaster remarked aptly after hearing his account. I have indeed seen the sword you bear. It is undoubtedly a magical weapon, yet I have never encountered anything quite like it. Who is that sorcerer? He never divulged his name. We simply referred to him as the professor. The professor? As long as the pronunciation was correct. Yiming did not mind. What manner of person is this professor? A ruthless tyrant, exceedingly arrogant and self-centered. Yiming's candidness was quite striking, and even Mei Yali nodded in agreement. Truth be told, that period of their lives, while pivotal, also constituted a profound psychological trauma. Even when Yiming and Mei Yali later reflected upon that time, they continued to question whether their judgments had been flawed. Perhaps they ought to have never entangled themselves with that individual. Regrettably, the die had been cast, and remorse was of little consequence. Yiming provided a detailed explanation regarding how they encountered Lita. They had lost their way in the desert and stumbled upon a traveling merchant named Lawrence, who perished in the desert due to an illness in his final moments. He wished for Yiming and Mei Yali to look after Lita, who was now all alone. Since there was nothing pressing for them to attend to, they decided to stay with Lita, and thus, they became her guardians. That is how a guardian meets a sorcerer. The headmaster mused, clearly less contemplative than Lita. You arrive, I depart. If you meet, then stay together. If it feels uncomfortable, part ways and seek new encounters, such is the world. At this juncture, she rose, offering a gentle smile to the four of them. Now, would you join me for lunch? As they made their way back, Yiming stretched languidly, surveying the tranquil surroundings. An inexplicable sense of unreality washed over him. What are you pondering, Yiming? I was considering. By now, we should be engaged in a fierce battle with that undead knight. Gazing at the setting sun, Yiming chuckled oddly. Isn't it peculiar? Over there, we are fighting, while here, we are enjoying a sumptuous feast. The very thought strikes me as astonishingly surreal. That is indeed true. Mei Yali mirrored his expression, while Marian had already departed after lunch. Returning to her home, she appeared preoccupied, lost in thought. Yet, the only solace for Yiming was that she would not reveal the secret he shared with Mei Yali. After all, to others, they had only been gone for a mere few minutes, not 2 days. Thus, even if Marian were to speak of it, no one would believe her. So, Brother Yiming, what shall we do next? Lita inquired, peering curiously at Mei Yali. Our objective is clear, Yiming replied, his demeanor growing considerably serious. We must locate Annie before dawn in 2 days. Chapter 37. The Infinite Cycle of Cause and Effect. It is one thing to speak of such matters, yet quite another to accomplish them. While inquiring with the headmaster, the four learned that the dark Belukellen was currently whereabouts unknown. In truth, no one had the faintest idea of her location. Although it was suggested that she might be found within the dark tower of the Academy's iconic 5 radiant towers, if the headmaster had stated as much, it was likely a futile endeavor. Yiming leaned back in his chair, gazing indifferently out the window. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the 5 towering spires of the Academy resembled majestic mountains, standing resolutely. What occupies your thoughts? Mei Yali approached him from behind, gazing out the window. And Lita? She is asleep. Although to others we have been gone for less than half a day, the fact remains that we have traversed the wilderness for 3 days, which is quite taxing for an ordinary girl. Yiming remained silent. Since your return, you seem particularly preoccupied, do you not? Indeed, Yiming nodded. Why did the me from that time leave me a message to abandon such frivolous thoughts? What events might transpire in these 2 days? I am genuinely curious about what those frivolous thoughts might entail. Is it that we shall never achieve a tranquil and stable existence? Or is there something more profound at play? I find it perplexing. I truly cannot comprehend what may unfold, and it unsettles me. Could it be that you do not even understand your own circumstances? Mei Yali seated herself opposite Yiming, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering with contrasting light, while Yiming offered a rueful shake of his head. Do not jest, my lady. The most elusive subject for any person is themselves. Then perhaps it would be best to cease your contemplation. Mei Yali leaned closer, drawing nearer to Yiming. Isn't it quite lovely to let things flow naturally? Since we are unaware of what lies ahead, why should we fret? Life, in essence, is precisely this, is it not? We are perpetually ignorant of what the next moment may bring, be it fortune or misfortune. Therefore, there is no need to concern ourselves with what is to come. Merely being mentally prepared suffices. I believe that the reason you left that message to yourself was likely for this very reason. After all, only those who take action in the present can possibly glean what the future holds. Just as I know what will transpire in the next moment. Oh, Yiming's interest was piqued. He regarded Mei Yali with keen curiosity. How intriguing. I am aware of your abilities, but I did not anticipate that you could foresee the future. So, what is to come? It is this. Before Yiming could fully comprehend, Mei Yali's face was mere inches away, a sweet scent enveloping him as her lips brushed softly against his, then parted. Mei Yali stood, a sly smile gracing her features as she confidently declared, "It is precisely because I acted that I could foresee the future. You see, now, I shall take my leave for a rest. Do not let your desires cloud your judgment and attempt to ambush me. That would be most unbecoming for a lady." Staring blankly at the silhouette of Mei Yali disappearing behind the curtain, Yiming finally seemed to come to his senses, shrugging his shoulders. How could you have played me like this? He let out a bitter laugh and turned his gaze back to the window. However, unlike before, at this moment, Yiming's eyes revealed a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The same scenery was viewed, yet somewhat with simmering anger. Wallace was far from pleased. How could the plan have failed? He clenched his jaw, furious enough to nearly tear the parchment in his hands to shreds. Looking down from the window, the 5 towering spires felt like 5 steel needles piercing his heart. According to the plan, at this hour, the Imperial Army should have surrounded the Academy, perhaps even successfully taken over a portion of the power. But now all of that had collapsed. Marion had not vanished into the magic circle. No, though she had indeed disappeared, she soon reappeared. This was utterly illogical. How had they returned? Lady William. Wallace turned around and bellowed in an almost raging voice. What on earth is happening? Where exactly did you send them? Why were they able to come back? I assure you, Lord Wallace. Lady William adjusted her glasses, her expression unchanged from before, as if everything remained under her control. The modifications to the teleportation array were executed flawlessly. I guarantee they were transported to the forest of the undead. Then how are they here now? Wallace slammed his hand on the table, his fury unmistakable. Or do you believe they were kindly returned by some benevolent undead mage? Please, have some restraint, Lord Wallace. Even Lady William frowned slightly at the cursed title that was uttered. She did not stand defiantly before the furious Wallace, but rather remained in the shadows of the corner, seemingly confirming her report to him. According to the mage's communications from the teleportation array, it can be determined that they were not sent to the trial grounds. This is indeed quite strange that I believe I might take this opportunity to suggest that the headmaster conduct a more thorough investigation. Perhaps something will be uncovered. At this point, Lady William suddenly ceased her speech, retreating swiftly into the shadows. Meanwhile, a gentle knocking echoed from the door of the study. Come in. Wallace casually tossed the parchment into the flames, his tone softening significantly. The door creaked open, and Marion cautiously entered the study, bowing her head to Wallace. "I have returned, father. I am already aware of your situation." Wallace's tone was gentle, almost resembling that of a caring father. "I never expected such an incident could occur even within the academy. Had you not returned, I truly wouldn't know how to explain it to the Queen and the others. After all, you are the one entrusted with great expectations, the sixth selected song weaver of the Lilia Empire. I will report this matter to the Queen. It is truly unforgivable that a guardian's test could lead to such a life-threatening error. I will protest to the headmaster. I will also demand that she immediately arrange a safe test for you. Fear not, my child. With your abilities, passing such a test should pose no problem." Marian remained silent in the past. She would have confidently affirmed this. But now that confidence had utterly dissipated, the attack methods of Yiming and Mei Li were deeply engraved in her mind, facing such unimaginable assaults. Could she even survive? She questioned herself, and the answer made Marian shudder. It was a conclusion derived from absolute rational thinking, hidden beneath her emotions. "Is something the matter?" No, it's nothing. Father, please do not worry. I will definitely pass the test." Startled, Marian quickly feigned nonchalance, addressing Wallace. "That is good to hear. You must have suffered quite a bit today. I think you are tired and should go rest. I will have someone prepare warm tea and sweets for you. Take some time to enjoy and relax." Wallace reached out, gently stroking Marian's head. "Yes, father. Thank you for your concern. I shall take my leave now. Oh, by the way." As Marian stepped back to the door, Wallace suddenly recalled something and clapped his hands. "What exactly happened when the teleportation failed? Do you remember?" "I am sorry, I do not remember at all." "Well then, good night, father." Marian shook her head slightly and exited Wallace's study. As soon as the door to the study closed again, Wallace's expression turned monstrous. Simultaneously, Lady William, who had previously vanished, reappeared. "It is quite rare that you have managed to endure until now, and to perform so excellently in front of that child. I have longed to personally strangle that little wretch." Wallace snorted coldly. "If that is the case, then why treat her with such kindness, Lord Wallace?" Lady William asked, somewhat perplexed. Wallace's weathered face broke into a sinister and cold smile, akin to that of a serpent. "I intend to ensure she experiences happiness to the fullest before destroying it all. Just as her mother did to me. This little wretch is beginning to resemble her mother more and more. Each time I care for her, the flames of my inner fury burn even more fiercely, reminding me never to forget the humiliation and hatred of that time, her mother, and everything this nation has inflicted upon me. I will resist to the end, and ensure they are utterly obliterated." That originally bright and mature face twisted in an instant, resembling a bloodthirsty bat. "Just wait, Marian, and the Lilia Empire, the Academy, all of it, it will all be destroyed by my hands." Chapter 38. The visitor from the Dark Tower. Yiming looked up in astonishment, glancing at Mei Li and then at Rita. Rita, under their gaze, shrank back uneasily. Had she said something wrong? "You just mentioned electives? I must not have misheard, right?" The term, so familiar in his own world, caught Yiming by surprise. "Yes, Brother Yiming. I am now a formal mage and must choose the types of spells and incantations I wish to practice to determine my future path. Is there a problem?" "No problem at all." "Then Rita, please share your thoughts." All right." Rita nodded, taking a sip from the teacup on the table before explaining to Yiming and Mei Li. It turned out that within the academy, the initial courses learned as an apprentice mage were essentially the same. At that stage, Rita had learned merely the fundamental knowledge of magic, some minor spells, and experience. However, upon advancing to a formal mage, one must select a corresponding magical faction for study, lest their growth as a mage be hindered. The 5 radiant towers were established precisely for this purpose. The Tower of the Azure Sky, also the highest tower within the academy, naturally belonged to the headmaster, Euphemia of the Azure Sky. As the foremost among the 5 song weavers, she possessed profound insights into healing magic. Although healing magic was not the first choice for many, the Tower of the Azure Sky was uniquely the only one where one could encounter the Grand Song Weaver at any time and receive her guidance, because the other 4 tower owners were often elusive. As such, it remained a source of great aspiration for mages. However, due to the strict admission criteria of the Tower of the Azure Sky, only a few could truly enter and receive instruction. Beneath it, the Tower of the Pitch Black was the most distinctive, as Shalom of the Pitch Black was not only a song weaver, but also rumored to be an advanced warrior, perhaps because of her status. The Tower of the Pitch Black not only taught students destructive magical attacks, but also imparted genuine combat skills. One could only wonder if this songweaver intended to train her students into well-rounded talents adept in both magic and martial arts. Next to the Tower of the Pitch Black stood the Tower of the Verdant, a legendary elven priestess. Fedalina of the Verdant, and her unique elven spell faction also garnered significant attention. The elemental manipulation spells were flexible and varied, making it arguably the easiest magical faction to master among the 5 towers. Consequently, the Tower of the Verdant boasted the largest number of students within the academy. Although, according to unreliable rumors, this was not unrelated to the few elven girls responsible for managing affairs within the Tower of the Verdant. However, one need only glance at the gender ratio of 10-to-1 within the Verdant Tower to discern that the rumors are not without foundation. The Fiery Tower, coiling ominously below, is renowned as a forbidden zone within the academy. The spell known as Ignal of the Fiery Flame is employed there to manifest the spirits of magic and conduct summoning attacks. Therefore, the mages of the Fiery Tower require no guardians. The master of this forbidden tower, Ignal of the Fiery Flame, delights in summoning towering monstrosities, composed entirely of flames, that stand 2 meters tall, to rend their enemies into oblivion. Naturally, perhaps due to its excessively violent nature, the number of mages studying at the Fiery Tower is not particularly high. As for the Shadow Tower, I am uncertain, Lita admitted hesitantly, an air of peculiarity about her. No one has ever gone there to study. There are no mages to provide instruction, so it is universally avoided. Furthermore, it is said to be haunted. What manner of person is Annie? Ultimately, the trio resolved to first explore the Shadow Tower, for considering the events that were to unfold, they would need Annie's assistance. Thus, it was imperative to locate her. To the very least, the likelihood of encountering Annie within the Shadow Tower far surpassed that of aimless searching. It is well known that the 5 renowned shantists are almost universally recognized, and under such circumstances, the fact that they could elude all rumors of their whereabouts indicates that any of the shantists could effortlessly evade scrutiny. If this were indeed the case, then searching aimlessly would yield little fruit. The Shadow Tower appeared even diminutive compared to the other 4 towers, resembling a mere sapling in the presence of towering trees. Gazing at the imposing, frigid door before them, Yiming stepped forward and gently pushed it. The door creaked open and a chilling breeze swept through, and within the pitch-black entrance, not a glimmer of light could be seen. This is somewhat terrifying. Mayali pressed closely against Yiming, peering at the door, which could easily serve as the entrance to a horror film, surely leaving an indelible impression on any guests. Let us proceed. Having come this far, it was not an option to turn back now. Thus, Yiming led the way inside, with Mayali and Lita following closely behind. The interior was far from the darkness it appeared to be. A hazy, azure light streamed through the windows above, illuminating the path ahead with clarity. The darkness outside was merely a result of their eyes adjusting to the harsh light, rendering them blind to the subtleties visible in dim conditions. The smooth, immaculate marble floor was spotless, while the armored figures standing on either side seemed ethereal, their faint glow casting shadows that appeared to dance with life, akin to phantoms. Mayali glanced upward, feeling a wave of dizziness. She could see the top of the tower through the circular void created by the ascending staircase, where nothing existed, as if even the ceiling had vanished. The nebulous light trickled down, rendering everything more insubstantial. Lita clutched Mayali's hand tightly, her earlier enthusiasm waning. Creak. The trio turned in surprise to find that the door had closed behind them. What should we do, Brother Yiming? Let us ascend and explore. Surely we will uncover something. Once one is present, it is wise to make the best of the situation. Sometimes, this saying proves quite effective. The Shadow Tower truly lives up to its name, as the overall decor within is decidedly fitting of such a moniker. Lita would startle at faint sounds seemingly emanating from nowhere with each few steps, especially in the eerie stillness of this place. Such noises rang out with a clarity that was distinctly unsettling. Indeed, this locale was ill-suited for instruction. Otherwise, the students would inevitably succumb to heart ailments or nervous breakdowns. So clean. There must be someone maintaining it. Mayali absent-mindedly brushed her fingers along the staircase railing, her somewhat obsessive cleanliness seemingly not without merit. Moreover, it appears to have been cleaned just an hour ago. There is no way it lacks human presence. Mayali scrutinized her fingertips and made her assessment. Excuse me, is anyone here? Lita timidly called out, but aside from the gradually fading echoes, there was no response. Who? Suddenly, the extinguished candles along the walls flared to life, casting an eerie green glow. Mayali quickly clung to Yiming's arm, while Lita, frightened, buried herself in her embrace. Who? 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 The candles ignited one by one along the walls, as if guiding their path forward. What should we do? My lady, there is no need to be so frightened. Yiming glanced at Mayali with exasperation. While he could bravely confront genuine ghosts and skeletons, the mere presence of something designed to frighten children left him flustered. Woo-woo. It's so scary, Brother Yiming, Sister Mayali, let us return. Almost forgetting that there was indeed a child among them. However, having come this far, retreat was not an option. Yiming remained silent, following the flickering glow of the candles as he ascended the staircase. After all, this was merely a school. Surely, they could not house anything capable of causing harm. Yet, upon reaching the top floor and beholding the figure gazing back at him, he realized with a sense of resignation that he had been naively optimistic. Greetings, and welcome to the Shadow Tower. A skeleton, or rather, a skeleton that could move, speak, and was clad in tattered wizard robes, stood there, addressing them, in its hollow eye sockets. No glimmer of light could be discerned. I am the magical instructor of the Shadow Tower. Yomura, welcome to the Shadow Tower. Chapter 39. Necromancy. Hello, Miss Yomura, but I regret to inform you that we are not here to join. No matter how pleasant her tone, the voice emanating from the skeleton was harsh and grating. Yiming could barely ascertain her gender from the beautiful adornments on her wizard's robe. Nevertheless, speaking to a skeleton that bore no trace of flesh could hardly be considered a tolerable experience, especially when this skeleton tilted her head like an innocent child and responded with a nasal "mm." We merely seek one person. Feeling Mayali's grip tighten on his arm, Yiming, aside from a bitter smile, appeared powerless to do anything else. Might I inquire if Annie is present? We have some matters to discuss. Before Yiming could finish his sentence, countless bone daggers materialized before him, aimed menacingly at his throat. No one is permitted to utter the name of Lady Brooklyn. The already terrifying voice became even more sinister. Very well. Yomura, you remain as tempestuous as ever. Why can you not engage your mind? Another voice emerged from behind her. And though equally unpleasant, it was far more melodious in comparison to Yomura. Have you not considered why this gentleman would address Lady Brooklyn in such a manner? Two skeletons. Well, while Yiming was not an expert in human anatomy and had no interest in discerning their differences, the latter skeleton possessed a notably distinct feature. Her, or perhaps its, wizard's robe was elegantly designed, adorned with a finely crafted skull emblem, possibly a self-portrait. Sister, are you suggesting? Yomura's lack of intellect was a fact. One could hardly expect a being with an empty skull to exhibit any semblance of reasoning. However, this did not imply that she was incapable of thought. Prompted by the latter skeleton's reminder, her hollow, dark eye sockets fixed intently upon the trio, as if scrutinizing them closely. Then, she gently flicked her bony finger, causing the bone daggers to vanish into thin AI, or AT. This moment, the other skeleton approached. Welcome to the Shadow Tower. I am Minerva, the magical instructor of the Shadow Tower. Please, have a seat. I shall have my sister prepare some delightful tea and refreshments for you. We are here to find Annie. We hope she is present. If she is not, could you kindly inform me when she will return? We shall come back to disturb her then. To indulge in tea with skeletons in a dim, sunless tower in broad daylight can hardly be deemed a commendable pastime. We are also unaware of when Lady Brooklyn shall return. We sincerely apologize. Minerval nodded at the three, her tone perhaps laced with an apologetic smile, though the skull could not convey any expression. However, since you three are acquaintances of Lady Brooklyn, please do accept our hospitality. Otherwise, when our master returns and discovers our inadequate reception, we may face punishment. Yiming, we should hasten back. Yiming, elder brother? Very well. Ignoring the pleas of the two, Yiming readily nodded in agreement, though he soon furrowed his brow, merely protesting as Mayali pinched his arm in frustration for not achieving her goal. These two truly lacked any spirit of adventure. The reception room appeared quite opulent, with a stately crimson carpet and finely carved tables and chairs that exuded a profound sense of antiquity. However, it was evident that Mayali and Rita were somewhat ill at ease. Yet, one could hardly blame them, as anyone would feel the same, particularly after Miss Minerval lit the eerie green candles. The ambience increasingly resembled that of a horror film. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you three, for it has been almost 40 years since anyone last visited here, aside from Lady Byruklin. It seems that modern magicians have little desire to learn the spells of soul communication, which is quite disheartening and thought-provoking, Minor Al explained resignedly as she poured tea for them, perhaps sensing the fear of Mayali and Rita. She deliberately donned a hood to obscure the upper half of her face, leaving only her stark white mouth to move as she spoke. To be honest, this was even more unsettling than if she had left it bare. Miss Rita, you are a magician, correct? May I inquire which tower's magical faction you have chosen to study? I have only just become a magician. I have yet to decide, Rita replied somewhat anxiously. I see. Then may I ask which tower's magical faction you intend to pursue? Yiming took a sip of the red tea, which seemed rather bland. Yet, Mayali, who typically cherished such beverages, inexplicably refrained from picking up her cup. Instead, she leaned against Yiming and quietly clasped his hand. This young lady truly. Let me endure a little longer. Otherwise, I might be unable to resist drawing my sword. Mayali's almost pleading voice echoed in Yiming's mind, prompting a sly smile from him. It was precisely to witness Mayali's dramatic display that he half-jokingly acquiesced to Minerval's invitation. I have yet to decide. Rita cautiously stole a glance at Yiming, uncertain of how to respond. Then, would you consider studying the spells of the Tower of Shadows? Rita was momentarily stunned. Yet, Minerval did not pause and continued. I believe you would be quite suited for this magic. Miss Rita, you possess a gentle and kind heart, making you an ideal candidate for our teachings that if you are willing, we would be more than happy to instruct you. Since when did gentleness and kindness become prerequisites for necromancy? Yiming and Mayali exchanged puzzled glances, utterly confounded. Rita, too, felt a twinge of curiosity. While she would not be offended by being described as gentle and kind, the notion that this was essential for becoming a necromancer seemed rather far-fetched. Recalling the necromancer they encountered in that castle, it was impossible to associate that individual with gentleness or kindness. Moreover, there was Amy. Although that lady was not particularly malevolent, she certainly possessed her share of eccentricities. I believe there is a misunderstanding. Minerval produced some pastries from seemingly nowhere, their vibrant hues suggesting they were well within their freshness date. While the magic we teach involves the power of the soul, it is certainly not necromancy, nor is Lady Byruklin. Who dares to claim that Lady Byruklin is a necromancer? I shall tear their insides to shreds. Ymira shouted fiercely from the side, but fell silent after a pointed cough from Minerval, clearly unfit for the role of hostess, which might explain the absence of any students here. Then, what is the distinction between the two, Miss Minerval? Yiming inquired with interest. The necromancers you speak of merely sell their souls, forsaking their corporeal forms to become masters of souls, gaining immense power. However, in reality, they only wield death magic, which is entirely distinct from necromancy. If one must categorize, those who study the magic of the Tower of Shadows should be referred to as soul mages, rather than necromancers. Compared to her sister, the elder's explanation was indeed far more comprehensible. Necromancy is not as terrifying as you might envision, Miss Rita. She turned to Rita, evidently enthusiastic about the topic. While necromancy does encompass spells that deprive others of life, it is by no means its entirety. In truth, the essence of necromancy lies in conversing with souls and gaining their assistance and knowledge. You can engage with the souls that linger in this world and beseech their aid. They will express gratitude and offer you support. For instance, this. As she spoke, Minerval extended her right hand and began to chant an incantation. Soon, a translucent orb materialized at the center of her palm. With a subtle motion of her fingers, the orb shot forth with pinpoint accuracy, striking the candle and cleaving it in two, which then rapidly solidified, even the flames transforming into a solid form, resembling frozen droplets of water. This is necromancy. Rita gazed vacantly at the remnants of the candle before her, uncertain of what to say. Necromancy is not as fearsome as you might imagine. I believe you have met Lady Byruklin. Do you perceive her as an evil and terrifying sorceress, even without the oppressive aura emanating from Ymira behind her? Rita could not deny this notion. In fact, even Yiming and Mayali would agree that aside from her peculiar personality and an incurable quirk, Annie posed no issues whatsoever. There was simply no way to associate her with blood, bones, or corpses. However, the two before her were far from convincing. You may take your time to consider. Perhaps sensing their apprehension, Minerval did not press for an immediate decision. She rose, evidently signaling the end of their visit. "We do not require an answer from you at this moment. And since you are friends of Lady Brooklyn, the doors of the Tower of Shadows shall always remain open to you three, that you are welcome to visit us at any time." Yiming, too, resignedly stood up and shrugged at the now-relieved Mayali. It seemed they would have to return another date. Chapter 40. The meme Mary sat restlessly in her chair, the intricate and convoluted texts of the hefty magic tome before her failing to capture her interest. In times past, she would have immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge, navigating, interpreting, and reveling in the profound truths hidden behind the magic. It was akin to a sailor, journeying across vast oceans, experiencing a sense of fulfillment and pride upon reaching the harbor at the journey's end. As if having conquered everything, Mary was not merely endowed with exceptional talent. Her extraordinary passion for magic was the foundation upon which she swiftly ascended to become the most powerful prodigy known in whispers. Yet now, she found herself wholly disinterested in further study. Yiming's earlier words weighed heavily on her mind. Indeed, in Mary's eyes, such inept magicians hardly warranted the label of being victimized. However, her situation was markedly different. She was a magician, the daughter of the Imperial Minister of Magical Affairs. Moreover, only a select few were privy to her secret. Being a woman, she was undoubtedly the next heir to the Braid family, had it not been for her mother's untimely death during childbirth. Her father would never have monopolized the family's authority. In truth, Mary had long been aware that many within the family harbored discontent and resentment towards her claim to inheritance, even during her childhood. Numerous relatives secretly cursed her existence. So, was this attack indeed aimed at me? Mary couldn't help but fearfully wrap her arms around herself. Even as a magician, she was still just a girl. Had it not been for Yiming and Mayali's presence at that time, she might have perished in the forest of the undead or become a meal for those dreadful monsters, despite her proud demeanor. She was acutely aware of her debts of gratitude. She knew precisely who had saved her life, yet she could never genuinely express her gratitude. After all, Yiming's candid remarks left a profound impression on Marian. The man not only disregarded himself entirely, but also perceived himself as a burden, a sentiment unfamiliar to Marian in her life, igniting a deep-seated fury within her that she could not shake off. For the first time, Marian sensed that her existence was sometimes deemed unnecessary by others, albeit this realization unfolded within a mere span of days. And then there were those murders. Disturbed, Marian rose to her feet. She was unwilling to bow her head, yet she felt utterly powerless. The mage was a reaper on the battlefield, yet in life, he bore no distinction from ordinary individuals, unlike those warriors endowed with extraordinary talents. Capable of melding with the trees, igniting the air, freezing surfaces of water, or detecting harmful substances, such abilities rendered them highly esteemed by mages. In fact, from Marian's perspective, with Yiming and Mayali's prowess, coupled with their capabilities and formidable magical weaponry, they could easily serve as guardians for the 5 great champ mages. Why then did they choose to remain by a mage's side? After a moment's contemplation, Marian reached a resolution. "I can only endure until the true culprit is apprehended," she murmured to herself before exiting the room. Yiming, Mayali, and Rita emerged from the dim tower. They chanced upon Marian approaching them. "Greetings." Marian hesitated slightly as she offered a salute, a gesture that astonished the trio, perhaps the first time they had received such cordiality from her. "Ah, hello, Sister Marian," Rita hurriedly reciprocated. Yiming and Mayali merely nodded in acknowledgement. Marian bit her lip, then turned her gaze towards Yiming, who stood behind Rita. "Mr. Yiming, I have some matters to discuss with you, may I?" "No," came his unhesitant response. "I only need to take a little of your time." Faced with Yiming's firm refusal, Marian suppressed her anger and pressed on. "It seems we have nothing of significance to discuss." Yet, even so, Yiming showed no hint of interest, but upon seeing Marian's reddening eyes, the other 2 women immediately sided against him. Yiming, rejecting a lady's invitation is hardly the behavior of a gentleman, is it? "Brother Yiming, do speak with her. Whose side are you on?" Yiming sighed in resignation and shrugged at Marian. "Do not waste my time excessively. Please, follow me." Marian certainly exhibited some unusual behavior, which piqued Yiming's curiosity. Based on his previous encounters with this young lady in the necromancer's forest, she ought to have been the type to assert, "I invite you, and you dare not appreciate my generosity." But what was this demeanor now? Submissive like a house cat was not her character. There was no such thing as gratuitous flattery without ulterior motives. Yiming's vigilance heightened. Had Marian known his thoughts, she might have preferred to abandon her plan altogether rather than allow him to live. Ultimately, under Marian's guidance, Yiming followed her to a 2-story building located in the northeastern part of the academy, which appeared remarkably tidy and exuded an air of opulence. "This is my research room," Marian proclaimed with a hint of pride. "Every mage at the academy possesses their own research chamber, a privilege denied to those mere sorcerers." "Oh." Yiming surveyed the room with disinterest, nodding absently. His lack of enthusiasm irked Marian slightly, yet she still invited him into the reception area and poured him a glass of wine. "Compared to this, I prefer Pepsi." Twirling the crimson liquid in his crystal glass, Yiming continued to voice his grievances, knowing full well Marian could not comprehend his words. "Now, do tell, what is it you wish to discuss with me? What is your weekly remuneration in gold coins?" Marian wasted no time in getting to the crux of the matter. For if she continued to beat around the bush with Yiming, she might very well drive herself to madness. "Remuneration?" Yiming furrowed his brow in confusion. "Indeed, how much does that little mage girl pay you?" "I shall offer double. How about you serve as my guardians?" So that was her intention. Yiming set down his glass, fixing his gaze on Marian. "I'm afraid I'm not interested." "Why not?" Marian appeared baffled. "Is it because that girl's father saved your lives, and thus you feel obliged to protect her? To waste your lives in such a manner is utterly meaningless. She is a mage, and based on my observations, it is unlikely she will become a powerful sorceress. You gain nothing by staying with her, neither fame, wealth, nor status. There is nothing about that little girl that would attract formidable warriors such as yourselves. Individuals of your caliber should be maximizing their talents and abilities and receiving due compensation. Since Rita is not present, I shall speak plainly." Yiming regarded the wine in his glass, shrugging. "Mayali and I merely seek a stable and tranquil life. We are indeed strong, but to willingly throw ourselves into perilous battles simply because of that would be sheer folly. It is true, our motives are not solely rooted in gratitude. Rather, we find ourselves with little else to do. Thus accompanying Rita is not so bad. She is not as sensitive as your status, and I believe she can lead a very peaceful life. That is precisely why we choose to stay by her side. We have no desire for trouble and are indifferent to wealth and power. For us, a normal peaceful existence is incredibly precious. Perhaps one day we may tire of this and return to a life of adventure, but certainly not now. Moreover, I must thank you, since you believe that Rita will not make significant progress. That is indeed favorable for us. Progress means attention, and attention invites all manner of troublesome affairs, such as you." Yiming paused, recalling what his future self had said to him. Yet Mayali had also demonstrated through her actions that all unwarranted worries would yield no fruitful results. One should remain true to oneself and act according to one's own will. Marian clutched her mage robe, her face flushed. "Indeed, as you have said, I hope to seek your assistance." She lowered her head, adopting a tone entirely unsuitable for her character, and beseeched Yiming. Chapter 41. After the negotiation silence. Yiming toyed with his wine glass, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "I am quite taken aback. Mississippi, you are not at all the type I would expect to display such weakness. Moreover, why us? With your status, you could surely enlist numerous swordsmen and guardians. You need not cling to us so desperately." "Correct. I believe I have made myself quite clear. You are not deaf. Mayali and I have no desire to be embroiled in any dangerous matters, especially not in the face of a plot that is clearly targeting you. Neither Mayali nor I are interested." Yiming had conveyed his message quite clearly, and it echoed the harshness of their prior conversation in the necromancer's forest. Marian bit her lip, her fists clenched, trembling slightly. "So, you mean to say, even if I were to die, you would not care in the slightest?" "In a certain sense, yes." Yiming took a sip of wine, responding with nonchalance. Smack. Marian slammed her palm heavily against the table, her furious gaze fixed upon Yiming, her lips pale. Yiming, however, met her anger with unwavering composure, revealing not a trace of emotion. The two sustained their gaze for a moment before Marian let out a deep sigh. She rose from her seat, moved to the door, and locked it behind her. Returning to face Yiming, her expression had shed the pretense of outrage, now replaced with sheer exhaustion. "I had no intention of saying this, but I believe you cannot separate yourselves from this matter." "What?" "Yesterday, I pondered this the entire night. Do you not find it peculiar? Why would the adversary go to such convoluted lengths to eliminate someone? Before that point, I had ample opportunities to be killed, yet why did it happen at that moment? And why in the form of a tampered magical array? Is it not to conceal their actions and avoid complications? Yiming responded with a bored tone. Yet Marian shook her head. You do not comprehend magic, hence your words. However, in reality, a distorted magic circle is not necessarily stable, if it is not accompanied by the incantations of the sorcerer. One can immediately discern that the entire teleportation array has encountered issues, even if those 3 positioning mages are all allies of the enemy, maintaining the original configuration of the magic circle while altering its coordinates. Especially when teleporting to the distant forest of the undead is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Had I sensed even the slightest hint of this at the time, it could have resulted in utter failure. So why resort to such convoluted means? Yiming spread his hands in a gesture of indifference. As he stated, this matter held no relevance to him. Yet, it was evident that Marian did not share this perspective. So he chose to listen for the time being, curious about the thoughts of this young lady. I believe they intend to involve the Academy in this affair. Marian's voice grew increasingly solemn. Should I go missing? The Leah royal family and the Academy would undoubtedly clash, though I cannot divulge why I am so certain at this moment. Should such a scenario arise, the repercussions would be dire. I am acutely aware of my own worth. This is not mere self-aggrandizement. Therefore, I am confident that if such a conflict were to occur, matters would become exceedingly serious. The relationship between the Academy Council and the royal family. In short, if I were to die or go missing, the relationship between the Academy and the royal family would inevitably deteriorate, and at that juncture, is that why Annie insisted on teleporting them back to the day the transfer magic array failed? Yiming furrowed his brows. The entire situation seemed to present a vague outline before him, yet upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. Indeed, Yiming had always believed that returning to the past was essential because their current selves and their counterparts in the forest of the undead existed within the same time frame. An overlap that could not be tolerated. Moreover, every cause has its consequence. If they did not return to 2 days prior, they would remain unaware that Annie was the one who rescued them. Hence, they would not seek her out, leaving the 3 of them stranded in the forest of the undead. Simultaneously, devoid of this reason, they naturally would not achieve the result of being sent back to the past, leading to their disappearance as those transported back in time. It was a vicious cycle, but it bore a fatal flaw. Why must they return to 2 days earlier, creating the illusion that they had not gone missing? Marian's reasoning finally provided an answer. Clearly, the intent behind sending them back 2 days was to prevent the royal family from using this opportunity to sour relations with the Academy, and once a full-scale conflict erupted, it would inevitably involve Lita, who was studying at the Academy, while Yiming and Mei Yali could hardly remain unscathed as for whether they learned the truth before being sent back to their original time or decided to teleport after discovering it. That was essentially the age-old question of the chicken and the egg, perhaps forever unanswerable. I understand. Yiming rose to his feet, though his forthcoming words were certainly not an indication of agreement. I believe you should report this matter to the Academy head. Perhaps she will have a good idea. At the very least, I think the crisis facing the Academy should be her responsibility. No, Marian exclaimed, her voice sharp. Then realizing her outburst, she awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I cannot report this to the Academy head. Perhaps you can, can't you? Yiming stretched lazily, preparing to leave. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Will you still not accede to my request? I can offer you everything you desire. What a pity. What we seek, you cannot provide. Yiming shrugged helplessly, waved goodbye to Marian, and exited. For the sake of our acquaintance, I hope you remain safe. With that insincere blessing left in his wake, Yiming's figure vanished. Marian glared furiously at the empty doorway. Her silver teeth clenched tightly. Indeed, Yiming was not wrong. With so many guardians and warriors to protect her, why must they choose the 2 of them? Was it merely because of their acquaintance and the shared days of life and death? No, certainly not. However, Yiming's attitude only served to provoke Marian's anger further. Just wait. I will make you agree to my demands. Although Marian swore fervently within her mind, Yiming, oblivious, was entirely unaware, lacking the ability to see into others' hearts. I concur with your viewpoint. Mei Yali had already heard the conversation between Yiming and Marian, and she too cast her vote in favor. Now, all we need to do is locate Annie and have her assist us in leaving the forest of the undead. Mei Yali remained by Lita's side while responding to Yiming's inquiries. They did not end their exploration, as Lita still needed to select her magical specialization, since no decisions had been made yet. A leisurely exploration would suffice. Thus, they arrived at the entrance of another tower, the Verdant Tower. Unlike the ominous decor of the Dark Tower, the entrance of the Verdant Tower distinctly showcased the unique elven style of its owner. The tall wooden doors were entwined with vibrant green vines, and the flowers flanking the entrance swayed in the breeze, releasing a delightful fragrance that was invigorating. How beautiful! Lita gazed in awe at the Verdant Tower. Having previously only been able to admire it from afar due to her status as an apprentice mage, now that she had finally become a full-fledged mage, she rightfully possessed the qualification to enter. Unlike the Dark Tower, the Verdant Tower radiated a vibrant aura, even rejuvenating weary souls who entered. Unfortunately, the existence of the phrase blight on the landscape was not without merit. Humans, what are you doing standing here? Sneaking about. A crisp voice came from behind, and the two turned to see a woman clad in a wizard's robe striding towards them, casting a disdainful glance at Lita. Her slightly shorter ears betrayed her identity as a half-elf. This is no place for filthy humans like you. Scram. I am a full-fledged mage. Perhaps due to the other's aggressive demeanor, Lita retorted defiantly, proudly displaying her mage badge. I have come here to select my studies. According to Academy regulations, I am qualified to enter the 5 Radiant Towers. You lowly humans dare aspire to learn the magical arts of the elves. Upon seeing Lita's mage badge, the half-elf scoffed disdainfully. This evidently displeased Lita greatly. What? Aren't you half-human yourself? Mayali was astonished to discover that, faced with unavoidable pressure, Lita did not appear as her usual timid self, but rather seemed fiery. Upon hearing Lita's half-defensive retort, the half-elf's expression suddenly shifted. She reached out to grab Lita's garment, but was intercepted by Mayali. The thwarted half-elf instinctively wanted to curse, but upon seeing Mayali's beautiful face and her peculiar two-colored eyes, she momentarily lost her words. However, she quickly recognized her lapse in composure, forcefully shaking off Mayali's hand. You humans are quite exceptional. The half-elf's gaze unsettled Mayali, yet she remained silent, pulling Lita behind her while casting a discontented glare at the half-elf. This caused the half-elf to involuntarily shudder, as her instincts sensed the presence of a stronger being's anger, yet this feeling was swiftly overshadowed by her inner vanity. As a noble being of elven descent, how could she tolerate being intimidated by a human? What are you staring at? If you have any grievances, speak up. What? No response? Mayali's silence seemed to the half-elf as a form of retreat, instilling her with a delusion of victory. If the half-elf had chosen to depart at that moment, nothing further would have transpired. But evidently, vanity and foolishness can be quite perilous. At this point, a few students had gathered nearby, having witnessed the scene unfold, yet they were powerless to intervene. Within the Verdant Tower, this half-elf had a formidable backing, so even though she treated the two girls in such a manner, no one dared to speak up. Thus, they merely observed in silence, casting disapproving glares at the half-elf. Rather than curbing her actions, this merely fueled her, as if she had consumed a stimulant and was unable to restrain herself. To my astonishment, he audaciously reached out to grasp Mayali's beautiful golden locks, immediately yanking them. However, your eyes are indeed remarkable. Come to my laboratory and allow me to study you closely. It is quite an achievement that a mere human can pique my interest. The world seemed to tilt. It was only when the half-elf discovered her mouth was filled with dirt that she realized she had fallen to the ground, unbeknownst to her. Meanwhile, Mayali remained resolutely in front of Rita, quietly observing her. Everyone was left in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had transpired? They had only seen the half-elf reaching toward the girl with the dual-colored eyes, but in the next moment, everything had shifted, and upon refocusing, they saw the half-elf sprawled in the mud. Mayali's demeanor remained unchanged, and even Rita, who had been standing behind her, failed to notice her actions. Let us depart, Rita. Rita clutched Mayali's hand tightly, and the two turned to leave for the entrance of the Verdant Tower. Stop! You lowly humans dare lay a hand on me. The half-elf was clearly enraged, yet at that moment, she failed to notice the darkening expressions of those around her. As many in the crowd were also practitioners of magic, in an instant, several vines erupted, binding Rita and Mayali firmly in place. Chapter 42. An irresistible command. Faced with this scene, someone finally could no longer contain their outrage, for this was an academy, not an arena. Moreover, the opponents were merely two girls. The half-elf's brazen actions against them, despite her noble status, did not imply that everyone else lacked thought and conscience. However, instead of retracting her aggression, the half-elf surveyed her surroundings with growing fury. Had it not been for her power and status, it is likely someone would have already stepped forth to defend the two girls. Mayali remained silent, lowering the tip of her umbrella, ready to transform at any moment. Although she did not wish to escalate the situation, the current circumstances appeared dire. The half-elf advanced toward them, her expression as frigid as ice, while Rita clung tightly to Mayali, glaring defiantly back at her. Yet the half-elf disregarded Rita entirely, directing her wrath solely at Mayali. "You freak! How dare you strike at me?" "What to do?" Mayali furrowed her brow, having noticed the half-elf's intention to attack. Should she retaliate? Clearly, if this continued, the situation would not resolve itself. Just then, the half-elf, in a fit of rage, swung her palm toward Mayali's face, only for it to halt in midair, failing to reach its intended target. Imming had appeared by her side, casually grasping the half-elf's wrist as though it were of no consequence. "What is happening? Brother Imming, this woman is bullying me and Sister Mayali. Release me, you lowly human. That wretched woman dares to." The half-elf's words were abruptly cut off as Imming tightened his grip on her hand, twisting it with a sharp jerk. The delicate fingers she prided herself on bent at impossible angles, hanging limply as if they were mere matchsticks. The excruciating pain shot through the half-elf, plunging her into darkness. Her fingers had been broken by Imming. Yet this was not the end. Her cries of agony barely escaped her lips before Imming, with an almost imperceptible fluidity, dislocated her arms. The half-elf collapsed. Unable to bear the pain, he delivered a final kick, silencing her scream as she plunged into unconsciousness. "Let us go." Having completed this swift series of actions, Imming dusted off his hands, never once casting a glance at the half-elf, instead addressing Mayali and Rita with his usual gentle demeanor. Rita, now eager to leave, recognized the importance of first impressions. Although she had once dreamed of the magical arts of elves, her interest had evaporated. She quickly nodded, following Mayali as they departed the verdant tower under Imming's guidance. The half-elf, now sprawled on the ground, ignored and dismissed, had become nothing more than a large, open-air refuse. With the uproar concluded, the crowd naturally dispersed, yet it was evident from the mocking glances of the students directed at the fallen half-elf that this incident would become a source of amusement in their future conversations. Rita glanced back uneasily. Upon seeing Imming approach, her earlier bravery dissipated, and she reverted to her usual timid self. "Brother Imming, is this all right? What? The way you treated her? She is a woman. Wasn't it a bit excessive?" Had that slap landed on Mayali's face, I would have sought her life. Imming's tone remained flat, devoid of anger or joy, as if stating a simple fact. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned to inquire, "By the way, what exactly transpired?" "Nothing." Mayali shook her head, absent-mindedly playing with her hair, attempting to close the topic. Yet Imming was not so easily deterred. Noticing Mayali's reluctance to speak, he shifted his gaze to Rita, seeking answers from her. Brother Imming, you don't know, that half-elf woman is truly vile. She had the audacity to say that Sister Mayali is special and that she wanted to take her back for research. Moreover, she insulted her as a freak. She even claimed that we humans are a lowly race. It was utterly outrageous. Unlike Mayali, Rita was not as familiar with Imming, and thus she pouted and complained to him, venting her fury. "This matter has concluded, and I have not sustained any injuries." Given Mayali's stance, Imming chose not to press further. After all, the punishment the half-elf had received was more than sufficient, and there was no need to stir more trouble. Little did they know, the incident they had instigated was far more significant than they realized. Upon returning to their room, they unexpectedly encountered some uninvited guests. Chi-Si sat despondently in a chair, while behind her stood a burly figure clad in a maid's outfit, seemingly at odds with the term well-fitted, Linda. Upon her arrival, Rita appeared taken aback. "Chi-Si, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be selecting your studies?" "I have already made my choice," Chi-Si replied listlessly, appearing utterly exhausted. Mayali hid behind Imming, deliberately avoiding looking at the maid-like man who seemed to tarnish the very essence of beauty. Meanwhile, Rita curiously regarded Linda, puzzled. "I recall you saying you had dissolved your contract with this guardian." "Indeed, that day, I decided to withdraw from the test, and thus dissolved the contract," Chi-Si lamented, her voice filled with despair. She seemed to have indeed been present that day, But if she had dissolved the contract, why was Linda still here? Because it is the master's order, Mississippi. Linda's deep, resonant voice echoed in the room, akin to a bear roaring in their ears. Regardless of how many contracts you dissolve, as long as you continue to study magic, the master's command is for me to remain by your side. It matters not how many contracts are dissolved. As long as a new one is formed, I must protect you closely. This is the master's decree. Do not look at me like that. The sympathetic gazes of the three were evidently piercing Chi-Si's tender heart, prompting her to cry out in distress before collapsing onto the table, motionless. What a truly desolate sight. Indeed, quite despairing. Yiming agreed with Mei Yali's assessment with a wry smile. Frankly, having such a hulking figure dressed as a maid, wielding a massive sword, accompanying one would undoubtedly take a toll on the psyche. Moreover, judging by Linda's words, it appeared that Chi-Si's father had designated him as her personal protector. Of course, if he could shed the maid's attire and don a typical warrior's outfit, such a guardian could indeed serve as a deterrent. However, clad in such a light and airy maid's costume, it was somewhat, by the way. Like a final flicker of light before death, Chi-Si lay sprawled across the table, motionless, and spoke. Just now, the headmaster conveyed a message, hoping that Lita, along with the two guardians, would make a trip to the Tower of Heaven. I shall remain here, to rest for a moment, mourning the fleeting freedom and hope. It appeared she had already begun to ramble incoherently, upon seeing Marian standing beside the headmaster, wearing a smug smile. Yiming instinctively sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, the headmaster quickly transformed Yiming's foreboding into reality. I have gathered the gist of the situation from Miss Marian, and it is indeed a grave matter. Thus, I hope that the two of you can protect Miss Marian until the danger is past. We will investigate this matter promptly and uncover the mastermind behind it and the truth lurking in the shadows. I believe you overestimate our capabilities, esteemed headmaster, Yiming replied. After all, the headmaster remained shrouded in her white cloak, as if she were terrified of facing others. Our abilities are insufficient to safeguard Miss Marian, esteemed headmaster. Therefore, I implore you to reconsider the candidates. You are merely deflecting, Mr. Yiming. The headmaster's tone suggested she understood precisely what he was thinking, though others may be unaware. I know full well that since you can contend evenly with my guardians, you are indeed formidable. It is worth noting that even among the guardians within the academy, few could withstand a single strike from you, let alone emerge unscathed. Was it truly that white-clad pervert? Yiming soon realized the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Evaluating another's strength through confrontation with a powerful adversary is commonplace across all realms. After all, even if one cannot discern the opponent's prowess, having a point of reference makes it far easier to envisage. Should he have fabricated the illusion of severed limbs using light manipulation at that moment? At least that would have. But never mind. Reflecting on the past holds little significance now. However, we are already Lita's guardians, and thus cannot extend our protection to others. Yiming obstinately refused, clinging to the hope that the headmaster would not audaciously propose the dissolution of Lita's contract with them. Yet unexpectedly, the headmaster merely chuckled lightly. You need not worry about that. Unlike sorcerers, mages can freely impose contracts, and even guardians bound by existing contracts can take on additional ones, with a confident smile. Marian explained, causing Yiming's heart to sink. However, generally, mages do not engage in such practices. While overlapping contracts may enhance a guardian's strength, they are shared, and any ensuing disputes could become quite troublesome. In contrast, guardians who are solely one's own are far more trustworthy. So, you imply that we are quite trustworthy then? Yiming inquired, raising an eyebrow at her double entendre. Marian scrutinized him for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, I find you both very trustworthy. I understand. So, what say you? Mr. Yiming, Miss Mayali, are you willing to accept Miss Marian's request and protect her? Seeing the matter had reached an impasse, the headmaster inquired once more. Yet even in this irreversible situation, humanity must make one last stand. And thus, the unwilling Yiming played his final card. That requires Lita's consent as well. He resisted with a sense of futility, fully aware that the outcome was bound to be in vain. Chapter 43. A victory and a defeat. Resistance was indeed futile. However, it was not entirely without merit. Although Marian had emerged largely victorious in this confrontation, Yiming, facing imminent doom, refused to yield. Thus, through his valiant struggle, Marian begrudgingly conceded to his condition. She could only remain with Lita. And if she were to leave without permission, Yiming and Mayali would not be held accountable. Consequently, the battle settled into a compromise, transforming overwhelming victory into mutual injury. Clearly, neither side felt any sense of triumph. Yiming was resolute in avoiding involvement in such trivial matters, yet he had no choice but to heed the headmaster's orders. Marian wielded considerable power, but regrettably, she held little sway within the academy. Her so-called status was more esteemed than substantial. Refusing her posed no real danger, at least not for several years to come. The headmaster, however, was a different story. Yiming was unwilling to jeopardize his long-term future for a couple of trivial debates on freedom. He had already subtly expressed his refusal, but since the headmaster showed no intent to relent, what benefit lay in tearing down facades? Must he wait for someone to leverage their authority against him? Would he truly be able to walk away unscathed at that point? In this world, Yiming harbored no irreconcilable conflict with the ruling class, nor did he wish to intentionally create such discord. To manipulate others or be manipulated, it was best to maintain an image of being somewhat controllable. Why must I reside with this sorceress? You are deliberately seeking trouble, are you not? Indeed, Yiming candidly admitted in response to Marian's aggressive inquiry. Had he known better than to suggest this woman approach the headmaster, he initially believed Marian could at least grasp the broader picture after hearing her analysis. However, he had not anticipated her resentment would run so deep. As a result, not only did they suffer misfortunes, but he also felt foolish. I am not willingly assisting you. To prevent you from causing us trouble, I must restrict your movements. If you are so fearful of death and wish for our protection, you must comply and stay with Lida. You are a sorceress, are you not? At the very least, you should possess the ability to defend against an attack. And remember, this is for your own good. What do you mean by for my own good? This woman reverted to her fiery nature. Yiming thought as he observed Marian glaring at him with seething anger. He had encountered such women before, yet to be fair, Mayali, who constantly espoused the elegance of a lady, was indeed far superior to Marian. He carefully compared the initial encounter with Mayali to his current dealings with Marian, quickly realizing that despite both being noble women, the disparities between individuals could be vast, just as a tug-of-war involves back-and-forth exchanges. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Ultimately, everyone had no choice but to acquiesce to Marian's demands. She could not bear to reside in the cramped quarters of a sorceress, insisting instead that they all relocate to her mage's residence. Considering the possibility that Marian might be attacked at any moment, it would be cumbersome to engage in conflict in a crowded area. Thus, Yiming nodded in agreement with Marian's request, but promptly stipulated that she must fully obey their orders without resistance. After all, where there is resistance, there must be suppression. It seems that Brother Yiming and Sister Marian have a rather poor relationship. Perhaps so. Mayali stood to the side, observing the furious Marian confronting Yiming. While Yiming remained indifferent, feeling a twinge of unease, her feminine intuition and sharper-than-usual sixth sense detected something even the parties involved had yet to realize. It was as though Marian's unwavering insistence on pursuing them, more accurately, her stubborn pursuit of Yiming, suggested that her actions were not as she claimed. If she truly despised Yiming, she could simply avoid him. After all, Yiming was not a womanizing playboy chasing after women. He exhibited little interest in anyone outside his companions. Mayali was quite confident in the connection between herself and Yiming. Although half of her reasons for being engaged to him were playful and aimed at teasing him, that did not imply the remaining half was insincere. Were it merely a matter of a simple romantic relationship, Mayali would have long since unraveled her feelings. Yet the passage of time, with its prolonged adjustments, left her sentiments ambiguous, especially after spending 6 years in a life of constant escape. Nearly isolated from the outside world, it became exceedingly difficult for anyone to articulate their feelings towards someone so close. Whether it was trust or infatuation, one could imagine that if their fugitive existence were to persist, they would not need to ponder such matters. In the pressure of extreme circumstances, mutual needs and bonds would naturally flourish, with stress seeking an outlet, devoid of rationale or causality. However, upon entering this new world, everything had changed. In the absence of relentless pursuit and oppression, a semblance of normalcy has once again graced their lives. Under such circumstances, a carefree indulgence akin to the onset of an apocalypse is utterly unattainable. Thus, upon sensing the unspoken sentiment of Marian, one that even she herself might remain oblivious to, Mayali could not help but feel a flicker of unease within her heart. Sister Mayali? It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. Mayali gently shook her head, smiling as she addressed Rita. Were Imin to overhear, it would undoubtedly be apparent that Mayali was unequivocally lying. With her ability of structural coordination, she should not experience fatigue. Unless her powers were to dissipate, and only in extreme environments like deserts would her body exhibit discomfort. Clearly, she did not fall into such a category at present. What does Imin truly think of me? This question, now surfacing belatedly, brought forth an involuntary wave of fear within Mayali. She had always believed that among the team, her bond with Imin was the most enduring, capable of weathering any scrutiny. After all, there were numerous others who were rescued by them and held affections for Imin. Yet, apart from Mayali, it seemed Imin maintained an ambiguous stance towards everyone else. While this had once provided Mayali with a sense of reassurance, it now left her questioning. Might Imin's unreserved treatment of her stem not from viewing her as a woman, but rather as a sister? This notion was one that Mayali found herself wholly unable to accept. The abrupt, forceful knocking at the door startled Mayali from her contemplation, simultaneously halting the nonsensical exchange of barbs between Imin and Marian. Marian's expression darkened with evident displeasure as she glared at the door. After all, this was the abode of a mage, and such disruptive antics were a blatant affront to their dignity. With a huff, she stormed to the door, intent on unleashing her frustration, which had not found resolution against Imin. Yet, the individual outside appeared to harbor even greater ire. Hand over those two individuals. A man with dark skin, bearing horns reminiscent of a ram, stood at the threshold, his eyes a crimson hue, and his words left Marian perplexed. Mocha, have you lost your mind? How dare you come here causing a ruckus? What on earth is happening? No excuses. I know those two are inside. Surrender them. I shall tear them to shreds. This is an academy, Marian retorted coldly, her gaze steely. This is neither a tavern in the slums nor a rural village. Mocha, do you not hold the law and the esteemed headmaster in regard, or do you wish to be expelled? You. Mocha found himself at a loss for words, silenced by Marian's rebuke. Indeed, she was correct. This was an academy, not an arena or a bar where grievances could be settled with violence before fleeing unscathed from the guards. This sanctum was a hallowed ground for the study of magic, the Empire's supreme realm of sorcery. Imin whistled in surprise. At that moment, Marian appeared far more formidable than during their earlier inconsequential squabble, revealing her serious demeanor. However, upon spotting Imin, Mocha's fury surged as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. It's this man. He injured Yulian. Yulian. Marian glanced at Imin, her confusion evident, after parting ways with him. She had immediately sought the headmaster, thus remaining unaware of the events that transpired within the verdant tower. Did you injure her? Who is Yulian? Imin inquired, devoid of any recollection of the name. The half-elf you cruelly tormented with your brutal methods in the verdant tower. Mocha spat, his demeanor a mix of man and beast. Ah, so it is that one. Imin quipped, his words laced with subtle mockery, yet Mocha seemed oblivious to the slight. Indeed, that one half-elf. How could you so mercilessly bully a defenseless girl? Do you possess no shred of a man's spirit or dignity? Imin hesitated. The man's bluntness unexpectedly sapped his fighting spirit. Initially, he had intended to provoke Mocha into a rage, hoping to deliver a fitting response. Yet, the man seemed not only unperturbed by Imin's veiled insults, but instead spoke with fervor, leaving Imin devoid of motivation to engage further. Consequently, he adopted a tone of frigid normalcy as he explained. She insulted my most cherished companion and attempted to harm her. I merely delivered a punishment befitting her arrogance, so she might refrain from such presumption in the future that I do not believe I have erred, and for me, anyone who comes seeking confrontation is an adversary. I will not show mercy simply because they are women or children. Such leniency is a disservice to them and a mark of my own folly. As Imin spoke candidly, Marian regarded him with a peculiar expression, while Rita gazed at him with admiration and longing. It was not difficult to envision that every little girl once dreamed of a prince on a white steed, declaring, "No harm shall befall my most important person," though Imin was neither mounted nor armored. And the one he defended was not herself. Witnessing such a scene stirred an extraordinary excitement within little Rita. Mayali felt a warmth rise to her cheeks as she looked at Imin, once more experiencing an unparalleled sense of security and the joy of being protected. Mocha, too, stood momentarily stunned that in truth, he had not witnessed the entirety of the events, yet as a devoted admirer of the half-elf. Upon hearing allegations of a delicate, though quite accurate in terms of physique and gender, half-elf girl being brutalized by a human male, his righteous fury ignited by the injustice against the innocent was exacerbated by his affection, propelling him to storm out of the Shadow Tower. After a chaotic uproar, he finally tracked down the perpetrator ensconced within the mage's residence. In the mind of this straightforward, albeit somewhat rigid man, he had envisioned the bully of the week to be a cowardly rogue. Thus he prepared himself to confront a ruffian or a cruel fiend. However, Imin's forthright and assertive demeanor left him bewildered. It was a steadfastness grounded in principles that would not waver, certainly not the hallmark of a common bully. Thus, he found himself momentarily paralyzed, uncertain of how to proceed. While Mocha had heard the unfolding tale, a man in unrequited love often overlooks or dismisses any negative rumors concerning the object of his affection. This could hardly be blamed on him. Such is the nature of men. I believe I have committed no wrongdoing. Thus I shall not apologize for my actions. So, do you still intend to resort to violence? Having concluded his remarks, Imin found himself puzzled by the man's attire, judging by the robe he wore. He ought to be a mage, akin to Marion. Yet, the steel guards adorning his arms bespoke a warrior's purpose. Unlike Marion's flowing robe, which could easily trip one, this man's garb was more practical, and he appeared to bear weaponry at his side. Uncharacteristic of a mage, the atmosphere hung in tension as Imin contemplated uttering a few words to defuse the situation, hoping to bring this matter to a close. They were, after all, preoccupied with pressing affairs and had no time to squander on spontaneous conflicts. Yet, at that moment, a shrill voice sliced through the air, unimpeded. "Kill that man, Mocha. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths." Imin frowned as he turned to see the previously injured half-elf, now swathed in bandages, furiously pointing at him, shouting at Mocha. Her voice seemed to carry an enigmatic power, causing Mocha's gaze to cloud over, his breath heavy as he reached for the dagger at his waist. The confrontation had escalated into all-out war. Chapter 44. A tiresome inconvenience. Imin watched warily, sensing a subtle yet profound shift in Mocha. He resembled a raging bull, devoid of rationality. This was surprising for Imin, who had initially anticipated a resolution of sorts. Thus, he cautiously distanced himself from Mocha, ever ready to summon his runic arms. Yet, he remained perplexed. How could a single utterance from the half-elf provoke such a transformation in this man? Beware of manipulation, stay vigilant. Perceiving the discord, Marion, who had long retreated to the rear, spoke up with disdain directed at the half-elf, clearly harboring a strong dislike for her. This is that woman's innate ability, though it holds little significance. It proves remarkably effective against a stubborn individual like Mocha. "Do you know that woman?" Imin remarked, his lips curling in contempt towards the half-elf, prompting a dissatisfied huff from Marion. "She's merely a half-elf. And if it weren't for her tenuous connection to the Lord of Verdancy, no one would give her a second glance. She's nothing more than a pitiable jester, you vile wench." It is difficult to ascertain precisely what traits the half-elf inherited, but her keen hearing was undoubtedly a skill well passed down. "As a human, how dare you look down upon the sacred elves? Oh, I assure you, I have never intended to belittle purebred elves," Marion retorted nonchalantly. Although their statuses were not drastically different, Marion's approach was decidedly more flamboyant and distinctive compared to the rather uninvolved Mayali. However, for a mixed blood like you to attempt to escape the burdens of your lineage by clinging to elvish arts seems rather juvenile. Does it not? Has any pure-blooded elf ever acknowledged your existence? Have the elves of the Tower of Verdancy ever invited you to their crystal tea gatherings? Marion, you ought not to provoke her like this. Mayali, somewhat displeased, tugged at Marion's sleeve, issuing a warning. "Fear not, Miss Mayali," Marion responded courteously, her ire seemingly directed solely at Imin, revealing a clear bias. "This woman has been shadowed by the specter of Lester since her birth. Even if I were to say nothing, she would not easily let us off the hook. Since the outcome is inevitable, why not repay her manifold times over and add a bit of interest? After all, a woman devoid of any self-confidence, who daily clings to the legs of elves in a desperate plea for self-esteem, deserves no decorum. Treating her with any form of etiquette would be an affront to civility." Yulian's face turned pale with rage, her eyes bulging as she tugged at her ears and hair, resembling what Marion had described. This woman's nerves seemed far from stable. Meanwhile, Mocha drew a dagger from her waist and charged at Imin with a furious shout. This was indeed troublesome. Imin had little interest in dealing with lunatics. He quietly observed Mocha, who resembled a frenzied bull, and then made up his mind. This was Marion's laboratory, and there were no others present. Ideal conditions. Should any disturbances arise, it would only complicate matters. Let's go for it, he thought with a faint smile, then launched himself at Mocha. However, something peculiar unfolded. Anyone who had previously witnessed Imin in battle knew of his uncanny speed and the deceptive nature of his movements. Excelling in confounding his opponents, such tactics, which blended deception and concealment with unparalleled swiftness, were not something everyone could withstand. Unlike Julian, who remained oblivious to Imin's true capabilities, Marion was acutely aware, under Imin's full prowess. Even the guardian of the Lord of the Heavens could merely hold his ground against him. Thus, even though Mocha was a formidable figure within the Black Tower, she would undoubtedly be no match for Imin. She could foresee that within mere minutes, Mocha would be vanquished at his hands. Whether she lived or died would depend solely on his whims. Yet the reality was starkly contrary. Imin's movements appeared clumsy and reckless. It seemed he intended to engage Mocha in a fierce struggle, yet he appeared utterly disheveled under her onslaught. He had not summoned his twin swords, but instead attempted to grapple with Mocha using his bare hands. Mocha merely traced strange patterns in the air with her dagger, chanting a low, ominous incantation filled with violent intent, completely dismantling Imin's advance. Simultaneously, she reversed the dagger, now ablaze with green flames, and thrust it into Imin's chest, who was caught off guard and unable to evade. Kill him! Witnessing the panic and pain contorting Imin's face, Julian, filled with a mix of anger and excitement, shouted, having intentionally leaked her injury to Mocha of the Black Tower. Stirring his wrath with embellished tales and trailing closely behind him, as Marion had indicated, Julian was a woman who harbored a vendetta, and Imin's actions had sufficiently ignited her fury. Responding to the command, Mocha twisted her hand, and with a swift motion, extracted a crimson heart, leaving Marion and Rita pale, unable to bear the stark contrast between dreams and reality. Yet Marion was the first to react, glaring furiously at Julian while preparing to retaliate. However, Mayali was quick to seize Marion's wrist. Do not move, it's a ruse. Even through their mental link, both could distinctly hear Mayali's message, but the scene before them defied such reasoning. For Imin had already collapsed to the ground, his shattered heart strewn like a mass of flesh around him, red-black blood pooling and seeping into the grass, flowing along the cracks of the pathway, an image that appeared all too genuine. Mocha, no longer under Julian's manipulation, snapped back to reality, staring at the scene before him, his dagger still dripping blood. With a frenzied scream, he discarded the dagger and fled as if his life depended on it. Meanwhile, the half-elf gazed at Imin's remnants with satisfaction, coldly taunting. To think there would be such a foolish individual, believing they could challenge me and emerge unscathed. I have myriad ways to claim the life of such a lowly wretch. Go to hell and repent. Regrettably, you will be the one disappointed. Imin's voice, indifferent, emerged from behind the half-elf. Startled, she turned to find Imin standing there, whole and unharmed, his expression a cold smirk, as if regarding a pile of corpses. How is this possible? The half-elf instinctively glanced back, only to realize that Imin's body, which had lain on the ground moments ago, had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a drop of blood. In a panic, she attempted to retreat, but Imin had already seized her other hand, smoothly twisting it behind her back, forcing her to her knees with a pained scream. Yet even then, she gritted her teeth, her fury igniting. Despicable, unprincipled, lowly human, how dare you lay hands on my body? You will regret this. You must. We shall not regret it, truly, Imin replied, his tone sincere as if confessing to a lover. But you will most certainly regret it, that I can guarantee. You thud. Before the half-elf could finish her words, Imin delivered a powerful punch to her face, causing blood to spill from her mouth. The furious shrieks ceased as she began to cough violently, spitting out fragments of white from her withered lips. Imin's strength had been so great that several of her teeth were knocked out. Listen here. Woman, I detest fools. Imin stood before the half-elf, gazing down at her coldly, while she, gasping for breath, returned his stare with a wild, defiant glare, as if she would rather die than yield. Though I am quite surprised that you managed to incite pawns to assist you. I must admit, I never intended to escalate to this point. If an innocent life were to be lost due to our quarrel, my conscience would be heavily burdened. You, ah. Before the half-elf could continue, Imin stomped down on her injured hand, reopening the still-healing wound, eliciting a cry of agony from her. Her screams were so tragic that even Rita flinched and covered her eyes, while Marion remained composed. Even relishing the half-elf's plight, though they were fellow students of the same tower, many had been driven away or even killed by this half-elf. This half-elf harbored deep jealousy towards those human beings more beautiful than herself. Having lured several young apprentices to the hellish botanical garden simply for being more attractive than her, where they were burned beyond recognition by the fiery lush. Originally, Marion, being human and more beautiful than this half-elf, should have incited her wrath, but as the daughter of the Minister of Magical Affairs and a future star of the Empire, her status alone kept this half-elf from daring to act against her. However, this does not imply that she harbors no loathing for that detestable woman. It is merely due to the formidable forces backing her and considerations for her family's honor that Marion can at most resort to occasional barbs and sardonic remarks. Now is my time to speak. You should remain silent. Yiming's demeanor was calm, as serene as if he were enjoying afternoon tea. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a chilling and fierce glint flickered in his eyes. You should not have provoked me, nor should you have laid a hand on Mayali. I harbor no gender bias. All who come to me are foes, and women are no exception. What do you intend to do? Yiming shrugged, offering no answer to the half-elf's question, instead glancing at Mayali. Lita, Miss Marion, leave this to us. You may enter first. Sensing Yiming's intent, Marion promptly turned to the two and spoke. Lita, in a flurry, nodded in agreement and hurried into the room, for the gruesome and brutal scene was too unsettling for her. Despite knowing the woman was at fault, she could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Nature is difficult to alter. It is akin to the time in the forest of the undead when, had Marion not snatched away Lita's last morsel of food, Lita would not have vented her anger at Marion. Marion hesitated for a moment, then indifferent, turned to leave, once assured that the two had entered the room. Mayali unfurled her parasol and gracefully approached Yiming, gazing intently at the woman before them. You vile. The half-elf's bravado was cut short as Yiming delivered a swift kick to her mouth, disfiguring her otherwise delicate chin. Yiming, are you truly intent on killing her? As always, I trust you know what to do you not? Yiming's gaze was mocking as he regarded the half-elf, fully reverting to his original demeanor. Do not kill her. After all, life is precious. None of us should thoughtlessly strip another of their existence. Mayali sighed resignedly. Each time Yiming began with his life is precious rhetoric, she understood exactly what it entailed to a certain extent. It was a form of torment more terrifying than death itself. She quietly regarded the half-elf, her expression tranquil, devoid of any feeling toward the woman who had once insulted her. No hatred, no pity. It all seemed fitting, as though this was how it was meant to conclude. Inevitably, bringing everything to an end, the half-elf suddenly straightened, her mouth agape, desperate to scream but unable to produce a sound. Saliva and filth trickled from the corners of her mouth as she clutched her head tightly. Her eyes filled with terror as she stared at Yiming, seemingly wanting to convey something. Yet, abruptly, her gaze began to wander, her lips twitching as she stumbled to her feet, her eyes vacant. She no longer regarded the two, limping away with no clear destination. Perhaps even she herself was oblivious to where she was headed. Her mind had been thoroughly erased by Mayali's thought communication. What stood before them now was merely a soulless fool. I hope you come to regret this. Though regrettably, you likely never will. Yiming watched with a mocking gaze as the figure, forever altered, vanished from their sight. Chapter 45. Infiltration. Honestly, why utter such words? Do you still see me as a child? In response to Yiming's declaration, Mayali felt a flicker of joy mingled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Had she been a delicate girl like Marion or Lita, perhaps it would have been more palatable. However, in truth, whether in capability or skill, Mayali was more than capable of standing toe-to-toe with Yiming. That in circumstances of equal power, while being protected is a natural instinct. Feeling discontent is entirely reasonable. Well, faced with Mayali's inquiry, Yiming shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. You were injured, weren't you? Mayali lifted her head, her exquisite dual-colored eyes fixating on Yiming in silence. To this, Yiming could only manage a wry smile. You truly cannot underestimate you. Do you believe we have been together for years? That is a fair point. Yiming chuckled helplessly at Mayali's retort, then reached to touch his left shoulder, revealing a shallow wound from which blood had seeped, staining the fabric nearby. After deceiving the enemy, Yiming even felt the need to deceive his own allies, a testament to the irreparable quirk of his personality. Mei Yali extended her delicate, fair fingers to gently caress the wound, to create the illusion that I was stabbed by that fellow. A bit of sacrifice is only natural. After all, such a minor injury is inconsequential. You can heal it, can't you? Do you regard me as a walking pharmacy? Mei Yali expressed her mild displeasure but soon chuckled lightly. Yet, unlike before, she refrained from reaching out to touch the wound to exert her abilities. Instead, she leaned closer to Yiming's shoulder, gazing intently at the injury. Then, she pressed herself against him, feeling the warm, soft sensation near his wound. Yiming jolted. Hey, Mei Yali, what are you doing? Disinfecting it. While gently kissing the wound, Mei Yali replied with a tone of triumph. After such a long time, what if bacteria have infiltrated the wound? Even if poisoned? Given your capabilities, miss, as long as it is not immediate death, there should be a remedy, right? This is retaliation. Mei Yali chuckled, stepping back at that moment. Yiming's wound was completely healed, leaving no trace behind. After all, Mei Yali's ability activates simply upon contact, with no restrictions on the location. Using her hands was merely for convenience. In fact, it could be applied to any part. She gently brushed her golden hair, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. However, during this time, you should refrain from recklessness. Just right. Yiming nodded with satisfaction. He had only just conceived this plan, and it now appeared highly viable. You will take the lead, as 3 girls together would be more convenient, while I will remain in the shadows and observe. If they truly intend to target Marion, there will undoubtedly be traces left behind. Even the most cautious hunter cannot conceal the remnants of their presence while pursuing prey. Rest assured, I will take it upon myself to locate those individuals and ascertain their intentions. Should anything occur, immediately use thought communication to contact me. Understood? All right, be careful. Mei Yali did not say more. She was well aware of Yiming's true intentions. To humans, what is light? Light is simply light. Everyone would provide you with that answer, as it serves to illuminate. However, for Yiming, everything within visible light can be transformed into data, recalibrated, and restructured to yield new conclusions. His illusions, invisibility, and everything else are built upon this foundation, reconstructing the data of light and color into new constructs. Yet, this is far from sufficient that in fact, light can store data. This is not merely a fanciful notion. After all, existing scientific hypotheses suggest that some so-called haunted ancient castles are merely stones or certain mediums that have retained images from many years ago, fortuitously replaying them like a recording device. Yet, in Yiming's view, the data of an image can be preserved by the environment itself. It is just that when he acts, the previous construct is entirely obliterated. To put it simply, if a person stands there, Yiming perceives this as construct A. If the moment they move, construct A is destroyed, replaced by a new construct B, and so forth. However, just as the remnants of a 1,000-year-old dynasty remain after its fall. Even if a construct is destroyed, its components persist. Only humans are oblivious to this fact. Only Yiming can achieve this. He can deduce the remnants of constructs left in that space. Much like paleontologists reconstructing the appearance and habits of dinosaurs from a few bones, recreating the images of the past. If there truly exists someone lurking nearby, secretly observing Marion, then as long as Yiming is able to locate that hiding place, no matter how adeptly that individual conceals themselves, they will inevitably reveal their true form before him. After all, it is impossible for them to evade the light or leave no traces of their structure. The manipulation of light encompasses myriad significances. The notions of invisibility and illusion are merely rudimentary applications for Yiming. Time is of the essence. As he gazes at the gradually descending sun, a sense of restlessness envelopes him. What troubles him most is the utter inability to ascertain Annie's whereabouts. This world differs vastly from Yiming's own, which is woven together by omnipresent surveillance cameras and an array of communication devices forming a vast, intricate web of information. While this very web necessitates frantic escapades for Yiming and his companions, it conversely proves advantageous when endeavoring to locate someone. However, in this era, there are no public surveillance cameras available for intrusion, no phones to eavesdrop on, and certainly not the nearly ubiquitous wireless networks that span the globe. Finding someone is not as straightforward as it may seem, aside from the most primitive methods of observation and inquiry. It appears that no other recourse remains. Yet, randomly seizing an individual to inquire, "Have you seen a little girl who spends her days napping in corners or by the roadside?" is equally unrealistic. Yiming has not forgotten the peculiar scene surrounding Annie. Although he is unaware of the methods she employed, if she could render herself unnoticed by all passers-by, then eluding the gaze of the average person would be child's play for this grand bard. Nevertheless, Annie must be found. Yiming has never traversed time. Although he has perused numerous theoretical texts and films on time travel, such notions are mere fantasies, built upon the foundation of speculation. Yet, when such events transpire in his own life, it evokes a curious, treacherous sensation. How peculiar it is that they initially believed following a little girl would pose no significant problems. After all, while they could choose to leave Lita, what would they do next? Money must be earned, and life must continue. Become mercenaries? What a farce. Perhaps work in a tavern washing dishes. In comparison, remaining by Lita's side would seem a far more peaceful and secure choice. But now, how could it be? Yiming let out a long sigh, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Fortunately, he has yet to clash with the ruling class here. He has no desire to return to a life of relentless pursuit. Although the current existence may seem exhilarating to ordinary people, for someone who once navigated hundreds of days and nights alongside thousands of special forces soldiers, facing tanks, helicopters, and even missiles, it feels almost mundane to the point of irritation. Yiming concealed his form, moving along the periphery, meticulously observing every window and location. Marion's magical laboratory is situated in the northeastern corner of the academy. Perhaps due to her unique status, this two-story building, complete with a small courtyard, is surrounded by mountains and waters, offering a picturesque view. According to Marion, the so-called magical laboratory primarily serves as a space to facilitate communication with magical spirits, since she specializes in the art of elven magic. Her laboratory is constructed in a similar manner. This is how she came to know Yulian, as both studied in the Verdant Tower. However, this also means that there are few people around, which poses the greatest challenge. As Yiming walks, he cautiously senses the fragments of surrounding structures, traces left behind by leaves rustling in the wind, remnants of mice scurrying through the earth. Each minute fragment envelopes Yiming like an endless sea of stars. He must discern the portions belonging to humanity amidst the chaos and scrutinize them. If there are none, he must discard them immediately and strive to forget. The capacity of the mind is finite. To engage the finite with the infinite is tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, as Yiming passes through each location, he analyzes within 15 minutes whether there are any necessary structural elements, and within 3 minutes, he erases all previously retained memories. Then, he comes to a halt. Someone has indeed been here before, and for quite some time. The remnants of structure unequivocally inform him of this fact. It is a trace left by a human being. Yet, Yiming cannot ascertain if this is the answer he seeks. After all, such remnants are susceptible to the ravages of time, becoming increasingly fragmented and difficult to comprehend. Should Yiming waste the better part of a day only to reconstruct an incomplete illusion, he would be utterly despondent. Yiming fell silent for a moment, attuning himself to the fragments of the residual structure. Then, he extended his hands, his expression grave, reaching toward the vacant space before him. In the air, which had initially contained nothing, a blurred outline began to take shape. And soon, a figure materialized. Yiming scrutinized the individual before him. He had never encountered this person before. It was a man nearing 50, with a scar etched across his face. His demeanor was serious and composed. Yet his eyes brimmed with uncontrollable hatred and madness. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back. Yiming, curious, positioned himself in alignment with the man, gazing downward. There, he beheld Marianda. Chapter 46. The Lord of Shadows. The moon ascended in the night sky. Under the pure, azure light of the moon, everything appeared tranquil and serene. The world itself seemed to succumb to slumber on this peaceful night, devoid of any sound. Annie opened her eyes. Meow. She gazed perplexedly at the night sky, lifting her head to behold the moon, as if bewildered by how the fireball she had observed moments ago had transformed into a delicate disk. Gradually, she sat up, cradling her stuffed toy, tilting her head to survey her surroundings. Silent tombstones and small mounds of earth encircled Annie, and at first glance, it seemed as though she were the supreme princess of this tiny graveyard. Already asleep again, Annie murmured softly to herself, then instinctively lowered her head, before slowly raising it, finally staving off yet another wave of drowsiness. Then, her gaze shifted slightly, her body swaying as she moved forward, as if in a trance. However, Annie soon halted. Half asleep as she regarded the obstacle before her, it was a man clad in silver armor, a long sword hanging at his waist, his eyes dark and gleaming. At some point, he had appeared before Annie. "Greetings, esteemed bard," he said with a humble smile, bowing to her in a knightly gesture. "I am Valentine, the Silver Knight of the Val Empire, and I come on behalf of our king, extending an invitation to you, hoping that you might." "Who?" However, before Valentine could finish his sentence, Annie had once again succumbed to a deep slumber. This caused the Silver Knight to grit his teeth momentarily, as the expression of fury and disdain vanished in an instant. A gentle smile returned to his face. "Humph, what is so remarkable about a bard?" This time, he had gathered a dozen powerful mages and an entire legion of forces. The bard would have no opportunity to unleash her grand song. As one of the most formidable warriors in this world, Valentine was thoroughly confident that he could silence the girl before she could even begin to sing. At that moment, even if she possessed boundless abilities, there would be no means for her to unleash them. Yet, he remained cautious, exceedingly cautious. After all, the Val Empire had only recently risen to prominence, while the Laya Empire was an established power. Furthermore, they had unexpectedly discovered one of the 5 great bards of the Laya Empire within their territory. Although Valentine harbored doubts regarding Annie's identity as a bard, given her appearance still resembling that of a child, the intelligence network of spies embedded within the Laya Empire provided irrefutable evidence. Even if this little girl were not a bard, she undoubtedly shared a profound connection with one of the 5 great bards. Thus, the king's directive was clear. He must ensure this young lady's presence, and if necessary, he could resort to force. Oh. Annie opened her eyes once more, lifting her head, still bearing that dazed expression. "Has Annie fallen asleep again? It seems you must be quite fatigued, my lady. Please, allow me to escort you to the palace. His Majesty has prepared a warm, comfortable bed for you, where you shall surely sleep soundly. You are of great importance to the Laya Empire. It is imperative that our king receives you with the utmost hospitality." It appeared that Valentine merely interpreted Annie's demeanor as a result of her extreme exhaustion, which eased his internal tension. Since this bard could become so fatigued that she could doze off while conversing with others, her level of danger would likely be minimal. Of course, if Yiming and Mayali were present, they would undoubtedly hold a differing opinion. "Meow, do you know where this place is?" "This place?" Faced with Annie's unexpected question, Valentine was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing around. Although he had thoroughly surveyed the surrounding terrain before his arrival, Valentine remained perplexed by this chaotic graveyard, uncertain of its purpose. "This should be a cemetery, I presume, great chant master. With your esteemed status, it would be unseemly to linger in such a place overnight. Please, allow me to escort you." Despite Valentine's polite gesture, Annie, resembling a petulant child, shook her head defiantly. "Annie does not wish to go. Annie feels quite at ease here. Annie is not going anywhere. Great chant master, I sincerely hope you will accompany me to the palace." Valentine's tone had turned noticeably colder. It was evident that his words had transformed from a mere invitation to something far more pressing. Yet, Annie remained half awake, her eyes barely open, stubbornly shaking her head. Her cascading golden locks swayed gently with her movements, revealing her growing displeasure. "Annie does not like you. Annie wants to go back," she declared, turning to leave. "Please stay," Valentine shouted, reaching for Annie's shoulder. However, a gust of frigid wind enveloped her, deflecting his grasp. At that moment, Valentine could no longer contain himself. He swiftly drew his sword and whistled sharply. The air began to stir, and the voices of several chant mages echoed from various directions, all central figures in this operation. According to their plan, once the action commenced, they would employ an array of binding spells to ensure the capture of this esteemed chant master. Naturally, to avoid being ensnared together, their positions were deliberately spread out. Even if Annie could confront a few of them, it would be impossible for her to take them all down at once. Yet, Annie seemed utterly unconcerned with this meticulous strategy. She merely pouted slightly and let out a soft "la." It sounded like a vocal exercise, yet it resonated throughout the desolate wilderness and graveyard. Strangely, everyone but Annie seemed to be irresistibly compelled to echo her "la." The soldiers managed to regain their composure after a brief lapse, but for the mages chanting their spells, That single utterance was enough to disrupt their focus, causing even those who could remain calm amid the clamor of a blacksmith to involuntarily join in her law. The consequences were dire. The incomplete spell shattered, dissolving into nothingness, with just that one sound. Annie had rendered the magic of several mages utterly void. Even Valentine, a warrior, understood the chilling implications of this. Thus, he no longer hesitated, lunging forward with his sword aimed at the unsuspecting Annie this moment. He had deliberately positioned himself just 2 or 3 steps away from her, a prime opportunity for a charge. Suddenly, a dark, translucent greatsword materialized, crashing against Valentine's finely honed magical weapon, effortlessly sending it flying. Valentine staggered back in astonishment, realizing that 3 semi-transparent figures, exuding an aura of darkness, had encircled Annie. They bore no resemblance to the living, lacking any semblance of life, clad in ancient armor and cloaks. One bore a shield emblazoned with a pitch-black lion's head. The sight of their attire and demeanor left Valentine utterly astounded, as they mirrored the legendary protagonists of the adventurous tales he had heard since childhood, tales that had inspired the Silver Knight. Black Lion. Impossible. They have long since perished. What a nuisance. The man wielding the greatsword casually plunged it into the ground, surveying the area with an air of authority. The soldiers, intimidated by his ferocious gaze, began to retreat, their weapons trembling in their hands, unsure of how to respond. We had been resting here for 300 years, and just when we finally had someone to converse with, you little brats dare to disturb us? Big brothers, they are bullying Annie. Annie's expression mirrored that of a wronged child, lamenting her plight. They won't let Annie leave. Such rudeness. Though I am unaware of the current rulers of this land, it is truly lamentable that the resting place of our Black Lion mercenary leader has birthed such scoundrels, remarked another figure. An elegant elven spectre cradling a harp, resignedly. Annie, you should depart. We shall ensure that these miscreants do not lay a finger upon you. Protecting women is a man's duty. The last figure, gripping a staff, stated coldly, the crimson embers beneath his dark hood flickering ominously. The other 2 seemed to have differing opinions on the matter. I never imagined the once revered demon lord mage would exhibit such gentlemanly qualities. That was all in the past. Why bring it up now? Well then, I shall take my leave, dear brothers. Annie is off now. Countless bones rose from the ground, enveloping Annie's petite form, only to collapse swiftly. Annie had vanished. Valentine gazed in astonishment at the 3 specters before him. Trembling, the legendary battle between the Black Lion mercenaries and the Demon Lord Mage was well known. Everyone recognized the Demon Lord Mage's formidable power and the bravery of the Black Lions, who ultimately vanquished that terrifying fiend. But now, they were faced with both the legendary hero and the demon simultaneously, and even worse, it was evident that they had joined forces as the malevolent magic, intertwined with the haunting melody of the harp and the howling of the great sword, swept across the battlefield. Valentine finally grasped a chilling realization, but it was already too late. Chapter 47. Reset. Imming slapped his cheeks. Attempting to awaken himself, he had stood at the position occupied by that man for an entire night, discovering that the only views available were those of the study and the bedroom windows below. Marion appeared to be the most frequently observed figure among them. Although Imming had no interest in distant voyeurism, monitoring someone meant he could not afford to concern himself with whether the individual was dressing, undressing, or bathing. From the perspective of that man, his gaze was undoubtedly fixed upon Marion, for aside from Marion, he had not seen anyone else in that vicinity, not even Mei Li or Rita, who should have been closely guarding her. He wished to contact Mei Li, but unfortunately, this world lacked mobile phones, and Mei Li's mental communication could only be one way. If she did not reach out to him, Imming would remain oblivious to why Marion was so invested in those 2 rooms. However, pondering this further was futile. He gazed at the dark night sky, which was now shrouded in darkness before dawn, the earth enveloped in shadow. Even the glow from the room's crystal seemed to dim considerably. After casting one last glance at the heavily curtained bedroom window, he steeled himself to depart. His inner tension remained unabated, for he understood that in a few hours, if Annie was still unaccounted for, their fate would become utterly uncertain. With a sigh, he resolved to bury this concern for the time being, intending to contemplate it only after finding Annie. The air shifted an ordinary person. It was a subtle sensation, with each individual perceiving it differently. They might sense the breath of the wind, its taste, sound, or the tremors of the earth, allowing them to gauge if someone was approaching. However, Imming's perception was on a higher level. To him, everything before his eyes was composed of formulas formed by complete light patterns, yet suddenly, a new construct, X, had emerged within this formula, though it emitted no sound nor light, and the individual moved as quietly as a cat, causing no disturbance to the ground. Their very presence had disrupted and recombined the light structure, which led Imming to immediate comprehension. Someone was approaching that he instantly concealed himself. He was acutely aware that this individual would prove challenging to confront. For if Imming's ability to manipulate light were not so peculiar and formidable, he would have been utterly unaware of anyone approaching. Yet, Imming felt no fear. If this individual possessed only a talent for invisibility, it would be a great pity. They might conceal their scent, sound, and even vibrations, but they could not bend the light around themselves as Imming could. Conversely, as long as they were not truly invisible, no matter how formidable their disguise, it would bear no significance to Imming that he stood patiently in place. And after a brief moment, a figure emerged beside Imming, as if materializing from the darkness itself. This surprised Imming slightly. He had never imagined that a person could so seamlessly blend into the shadows that it seemed that this individual was also a gifted warrior. Marion had once remarked that any warrior exhibiting magical abilities must possess innate talent. For their powers, albeit singular, manifested directly from thought without the need for incantations. However, this singularity evidently limited their development, rendering gifted warriors formidable compared to ordinary fighters, yet ineffectual against mages to this day. Neither Imming nor Mayali could grasp the principles underlying the operation of magic. Marion had attempted to tutor them, but ultimately left in frustration, as the two could not perceive the so-called spirits of magic, much less fathom why these entities would assist them. Conversely, Marion and her companions struggled to comprehend the principles of science. Imming believed that even if she were shown a vehicle, she would fail to understand why thunder or dark water could serve as sources of propulsion, let alone how a simple equation involving addition, subtraction, multiplication, and powers could be employed to calculate the orbits of stars. It could be said that their paths were fundamentally incompatible. Regardless of their ignorance of the principles, what mattered was the effect. This became the shared understanding of Imming and Mayali, who had been thoroughly bewildered by the theoretical concepts of magic. After all, magic was merely the fantastical elements found in novels. Upon observing the peculiar manner in which this individual appeared, Imming swiftly deduced that he too must be a gifted warrior with magical capabilities. The man was clad entirely in pitch-black leather armor, with even his face obscured by a dark cloth, rendering him seemingly one with the shadows. From a distance, one would be utterly unaware of his presence. Yet, his darkness was distinctly different from the natural blackness. Despite their similarities, to Imming, they were not the same and thus held no significance. The man stood quietly at the very spot where Imming had fought moments earlier, as if savoring the darkness before dawn. That he then reached for the bow slung across his back and slowly drew forth an arrow that radiated a dark crimson glow from the quiver behind him. Gradually, he crouched down, drawing the bowstring taut as he aimed at Marion's room. Suddenly, he felt a cold, foreign object pierce his throat, shocking him to his core. How could this be? He had sensed no wind, and there was nothing on the ground. The Xianyuan dual blades mercilessly pierced his throat, then swiftly reversed, severing the man's head cleanly, without so much as a cry escaping his lips. Just like that, he lost his life. Imming revealed himself, stretching languidly that he had not attacked. In truth, all Imming had done was kneel nearby and summon Xianyuan to the edge of the high cliff, waiting for the man to collide with it himself. Imming was acutely aware of what constituted the most suitable sniping position, though he was uncertain whether a bow could achieve such a distance. After all, it was not a cannon sniper rifle. He could not afford to take risks. This was, after all, a place where one could fly without an aircraft. Yet, he had only just discovered this location when someone attempted to assassinate Marion. What a coincidence. Thus, without the invisibility ability, the previous scene would have appeared quite absurd, the man cautiously crouching to maintain balance while warily watching his target, and Imming standing beside him, meticulously adjusting the blade of Xianyuan, ensuring that he would be the one to crash into the sword's edge. It was no wonder he had not noticed any wind. The situation resembled someone actively seeking their own demise. Who could be blamed for that? Imming tore away the dark cloth from the man's head, revealing a face he had never seen before. one that was not the middle-aged man he had reconstructed through illusion. Frowning, he pondered for a moment before shrugging in resignation. Approaching the dark crimson arrow, he examined it closely from various angles before raising his hands in surrender. He could not discern its true purpose. However, his ignorance did not imply that others shared it. Forget it. I'll deal with this later. What truly matters now is not such trivialities. Sunlight pierced through a sliver of darkness, prompting Yiming to instinctively gaze towards the direction of the forest of the undead. The final moments were approaching. Since Mei Yali had not contacted him, it indicated that no misfortune had befallen her. For safety's sake, Yiming had instructed the three to remain indoors and avoid venturing out. It appeared that Marian and Yu Lian were quite incompatible, and she seemed to have completed the advanced courses in elven magical arts, making her attendance at the 5 Radiance Tower inconsequential. Rita, on the other hand, had yet to choose her field of study, so she remained behind to have Marian elucidate some advanced magical knowledge. However, both Yiming and Mei Yali felt helpless about involving Rita in such matters. Lawrence had initially hoped for Rita to lead a happy and peaceful life. Who could have predicted it would turn out like this? Had they known, perhaps it would have been better to keep their distance from Rita. Now, they could only hasten to conclude this affair and return to a life of tranquility. Yet, Yiming felt that this was slowly becoming a mere delusion. With no clear direction, Yiming found himself once more at the entrance of the Tower of Shadows. Frowning, he gently pushed open the grand door. This time, he did not allow anyone to accompany him. Perhaps Mei Yali had not noticed, but Yiming remembered that Amy had asked, upon meeting Rita and Marian, "Who are these two?" This meant that, regardless of the circumstances, Amy had not known Marian and Rita beforehand. He was uncertain of the potential consequences of altering the past, so Yiming resolved to exercise extreme caution. Thus, he did not permit them to accompany him to the Tower of Shadows. However, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yiming, Lady Balukaline has not returned." One of the skeleton sisters regretfully conveyed the disappointing news, which left Yiming feeling utterly disheartened. He had hoped to finally encounter Amy this time, yet once again, he was left empty-handed. Time was running out. Even if he could inform Amy of their precise location, according to Marian, the forest of the undead was vast, and locating them would undoubtedly take time. Not to mention Amy's terrifying magical ability that could allow her to fall asleep at any moment. Yiming felt overwhelmed. He realized that even if he found Amy, the situation would not be straightforward. At the very least, figuring out how to wake Amy so she could locate them was a life-threatening dilemma for him. What should I do? I must find Amy. If I can't, then Yiming furrowed his brow, wandering aimlessly through the academy, carefully concealing himself in the shadows to avoid detection. However, after making a circuit, he found himself back in front of the Tower of Shadows. Finally letting out a long breath, a doll-like girl was leaning against the door, sound asleep. "Amy!" Yiming rushed forward and seized Amy by the shoulders, shaking her vigorously to rouse her from her dreams. She groggily opened her eyes, rubbed them, and stared at Yiming in surprise. "Meow, isn't this Brother Yiming? What are you doing here?" "There's no time. I need your help." "Help? Amy, you can use the chant magic to traverse time, right?" Although Yiming's voice was soft, Amy's expression shifted slightly. "Brother Yiming, how do you know? That's a secret no one knows." Her tone remained languid, yet it was laced with an unprecedented intensity of malice, causing even Yiming to tremble for a moment. "I learned it from you," he stated solemnly, but Amy's half-closed eyes remained fixed on him, neither opening nor closing fully, simply observing him quietly. "Listen, Amy, I know this request is unreasonable, but I hope you can assist us. I need you to go to the forest of the undead right now." "What happened there?" Suddenly, Amy interrupted Yiming, tilting her head with that same languid expression. Amy sensed something. There was a significant anomaly in the forest of the undead yesterday evening. Amy wants to know what happened, which is why Amy came back. Does Brother Yiming know? Yiming paused for a moment before ultimately making a decision. "I know." He nodded. "I am fully aware of what transpired there, so I hope you can help. In that case..." "Oh, what does Brother Yiming want me to do?" Amy extended a soft little hand and grasped Yiming's clothing, while her other hand remained tightly clutched around her beloved doll. This occurrence may seem utterly astonishing, yet upon witnessing it, you shall comprehend that every word I utter is rooted in truth. I implore you to venture into the forest of the dead. It is no longer the desolate land it once was. There, you will encounter a vast meadow and a dilapidated castle within which I reside. alongside Mayali. Meow. Amy tilted her head in confusion. Isn't Brother Yiming here? Upon your return, I shall elucidate everything to you. Yiming replied with a wry smile. If you truly encounter them, it signifies your belief in my words. Therefore, I beseech you to employ the magic of time travel to return those individuals to the moment 2 days prior when the magical teleportation failed. Time is of the essence. Regardless of your inquiries, upon your return, I shall divulge everything without reservation. Amy fixed her gaze upon Yiming, remaining silent for a moment. Then, she nodded slightly. Although I am unsure of the matter, it appears intriguing, so Amy shall comply. Is there anything else? If that version of me becomes aware, no, he will undoubtedly discern who sent you to find them. At that juncture, I hope you can convey a few words to him. What words? Yiming sighed wearily, recognizing that this decision was not easily made. Since Amy could sense the anomalies there, he felt compelled to clarify, but doing so would inevitably affect their lives. Was this course of action truly correct? Abandon such tedious thoughts and accept fate. Ultimately, Yiming spoke. Moreover, upon your return, there may be some complications to address. Chapter 48. The final decision. Mayali sat nearby, curiously observing Rita, who was softly chanting a melodious incantation while performing various gestures in accordance with the fluctuations of her voice. Marian, with a serious expression, watched her intently, and after Rita concluded, she scoffed. Unsatisfactory. Begin anew. Ugh, Rita sighed, weary and resigned. In truth, what she was practicing was not a specific school of magic, but rather the foundational techniques of advanced magic application. This exercise was a practice spell created by Marian herself to strengthen her connection with the spirits of magic. Initially, she had no intention of teaching it to others, yet the memories of the days spent in the forest of the dead remained vivid. And during that time, she had indeed engaged in actions of significant consequence with Rita. Although she had never mustered the courage to apologize to Rita, her proactive training of her could be viewed as an indirect expression of remorse. Rita, did I not tell you? You must believe that the spirits of magic are entirely within your control. This is an essential means for a mage to ascend from a magician. A magician merely employs the spirits of magic, while a mage commands them. A single word makes a world of difference. First, you must learn to master and control them. You truly lack such confidence. As long as you believe you can master them, you surely will. Sister Marian, that is asking too much, Rita replied with a downcast expression, for she lacked Marian's innate ability and could not achieve the level of mastery she spoke of. I find Miss Marian's words to hold merit. Rita, Mayali's sister? Mayali smiled gently and then rose to her feet. Confidence is paramount. One must have faith in oneself, even to the point of blind faith. Blind faith, is that not unwise? True to her upbringing as the daughter of a merchant, Rita had inherited a perfectly cautious demeanor. Rita, do you know why both Yiming and I do not require leather armor or similar protections? Why is that? The moment this topic arose, Rita's interest was piqued. Initially, she had expressed several times her desire to fulfill her obligations as a magician by procuring equipment and weapons for the Guardians. It now appeared that weapons were unnecessary, as both Yiming and Mayali possessed formidable magical armaments. Yet they never donned leather armor, opting instead for what Rita perceived as utterly defenseless ordinary attire. I too find this perplexing. Marian scrutinized Mayali's gown, although her demeanor and appearance epitomized that of a perfect noble lady. The attire, designed to accentuate form and embellish movement, was exceedingly constrictive. Though aesthetically pleasing, it was entirely unsuitable for vigorous action. Even a mage like Marian would choose to wear robes rather than such noble attire, making Mayali's choice as a warrior appear rather strange. Did she not fear that excessive movement in battle would tear her garments? We possess unwavering confidence in our own strength, while Mayali did not exhibit the same aggressive confidence as Marian. Her calm and composed tone seemed to announce an obvious truth. No opponent can easily harm our bodies. Hence, leather armor and similar protections are entirely unnecessary. If we were to sustain injuries, it would undoubtedly be from an attack that even leather armor could not evade. In such cases, the presence or absence of armor is of no consequence. But what if? There is no what if or what could be. Mayali gently interrupted Rita. Rita, you are overly concerned. Trust in yourself and your abilities. If you do not believe in yourself and instead ponder every possible eventuality that may never occur, even in 100 years, you will perpetually lack confidence. Caution is commendable, yet excessive worry is merely cowardice. Mayali speaks the truth. Yiming entered the room, seamlessly continuing Mayali's train of thought as he sank into the sofa, appearing utterly exhausted, as if on the brink of collapse. At long last, we have located Annie. His words caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present. Then what of Lady Byrukalin? She has already proceeded to the forest of the dead, although Yiming hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. However, what followed was a secret shared only between him and Mayali, and thus he resolved to withhold that information from the others. The less they knew, the better. In any case, we can rest assured. Although Yiming had succinctly omitted the details, none among them felt any lingering worry. They understood well that having received Annie's assistance in the forest of the dead, she would undoubtedly lend her aid once more. What a curious notion. Noticing Yiming's weary and somewhat regretful expression, Mayali was taken aback. She turned her beautiful eyes towards him and seized the conversation. So what should we do now? Before Annie returns, we can only wait that I ask for what to do upon her return. Yiming pondered, calculating how much truth he could disclose to Annie. Rita was only aware of their most superficial and foundational abilities. Marion, although she had not inquired, likely knew little more. However, when dealing with Annie, he could not approach her as he did with Rita. Based on his recent conversation with Annie and his intuition, Yiming had already sensed that although she appeared even younger than Rita, her intellect was undoubtedly beyond comparison. The lies that may have sufficed for Rita would likely not hold true for Annie. She possessed no attachments, no immediate hints of additional conditions, nor even the expected bargaining. Annie seemed to focus solely on the process, showing little interest in the outcome. How reminiscent it was. Let us defer discussions of the future until her return. As Yiming completed his thought, he seemed to recall something and retrieved a dark red arrow from his pocket. Marion, what is this? Is this a magical arrow? Marion examined the arrow carefully before expressing her skepticism. Is it potent? If it strikes a target, its power is sufficient to completely obliterate a small building. You truly should not have brought it into the house. Where did you find it? So it was, in essence, a portable rocket launcher. Yiming did not directly respond to Marion's inquiry. Instead, he glanced around for a moment, attempting to align his recollections with what he had witnessed the previous day. Gradually, he turned on his axis and proceeded toward a door on the opposite side. What is this place? That is my bedroom. What do you intend to do? Marion, perceiving the oddity of the situation, swiftly positioned herself in front of Yiming. After all, it was a young woman's private chamber, and it was quite rude for a man to intrude so brazenly. And what about the room on the upper left? What does that concern you? Marion's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Last night, someone attempted to deliver this to you by means of a projectile. Yiming gestured toward the magical arrow in Marion's grasp, and upon hearing this, Mayali could not help but emit a soft chuckle. However, it was evident that Marion did not grasp the implication of Yiming's words, or perhaps she lacked the time to ponder over matters that should not be considered. Instantly, her complexion turned ashen. Is someone trying to kill me? Indeed. Who? That, I do not know. Yiming shrugged his shoulders helplessly. After all, I cannot converse with a corpse. What about the corpse? I disposed of it, leaving not a trace. Marion fell silent, meticulously caressing the magical arrow before cautiously placing it on the desk. Then, extending her hands toward the arrow, she murmured a few incantations, causing the originally dark red shaft to gradually transform into a pitch-black hue. Only then did Marion exhale a long, relieved breath and stow the arrow away. Her brow furrowed, and her expression turned grave. I never anticipated that there would be assassins capable of wielding magical arrows. Could it be him? No, that cannot be. He should not possess such formidable power. Yiming had no intention of interrupting Marion's contemplation, while Lita obediently seated herself nearby, resuming her perusal of Marion's spell book. He exchanged a knowing glance with Mayali, who nodded in response and followed him out into the tranquil corridor. What is the matter? The troubles extend beyond this. Yiming's demeanor was somber. Annie seems to have sensed the power you emitted at that time. That time, although it was a recent event for Annie, it resided in the past for Mayali. She momentarily paused, then comprehended. Are you implying that, according to Annie, she sensed the energies of the forest of the undead? I have promised to inform her of what transpired. Do not underestimate her, Mayali. Though Annie appears to be a mere child, I find her rather formidable. The lies that may deceive Marion and Lita may not hold the same weight with her. Therefore, I intend to disclose. You understand what I mean. Mayali remained silent. If you disagree, we can continue to deceive her without issue. However, to be frank, I cannot fathom the consequences of such actions. Even if we confide in her, would that not also lead to unimaginable repercussions? Mayali's gaze fell, her eyes downcast. She had never shared that with anyone besides Yiming. This made her exceedingly anxious, for it represented the greatest secret for both her and Yiming. Thus, I seek your counsel. Yiming. Before Yiming could fully comprehend, Mayali had already leapt into his embrace. If something akin to what happened before occurs again, will you still protect me? Of course. Yiming gently held her delicate, soft form, sensing Mayali's anxiety. Their secret was one that absolutely must remain concealed from anyone, an ultimate confidentiality. Should it be exposed, you need not worry, Mayali. Then, may I inform Annie now? The sudden languid voice startled them, prompting an immediate separation. They quickly discovered Annie standing at the end of the corridor, perched on the windowsill, retaining her half-asleep demeanor as she gazed at Yiming and Mayali. Chapter 49, A New Choice. And that is the situation. Yiming met Annie's gaze, concluding his explanation with poise. Yet, despite this, Annie remained somewhat perplexed. Brother Yiming, is what you say true? However, Annie still cannot comprehend those things you mentioned. That is the truth. And it is a fact. Yiming offered a faint smile, uncertain as to why he felt it was a good idea to reveal the truth to Annie. This struck him as somewhat peculiar. And though Mayali had initially resisted, she seemed to harbor fewer reservations when it came time for the actual explanation. Perhaps it stemmed from the differing cultural frameworks of their two worlds. The terminology and concepts they employed were entirely foreign to Annie, and it was evident that such things had never appeared in her world. Thus her confusion was understandable. To avoid eavesdropping, the explanation was primarily conveyed through mental communication by Mayali, for this was undoubtedly a gamble concerning their very lives. And caution was warranted. Although I cannot comprehend it, Annie understands. Annie drowsily nodded, her appearance resembling that of someone on the verge of slumber or just awakening. Either way, it could not bode well. Annie, I hope you can help us keep this secret. Is that all right? Before Mayali could finish her sentence, Annie suddenly widened her eyes, intently focusing on her, which made Mayali's expression turn quite flustered. Sister Mayali, you cannot do such things, because we are friends. I shall forgive you this time, but if it happens again, Annie will be angry. I truly apologize. Yiming's expression shifted slightly. Although he was unaware, he easily surmised what Mayali had intended to do. She aimed to use suggestion to ensure Annie would keep the secret, yet Annie had seen through it. She could discern Mayali's suggestion. Yiming quickly realized that matters were deteriorating, though he had long known that Annie was not an ordinary girl. He never expected her perceptiveness to reach such extraordinary heights. This cannot be blamed on Mayali, Annie. He promptly interjected. After all, you are aware that if others were to discover this matter, then the ability to revitalize the forest of the dead and bestow life is indeed rare. Attracting attention is only natural. I am merely curious about the reasons. As long as I know what transpired and have no doubts, there should be no issue. At this juncture, Annie's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. However, Sister Mayali's initial actions toward Annie demonstrated a lack of trust, which makes Annie quite upset. I am truly sorry, Annie. Mayali's expression was awkward. She had believed that her suggestion technique would go unnoticed. And due to the gravity of the situation, she had resorted to such extreme measures. Being exposed by Annie now left her utterly humiliated. In truth, this could not entirely be blamed on Mayali. After all, since she began employing suggestion, her skill had never before been discovered by anyone. Annie scrutinized Mayali, then swayed her way over to Mayali's side. If you pet Annie's head, Annie will forgive you. Is this how? Mayali extended her hand, gently stroking Annie's silky hair, causing Annie to close her eyes in delight like a playful kitten. She emitted a sound akin to a lazy purr. Sister Mayali is very gentle, indeed. She is a good person. Thus, Annie forgives you. However, Sister Mayali need not worry. Annie has no interest in this matter whatsoever, for it is entirely incomprehensible. Are you suggesting that you will not attempt to analyze it? This left Yiming somewhat bewildered. While Annie was indeed a unique individual, her distinctiveness transcended the boundaries of language. In response to Yiming's inquiry, Annie tilted her head, her expression one of apparent nonchalance. Isn't it obvious? Since Annie is utterly incapable of grasping what her brother and sister are discussing, it follows that she would not desire to pursue it. To force oneself to master what one cannot comprehend would inevitably lead to destruction, wouldn't it? Annie understands this principle quite well. This response left both Yiming and Mayali somewhat astonished. They had initially believed that curiosity would drive a person to ceaselessly explore the mysteries of the unknown, yet they were taken aback by Amy's ability to maintain such vigilance and rationality in the face of uncertainty, as well as her remarkable self-control. Although they were not easily swayed by others, they sensed that Amy was not deceiving them, that in their previous world, they had heard someone express similar sentiments. Science and magic? Only a fool would attempt to explain one with the other. Magic is magic, and science is science. It is entirely normal for the two to remain distinct. To impose one's theoretical framework upon the existence of the other is sheer folly. Those who attempt such a thing are either lunatics with brains befuddled by an ass or worthless creatures driven solely by greed. Striving to possess everything ultimately results in acquiring nothing. Thus, it is far wiser to immerse oneself wholly in one realm and thoroughly vanquish the opponent. This is the course of action a wise person should take. Attempting to understand is a fundamentally erroneous judgment, leading one to oblivion without even realizing how they met their demise. Such sentiments resonated deeply. Yiming and Mayali exchanged glances, each reflecting the thoughts of the other. Just then, the door swung open. Marian approached with a slight frown, venting her frustrations. Yiming? Miss Mayali, you should go and talk to Rita. I truly do not understand what is wrong with her, wanting to learn necromancy. Marian's complaint trailed off as the two turned to face her, revealing Amy, who had been obscured from view. Marian's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Amy while silently praying that Amy had not overheard her careless complaint. What consequences could arise from belittling the Dark Tower faction in the presence of the Mistress of Shadows? Marian dared not entertain the thought. Yet, in response, a melodious voice emerged. Don't fall asleep. Yiming instinctively slapped Amy's head, pulling her back from the brink of slumber. Oh, it's nothing. Amy didn't hear anything. I sincerely apologize, Lady Brooklyn. Please believe that I did not intend to slander. Amy's clumsy denials only heightened Marian's panic. Sister Marian, I already said. Lady Brooklyn. Rita pouted as she exited the room, seemingly intending to counter Marian's comments, but instantly became flustered upon seeing Amy, rushing to her side and solemnly performing a mage's salute. However, to Yiming and Mayali, it seemed rather comical that they would bow to a girl who appeared younger than themselves. Rita, I heard from Marian that you wish to study necromancy. Yiming inquired curiously, having assumed that Rita would shy away from such a terrifying pursuit, but it appeared that was not the case. Yes, Yiming brother, Rita nodded. Although everyone says necromancy is frightful, no one has truly seen what necromancy entails. Moreover, there is no one studying necromancy in this academy, so I wish to give it a try. And didn't that Bone Sister say that kindness and gentleness are also vital aspects of learning necromancy? Therefore, I believe studying should be acceptable. Yiming raised an eyebrow. Truly, she was the daughter of a merchant, understanding the value of rarity. Indeed, according to Marian, Rita's potential had seemingly reached its limits, rather than being an inconspicuous figure among hundreds in another school. It was better to learn something that had never been mastered before. Although Mayali and Yiming fervently hoped Rita would become one among those hundreds, Rita was inherently different from them. The pursuit of advancement is a fundamental aspect of one's nature. Only those as formidable as Yiming and Mayali, standing atop the pyramid, would willingly settle for mediocrity and seek to live peacefully. Upon hearing this, Marian instinctively wanted to voice her thoughts, but with Amy standing half asleep before her, she felt it inappropriate to dissuade others from joining. Wasn't that blatant discrimination? If you have made your decision, then you will no longer have the option to study other factions, correct? Amy articulated what Marian had wished to convey. Is that acceptable, Rita Canarot? Yes. Rita replied resolutely, and upon witnessing her swift decision, Yiming and Mayali felt an inexplicable sense of unease. As if Rita's choice was somehow amiss, as though it were a grave mistake. After receiving Rita's affirmation, Amy nodded drowsily, extending a hand to present a black magical emblem to Rita. Then you may take this and report to the Dark Tower now. What about you? Amy, Mayali inquired with curiosity, to which Amy merely turned and unsteadily made her way toward the door. Amy is going to see a friend. You know, there are many troublesome matters to attend to. With that, she pushed open the door and departed the magic laboratory. Chapter 50. Transformation. Amy, clutching her doll, sank deeply into the sofa, her small frame appearing to succumb once more to slumber. So, Amy, have you visited the necromancer's forest? The academy head sat opposite her, her expression grave and earnest. Yes, it is quite beautiful, with lush green grass and towering trees everywhere. It was difficult to discern whether Amy was being sincere, but for those familiar with her, even her occasionally careless remarks could unravel long-standing enigmas. As the sovereign of the azure sky, the academy head could not afford to overlook this. Clad in a white cloak, she gazed at Amy in silence, attempting to discern her true intentions. What do you believe is the cause? A forbidden land suddenly transformed into such a sight is no ordinary occurrence. Amy doesn't know. Amy shook her head, her wavy golden hair swaying in tandem. However, the academy head clearly did not expect to extract further information from Amy, as she had dispatched personnel to investigate the anomalies in the direction of the necromancer's forest as soon as she sensed something amiss. The results of that inquiry had left the academy head profoundly shocked. After all, the necromancer's forest was one of the most infamous forbidden zones on the continent, and for such a place to suddenly change in this manner was akin to a miracle. I have just received responses from the other three. They will soon return to the 5 Radiant Tower. I believe we should immediately dispatch an investigation team to the necromancer's forest to ascertain what has transpired. The academy head's tone grew increasingly urgent. Since we have perceived the anomaly, the royal family must have as well. We must act before they do, or else, should we lose the initiative in this matter, the ensuing complications will be substantial. Political matters are far too complex. Amy does not understand. Amy spoke slowly, maintaining her languid demeanor. However, Amy wishes to know, are you planning to eliminate Marion? The atmosphere abruptly turned somber. Even within the pristine and warm confines of the Azure Sky Tower, it felt as cold as a tomb. The academy head remained silent for a moment, then slightly raised her gaze. Instability must be eradicated. Given Marion Braid's qualities, her potential to become a grand bard is significant. If we cannot seize control in a timely manner, then we will have no choice but to proceed thus. Although Amy appeared to be asking casually, the academy head understood that if she posed a question, it was best to respond truthfully. So, you do not dispatch your guardians to protect her? Amy's voice was flat, devoid of surprise or delight, as if she had long anticipated this matter. What about Mayali and Yiming? Mayali withdrew her gaze from the window, while Yiming beside her let out a cold smile. I had long suspected that the man swathed in white cloth was anything but virtuous. Although she could sense Mayali's insinuation, no one could truly perceive her abilities through mere eavesdropping. Annie has indeed honored the agreement. She has not disclosed our matters to the principal. Yiming, what shall we do next? If the principal truly desires to eliminate Miss Marion, we ought not to protect her so impeccably. Perhaps, when the next assault approaches, we might. Yiming gently shook his hand, dismissing Mayali's proposal. Each individual believes they hold sway over others, particularly those in positions of power. Yet, in truth, everyone is under the influence of another. In terms of strength, both Yiming and Mayali could easily disdain the majority of humanity on Earth, save for one individual. No one else stands as their rival. However, they are the ones who find themselves fleeing time and again, as humans. They must adhere to the rules, laws, and customs of society. One may face the onslaught of 8 or 10 nuclear bombs, unfazed while listening to rock music. But what significance remains when everything lies in ruins? Without the mental fortitude to remain composed even when the world is reduced to oneself, one cannot choose to evade the outbreak of large-scale conflict. They are powerful, yet they are also manipulated by others. Simultaneously, they manipulate others. Those in authority believe they are in control, yet they too are subject to control. No matter how much power one possesses, without someone to execute commands, it is but a scrap of paper. Are you contemplating that we should abandon them, and then? What do you think? Yiming did not respond to Mayali's inquiry. Perhaps even he could not provide an answer. I only know that following Lita has become a constraint for us. Mayali turned her eyes, quietly and steadily emphasizing the crux of the matter. This decision has embroiled us in considerable trouble. Yiming, we have kept our promise, but we merely vowed not to reveal to Lita the true cause of her father's demise. The merchant merely wishes us to remain by her side. It is neither a command nor a demand. We have no obligation to stay with her. We can leave at our discretion. Dissolve the contract and inform Lita of our departure. There is nothing difficult about it. We have no need to sacrifice ourselves for Lita or Miss Marion. Mayali. Yiming expressed his confusion, Mayali had never before uttered such fervent words. Yiming, have you not realized? It is you who is confused. Mayali gazed at him, her tranquil eyes seemingly penetrating to the depths of Yiming's heart. Indeed, I have stated that following Lita has brought us considerable trouble. However, I do not despise trouble. It can be resolved. You, on the other hand, Yiming, have never accepted this. You abhor complications. You believe troubles should be evaded. You desire a stable life. But do you truly wish for it? Why do you comply with the principal's orders? If we were to simply depart and live in some remote mountain, would that not be far more tranquil? We need not concern ourselves with Lita. She may resent us. But since we shall not meet again, why should we care whether she harbors resentment? Perhaps after 3 years of living in seclusion, we would forget her, would we not? Would you consider her feelings? No, nor would I. That is the reality. We have done enough for the merchant. There is no need to continue serving him. Yiming fell silent. I do not believe you told Marion the truth. Yiming, you enjoyed deceiving too much, so I know that although you told Marion that following Lita was merely to lead a peaceful and stable life, you do not truly believe that I know what kind of person you are. For 6 years, you have been a man who revels in adventure and challenge. This much I am certain of, yet since arriving in this world, you have forced yourself to live a life that is inherently unsuitable for you. You crave adventure. You thirst for challenge. That is why you reluctantly accepted the principal's commission instead of coldly refusing. Even if you present numerous reasons, I understand that you are merely resisting yourself. You yearn for peace, yet peace necessitates compromise, and you are not one to compromise with others. That I can no longer tolerate this. Yiming, you must cease this chaotic behavior. That I have followed you closely. If you cannot make decisive choices as you once did, how can I continue to follow you? If even you become lost, what am I to do? Mayali's voice, tinged with sorrow, jolted Yiming into a sudden realization. He finally began to confront the reality he had long been unable to face. Indeed, ever since arriving in this world, Yiming discovered that individuals like them could lead normal lives, a notion that brought him immense joy. Thus, he believed that he and Mayali could abandon their former adventures and return to a life of normalcy. He had tirelessly strived to distance himself from trouble, to evade the matters of the past. Yet, he soon found himself ensnared in a paradox. In his former world, Yiming had no leisure. He was responsible for leading his companions, perpetually eluding the watchful eyes of the military, evading bounties and pursuits. He even devised cunning plans to conceal their identities and orchestrate one operation after another, seeking to undermine or confront the opposing forces. He was the linchpin of the team, the source and driving force behind everything. He had been incessantly busy, never pausing for a moment. However, upon arriving in this world, freed from previous oppressions, the fleeting peace brought about an overwhelming emptiness. Much like a soldier who has exited the battlefield but can no longer adapt to the leisurely life of an ordinary person. He found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do or how to proceed. The days of picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at the southern mountains were not unattainable, yet ultimately, Yiming chose not to tread that path. Instinctively, he yearned to forge new challenges and confront them. However, the rational desire for a peaceful life muddled this instinct. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the principal's commission. In truth, it was a manifestation of his innate desire for challenge. Albeit his reason actively rejected the complications, just as he now urged Mayali to eavesdrop on Annie and the principal's conversation. Mayali was never like him. She seldom took the initiative to make decisions, continuously following Yiming's lead and executing his commands without uncertainty. Therefore, she perceived matters more clearly than anyone else. She understood Yiming's thoughts better than anyone, even surpassing his own comprehension. Mayali, Yiming said heavily, strike me. Very well. Mayali extended her left hand, inhaled deeply, and then, smack. A resounding slap landed on Yiming's face. Huff, that stings, but thank you. Yiming's expression brightened considerably as he rubbed his swollen, reddened cheek, revealing a faint smile. Mayali was evidently quite furious. Having held nothing back, you are right. A man like me, perhaps, is destined to be forever estranged from the ordinary. The notion of a mundane life is merely a delusion. Thus, I have made my decision. Is that wise? You must understand that this world consists solely of the two of us, with no other companions, and it could become quite troublesome, you know. Mayali rolled her eyes, seemingly teasingly posing the question. In response, Yiming wore a smile brimming with newfound confidence, one he had never displayed before. Let it be troublesome. After all, I do not abhor trouble. Chapter 51. The Plan After a Brief Exchange. Lita seamlessly became the sole acolyte of the Shadow Tower faction, although Marion expressed considerable dissent, believing that necromancy was hardly a pursuit suitable for a girl of her age, and the unease harbored by Yiming and Mayali remained unresolved. They ultimately decided to allow Lita to chart her own course. To rely on others for answers represents a step towards independence. For Lita, now orphaned and alone, learning to be self-sufficient was of utmost necessity. After all, Yiming and Mayali could not possibly care for her for a lifetime. Yiming and Mayali were unaware of what Lita was studying. After all, they had not paid any tuition, and even if they were to listen, they would be entirely unable to comprehend that it was akin to when Marion had spent an entire hour attempting to elucidate why magical spirits exist everywhere and possess quasi-independent personalities, without enabling the two to grasp the concept. In Yiming's view, magic possessed an emotional depth too profound, akin to the realm of artists. For instance, Marion had once remarked upon the distinction between using magic and commanding it. The sorcerer, wielding the art of magic, is constrained to the variables of the magical spirits present in their surroundings, adhering to their guidance in the casting of spells. In simpler terms, this constitutes a rather passive endeavor, for if the type of magic the sorcerer excels in diverges significantly from that of the magical spirits, the outcome may prove exceedingly poor. However, when it comes to the manipulation of magic, regardless of the nature of the magical spirits, one can compel them to operate according to their own directives, weaving and unleashing spells at will. Thus far, while the two harbored lingering doubts, they had managed to grasp the concept broadly. Yet, the subsequent words of Marion seemed to them akin to an arcane script, rife with irrationality and uncertainty, intertwined with an inexplicable idealism. For the two, whose abilities were rooted in the realm of science, this was a realm utterly beyond their comprehension. It was akin to how Yiming, despite his ignorance of how his light-manipulating abilities came to be, could apply them through quasi-scientific knowledge, each method grounded in theoretical rationale. Nevertheless, Yiming believed that even if he were to elucidate this to Marion, she would remain oblivious. This encapsulated what that person had alluded to. Science is science, magic is magic. Do not harbor delusions of mutual understanding. Thus, their attention turned resolutely to the predicament surrounding Marion. Upon realizing that the Academy had sought to eliminate her, the situation rapidly grew convoluted. Should they protect her, the head would undoubtedly be displeased. Conversely, should they acquiesce to the head's wishes and allow Marion to be slain, Yiming was certain they would soon find themselves cast as scapegoats, led to the gallows. Abandoning the matter was no longer an option. It was too late to retract their steps, as Mayali had pointed out. Yiming's indecision only plunged them deeper into a quagmire. Yet, despite this, Mayali refrained from complaints, steadfastly trailing behind Yiming until she could no longer endure the status quo, at which point she finally offered him a gentle admonition and protest. Although Yiming had come to a realization, this did not imply that the current mess could be disregarded. Some matters must be addressed, regardless of personal sentiment. Are you suggesting a middle-aged man with a scarred face and slightly white hair? Though Marion maintained a calm demeanor, Yiming perceptibly caught the momentary tension in her tightly clenched hands and the contraction of her pupils, an indication of anxiety and unease. Do you know him? I once spotted him nearby. He seemed to be observing from a distance. Even if he isn't directly linked to the murder, perhaps we might unearth a lead through him. Yiming, of course, did not disclose that this information stemmed from an illusion he had conjured using his light manipulation. No need. Marion promptly rejected the notion. This man is surely innocent. You need not pursue the murderer. Simply ensure my safety. But why, Miss Marion? We believe that passively waiting is insufficient. We must take proactive measures to resolve this matter as swiftly as possible. Faced with Mayali's inquiry, Marion clenched her teeth, falling into silence. If you refuse to share, I will conduct my own investigation. Furthermore, I must warn you. I have stated before that you must obey my orders unconditionally. Otherwise, we shall part ways, and your threats will bear no weight. I am merely following the Academy head's commands. You do not hold any authority over our actions, especially in your noncompliance. Marion shook her head. There is nothing for you to investigate. That is my father. She lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes on Yiming and Mayali. I trust him above all else in this world. My mother passed away at my birth, and it is my father who has raised me to this day. Our bond is profound, and my father has no motive to murder me. Not at all. He possesses power and status, and his strong-willed and stubborn nature makes him difficult to persuade or change. He has always protected and cared for me. Nothing is more important to me than my father. If there is no pressing matter, I would like to be alone for a while. With this topic, Marian clearly appeared weary, prompting Yiming and Mayali to take their leave with a sense of resignation. Miss Marian's affection for her father is genuine. I believe we must restart our search for clues. Yet that does not guarantee her father truly loves her. Does it? Yiming, what are you implying? If her father did not love her, then Miss Marian would never have uttered those words. I still remain skeptical. Yiming furrowed his brow and shook his head. His understanding of familial bonds was virtually non-existent, and the intensity of that man's gaze left a strong impression on him, entirely unlike the individual Marian had described. I find this man highly suspect. At the very least, we cannot conclusively rule out his culpability. How absurd. Marian is his own flesh and blood. To harm one's own child is a violation of common sense. Why should being one's own flesh and blood preclude such an act? Yiming expressed his bewilderment. They are merely products and continuations of genetic inheritance. I see no reason why one cannot act against them. You. Mayali fell silent. She had almost forgotten that this youth possessed no comprehension of the bonds of blood and kinship. From a personal perspective, Mayali and Yiming represented two extremes. Mayali had been cherished and nurtured by her parents from a young age, who, even after her abilities were revealed, had risked their lives and family legacy to protect her from insurmountable forces. Though ultimately they had failed and became scapegoats, for Mayali, they remained her parents, her dearest loved ones. Conversely, Yiming had been abandoned at birth, only to be collected by a criminal organization and raised as a mere tool for their illicit purposes. However, upon awakening his abilities, he swiftly altered his circumstances and departed from that life of petty thievery. Wandering alone, he excelled in deceit and enjoyed tricking others, even having once forged an identity to infiltrate a bank and abscond with a substantial fortune. Yet after meeting Mayali, he had begun to change his ways. Nevertheless, certain aspects of his inner self were not easily transformed. Mayali had previously debated this issue with him, but each time, Yiming's counterarguments left her speechless. If the bond of blood is irreplaceable, then why did my parents abandon me? Do not offer excuses of unavoidable circumstances or helplessness. Those are merely soothing self-deceptions. The moment I was cast aside, it signified that, for my parents, pragmatic interests far outweighed the notion of kinship. If, according to your definition of familial bonds, parents would sacrifice everything for their children, then what of parents who abandon their offspring for the sake of their own interests, rather than embrace something I have never understood? I would prefer to trust my comrades, who share in the trials of life and death, and I shall never place my faith in those linked by blood. Relying on blood ties is the most unreliable form of human connection. Yiming's declaration was stark and harsh, leaving Mayali deeply saddened. She had once experienced nurturing that she could never forget. For her, those warm memories were a crucial pillar supporting her life thereafter. Yet Yiming had never placed his hopes in such ethereal concepts. He only believed in the tangible and the controllable. Perhaps it was this extreme characteristic that had kept them from parting ways that in truth, even after Lawrence had previously protected Rita, Yiming had been unable to comprehend the notion of familial bonds. Having never experienced that kind of connection, I will go take a look. You should come too. After careful consideration, Yiming made his decision. Is it acceptable for no one to protect Miss Marian? What if the assailant seizes the opportunity? Regardless, this is still an academy, and certainly, someone who orchestrates such a complex scheme would not be foolish enough to strike again immediately after failing. Yiming shrugged indifferently. He was no longer fixated on objectives, but instead focused on his own agility and keen judgment. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and this represented Yiming's true approach to life and combat. He was the type who would, even when aware that the negotiation venue lay within a minefield, stroll in with a smile and a can of soda. Confident that the gun aimed at his companion's head would not be discharged, unbeknownst to him, perhaps peace was his greatest adversary. Holding an umbrella, Mayali followed behind Yiming, her beautiful heterochromatic eyes fixed upon his retreating figure. Lost in thought. As he wandered through the bustling streets, Yiming felt a presence that was conspicuously absent within the confines of the academy. The majority of individuals at the academy were students, with teachers being a rare sight. Yet, Everyone maintained an unspoken respect for silence. However, given that singing was predominantly a woman's forte, female students constituted the majority within those walls. Yiming had often harbored the mischievous thought that establishing a harem in such a place would require little effort. Of course, it was merely a fleeting notion. He was not foolish enough to overlook the pair of eyes that had been watching him intently from behind. The city of Lilium itself exuded an aura of tranquility. The white marble pavement harmonized beautifully with the opulent sculptures of the buildings, showcasing an extraordinary beauty. Although he was unaware of Marion's exact residence, utilizing Mei Yali's abilities would render the search exceedingly simple. It was a grand estate that, even at a glance, evoked a sense of majesty and oppression. We are already aware of the Academy's stance. What then is Marion's father's position? Yiming inquired. Turning to Mei Yali. I leave it to you. Is that acceptable? Concealed in the distant woods, Yiming and Mei Yali observed the imposing structure before them. Yiming did not need to understand why Marion's father would wish to harm his own daughter. It sufficed to know that he was the most suspicious figure. Let me give it a try, Mei Yali replied, nodding gently in response to Yiming's query. Her gaze shifted toward the horizon as she concentrated on perceiving the sounds of those nearby. Sound is the most challenging aspect of a person to alter. Yet it is also the easiest to disguise. While Yiming relied on light to observe his surroundings, Mei Yali could sense distant happenings through sound. That a person's character is inextricably linked to their voice, the tone. Language and intonation can easily reveal one's identity. Although one might disguise their appearance or undergo surgery, the essence accumulated over years is not easily altered. I just need to imagine a tone more authoritative than Marion's, she thought. The environment shapes its inhabitants. One can ascertain the character of a person by the educational milieu in which they were nurtured. Marion's haughty demeanor, if not inherited, is indeed difficult to fathom. Mei Yali quickly filtered out irrelevant sounds, hastily searching for useful information. Although Marion's father might not be home, it was certainly better than doing nothing at all. Her range of thought communication gradually narrowed, and then, suddenly, her eyes widened slightly as she turned to Yiming and nodded gently. I found it. Chapter 52. Enemies of the Sword. Yiming gazed vacantly at the sky, resembling a foolish, daft goose, while Mei Yali furrowed her brow. A look of concern etched upon her face. The eavesdropping had yielded no tangible results, although she understood that it was unreasonable to expect the other party to divulge everything as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Marion's father was indeed a scheming individual, rarely speaking to himself even when alone. Rigorous and serious, Mei Yali felt a degree of mental fatigue. After all, focusing on one person's speech for an extended period was exhausting. Moreover, the lack of any inclination from the other party to disclose information left her feeling somewhat disheartened. I had thought those lurking in the shadows would retreat to their dark basements upon returning home to plot their strategies. You read too many detective novels, Yiming, Mei Yali retorted bluntly. Let's call it a day. Yiming straightened up from where he was leaning against the tree and stretched. Since we have no meaningful intelligence, it's best to let it be. Let it be. Yes, if we have gained nothing today, there is no need to return. We must find another way to ascertain the royal family's stance. And how do you intend to do that? Fishing in troubled waters? They had engaged in such tactics numerous times before. Countless occasions had seen various factions envious of Yiming and the extraordinary individuals he led, attempting through various channels to acquire their powers. After all, their abilities made assassination, smuggling, and espionage remarkably effortless. Though they spoke in grand terms, everyone was well aware of the underlying darkness to those factions and organizations. Yiming and his companions were merely dangerous pawns, if they could not be utilized. They must be eliminated. Yiming's role was to navigate through these factions, shifting positions, sowing discord, and ultimately vanishing from their view. This was his forte. He thrived in chaos but refrained from engaging in petty schemes. Those were merely acts of deception to mislead others. For Yiming, the current situation was akin to this, except that this time they were not the targets. Marion still held value. Thus the royal family's desire for her demise was decidedly abnormal, particularly as Marion had not yet shown any signs of allegiance to the Academy. Shall we return? Mei Yali retracted her mental probing, letting out a soft sigh. I sense that Rita is also on her way. Before she could finish her sentence, Mei Yali abruptly turned, her parasol snapping open with a resounding pop, accompanied by a brilliant crimson bloom that erupted in a violent blaze, unleashing a wave of intense heat. The fiery flames surged ferociously along the edges of the parasol, consuming all in their path, yet upon dissipating, they left no trace even upon the pristine white fabric. It was evident that Mei Yali's parasol served a purpose far beyond mere protection from the elements or UV rays. Almost simultaneously, Yiming leapt upward, his weapon, Xianyuan, soaring without hesitation through the flames, deftly striking against the blade that had been thrust toward him, deflecting it flawlessly. "Who are you?" Accompanied by a mechanical voice, a dark-skinned man appeared before Yiming and Mei Yali, gripping an exquisitely ornate longsword. His eyes, eerily rolled back, bore no emotion as they fixed upon the duo. He donned an exceptionally peculiar armor, resembling a standing jackal. Behind him, a middle-aged noblewoman gazed in astonishment at the parasol in Mei Yali's hand. It was clear that she was the architect of the earlier fireball. "I see no reason to respond to the inquiries of one who has attempted to ambush us," Yiming replied, dragging his weapon back, his icy gaze devoid of any emotion. "You are under arrest." The sharp retorts of the female mage elicited a mocking raise of Yiming's brow. "What are the charges for resisting your attack? This is the residence of Lord Braid. Any suspicious individuals nearby must be interrogated." "With a fireball?" Yiming scoffed, glancing at Mei Yali's parasol before turning away. "What if we were to burn you alive?" "The corpse will not protest," the man replied coldly, causing Yiming's expression to grow serious. He gently caressed the double-edged sword in his hand, casting a pitying glance at his foes before he heaved a sigh. "You see, I could have simply stated that we are guardians of the Academy's mages, and we could clear up this misunderstanding. Perhaps I would even cooperate with your investigation." But regrettably, Yiming reversed his grip on the longsword. "Since you have forced my hand to draw my weapon, you must prepare for the consequences. With the weapon drawn, blood must be shed. If you dare to attack the members of the Imperial Guard, it is tantamount to treason. Your only option now is to lower your weapons and surrender." Upon hearing Yiming's declaration, the female mage shouted in outrage, "The corpse will not protest." Yiming retorted with a cold smile, echoing their earlier words as he surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately, he had chosen a relatively concealed location, so even if chaos erupted, no immediate reinforcements would arrive. However, if their commotion continued unabated, it would inevitably draw attention. No one would be foolish enough to disregard the capital's series of explosions. The flames and smoke would soon incite alarm. The Imperial Guard, their timing was impeccable. Eliminate them. Speed is of the essence. "Understood." Though Mei Yali was unaware of Yiming's thoughts, she did not hesitate. She retracted her parasol and casually flicked it to the side. A silver flash crackled with thunderous roars as it struck the ground, sending dirt and debris flying. Twilight of the Gods, Thunder God mode. Let us hope you do not attempt to flee. Before they could even marvel at the devastating power of the young woman's weapon, Yiming's indifferent voice pulled them back into the harsh reality of their situation. The double-edged longsword in his hand had long since vanished, replaced instead by an exaggeratedly large scythe, dark as night and curved enough to encompass Mei Yali entirely. Twisting runes and lines seemed to rise like engorged veins upon the blade's edge. Thus, Yiming bore the immense scythe upon his shoulder, observing them with a semblance of a smile. "For us, your arrival is nothing short of a divine opportunity." A howling gale swept violently past, as Yiming's heavy scythe seemed to glide with a weightlessness towards the man before him. This man was formidable. He knew it well, which was why he resorted to the third form of his runic armament. Even in the depths of the forest of the undead, although it was not impossible to slay this man using the likes of Ganjiang and Mo Xie or Xianyuan. To conclude the battle within the anticipated time frame, it was indeed necessary to rely on this Kunlun to determine the victor. Faced with the oncoming tempest, the man naturally retreated before a tide that could sweep everything away. No matter how resilient the armor, one could not stand unyielding at the forefront. Otherwise, one would be dragged beneath the waves, drowning inescapably. Meanwhile, the woman behind him began to chant loudly, causing the earth to quake as spears formed from a mixture of rock and soil. Roaring as they pierced the whirlwind, Mei Yali, who had remained motionless, suddenly sprang into action, though she appeared entirely still. Yet, the chained sword in her grasp, transformed into a serpent of lightning, flicked upward in an instant, then hurled towards the sorceress behind with an almost imperceptible speed. This forced the sorceress to halt her incantation and protect herself. A blazing shield of fire manifested before the sorceress, while swirling winds lifted massive stones, swiftly forming 3 layers of defense. The sorceress's reaction was swift, and the formation of the defenses was executed flawlessly. However, no matter how sturdy an eggshell may be, it cannot withstand the blow of a heavy axe. Sometimes, the distinction between quantity and quality is so stark that it defies description. The serpent of lightning plunged without impediment into the fray, and the uncontrolled magic shattered and exploded in an instant. Cracks in the earth spreading like a spider's web, without the slightest tremor. There were no wails, no screams. Perhaps even the faintest groans were utterly obliterated by the magic. The man could not afford to concern himself with his companion behind him, as Mei Yili launched her assault on the sorceress like a venomous snake. Yiming's massive scythe swept like 1,000 troops, relentlessly closing in, its immense weapon moving with a speed that seemed impossible. Like a giant claw, it struck from multiple directions almost simultaneously at the man. This desperate evasion filled the man with a profound dread. The royal family had long sensed that this situation was dire, even dispatching the most powerful combination from the guard, though they were still somewhat distant from the 5 chanting guardians. These strong individuals were completely toyed with in the hands of their adversaries. How could this be? At this moment, the man could only desperately rely on his experience to dodge the nearly invisible trajectories of the scythe's swings. A wave of fear suddenly surging within him. They claimed to be guardians. Was the academy plotting against the royal family? Such wild thoughts could not save his life. The giant claw seized the opportunity and swung down, then withdrew. The surrounding black light dissipated simultaneously, and at that moment, the man lay sprawled on the ground, a horrifying wound cleaving through his shoulder and skull, exposing the stark white of bone and muscle. Drenched in blood, Yiming retracted his weapon, listened intently, and then smiled with satisfaction. We withdraw. When the soldiers of the guard arrived at the battlefield, where the fighting had long since concluded, all that lay before them were 2 bodies utterly unrecognizable as human. Chapter 53. The evidence of concealment. Upon returning to the laboratory, Yiming appeared notably at ease. Although Marian was somewhat displeased with their unauthorized departure, she did not express it overtly. Yiming paid her little mind, immediately conferring with Mei Yili on their course of action. Since those fellows intend to treat us as expendables, we ought not to hold back, whether used or discarded. I despise both. We have eliminated 2 members of the Imperial Guard. They seem rather strong, albeit pathetically weak compared to us. However, this should certainly cause a stir. In any case, those who can roam the streets freely are certainly not as significant as Marian. Henchmen can be found anywhere. But a nuclear bomb exists only in singularity. This serves as a perfect catalyst to unveil the royal family's true intentions. With confusion dispelled, Yiming promptly clarified his thoughts. The only reason they had not vanished immediately was due to Yiming's foolish decision that had entangled the innocent Rita. Regardless, they must resolve this matter. Yiming had already formulated a sound strategy. The challenge lay in executing it smoothly. That a peaceful existence was never an easy pursuit. From a pragmatic standpoint, peace is the privilege of ordinary people. For no matter how hard they strive, their capabilities remain stagnant, each individual possessing a so-called bottom line and limitations on their potential. Some can only excel through relentless effort, while others achieve greatness effortlessly. And some need not exert themselves at all. That a farmer who dreams of marrying a duke's daughter ultimately remains bound to the soil, powerless to resist even when oppressed. Only those at the bottom of society hold the true right to peace. However, those endowed with power do not belong to this category. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters disputes, oppression, or resentment. When strengths are comparable, peace may prevail. Yet, when disparities are vast, the stronger may easily view the weaker as pawns to be exploited. To avoid being used, one must ascend. But this ascent is an unending endeavor. The higher one climbs, the further peace recedes. Those beneath yearn to topple you, while those above seek to exploit you. It is an interminable cycle. The simplest and most thorough peace entails eliminating everyone but oneself. Thus, the world would be devoid of strife, disputes, and desires, achieving eternal tranquility. Such a notion is patently naive, yet it remains the sole effective means. Relative peace, conversely, requires possessing nearly equal strength, exhausting one's life in a tug-of-war. This is exceptionally challenging for those endowed with power, as the notion of relative equality is as fragile as a tightrope. Easily severed, negative peace is attainable only by ordinary individuals. No matter how hard they strive, they cannot reach the realm of the powerful. Even when bullied, they cannot retaliate. Lacking any utility, they go unnoticed, thus naturally avoiding the entanglements of danger and profit that in this way. They attain a so-called one-directional peace, a relinquishment of their fate into the hands of others. Yiming was no madman. He could not embody the first option. His own strength dictated that he was neither the second nor the third type. Thus, they could not attain the so-called peace that Yiming's instincts, more acute than his rationality, had already grasped this truth before Meiyuli did. Perhaps Yiming understood as well, yet he merely wished to discover an alternative way of life. Regrettably, he ultimately failed that in truth, there was nothing inherently wrong with that. Must we choose a side, or can we become a third force? The notion of a third force is but a delusion for us at present. Yiming shook his head. While we possess sufficient strength, without an intimidating presence, we cannot establish a third force. If the other two sides do not entertain the thought, if this fellow sides with the other, matters would become troublesome. Then the third force would merely be seen as the primary target for attack. I have no desire to pursue such a path. It is only the two of us now, devoid of any power or prestige. Then, which side shall we stand upon? The crux lies in how we should treat Miss Marion. Meiyuli pointed out the crux with calmness. Their current position was exceedingly delicate. Poised at a turning point, if they ensured Marion's safety, it would equate to becoming adversaries of the Academy. Conversely, allowing Marion to be slain would imply an allegiance with the Academy, and, barring unforeseen circumstances, she might be deemed expendable, offered up as a sacrificial lamb to placate the royal family's wrath. However, should they display a strength sufficient to incite greed, such a fate could be averted. Yet, the reverse held true as well, even if they safeguarded Marion. The royal family might not regard them as allies, yet if they showcased worthiness for exploitation, the same could apply. Fleeing was not out of the question, but Yiming did not wish to confront such an outcome. What determined these matters was not mere profit, in the aftermath of power struggles. All that remained were the same. What Yiming valued was something far deeper. Even if not for the sake of protecting Rita, we should at least inquire about Annie's thoughts. From any perspective, Annie could be considered their savior. Although the unfolding events were chaotic, rendering one furrowed-browed, it was essential to hear Annie's opinion in light of the outcome. Though her authority as one of the 5 singing mages of the 5 Light Tower was imperceptible, she was among the few whom Yiming and Meiyuli held in high regard. After all, they owed her a favor, so it was impossible to simply let it go. Yiming, you wouldn't harbor such interests, would you? What interests? Taking action against children is a criminal offense, you know. It seems the laws of this world do not quite. I misspoke. Sensing Meiyuli's ire, Yiming quickly raised his hand in apology, though his sincerity was questionable. Yiming, Miss Meiyuli, what were you two up to just now? At that moment, the door to the living room swung open with a loud bang, and Marion hurriedly entered, her expression grave. Just taking a stroll. Why? Is something wrong outside? Yiming leaned back against the sofa, gazing at Marion. A member of the Imperial Guard has been murdered, and now the entire city of Lilac has fallen into a state of alert, with a large military presence outside the Academy. That shouldn't concern us, right? In fact, having more soldiers around is beneficial. It means more protection for you, does it not? That's not what I meant. Marion raised her voice in exasperation, her gaze shifting anxiously between the two. You aren't involved in this, are you? What do you think? Yiming's ambiguous retort only heightened Marion's unease. She bit her lip, unsure of what to say. Miss Marion, we hope to obtain some crucial intelligence from you. The situation has escalated, and we must respond accordingly. Could you provide us with the details regarding the dispute between the royal family and the Academy? Meiyuli's words were compelling, yet Marion continued to hesitate. Though she occasionally exhibited arrogance, she was far from foolish. Her mind was remarkably clear, and she maintained a keen sense of propriety. Her so-called arrogance stemmed from her character rather than her intellect. Otherwise, she would not have been recognized as the Academy's foremost genius, often referred to as the 6th Chantress of the Empire. If you choose not to speak, that is your prerogative. However, it would be quite simple for us to abandon you. All we need to do is hand Rita over to Annie, and we can take our leave. After all, it is your life that is at risk, not ours. What did you just say? It seemed that every time Yiming spoke, he easily provoked Marion's wrath. She glared at him furiously. Yet under the cold, threatening gaze of Yiming, she found herself speechless. After a moment, Marion closed her eyes and let out a resigned sigh. What about Rita? She has not returned yet. Why did Marion bring this up? Though puzzled, Imming answered her question. Marion bit her lip, drawing blood, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. Perhaps it was the turmoil within her heart that caused her the most distress and anxiety. Imming and Mayali patiently remained seated, awaiting her response, and eventually, Marion spoke. Do you know why I am referred to as the sixth Chantress of the Empire? Because you are a genius, I suppose. Imming shrugged, as they were somewhat familiar with Marion's reputation. Having studied magic for only a few years, her achievements had already surpassed those of many who had immersed themselves in magic for years. Thus, it was not surprising that she would be considered a potential Chantress. If that were all there was to it, I would merely be called the most likely candidate to become the sixth Chantress. Marion gently shook her head, rejecting Imming's assumption. Don't you find it curious? Why am I not labeled as the most promising but rather as the confirmed sixth Chantress? In truth, while I have made rapid progress, I am still merely a magician. I have not yet stepped into the realm of chanting, nor have I even reached the rank of an apprentice bard. There are many within this academy who rank higher than I do, so why am I the one? Are you suggesting that this was predetermined? Imming raised an eyebrow, and Marion gravely nodded in agreement. What I am about to say, once I leave this room, I will deny ever having said. Otherwise, it would surely incite panic, especially in Rita. She must never learn the truth. And what is this so-called truth? Who becomes a Chantress is decided at birth. Without hesitation, Marion proclaimed the truth, unwavering. A Chantress is a special individual blessed by the spirit of magic at birth. Only those individuals can become Chantresses and receive the ultimate recognition from the spirit of magic. Otherwise, no matter how much effort one exerts or how many peaks of magic one climbs, one cannot become a Chantress. This is a secret we have long kept, a truth unknown to anyone studying magic. Known only to those destined to become Chantresses that we are special, unique. Hence, we must guard this secret, ensuring it remains hidden from all. You should understand. If the truth were to be exposed, then we. Marion's words trailed off. But Imming grasped her intent, or rather, he empathized with her. The reason people could accept Chantresses was not merely due to their power. It was also because their achievements did not seem unattainable. After all, most individuals studying magic currently believe that with sufficient effort, they too can earn the spirit of magic's recognition and become Chantresses. Those who are Chantresses now are seen as having earned their status through talent and hard work, thus drawing no ire. However, the harsh reality is that it is not those who delve into magic receive the spirit's recognition to become Chantresses, but rather those recognized by the spirit of magic delve into magic to become Chantresses. This cruel disparity in innate talent could instantaneously render all the efforts and dedication of mere mortals futile. No matter how hard they try, they cannot contend with the fated path they were born into. If the secret were ever to be revealed, Chantresses would not only cease to be envied but might even become the adversaries of all magicians. After all, one cannot expect that everyone is a paragon devoid of jealousy or anger. At such a time, the world would descend into chaos. I do not understand how the 5 Chantresses of the Academy came together, but I am aware that there exists a unique connection among Chantresses. After my birth, the Academy sought to recruit me, but due to my special status, being the daughter of the Minister of Magical Affairs of the Empire, the Academy had reservations. For the royal puppets, whose power is largely held by the Academy, I became their sole bargaining chip. The so-called sixth Chantress is merely a rumor propagated by the Academy to align me with their faction. However, being of noble birth in the Empire, I differ from the other 5 Chantresses, which is why the royal family is reluctant to relinquish me, their only bargaining chip. They hope to gradually weaken the Academy's influence by centering their efforts around me. But given the current situation, that may prove difficult. At this point, Marion shook her head with a wry smile. Thus, I maintain that no matter how hard Rita strives, her small dream is ultimately but a fragile illusion. Chapter 54. The middle faction. The heavy door creaked open under the dim, greenish-blue glow of the fire, as Imming and Mayali slowly stepped into the shadowy tower. Unlike before, at the end of the dim corridor, Amy stood there, appearing half asleep while cradling a large doll. Behind her stood 2 beautiful maidens they had never encountered before, clad in fitted maid uniforms, gazing at the two with distant smiles. Welcome, brother and sister, to the Shadow Tower. Amy's voice remained languid, but Imming noticed the flickering shadows on the ground suddenly shift, confirming they were not foes before reverting to their original form. If Imming and Mayali had indeed been enemies at that moment, they would likely have faced a fierce battle. Though he thought this, Yiming did not betray any emotion. He merely cast a discreet glance. Then approached Annie. The azure flames flickered to life on either side of the walls, illuminating their path, as if welcoming them into the reception area. Rita is studying in the library, right? Are you two here to fetch her? One might say that. But Yiming hesitated, noticing the friendly smiles from the maids behind Annie, who seemed somewhat familiar. Had they met somewhere before? We have matters we wish to discuss with you, Annie. Please, have a seat. Would you like some tea? Upon hearing those words, Annie displayed neither curiosity nor surprise. She merely extended her hand in a languid manner that suggested an indifference akin to the sky could fall, but it has no bearing on me. Her elegantly flowing robe swayed gracefully with her subtle gestures. Almost immediately, one of the maids behind her approached with a smile, respectfully offering tea and delectable little pastries to the two. Although they appeared quite appetizing, Yiming was not there merely to partake in tea. Annie, you must be aware that Mayali and I have been requested by the principal to protect Marion. Annie squinted her eyes, remaining utterly still, casting doubt on whether she had indeed fallen asleep. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yiming had articulated his point clearly. It was now up to Annie to respond. Did she agree with the principal's perspective, or did she oppose their course of action? Yet Annie simply shook her head. Annie doesn't know. Annie has no interest in such matters. Yiming and Mayali exchanged glances. This did indeed resemble Annie's characteristically vague response. However, the two had no desire to engage in any cryptic musings. We are fully aware of our position, Annie. If you are unwilling to provide an answer, then we shall proceed with our own methods. This sentiment was conveyed by Mayali through thought communication, taking into account the presence of others aside from themselves. Annie exhibited no reaction, resembling a meditative monk. Annie. She had fallen asleep, given the presence of the two maids. Yiming found it inappropriate to reach over and ruffle Annie's hair. Instead, he cleared his throat coldly, which finally pulled Annie from the path to her dreams. She lifted her head in surprise, bewildered by her abrupt awakening. Oh, Annie fell asleep again. Now is not the time for slumber, is it? Yiming gazed upwards, yet within this dim, ever-night-like tower, one could easily lose all sense of time. That he scrutinized Annie, contemplating how much to reveal. This seemingly peculiar girl was not to be underestimated, yet he found it difficult to regard her as a true adversary in negotiations. Her nonchalant, detached demeanor rendered all his strategies ineffective. Those with desires easily fell prey, but those who seemed impervious to longing were the most challenging to handle. Annie belonged to the latter category. Silence enveloped them, just as they presumed Annie had dozed off again. She slowly lifted her head. Like older brothers and sisters, right? Her response remained languid, yet it unmistakably indicated her awareness of their inquiry. Annie thinks that is sufficient, yes. I understand. Though her words remained clouded, Yiming seemed to grasp her meaning, rising to nod at Annie. Well then, I believe it is time for us to take our leave. Older brother and sister, travel safely. Annie did not rise, but remained seated on the sofa, offering them a faint smile. You are always welcome to come for tea. Very well. I trust we shall return in the future. The tea is delightful. Thank you. Yiming shrugged, responding nonchalantly, despite having not taken a single sip. However, Annie's earlier insinuations had significantly uplifted his spirits. He understood precisely what Annie's words implied. Following this, the three resumed their journey toward Marion's magical study. According to Lita, her studies in necromancy were indeed far more complex than everyone had anticipated. That it was not merely about transforming individuals into corpses, as one might expect from sinister tomes, but rather a form of magic that involved conversing with the souls of the deceased and seeking their assistance. The essence of necromancy lay in the incantations that forged connections between souls, facilitating mutual communication. The magic employed by the necromancer they encountered in the forest of the dead, when categorized in detail, should be classified as death magic rather than necromancy. According to Lita, the first step toward successful necromancy was to visit a graveyard and engage in conversation with the souls until they reached a point of camaraderie. Even to the extent of sharing tea, Mayali would certainly never consent to accompany them. This was something Yiming did not need to verify. As they approached the magical laboratory, both Yiming and Mayali halted in unison, momentarily taken aback, and positioned Lita behind them for protection. Is something amiss? Lita inquired anxiously upon noticing their sudden stop. I will investigate. You stay here to ensure Lita's safety. After a brief silence, Yiming swiftly issued his command to Mayali, who nodded in agreement. Yiming then darted toward the magical laboratory with urgency. He concealed his presence, remaining vigilant as he approached the entrance, where he witnessed a scene that filled him with perplexity. Marion was exiting the laboratory, surrounded by royal soldiers. Her expression betrayed hesitation rather than panic. A man clad in armor, yet without a helmet like the other soldiers, walked beside her, his serious demeanor seemingly conveying something. Marion responded softly to him, glancing around as if awaiting Yiming and Mayali's appearance, yet he did not reveal himself immediately. Although he had formed a general idea of the situation upon recognizing one of the figures in the group, Yiming instinctively felt that something was amiss. Soon, Marion reluctantly followed the armored man away from the magical laboratory, the soldiers retreating in tow until they vanished from sight. Yiming, what transpired? You and Lita returned to the Shadow Tower. It appears there is some trouble here. After speaking, Yiming once again concealed himself, stealthily following Marion. The reason for his actions stemmed from the fact that he had spotted a very familiar face among the group. The elf who had previously tracked him was now guarding Marion's side. Although they had only met once, the peculiar nature of the encounter had etched a vivid memory in Yiming's mind. During a subsequent discussion with Mayali, they had speculated whether she might have been sent by someone Lawrence knew. However, after a series of events unfolded, Yiming had momentarily set that thought aside. Yet, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. The elf's presence alongside Marion was inherently suspicious. Marion did not know Lita, and her acquaintance with Yiming and Mayali had developed later. She could not have sent this elf to follow her. So, who had dispatched this elf? Why was she now accompanying Marion? Yiming's pace slowed considerably as he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the elf, yet he discerned nothing unusual. Nonetheless, the elf's presence here could prove advantageous. It would allow him to uncover the identity of her unseen manipulator, perhaps even clarifying why they were monitoring Yiming. Marion departed the academy and soon boarded a carriage, swiftly disappearing at the end of the street. Yiming watched her leave, a frown creasing his brow as he sensed that something was amiss. That very direction led to where he and Mayali had previously ventured, toward Marion's residence. Chapter 55. Lost. Yiming sat idly upon a stone, gazing up at the azure sky, his corporeal form having ceased to exist. The distortion of light had entirely disengaged from his body, rendering his essence utterly absent. Yet, this was merely the case. While ordinary individuals like Lita might succumb to panic and mental collapse due to the loss of self, Yiming found himself relishing a unique pleasure within this experience. Initially, he had employed invisibility merely to conquer his fears, but it had ultimately evolved into an embrace of terror, from which he gleaned profound insights into the nature of existence. In the absence of his own being, the sensation of observing the world grew increasingly surreal. Yiming had previously conducted similar experiments on many individuals. However, all of them instinctively first verified their own existence, subsequently succumbing to anxiety. Yet, if one relinquished the self and observed the world purely through a gaze unclouded by personal bias, they would naturally perceive many things that elude the awareness of human existence. I did not come to observe the world. Yiming snapped back to reality. Such explorations could wait, but now was not the time that a lavishly adorned carriage crested the road at a leisurely pace. And since Yiming had begun to follow, he noticed that the route seemed somewhat askew, though it may appear, at first glance, to lead to Marion's abode. In truth, it veers in an entirely different direction, ultimately departing the city altogether. The pace of the carriage was not swift. However, with his agility, Yiming found it manageable to track its progress. Yet, as the carriage slowed further, he surveyed his surroundings before outpacing it, concealing himself ahead to await their arrival. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, Yiming withdrew his gaze. They were approaching. Rising to his feet, he extended his right hand towards the road ahead. In an instant, the path before him vanished, transforming into an endless expanse of prairie and forest, as if it were an impassable dead end. Indeed, the carriage came to a halt, and it was evident that the driver was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. It was hardly surprising, for anyone would harbor concerns in the face of such strangeness. Subsequently, Yiming concealed his presence and cautiously approached the carriage. While he could mask his form, the sounds he made were another matter entirely. This explains why invisibility proves effective in everyday situations but is rarely employed in combat. Unless one is engaged in covert assassination, warriors of a certain caliber can sense the presence of an invisible opponent during direct confrontations. Thus, relying solely on his ability to vanish was perilous for Yiming. Maximizing advantages often amplifies disadvantages as well. Yiming was certainly aware of this truth. The man's expression was grave, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. But where was Marion? Before Yiming could ponder this question, the opulent and heavy carriage suddenly burst apart, and a figure tumbled out through the breach, crashing heavily to the ground. Marion lay there on the grass. Gasping for breath, blood flowed from her shoulder, indicating she had sustained severe injuries. She struggled to rise and flee, but it seemed her previous efforts had reached their limit. "Miss Marion, please do not run away." An elf emerged from the carriage. Enveloped in a faint green protective aura, clearly the reason she had not been harmed by Marion's attack. Her expression remained calm and serene, yet her eyes betrayed an unrelenting sorrow. "Why? Why do you want to kill me?" Marion inquired helplessly, unable to fathom that those she had always believed would never betray her would turn against her. "Were we not childhood companions, Yufeng? Have you forgotten how our father took you in and cared for you? Have you forgotten?" "Miss Marion, we have never forgotten your father's kindness." The dark-faced man spoke. "However, we too have our own ideals and lives. Serving by your father's side for so long has grown tedious. We have found new masters to serve. And for our future, we must consider our choices. So you intend to betray me and my father?" Marion's brow furrowed, her simmering anger mingled with sorrow. Yet, she was not entirely crushed by this blow, despite her childhood friends suddenly becoming her would-be assassins. Marion did not succumb to despair. She vigilantly surveyed her surroundings, searching for an escape. Although she had felt something amiss when they took her away, the moment the elf brandished a dagger to strike her, Marion could hardly believe that the two who had grown up alongside her would so easily seek her life. "I hope you will not resist, Miss Marion. In that case, we will do our utmost to ensure your death is painless. If you suffer greatly, it will weigh on our conscience." "Humph, what good are such sweet words at a time like this?" Cough, cough. Marion suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, while the elf cautiously stood a few paces away, retrieving a bow and arrow from behind her. "Miss Marion, you must realize that your forced incantation just now, while it may have saved your life, has also inflicted damage upon you. As a sorceress, you should understand this better than we do. You can no longer chant spells for the time being, can you? Miss Marion, for the sake of our shared childhood, I implore you to cease your struggles, soon. We will escort you to a world devoid of suffering. If father knew, you would not. He will not know, Miss Marion." The man shook his head, perhaps realizing he had said too much, and gestured for silence before drawing a long sword from his waist. The faintly crimson blade indicated that it too was a magical weapon. Marion gazed at the sword with a complex expression, vividly recalling that it was a flame sword she had gifted him to commemorate his coming of age. At that time, she had jokingly wished he would become her protector and wield the sword to safeguard her. Yet, she never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. "I still do not understand." She shook her head slightly. "Is not following my father the best choice for you?" "Why? Never mind. I suppose you will not answer my questions." Marion raised her head, her gaze unwavering as she regarded the two who intended to take her life. Her fingers twitched, attempting to weave magic once more. But pain hindered her nerves, preventing her from executing her spells with the usual skill and swiftness. "I must say, one ought to be mindful of timing when selecting a location for murder. After all, it is broad daylight." Yiming's voice suddenly interjected. The man reacted swiftly. Almost simultaneously with Yiming's words, his long sword erupted in fierce flames, swinging towards his side. Yet, the dark serpent struck faster, piercing the man's throat. Even the most rapid reaction in the face of an ambush could not compare to a meticulously prepared surprise attack. Yiming reversed his grip on the longsword, standing before Marion with a mischievous smile as he regarded the elf. "Oh, we meet again. You actually killed him." The elf did not glance at the lifeless man, but her furious gaze betrayed her emotions. "You killed the most important person in my world. Your relationship with this man, whether romantic or transcending life and death, is of no concern to me." Yiming held his sword with a cold demeanor. "Since you intend to take this woman's life, I cannot stand idly by. Perhaps I could do you the kindness of sending you to him to be united as a pair? How does that sound? Go to hell." The elf shouted in rage, flipping her right hand to reveal a dark red arrow on her taut bowstring. And in the next instant, the arrow was already upon Yiming. Boom! 2 fireballs and the thunderous sound of explosions erupted on either side of Yiming, as the once verdant prairie was engulfed in flames. The explosive arrow fulfilled its intended purpose but failed to strike its target. How is this possible? Even in disbelief, the elf's eyes widened in astonishment at the evident scenario. Yiming had split her arrow in two. What on earth? Instinctively, the elf's gaze shifted to Yiming's hands, only to find them empty, as he now assumed a posture of readiness. A cold, sharp blade silently sliced into the elf's shoulder from behind. The centrifugal force of the spin driving the Xianyuan sword deep, effortlessly severing bone, muscle, and heart. It then returned to Yiming's grasp. Life ebbed away in an instant, and the last action the elf could muster was to cast a deeply apologetic glance at Marion before smiling and collapsing onto the grass. Allowing blood and life to depart her body without mercy, perhaps the man was right. At least she could find happiness in that world. Yiming retracted his blade. Are you still alive, my lady? Yes, thank you. No need for thanks. Yiming replied, leaning against a nearby stone. Waiting for the silent Marion to make a move, he had absorbed every word of their earlier conversation. It was clear that Marion was well acquainted with the two. Otherwise, she would not have followed them into the carriage, for although she was haughty, she was not reckless. However, she had not anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner, and now it was beyond retrieval. Yet, Yiming also discerned that, compared to the timid Lita, Marion's character was indeed far more resilient. Had it been Lita, she would have likely sought death long ago, but Marion said nothing, merely gazing silently at the two corpses. Do you need assistance with your bandaging? Yiming asked helplessly, casting a glance at the wound on Marion's shoulder. Mayali is not here, so I can only manage a simple dressing, but that is far better than doing nothing at all. Marion rose to her feet, her expression devoid of emotion. Once again, you have saved me, she stated, her gaze hollow, as if she were already bereft of life. Can I trust you? She inquired next. Chapter 56. Pride and Trust. Yiming leaned against the trunk of a tree, silently observing Marion as she arranged the bodies of the two individuals, wiping the blood from their faces. According to Marion, a soul cannot find peace after death unless the body is cleansed. Though her movements remained cumbersome, she stubbornly insisted on handling everything herself, which left Yiming quite moved. Strictly speaking, he did not perceive Marion as the type of woman who would weep for half a day over a wilting flower. However, her current actions did not seem to stem from pity or sorrow, but rather a sense of duty. They were orphans taken in by my father from his deceased friends, Marion said, adjusting the clothing of the elf while speaking without turning her head, as though the overwhelming scent of blood and the grotesque wounds had no effect on her. We grew up together. They always followed behind me, caring for me. The three of us were like siblings. This moon dance bow and the fire lizard sword were gifts I presented to them on their birthdays. I once believed that our bond would endure forever. I was also aware of the love they shared for each other, and I even jokingly expressed my desire to officiate their wedding. As she spoke, she painstakingly arranged the elf's body beside that of the man, placing their hands together, then stepping back a few paces. I never imagined they would turn against me. But that does not mean I must accept their betrayal. Marion's expression grew somber. I do not know who is manipulating them from behind, and if my father were to learn of this, they would be in grave danger. Do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Yiming suddenly asked. Perhaps I could have held back, only injuring them instead of taking their lives. At that point, you might have been able to uncover the one pulling their strings and save them. I am not the kind of woman who lacks understanding. Though I suspect you will not believe that, Marion replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Moreover, what has happened is in the past. The outcome is now set. Any so-called possibilities are rendered meaningless in the presence of cold corpses. Are they not? Even if I were to shout at you in anger, it would change nothing. They were stubborn individuals. Given the depth of our bond, they would still attempt to take my life. Which indicates that any effort to stop them would be in vain. I know them. You do not. And you are unaware of our connection to TOU. They are merely assassins, killers, enemies that must be eliminated. There is no more to discuss. I am glad you can think this way, Yiming said with a resigned shrug. He had never intended to kill the elf, but the chaos of the battlefield was ever-changing, and hoping that every adversary would surrender was but a folly. Especially when Yiming sensed the unmistakable madness and indifference to mutual destruction in the woman's eyes, he realized he had to act swiftly to protect himself and Marion. He had assumed Marion would unleash her fury upon him, yet he was taken aback by her calm demeanor, or rather, perhaps she needed to remain composed. If she were to falter, she would undoubtedly crumble. Marion gazed silently at the two bodies for a moment longer before extending her hand. Despite the severity of her shoulder injury, Her expression clearly reflected her pain. Yet, she remained composed as she began to chant a spell. Meticulously performing each gesture, Dai was akin to a mournful requiem, heavy with sorrow. Scarlet flames spiraled upwards, quickly enveloping the two bodies. As the flames grew brighter and more intense with Marion's incantation, they swirled into smoke and ascended into the sky. Fading away into nothingness, Marion watched the flames, bowing in silence before turning away, without a hint of hesitation. Yiming, could you take me home? Of course, it is no trouble at all. Marion's return home naturally caused quite a stir. Severely injured and covered in blood, her pallid face immediately drew the horrified attention of the servants, who rushed her to receive treatment. In the face of the guard's attempts to obstruct Yiming, she merely stated, "He is my friend. Treat him well." After which Yiming was promptly escorted to a lavish guest room and offered hot tea and pastries. Attended to by several maidens of considerable beauty, this was ample evidence of Marion's high standing in her household. She was far from merely a domineering young lady. How would he explain this to Mayali upon his return? Yiming absent-mindedly toyed with the teacup in his hands, a wry smile forming as he pondered these trivial matters. Even if Mayali were to learn that he was being served by several maids, it was unlikely she would exhibit any particularly strange reaction. However, it was precisely because of this that Yiming found himself curious to see what her expression would be like. He had little sentiment regarding Marion's plight. Nevertheless, he had gained a significant insight from this experience, having adjusted his perception of her. Originally, he had believed Marion to be a self-centered individual who relished in asserting her dominance over others. But now it appeared that, aside from her prideful demeanor, she was quite an admirable person. The events in the forest of the undead could not serve as a complete reference, for in such a harsh environment, even someone like Lolita could lose her reason and lash out. It was no wonder Marion would do the same. Her arrogance seemed to stem from the common eccentricities that accompany genius, an entirely normal issue. As Yiming contemplated these thoughts, a robust figure entered the parlor, prompting him to rise instinctively, for the visitor was none other than Marion's father, the very man Yiming had glimpsed through the illusion he had constructed. "I have already heard the details from my daughter," the man stated, nodding at Yiming as an invitation to sit. "Marion is my most treasured daughter. Should anything happen to her, I cannot begin to imagine. I am profoundly grateful to you for rescuing her. Although I have dispatched Yufeng and the others to ensure Marion's safety, I never anticipated they would also fall victim, even though they were merely Sai." At that moment, his expression darkened, embodying the pain of a father struck by grief. If Mayali were present, she might have been moved by this display, yet Yiming remained entirely unmoved. Having no father of his own, he could not comprehend the concept of paternal love. However, from first impressions, the man before him clearly embodied the image of a devoted father and a significant minister, appearing more like a competent and successful man than the deranged and loathsome demon Yiming had witnessed through the illusion. "Since Miss Marion is now safe, I see no reason for me to linger any longer," Yiming stated once more, rising from his seat. For some reason, he felt an aversion to being alone with this man, finding the situation quite awkward. Yet, Blade stepped forward and clasped Yiming's hand firmly. "Please, you must stay. Since you have saved my most cherished daughter, how could a father fail to express his gratitude? You must remain here. I have instructed my servants to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. Moreover, thank you for your kind offer, but I believe it is unnecessary," Yiming replied, his brow furrowing slightly. An instinctive desire to extricate himself from the presence of this sincerely grateful man surged within him, provoking an unnameable distaste. Nonetheless, he displayed no outward signs of discomfort, instead continuing with a tone of reluctant resignation. "I have companions left at the academy. I must return immediately, or else they will be upset." "You need not worry on that front," Marion's voice interjected. She had changed into a fresh outfit, and although her complexion remained pale, her spirit appeared much improved. "I have already sent someone to invite Miss Mayali and Lolita. You need not be concerned about that. Furthermore, this is my personal expression of gratitude to you, may I?" How tiresome. Yet, this was indeed an opportune moment. Yiming rolled his eyes and quickly devised a way to take advantage of the situation. "Very well," he said with a resigned shrug. "I will acquiesce to your request. Thank you." Marion revealed a weary yet peaceful smile, while Imin, who had been carefully observing Blade, suddenly noticed a hidden murderous intent flickering in Blade's loving yet helpless gaze. That it was concealed so profoundly that it made Imin question whether it was merely an illusion. However, due to his subjective insight. Imin could not simply dismiss it as a figment of his imagination. This man indeed harbored something sinister. Chapter 57. The banquet. Mayali donned an exquisite black gown with golden trim, where lace and structural lines harmoniously intertwined, accentuating her delicate and fragile form. She appeared extraordinarily beautiful and striking. Even Lita had changed into formal attire, nervously trailing behind Mayali. For her, attending a banquet hosted by the imperial ministers was an uncharted experience, leaving her uncertain about the proper conduct, which made her exceedingly anxious. So, what exactly transpired? Mayali casually picked up a glass of wine from the table and turned her gaze toward Imin. You went out to keep watch, only to return to a banquet. The situation is far more intricate than we had anticipated. Noticing Lita curiously gazing at the scenery outside the window, Imin lowered his voice and discreetly recounted the events that had transpired thereafter to Mayali. This caused Mayali to furrow her brow as she began to contemplate the implications. Generally speaking, those regarded as confidants are trusted not to betray, hence the title of confidant. That is indeed the case. And in fact, I believe Marion never anticipated that they would betray her. Imin surveyed the surroundings. It was the preparation time for the banquet, and many attendants and maids were busily preparing. Subsequently, due to feeling unwell, Marion returned to her room to recuperate, with Blade following closely to tend to his daughter. Though his expression was sincere, that fleeting hint of murderous intent lingered like a thorn in Imin's heart, making it impossible for him to accept the affection this man professed for his daughter. Perhaps that was the reason behind it. But they betrayed her. Who could possibly possess greater power than the imperial minister to infiltrate his inner circle? Mayali, your line of thinking is flawed. Imin swiftly pointed out the error. Mayali shot him an indignant glare, clearly demanding an explanation. Only Marion has been betrayed. Those two did not betray Blade, if one considers it this way. Wouldn't everything be resolved? Are we back to your conspiracy theories? Mayali evidently found this unacceptable. I am not asserting anything. I merely find him peculiar. Imin refrained from further comment, lacking any evidence to substantiate his claims. Indeed, Mayali's concerns were not unfounded. If one becomes overly fixated on a single individual, they may very well overlook other crucial matters. At that moment, Marion and her father arrived in the banquet hall, prompting Mayali and Imin to fall silent, while Lita hastily retracted her envious gaze and nervously returned to her seat. Before them lay an oval table, with the three seated near the host's position. While Blade occupied the center, Marion seated beside him, her complexion appearing somewhat pale. Lita gazed at her with concern, eager to inquire, but ultimately refrained due to the atmosphere. Once everyone was seated, Blade was the first to raise his glass. Although it may seem inappropriate to say this now, I must express my gratitude to Mr. Imin for saving my daughter's life that I truly do not know how to. You flatter me. Were it not for those two who valiantly protected her, Miss Marion would likely have perished by the time I arrived. Imin quickly interjected. Though he had not conspired with Marion beforehand, he could easily surmise what she would say, since she aimed to preserve the reputation of those two. She would naturally concoct a story, perhaps claiming she was attacked, and those two perished while defending her. He could not possibly appear before them prior, lest anyone with a discerning eye discern the inconsistency. Faced with an adversary capable of inflicting such grievous harm, while he himself remained unscathed, was fundamentally illogical. Conversely, if he were indeed powerful enough to avoid injury, how could Marion have been harmed, and the other two have died? Ah, Yufeng and the others, they were truly unfortunate. Blade set down his glass, his expression somber. I placed too much trust in them, believing there was no danger or difficulty they could not handle, which is why I entrusted their protection of Marion. Yet, I never anticipated. His voice caught, his eyes reddening, casting a heavy pall over the hall. However, Blade soon recognized his misstep and forced a wry smile as he raised his glass once more, signaling to the guests. Let us refrain from mentioning those unpleasant matters for the time being. While it is essential to honor the deceased, we, the living, must first find joy in our survival. Please, do not feel constrained. Enjoy at your leisure. There is no need for such tension. I am not a beast. Observing Lita, who was so tense she hardly knew what to say, Blade attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a servant hurried in, whispering something in Blade's ear. Blade's expression shifted, and he stood, apologetically smiling at the guests. Then, please take your time enjoying the meal. I have some official matters to attend to. Mr. Imin. After the banquet, If you are free, could you please come to my study? There are matters we need to discuss privately. Of course. Imin replied nonchalantly, swirling his glass. Blade then excused himself, leaving Marion to host. Marion, sister, you seem to be feeling a bit unwell. Once Blade departed, Lita finally exhaled. Turning to Marion with a cautious inquiry, Marion merely returned a weary smile, gently shaking her head. It is nothing. I have only sustained a minor injury. You should avoid alcohol and these foods for the time being. Imin observed the sumptuous dishes before them. Although they appeared delectable, they were entirely unsuitable for someone recovering from an injury. The strong flavors would do no good for her wounds. Did the people in this world not understand this? Perhaps let Mayali assist you with your treatment. No need. Marion shook her head, weak yet resolute in her refusal of Imin's suggestion. A lady should not bear scars, Miss Marion. Thank you, but I wish to keep it. Marion lightly touched her shoulder, her expression a blend of fragility and determination. It should remain as a constant reminder and a commemoration. Imin then noticed the faint redness in the corners of Marion's eyes, her voice slightly hoarse. Clearly, she had shed tears upon her return. However, he chose not to probe further, shifting his gaze to Mayali, subtly signaling her. Understanding Imin's intent, Mayali felt somewhat displeased but initiated thought communication, quickly locating Blade's voice. Is this what Her Majesty the Queen has stated? Blade's tone sounded somewhat surprised. Yes. A dark, subtle voice emerged, presumably the one speaking to him. The detailed contents are written here. The voice trailed off, but for Mayali, who required no amplification, this posed no issue. Even if someone whispered in her ear so quietly that the individual could not hear, as long as it was spoken aloud. It was crystal clear to her. However, it was unexpected that the other party would be so attentive. Although they could not possibly discover Mayali's abilities, the fact that they took precautions against eavesdropping by using written notes indicated a significant level of caution. I understand. After a moment of silence, Blade's voice resonated again. I will draft a letter to assure Her Majesty the Queen that such an incident will not recur. I hope it is as you say. Then, please convey my regards to Her Majesty and the Princess. I understand. Mayali redirected her attention to the banquet before her. In truth, the atmosphere of the entire gathering remained tense. Lita inquired with concern about Marion's health, while Imin simply swirled his glass, lost in thought. After that, Brad ceased to utter anything of significant import. As before, it was evident that he was an exceedingly cautious individual. If not, it was simply that there was nothing worthwhile to say. Although Yiming harbored suspicions regarding Marion's father, they remained merely suspicions. That moment, Mayali suddenly discerned a sensitive term amid the surrounding clamor, and she immediately focused her attention, pinpointing the source of the sound. Regarding that shipment of magical gemstones. Have we still not located them? Indeed, my lord. It was unmistakably Brad, and it was clear he was conversing with another. However, this person's voice did not resemble that of the palace messenger from earlier. How did it come to this? Brad's tone revealed a hint of anxiety. Who leaked the information? Just now, someone from the palace came, evidently probing me. They must have grasped something. It is imperative to investigate immediately. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. My lord, intelligence indicates that those two individuals are highly suspicious. Are you referring to the two warriors dispatched to Marion by the Academy? Yes, my lord. According to the information, they appeared suddenly, and they could potentially be. Could they be affiliated with the Academy? No. It is unlikely that the Academy would concern itself with me. No, I must have engaged in some transaction with them. Could they be from the royal family? Brad's tone grew increasingly agitated and perplexed. Meanwhile, Mayali listened in astonishment, as she had never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Although she had not received any intelligence regarding Marion's murder, she was taken aback to discover that Brad was indeed the one who had conducted a transaction with Lawrence. Could it be that he required that entire shipment of magical gemstones? I believe that is a distinct possibility. My lord, after Lawrence's disappearance, they surfaced beside Lawrence's daughter, and that shipment of gemstones has vanished without a trace. Given that man's ability to even inflict harm upon me, I suspect they are secretly dispatched by the royal family. Lying in wait, please exercise utmost caution. If they uncover anything, the situation could become exceedingly troublesome. The voice, though unfamiliar, seemed reminiscent of something she had heard before, yet Mayali could not quite place it at that moment. I understand. Ultimately, Brad appeared to have reached a decision. I will devise a means to probe their intentions and then formulate a plan. Since they appeared only after that incident, they must undoubtedly be connected to certain individuals within the royal family or the academy. Furthermore, this recent attack bears a hint of suspicion. I heard Marion mention that they belong to the Shadow Tower. Indeed, upon the mention of this name, the tone of that voice grew considerably grave, as if discussing a forbidden topic. Now that Lawrence's daughter has joined the Shadow Tower faction, it is highly unusual. For decades, the Shadow Tower has never invited anyone to join. However, if the Dark Lord is indeed involved, we must be even more vigilant. After all, no one, including the Lord of the Sky, can accurately fathom the Dark Lord's intentions. Understood. I grasped the gravity of the situation. Brad appeared increasingly tense. Then, I hope you will proceed with caution. Mr. Galaro. Clink. The sound of Mayali's cutlery falling onto the plate echoed crisply, and she finally recalled who the person conversing with Brad was. Chapter 58. Triple Identities. Sister Mayali. Are you all right? In the hushed banquet hall, this inquiry rang out sharply, drawing the attention of all present towards Mayali. She merely offered an apologetic smile, shaking her head to indicate that she was unharmed. Subsequently, she slightly turned her head and swiftly conveyed everything she had overheard to Yiming. In response to this sudden intelligence, Yiming appeared somewhat taken aback. He had never imagined that in the eyes of certain discerning individuals, his and Mayali's identities would become so intricate. However, this development could be advantageous if they truly harbored suspicions. They might proceed with caution. Yet, this also implied the royal family and Marion's father hold differing opinions? Indeed, that is a possibility. Miss Marion, what is it? Upon hearing Yiming call her name, Marion instinctively furrowed her brow but refrained from further comments. Instead asking coolly, what is a magical gemstone? A magical gemstone. Upon hearing this question, a distinct smirk appeared on Marion's face, yet she opted not to elaborate, instead signaling to Lita to answer. Lita, please explain to him. This should be a topic covered during the apprentice mage stage. Huh, all right. Lita was taken aback but quickly grew anxious, stammering as she explained to Yiming. According to Lita, magical gemstones, also referred to as magic stones, are crystals formed from the flow of magical spirits within minds and the bodies of magical beasts. However, unlike what Yiming envisioned as crystals that store magical power, the sole purpose of magic stones for mages is to coordinate resonance. Unlike ordinary gemstones, magic stones possess considerable sensitivity to sound that a mage wearing a magic stone can utilize it to enhance, refine, or transform their incantations, thereby increasing their effectiveness. In simpler terms, they serve as amplifiers for incantations. I thought magical gemstones would all be embedded in wands. I truly cannot fathom where you acquired such a lack of knowledge. Marion retorted dismissively. While, in conjunction with a magic array, a magic stone can indeed produce resonance to cast certain spells, it is hardly worth the effort. Furthermore, as a mage, who would have the luxury to grab a wooden stick resting idly nearby when a battle could commence at any moment? Magic wands are the most basic of equipment. Even mages like Leto would scarcely employ one, let alone the Imperial magical soldiers. Magical soldiers. Another new term. Upon hearing this, Marion's eyes widened in surprise, as if Yiming were an alien. Are you truly from this continent? How can you be unaware of the magical battalions of the Liao Empire? I have heard of them, but I am not particularly interested in such matters. Yiming felt a slight shock and hastily glossed over it, yet Marion clearly did not delve further into this issue. The magical battalion is the most formidable military force in the Empire. Every soldier among them is akin to you. She glanced at both Yiming and Mayali with a somewhat complex expression. They are all gifted warriors. She then provided the answer. However, from what I know, low-ranking magical soldiers can at most harness elemental powers to conjure fireballs, wind blades, and ice arrows. Although this may seem trivial in the eyes of mages, it can prove quite troublesome when facing ordinary soldiers. Coupled with the power of magic wands, the combat prowess displayed by those magical soldiers is not to be underestimated. At this point, a clear sense of pride surfaced on Marion's face. Our empire has not survived solely on the backs of 5 incantation users. However, Miss Marion, if gifted warriors are so powerful, why do other countries not employ the same type of troops? Mayali expressed her confusion. That is because it is simply unattainable. After all, gifted warriors are not easily found, and there are always certain methods. Marion refrained from elaborating further, since the Liao Empire could cultivate such a formidable magical battalion. They undoubtedly possessed unique means or other advantages. Pride aside, carelessly divulging her nation's secrets was another matter entirely. In this regard, Marion proved to be quite adept, and the two did not press further. However, aside from this, Marion was more than willing to address their other inquiries. In fact, if both of you were to join the magical battalion, you might quickly gain recognition. After all, warriors like you, who are exceptionally gifted and wield magical weapons, are quite rare. The Empire spares no effort in selecting and promoting gifted individuals. Unlike the Marco Kingdom, we are not a nation of antiquated fools. What is wrong with that country? Noticing the rare anger in Marion's tone, Yiming inquired with curiosity. That country is completely opposite to our empire. Marion gestured helplessly. The leaders of that country entirely reject the notion of talent. Anyone possessing exceptional abilities is expelled from their borders. According to those fools, this is an injustice to others, which is utterly laughable. How could such a nation possibly survive until now? Yiming's displeasure was evident. Ironically, that is precisely the case, Marion scoffed. The leaders of that country advocate hard work, believing that nothing is unattainable without effort. Indeed, this has proven to be true, and those born with talent are invariably expelled or even hanged. According to their narrative, these gifted individuals pose a threat to society and a disdain for the efforts of ordinary people. While I detest this rationale, I must admit that it is precisely because of that country's foolish and ignorant policies that we, the Liao Empire, can gain more recruits. In fact, many within our magical battalion are talented warriors who were either expelled by the Marco Kingdom or fled to our nation. At this point, Marion appeared visibly fatigued. Thus, the affairs of the world are such that although we may abhor certain things, we must endure them due to their necessity and value. Many cannot abide the actions of the Marco Kingdom. Yet only our nation has a legion comprised of the gifted. If we were to provoke war based on such trivial and juvenile reasoning, even if we emerged victorious, we would gain little. After all, Liao is a neutral nation, unsuitable for aggressive measures against any country. Marion rose. This is the official stance, yet I know that within the military, many born in that kingdom advocate for an attack. Even proposing a massacre? A massacre? Leader recoiled nervously, to which Marion seemed unfazed. Isn't it rather normal to be born with an ability without having done anything wrong, yet to face discrimination, aggression, and even death from those around you? In such an environment, it is only natural to harbor no feelings for one's birthplace while nurturing a profound hatred to them. Those individuals are not compatriots, but merely demons and thugs. Many may even yearn to revel in their bloodshed. This is not the spectacle that the royal family or the academy wishes to witness. After all, we are establishing an army, not a slaughterhouse. If one seeks revenge, they may do so on their own terms. But involving the nation would be quite unwise. Yet, killing is wrong. I find it rather inconsequential. Lita. Yiming swirled his glass. His tone as casual as though discussing breakfast. Even among humans, there exists a distinction between those who deserve to die and those who do not. It is entirely normal to eliminate any threat to oneself. I concur. After all, that so-called expulsion is merely a manifestation of fear. They are simply venting their instinctual terror of the unknown and their pure jealousy. Thus, we need not sympathize with those people. Killing them is of no consequence. It seems both of you have been to that country. Though we have not visited, we have lived in similar environments. Hence our disdain for such ideologies, that is all. Yiming merely smiled lightly. Marion appeared to realize she had strayed far from the topic. Thus she smiled apologetically. Well then, let us conclude this discussion. It seems I have said too much. Yiming, your father should be awaiting you in his study. Allow me to guide you there. As for Miss Mayari and Lita, if you do not mind, how about you stay here tonight? I shall have the servants prepare guest rooms for you. All right. Thank you, Sister Marion. As night fell, returning to the academy was no longer feasible, and Mayari also intended to remain to see if any further intelligence could be gleaned. Thus, they quickly accepted Marion's invitation, and soon a maid approached at her gesture, respectfully leading them away from the banquet hall. Subsequently, Marion offered Yiming a slight bow. Now, please follow me. Yiming said nothing further, standing up to leave the banquet hall under Marion's guidance. The quiet corridor was devoid of any presence, illuminated brilliantly, echoing only the footsteps of the two, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yiming remained focused on recording the structural details around him to ensure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation while continuing to inquire, "Are those the only functions of magical gemstones?" Certainly not. They can also serve as energy transfer centers for magic circles. However, if not handled properly, it could result in significant issues with the magic circle, as we experienced earlier. Yet, each deployment of a magic circle is overseen by specialists, as the purity, size, and material of the gemstone must meet high standards. Otherwise, any flaw could lead to irreparable consequences. "Why do you ask? You are not a magician. Just curious," Yiming replied, stopping to admire an oil painting on the wall. "Who is this person?" The woman in the painting exuded elegance and grace. Yet what captivated Yiming was not her beauty, but her striking resemblance to Marion, the only distinction being that the figure in the painting appeared more mature, while Marion was still youthful. This could not possibly be Marion's self-portrait, for no woman would wish to confront her future self. "This is my mother," Marion said softly, gently caressing the painting, a hint of melancholy appearing on her face. "My mother passed away upon giving birth to me. I know nothing of her." "Well, Yiming, this is your father's study. Please enter. After your discussion, I shall arrange for someone to prepare guest rooms for you, unless you wish to share a room with Mary." "A shared room would be preferable," Yiming shrugged, then pushed open the door and stepped into the study, where Braid awaited his arrival. "Good day, Mr. Yiming." His tone was sincere, yet having just received information from Mayari, Yiming certainly did not regard him as an ordinary individual. "What brings you to seek me?" "Lord Braid, please have a seat. In fact, I do have matters I wish to discuss with you." Braid gestured for Yiming to sit, then regarded him with a gentle smile before suddenly stating, "In truth, I have gathered some intelligence regarding the attack on the young lady, and I believe I have found a lead on the perpetrator." Chapter 59. Entering the Tiger's Den. "Oh, is that so?" Yiming expressed profound surprise. Appearing genuinely astonished, at least on the surface, Braid offered a humble smile, as if to convey it's merely a trivial matter, nothing to discuss. However, Yiming understood that the man's intentions were quite sincere, if he were foolish enough not to discern the meaning behind his smile. He would only perceive him as calm and composed. Even if he were clever enough to grasp the situation beforehand, he might still only feel that this Minister of Magical Affairs possessed considerable influence, capable of uncovering details of an incident that had only recently occurred, thus serving as a veiled demonstration of his power over Yiming. "In fact, perhaps Mr. Yiming has heard some whispers." Braid spoke slowly. Yet his manner did not convey impatience. Rather, it came across as methodical, indicating a clear sense of priorities, which made it easy for the listener to settle down and pay attention. Yiming adjusted his posture. Adopting an attentive demeanor, one must commit fully to their performance, or perhaps even include after-sales service to ensure satisfaction. 2 days ago, the Imperial Guards near my residence were attacked. Braid's tone grew solemn. They were all elite warriors and magicians, as well as senior leaders within the Imperial Guard. It is shocking that they met such a fate. That is truly terrifying. The primary instigator presented a facade of bewilderment, while the secondary instigator, through thought communication, found it amusing. "I believe the one who killed them is the same individual who attacked the young lady. In truth, there are few individuals within the entire empire capable of accomplishing this task. Based on my investigation, I have acquired absolutely reliable leads that I have determined precisely who wishes to harm my daughter." "So who is it?" Yiming inquired, keenly pressing for an answer. "I cannot disclose this person's name." Although Blade hesitated, Yiming discerned that he was decidedly not hinting at himself. Blade had referred to this person in the singular, not the plural, implying that he had not guessed the involvement of either himself or Mayali. Even if he had surmised one of them, failing to identify both would render a complete reversal of the situation an effortless affair for them. Thus, Yiming felt relieved and continued to play his role. He gazed at Blade, feigning an expression of confusion and perplexity. "So what do you mean?" "I hope you can assist me, Mr. Yiming." Blade stepped forward, grasping Yiming's hand firmly. "Though I feel powerless, I lack the ability to confront him. I implore you to help me eliminate that individual. This way, my daughter will no longer be in danger. But that person must possess substantial power." Yiming once again donned the guise of someone slightly clever, perhaps a notch above mere cleverness, yet far from the heights of a Minister of Arcane Affairs. He understood that dealing with such a cunning character required avoiding the extremes of foolishness or trivial cleverness. Since he had learned from Mayali that Blade believed him to be a covert operative from the Academy, he could not appear too naive. The Academy was hardly foolish enough to dispatch 2 individuals with an IQ below 100 for such a mission. The crux of the matter lay in whether he could persuade Blade that there existed sufficient incentive to sway them, or at least to temporarily sway them. Thus, Yiming's statement was quite evident. Since you cannot confront this person, do you believe I can? I heard from the young lady that you have slain the assailant who attempted to harm her. Is that correct, Mr. Yiming? Indeed. Yiming nodded in affirmation, to which Blade appeared exceedingly pleased. The one capable of defeating Yufeng and his companions is undoubtedly the most powerful trump card in that person's hand. However, since he has perished at your hands, the others are no match for you. Yiming noticed Blade unconsciously shift from addressing him as you to you, in a more respectful manner, clearly indicating that the main course was about to be served. While I could undertake this task, unfortunately, I have lost Yufeng and his companions. Blade adopted an expression of profound sorrow. However, this matter holds no benefit for me, and in fact, nothing at all. Yiming offered a perfectly timed display of hesitation. Mayali remained oblivious to Blade's true sentiments regarding Marion's assault, which was Yiming's greatest concern. Although he had lamented this numerous times, he could not help but voice his frustration. If only Mayali possessed the gift of mind reading. Upon reflection, it became evident that the flaws in the entire affair were exceedingly numerous. Therefore, Yiming appeared quite hesitant. He seemed poised to speak, but was at a loss for words in response. Blade exhibited remarkable understanding, gazing gently at Yiming while placing a hand on his shoulder, akin to a benevolent elder. Is there an issue? You may confide in me. Yiming remained indecisive, while Mayali kept silent. Fully aware of Yiming's intentions, indeed, a performance must come with after-sales service. In fact, the situation is not as Miss Marion has portrayed it. At last, he resolved to speak. Oh, Blade's eyes widened in surprise, stepping back 2 paces to scrutinize Yiming with caution. What exactly is going on? His tone had taken on an agitated note. In truth, it was I who killed those 2 individuals. Yiming spoke with candor and sincerity, unabashedly throwing Marion under the bus. I accepted the Academy's orders to protect Miss Marion. However, upon my return, I discovered that she had been taken by the 2 of them. Confused, I followed closely, but I never anticipated that they would assault Miss Marion. Thus, I fought valiantly to protect her and ultimately killed the 2. However, Miss Marion commanded me not to reveal the truth, stating that she had a good relationship with them and did not wish to implicate them. I understand. Blade sighed heavily, sinking back into his chair, his head bowed in silence. The ruse was beginning to take on an air of perfection. Yiming had never believed that Marion's mediocre trickery could deceive such a cunning schemer. Although he admired her demeanor towards the 2, it was evident that this young lady, while appearing composed, was still overwhelmed by grief. No, in fact, Marion's judgment, to an uninformed observer, seemed entirely reasonable. The sole distinction lay in the fact that, unlike Marion, Yiming did not consider Blade a victim. Rather, he suspected him to be the true mastermind behind the scenes. With this shift in perspective, the lies and deceptions must inevitably transform. Yiming relished the gamble and trusted his instincts, bolstered by the intelligence Mayali had provided. Hence, he resolved to speak the truth. This should be the most palatable for Blade. If he truly had ordered those 2 to murder Marion, then this outcome would be precisely what he desired. Otherwise, how fortuitous it would be for him to dispatch 2 individuals to assassinate someone, only for a target to appear unexpectedly, and rather than seizing the opportunity, his agents would stand in front of the target with righteous indignation. Blade would not have employed those 2, who were so intimately bonded with Marion, to kill her unless he believed they would never betray him. The essence of assassination lies not in the fear of failure but in the dread of betrayal. After all, the hallmark of an assassination is to conceal the identity of the orchestrator. Thus, Yiming was confident that Blade felt assured that he had not been betrayed by them. After a prolonged silence, Blade finally spoke. Are you suggesting that Yufeng and his companions betrayed me, betrayed my trust in them? Well, Yiming cautiously responded, feigning an air of someone reluctant to say too much, although there was indeed little he could interject. How could this be possible? Those scoundrels, can they truly corrupt even my most trusted subordinates? Blade could no longer remain seated. He rose and approached Yiming once more. Mr. Yiming, I now find myself relying solely upon you. Me? Yiming narrowed his eyes slightly. What could I possibly do for you? Sir, after all, I am an envoy sent by the Academy, and you are aware that I am not Miss Marion's guardian. I am well aware of that, Mr. Yiming. However, I am indeed in need of your assistance. The elder statesman appeared somewhat flustered. A performance well executed, on par with professionals, securing a little golden statuette, seemed highly probable. I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. Yiming stood, slowly pushing away Blade's outstretched hand. They are individuals from the royal palace. Blade fixed his gaze upon Yiming's eyes, speaking slowly, then returned to his seat, regarding Yiming intently. You may convey this to your superior. If you are willing to assist me in safeguarding my daughter, then you must eliminate this threat. I will not disclose the identity of this individual at present. However, please inform your superior that eradicating him would undoubtedly benefit the Academy. Furthermore, I shall do my utmost to cooperate with the Academy's endeavors. Yiming fell silent, then offered a slight bow before departing the study. Once outside, a faint smile graced his lips. It is time to commence the plan. Mayali's voice resonated with an undeniable conviction. Indeed, Yiming nodded. Now is the moment to begin. Chapter 60. The Academy Council, the Five Radiant Towers. In the instant when the five colors converged, no one could ascertain what had transpired. As the representative of the Academy, and indeed the entire Empire, the existence of the five Radiant Towers has always been shrouded in mystery and exuded authority. A pure, colorless light cascaded from the heavens, creating a dazzling array of hues. Just like this transparent round table, it represented the Academy Council, the dominant force that manipulates the Academy and the Empire from the shadows. The stance of the Academy Council is that we hold no position. The Lord of the Heavens remained swathed in white cloth. Yet the other four individuals appeared unfazed by this. Amy had shrunk into the dark, stone chair, her eyes closed, clearly having succumbed to slumber. The remaining three chair occupants were hardly in better condition. Lady Euphemia, have you gleaned any information regarding the anomalies in the forest of the undead? The elf, seated upon a chair woven from living wood and vines, exuded a mature and composed demeanor, her emerald green hair shimmering with a captivating brilliance. Yet, her eyes bore a somber shadow, hinting at a sense of discontent. Adorned with exquisite gemstones dangling from her elongated ears and a verdant pendant resting upon her forehead, she embodied an ethereal elegance. Her elegantly flowing green robe, though not opulent, conveyed an air of otherworldly grace. According to the account of Lady Brooklyn, it appears that the area has reverted to an ordinary forest, and one might even assert that it has potentially regained the luster of the forest of life from a century past, the Lord of the Heavens replied. Raising her gaze with caution, her words drew the attention of the assembly towards Amy, yet the focal point remained blissfully unaware of her newfound prominence, continuing to slumber undisturbed. This little girl is still the same. Does she not ever get enough sleep? A woman with a fiery physique and thick black hair complained, propping one leg on the table as she honed the dark horns sprouting from her forehead with a small blade while stretching her bat-like wings behind her. As if indulging in a languorous yawn, her alluring crimson lips and reptilian eyes revealed her extraordinary lineage, especially accentuated by the dragon tail that flicked behind her. Let us return to the matter at hand, interjected the soul woman clad in resplendent armor, her icy voice drawing the attention of the others, Amy being the exception. What is the royal family's intent? Based on my intelligence, they harbor no plans whatsoever, Lord Shalem's, the Lord of the Heavens stated decisively. Not even bothering to peruse the thick reports before her, the Dark Lord appeared somewhat taken aback by her response. Are you suggesting that the royal family is tacitly delegating this issue to our council for resolution? It seems so, after all. We wield the authority, yet I am surprised that those old fossils cannot even muster the effort for superficial appearances. The delineation of borders and the confirmation of territory are not our responsibility. Please exercise caution in your speech. Lord Ignor, the Lord of the Green, cautioned, her brow furrowing slightly as she turned to Euphemia. Therefore, I propose that the Academy should dispatch a search party to that location for reconnaissance and inquiry, both to ascertain boundary issues and to investigate the primary causes of the anomalies. This is our duty. I am willing to serve in this endeavor. Wait, you do not mean to send students from the Tower of Green, do you? Ignor narrowed her reptilian eyes, scrutinizing her carefully. While I acknowledge that your kin were the rightful stewards of that land centuries ago, it now wholly belongs to the Lyrian Empire, and pure ethnic bias will not suffice. I am well aware of that. Half-breed, the elf retorted without hesitation. However, do not forget that as elves, we are inherently connected to nature. It is only natural for us to undertake such tasks, is it not? We are indeed elves. Yet we now belong to the Lyrian Empire, and that fact remains immutable. Ha. The confrontation between the two elicited varied reactions from the remaining three. Indeed, we must send a search party into the forest of the undead to prepare for any potential troubles. Troubles, indeed. Euphemia nodded, surveying the room to ensure that everyone's attention, save for Amy's, was fixed upon her before she continued. I trust you are all aware that, for well-known reasons, neighboring nations have never contested the ownership of the forest of the undead. This is understandable, as that land, rife with death, is uninhabitable and incapable of development for our empire. However, I believe you also recognize that circumstances have shifted, according to Lady Baruchlin's report. The forest of the undead is no longer a forbidden zone. Although it is clear that other nations remain wary, we must act swiftly to determine and explore the situation, lest other countries seize the opportunity to encroach. Are we to dispatch troops? The Dark Lord's voice was laced with displeasure. Certainly not. The search must be conducted covertly. If we mobilize a large military force, it would signal to neighboring nations that we do not possess actual ownership of that forest. Lord Shalems, one need not walk in one's backyard accompanied by hounds and soldiers. Moreover, even if we were to send soldiers, we must first ascertain the precise situation. The assembly nodded in agreement with the Lord of the Heavens. Indeed, the forest of the undead, after its complete transformation, had shifted from a hot potato to a delectable delicacy. While its toxicity remained uncertain, it was undeniably less daunting in appearance. Although the Lyrian Empire had always claimed the forest of the undead as its territory, and neighboring nations had not contested this claim, circumstances were ever-changing. Past acknowledgments did not guarantee present ones. So, Lady Euphemia, do you already have a plan? Indeed. The Lord of the Heavens slowly nodded and then addressed the four. Speaking with calm authority, I propose that each faction within the 5 Radiant Towers appoint a representative to form a joint investigative team to venture into the forest of the undead for exploration and inquiry. The selection of representatives is to be determined by each of you, esteemed chanting masters, through whatever means you deem fit, that I hope to receive a definitive answer by the morning of the day after tomorrow. Regarding leadership, she paused for a moment, contemplating. Although she held the reins of authority within the academy, the 5 chanting masters were nominally equal. Should any particular faction's member be chosen for leadership, it could provoke dissent among the others. Why not have those selected engage in a contest to identify a worthy leader? Ignor suggested, retracting her wings, yet still sharpening the blade against her forehead. If one is to lead others, they must possess exceptional judgment, organizational skills, and adaptability. Thus, once representatives are chosen, let those young ones battle it out, and the victor will assume the role of leader for this investigative team. What do you think? A splendid proposal, is it not? I concur with the opinion of the Lord of Flames. The Dark Lord was the first to express agreement, while the Lord of the Green, albeit hesitantly, nodded in assent. Amy remained blissfully asleep, appearing to be in delightful conversation with the Sandman. Thus, Euphemia rose, clearly having made her decision. Then, I ask that each of you promptly select a representative from your faction along with a guardian for protection, and determine who shall lead the exploratory team within the next 2 days. Amy, do you have any thoughts? Oh, Amy opened her eyes, emitting an unintelligible sound. Thankfully, she had finally awakened. By the way, I recall that there seemed to be no students in your shadow tower. Ignor flapped her wings. Resting a finger on her chin in contemplation. To this, Amy frowned in displeasure, clutching her doll as she stood. Amy has students, and they are quite impressive. I cannot believe someone actually ventured to your place. They must not fear for their lives, Ignor exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. While the other 3 shared her disbelief. After all, in their minds, Annie was not the type to engage in such activities. I never anticipated the Dark Lord would one day take in students. It seems we have underestimated the situation, Euphemia remarked with a wry smile. But the Lord of the Green stood up, signaling for a pause. Here, I wish to investigate a matter. What matter? Upon my return, I discovered that a student from the Tower of Green, Julian, has been attacked. I hope to enlist the aid of all you chanting masters to uncover the truth behind this incident. Julian, Ignor huffed, a wisp of fire escaping her nostrils. That little brat fills me with rage every time I see her. So, finally, someone dared to confront her and give her a well-deserved lesson. Isn't that splendid? That insufferable little wretch should have been taught a lesson long ago. The matter is not so simple, the Lord of the Green interjected, her brow furrowing, clearly displeased with Ignor's remarks. Her memories have been completely erased, and she has now become utterly incapacitated, unable even to speak or write. Is this not a tad excessive, regardless of the punishment? Erasing memories, such a feat, is beyond our capabilities as chanting mages, is it not? Sherams also recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, hence I beseech your assistance. We must uncover who has brought such a dire threat upon the Academy and eliminate them. The Lord of Verdancy's expression grew grave, no longer concealing the fury within her heart. Chapter 61. Assembly. Hey. Lida's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Annie before her. Me? Am I? Indeed. Annie replied in a manner suggesting she was either just awakening or on the verge of slumber. The investigation team requires representatives from each school. And you are the sole student from the Tower of Shadows, are you not? But, I am merely a mage. Lida lowered her head anxiously, while Imin and Mei Yali exchanged glances, prompting Imin to inquire. Annie, what about the candidates from the other schools? Meow. Annie tilted her head as if contemplating and recalling, but soon. Wake up, Imin exclaimed, giving Annie a gentle tap on the head, finally bringing her back to reality. Oh, right. The representative from the Tower of Verdancy is Marion Braid. From the Tower of Darkness is Mocha Camu. From the Tower of Flame is Elinoa Cran. And from the Tower of Skies is Belroga Shuafei. Though appearing half asleep, Lida's complexion paled further with each name, for although her time at the Academy had not been excessively long, it was not insignificant either. She was well aware of Marion, the future sixth chanting mage of the Empire. But the others were no less formidable. Elinoa and Belroga were among the few apprentice shantists in the Academy, likely to become chanting mages in the future. Compared to these lofty individuals, Lida felt exceedingly ordinary and inconspicuous. However, as Lida grappled with her shock, Imin discerned another issue. Wait, your words suggest the candidates have already been decided. Yes, indeed. Annie nodded without hesitation. Everyone values efficiency. There's no need to deliberate further on the selection, so we decided at that moment. So, you mean, the thought of her name appearing at the Academy's council sent Lida's complexion into a shade of green. I certainly submitted Lida's name. Thud. This sudden revelation finally overwhelmed the poor girl, causing her to collapse to the ground, momentarily burying her consciousness in a shadowy abyss. Avoidance, of course, would not resolve the issue. That afternoon, the selected individuals gathered at the highest level of the Tower of Skies. And with the exception of the Lord of Skies and Annie, who was nestled asleep within the tower, the other three chanting mages were absent. It seemed that once these matters were settled, the chanting mages turned a blind eye to subsequent issues. This left everyone somewhat helpless. Yet as chanting mages, there was little they could do to reproach them. Among the representatives of the 5 Radiant Towers, besides Lida, only Belroga from the Tower of Skies had a guardian by her side. Marion had no guardian of her own, and since she currently shared one with Lida, both Imin and Mei Yali were effectively her guardians. The other 2 mages were without their own guardians, appearing rather unburdened. I didn't expect to be summoned as well. Marion greeted the group before approaching Lida's side, speaking to Imin. What do you think of this investigation? Who knows? Imin chuckled, glancing at the other 3 and shrugging in boredom. In truth, although their status within the investigation team was not particularly high, they were more familiar with the intricacies of the matter than anyone else. However, they could not divulge such information to others, as the concept of time jumping sounded too absurd and impractical, and it was unlikely anyone would believe it. Nevertheless, the only ones truly aware of what had transpired were Imin and Mei Yali. Everyone, I trust you understand why you have convened here. Forgive my rudeness, Lord of Skies. Just as the Lord of Skies began to speak, a young girl stepped forward, clad in pristine form-fitting armor, her silvery hair flowing like liquid silver as she moved with precise and orderly steps. She bowed to the Lord of Skies in a knightly salute before solemnly inquiring, "Before we proceed, I have a question. Why is a mere mage included in such an important meeting?" Upon hearing her question, Lida trembled and instinctively hid behind Mei Yali, cautiously peeking at the girl before her. Elinoa Cran, is it not? Lita Canarot represents the Tower of Shadows. Is there an issue with that? But, my lady, she is merely a mage, and she is also the only student from the Tower of Shadows. The Lord of Skies replied gently yet unyieldingly, interrupting the knightly girl's inquiry. This is a decision made by the 5 chanting mages. Do you have any objections? Elino, I apologize. I was too presumptuous. The girl bowed again, retreating to the ranks, having not spared Lita a glance throughout. Now, I trust you are all aware of the mission of this investigation team. I believe you have heard of the disturbances in the Forest of the Dead. Your task is to conduct a thorough and detailed investigation of the Forest of the Dead to ascertain whether it still poses a danger and whether it is suitable for habitation and development. Additionally, the Council wishes for you to be vigilant for any investigation teams or spies from other nations within the Forest of the Dead. Should you discover any, you need not report it and may take action at your discretion. At this point, the Lord of Skies wore a somewhat nuanced expression as she surveyed the crowd before continuing. Next, we must confirm one final aspect. It is essential to have a leader within the team. To ensure fair competition, we will not appoint one ourselves. Rather, we request that you determine how to proceed. If you all agree, please gather at the Academy's arena tomorrow morning, where we will hold a contest. The ultimate victor will become the team's leader. Is there any dissent? I abstain. Marion stepped forward, startling everyone. Though Imin and Mei Yali did not exhibit any particular surprise, it was entirely normal for her to be unable to compete in her current condition, given her severe injuries and lack of a guardian. Moreover, the Lord of Skies had made it clear that this was a battle between factions. Thus, Mei Yali and Imin, belonging to the Tower of Shadows, could not support her. Therefore, Marion promptly stated her position to prevent any complications later. Mei Yali, I would like to inquire. Ignoring Lita's pleading words, Imin spoke up, drawing the attention of the others. What constitutes victory? Surely it cannot be merely incapacitating an opponent. That is certainly not the case. The Lord of Skies chuckled in response. We will organize a competition. Whoever first passes the trial shall claim victory. Very well. Imin smiled easily, seemingly unfazed by the discontented glances from the others, immediately asserting, we will undoubtedly win. Do you not think that sounds rather premature, Guardian? It was the armored girl again. The battlefield is ever-changing. Why are you so certain of your victory? That is simply because I possess absolute confidence in my abilities. Do you not have the same, miss? Imin met the girl's cold gaze with unwavering defiance, while Mei Yali sighed, clearly at a loss to rein in Imin's hopeless disposition. She was acutely aware that although he appeared to be quite at ease most of the time, he was, in reality, excessively attentive to his team, exhibiting a notable sensitivity that it was evident that since Lita was among them, she was considered a member of their team. Yet, the girl had not even spared Lita a glance during her earlier remarks, which irked him immensely. This prompted him to deviate from his usual demeanor and make a bold declaration. Don't speak as if you're entirely innocent. He cast a glance at Lita before complaining to Mayali. Who was it that told me Lita must participate in the competition? And she cannot forfeit just a moment ago. I certainly did not intend for you to seek the limelight like this. Mayali, however, was not one to concede easily. Isn't it better this way? When undertaking a task, one should not leave themselves an escape route. Those who do so will only hesitate and falter to survive. One must embrace risks. Advancement requires sacrifice and awareness. If one cannot achieve this, then losses and injuries are self-inflicted. Should one refrain from moving forward out of fear of being hurt? Is that not erroneous? You only spout such lofty fallacies. Mayali feigned dissatisfaction as she turned away, gazing at the scenery before her. Then, her expression shifted as she pulled E back a few steps. What is it? Look. Following Mayali's gesture, he peered ahead and chanced upon a girl named Eleanor, who had approached Marion and Lita. After briefly bowing to Marion, she turned her attention to Lita. Lita Calarote. Huh, what is it? As a member of this team, I sincerely hope there are no individuals who could potentially hinder our progress. However, I must assert that your abilities are alarmingly inadequate. When faced with unforeseen dangers, as a mage, you would be utterly helpless. Moreover, I believe you may inadvertently bring about unforeseen risks. Lita gazed fearfully at the girl before her, instinctively wanting to retort, yet finding herself at a loss for words. Every word the girl uttered rang true, and it was precisely this painful accuracy that made it difficult to accept. E.g. and Mayali Jeje will protect me. While it is the obligation of guardians to protect mages, it does not imply that they must pay with their lives. You wish to place yourself in jeopardy, thereby recklessly endangering them as well. That little brat has quite the tongue, it seems. Despite Lita appearing on the verge of tears, he showed no inclination to intervene. What the silver-haired girl wished to express was, in fact, precisely what he wanted to say. Lita seemed to prefer hiding behind E and Mayali at every turn, using them as shields. While neither of them bore her any ill will, they did not appreciate such dependence. Thus, he stepped back a few paces, leaned against a pillar, and let out a triumphant whistle, relishing the unfolding scene. I've said all I need to say. See you at the arena tomorrow. Unlike Lita, whose face was flushed as she searched for words to counter, Eleanor turned and left without casting Lita another glance. What do you think, E? Mayali asked curiously, her dual-colored eyes hidden beneath the shadow of her umbrella. Is that even a question? He replied with a smug smile, fixing his gaze on Lita. It seems tomorrow will be quite entertaining. Chapter 62. The competition. I wonder if the headmaster has some peculiar, undisclosed quirk. E grumbled with evident dissatisfaction as he stared into the pitch-black underground passage. Indeed, what if I accidentally soil my clothes in such a place during the competition? For Mayali, neither dragons nor zombies posed a greater threat than the dust and cobwebs of the underground tunnel. In truth, E's complaints stemmed primarily from the fact that the announced competition bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous Guardian test: enter the underground labyrinth, seek out a certain treasure, and then retrieve it. Whether it was a lack of creativity on the headmaster's part or a fervor for such rat-like games, E and Mayali had grown weary of this monotonous treasure hunt. The only consolation was that this time, they would not have to rely on a teleportation array, instead directly entering the underground passage, which provided some comfort. After all, given their previous experiences, it was only natural to harbor psychological shadows at the sight of a teleportation array. One cannot expect someone who has narrowly escaped a plane crash to willingly board another flight. Thus, circumstances shifted momentarily. With insufficient light available, the dim underground passage devoid of candles rendered even the slightest illumination scarce. Mayali frowned, scrutinizing every step she took, as the thick dust that rose with each footfall clung to the hem of her skirt, causing her considerable discomfort. Meanwhile, Lita, in stark contrast to her earlier composure, was now gripped by fear, and both she and Mayali seemed to lack their usual poise. According to Freud's theory, the desire for adventure stems from an obsession with the mysteriousness of the opposite sex's body, perhaps that headmaster. E. All right. He shrugged and fell silent. After all, little Lita was present, and certain topics were inappropriate for her ears. What is the situation? Mayali inquired, deftly avoiding a falling cobweb and glancing back to ensure none had ensnared her. Lita remained silent, walking between the two, and afterward, it seemed she had undergone some transformation. Whether for better or worse was uncertain, yet both of them welcomed this change. Independence is a journey everyone must undertake, and the choices made after grappling with confusion and uncertainty can shape one's entire life. Mayali had once experienced such a phase. She had attempted to distance herself from the team and E in search of a new way of life. Ultimately, however, she returned to E's side, not out of failure, but rather having realized that this was indeed the best course. Did those aged elders forget that they too had once been young when they mocked the impetuousness of youth? Those fellows are not too shabby after all. Even in darkness, the structure of light remains largely unchanged, and he quickly sensed the presence of the other three that, according to the headmaster's arrangement, for groups would simultaneously enter the underground arena from different passages. The first to retrieve the singing spirit pendant from the depths would emerge victorious and lead the team. Clearly, the others, except Lita, were not fools and understood the implications. The equality of the 5 singing mages rendered it impossible to designate a leader, thus strength would determine the victor, leaving no room for grievances. He did not employ his runic armament, but casually wielded a standard steel sword, adhering to their principles. Once a weapon is drawn, it must taste blood, a rule that applies equally to comrades, foes, and those who may soon become either. This rigid edict, due to its non-negotiable nature, fostered strict discipline and the unwavering will that had guided them thus far. Consequently, even Mayali did not carry her umbrella as usual, but instead held a standard steel sword. Though it was evidently not to her comfort, the disparity between the standard steel sword and her runic rapier made it less than easy for her to adapt. Lita halted. E.g., Mayali Jija. She bit her lower lip, clearly struggling to articulate something. If you have something to say, wait until later. He interrupted her, his gaze fixed on the dark passage ahead. Gradually, the sound of clashing steel echoed from the depths. The silver-haired knight appeared before them, sword in hand. Miss Eleanor, I presume you are too busy to engage in conversation with us now. He offered a relaxed smile to the knight, yet her expression remained frigid, as if she were merely a block of ice. I must prevent you from proceeding, and the reason, though the likelihood is slim. Any situation may yield unexpected outcomes. To avoid unforeseen incidents on the battlefield, one must eliminate sources of uncertainty as early as possible, Eleanor stated coldly, her gaze shifting to Lita. I cannot allow any possibility of failure. For among these individuals, she is the one who inspires the greatest concern regarding her ability to lead the team. Therefore, I must prevent you, especially her, from achieving victory. How stubborn indeed. Who would have thought that one would even forsake their own rights just to thwart Rita's success? Since we are about to join the same team, it seems only natural to make judgments that are most beneficial for the collective, does it not? The young knight spoke with unwavering conviction. Her arguments undeniably sound, in truth. Yiming also perceived no fault in her stance. This young lady had evidently undergone rigorous training from a young age, harboring an exceptionally strong sense of belonging to the team as an entity. The fact that she was willing to relinquish her own rights solely to impede them indicated that her disdain for Rita was not personal. Rather, it stemmed from the objective reality that Rita possessed a timid disposition, constantly second-guessing herself, and entirely lacked the capacity for self-defense during confrontations. Such an individual might be tolerable within a team, but to allow such a person to assume a leadership role, Yiming would also be reluctant to work under someone like that. Thus, the young lady's demeanor was both frosty and resolute. Yiming scrutinized her closely, evidently quite pleased. This is precisely what is needed to hone Rita. Mei Yali articulated the thoughts that lingered in Yiming's mind. I know what you wish to convey. Yiming held his sword inverted, though it was not the one he was accustomed to. It posed no significant issue. However, I regret to inform you that we shall not grant you your desire. Mei Yali, take Rita and leave. I understand. Wait, Brother Yiming. Rita attempted to voice something, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Mei Yali had already taken her away. The young knight's icy gaze remained fixed on Yiming, not even glancing at Mei Yali and Rita as they passed by. Only after their figures vanished into the darkness did she finally speak. What? No reason. Yiming stepped back, shrugging his shoulders. Let us commence. If you can defeat me, you will still have time to pursue them. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fierce sword aura suddenly surged upwards, aimed directly at Yiming. Truly, she wasted no time. Yiming tilted his body slightly, his focus unwavering on the sword in her hand. Then, something peculiar transpired. The long sword in the young lady's grasp inexplicably deviated from its original trajectory, angling towards his side. This unforeseen movement would cause her to collide directly into Yiming's embrace if she failed to rein in her force. Witnessing this, the young lady was taken aback, hastily retracting her sword while warily observing the man before her. In truth, Eleanor herself was equally astonished. She had been certain she could pierce Yiming's shoulder, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, her hand had veered off course without any external force acting upon it. Instinctively, she retreated several steps, coldly and meticulously scrutinizing Yiming. Did he remain there, sword inverted, motionless? What had he just done? Please, continue. Yiming was courteous, even adopting a gentlemanly demeanor of ladies first. Yet internally, he was perplexed. According to Rita, Eleanor was a mage from the Tower of Flame and one of the few apprentice bards. Yet why did she choose to wield a sword instead of magic? He was aware that the Tower of Darkness embraced a dual practice of martial and magical arts. Yet he understood that mages from the Tower of Flame lacked guardians precisely because they could directly summon beings to assist in their assaults, rendering the use of a sword unnecessary. Speaking of which, this young lady was rather peculiar, clad in light armor and wielding a long sword. She bore no resemblance to a mage, compared to Marion or Annie. The difference was stark. That as if to confirm Yiming's suspicions, the young lady began to chant. A melodious and ethereal voice flowed from her lips, reminiscent of a gentle and enchanting song. However, Yiming could not afford to grant her the luxury of time for her incantation. He immediately lunged forward, his long sword aimed directly at her body. Naturally, as this was merely a test, neither party desired to draw blood. After all, should one emerge crippled while the other half damaged, what would there be left to investigate? The moisture in the air suddenly thickened, and just as Yiming's sword was about to make contact with her armor, a dense mist erupted forth, enveloping everything like a shroud. Yiming felt a chilling cold surge rapidly up his sword arm, prompting him to hastily discard the steel blade. which shattered into fragments of ice amidst the dense water vapor. You will exercise restraint, won't you? Yiming felt a flicker of uncertainty. I merely wish to defeat you. Please cooperate with my actions. As the mist dissipated, Eleanor finally unveiled her true power as an apprentice bard, having stepped into the realm of chanting. 3 slender figures, entirely composed of flowing water, materialized before her, resembling her shield in such a narrow passage. Could one really rely on sheer numbers? Yiming furrowed his brow. It seemed the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. Chapter 63. Confronting the enemy once more under Mei Yali's guidance, Rita stumbled along behind her, dashing deeper into the shadows. Although Mei Yali effortlessly resolved the traps they encountered along the way, Rita's expression remained uneasy. She gazed at Mei Yali's back, several times on the verge of speaking. Yet Mei Yali never afforded her the opportunity in this pitch darkness. It seemed as though Mei Yali could perceive her surroundings without any need for illumination. Sister Mei Yali, clang. Just as Rita mustered her courage to call out, Mei Yali abruptly turned, her long sword sweeping through the air, sparking fiercely as a shadow leapt back outside her range of attack, a dagger glinting with a faint violet hue illuminating the silent visage of a dark-skinned man. His eyes flickered, filled with intense loathing as he fixed his gaze upon Mei Yali. It was evident that he was the one who had attempted to ambush her moments before. Mei Yali furrowed her brow in confusion. She could sense the man's unmasked hatred yet remained oblivious to the reason for being targeted. However, he seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Rita, you go ahead. I'll catch up with you shortly. Huh? But I cannot guarantee your safety while I deal with him. You must rely on yourself from here on, all right? Rita hesitated, then nodded vigorously. Phew. Once Rita had departed, Mei Yali finally exhaled deeply. She understood that Rita had something to say, that she wished to withdraw from the competition, to forfeit. After all, Eleanor's sharp and merciless words had instilled a profound fear and trepidation within Rita, and she was acutely aware that she lacked the talent and aptitude to lead others. Yet, that was not a valid excuse for evasion. If one wished to abandon their pursuit, reasons could be fabricated in abundance. But sometimes the motivation to continue onward might stem from the most simplistic of desires. Acknowledging this, both Mei Yali and Yiming had refrained from engaging Rita in conversation throughout their journey. For they understood that if they were willing to listen, Rita would undoubtedly voice her concerns. The most effective approach to dealing with someone hesitating on their path forward is not to persuade them, but rather to pull them along at times. The experience itself outweighs the outcome. This was far preferable to complete avoidance. Mei Yali chose not to dwell on such thoughts, but instead focused intently on the adversary before her. Her finely tuned physical coordination enabled her to perceive every movement of her opponent, even the rhythm of their breath and the flow of their blood, clearly audible in this dimly lit environment. At last he spoke. Where is that man? The man? Was he referring to Yiming? Mei Yali regarded him with confusion, yet she found herself unable to respond. The ability to communicate through thought was indeed useful, but it was limited to only a few individuals. Thus far, the only ones with whom Mei Yali had engaged in thought communication were Annie, Marion, and Rita. In the presence of others, she generally refrained from utilizing this ability, the reason being, as Yiming had articulated, one could not fathom the thoughts that might arise from the voices echoing in others' minds. Being feared and loathed by others was already a considerable burden. Thus, even when faced with a scenario like this, Mei Yali was cautious not to employ thought communication to converse with the man. Forget it. You will do. I seek vengeance for Yu Lian. The man's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with a dangerous fervor. This prompted Mei Yali to become alert. She finally recalled who this man was. The very individual incited by Yu Lian to launch an attack against them. The mage from the Tower of Darkness. It was no wonder he seemed familiar. Mei Yali wordlessly grasped her long sword, her expression complex. Although this was merely a contest, it was clear that the man held a different perspective. From his recent ambush, it was evident that had he been a moment slower, his throat would have been pierced. This was far from mere competitive play. It was a brutal act of slaughter. Mei Yali lowered her gaze to her left hand, where beneath the pristine silken glove lay a circle of white runes. Should I employ it? Yiming sidestepped, a stream of water veering off course, grazing his shoulder before embedding itself into the ceiling behind him. The violent tremors and the ensuing cascade of earth were akin to an earthquake. leading Yiming to wonder if this woman was genuinely intent on burying him alive, thus saving herself the expense of a coffin. At that moment, he too was empty-handed and powerless, while Eleanor softly chanted an eerie prayer. The three water spirits launched a fierce assault on Yiming, any part of their forms capable of transforming instantaneously into long, sharp spears aimed at his body. Yet, Yiming managed to evade their strikes by the narrowest of margins. However, such evasion was not a sustainable strategy. He had to resort to that. Abruptly halting his retreat, a relaxed smile graced his lips as he regarded the girl before him with a sense of triumph. The calculations for the structural modification were complete. Replication and alteration had been achieved. I had not intended to employ this tactic, Yiming remarked, extending his right hand, causing the girl to tense visibly. She even recalled the three water spirits, forming a sturdy shield before her, while raising her longsword, warily watching Yiming's every move. However, this child's game should come to an end. With that, Yiming waved his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, the girl was astonished to find both her sword and the three water spirits had vanished. In her panic, she stumbled backward, but upon glancing down, she discovered her previously clad body was now exposed, replaced by nakedness. What on earth had transpired? Eleanor, flustered, wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to conceal her form. Yet at that moment, a cold hand pressed against her throat. She looked up in shock to find Yiming, who should have been at a distance, now standing directly before her, adorned with a triumphant, victorious smile. Truth be told, one should not employ such tactics against a lady, but time is of the essence. Facing the blushing girl, who could only curl in on herself to prevent any exposure, Yiming spoke with a hint of wry amusement. Fortunately, Mayali was absent. Otherwise, she would have surely lectured Yiming for hours on the virtues of a lady. Are you willing to surrender, miss? I surrender. In such circumstances. Even though Yiming had not drawn a weapon, it was only natural to yield when one's vital points were compromised. However, Eleanor remained perplexed. How had Yiming, who was clearly no sorcerer, managed to make her water spirits and equipment disappear in an instant? She hadn't sensed a trace of magical fluctuation. What means had this man employed? That is good. Yiming snapped his fingers, and in an instant, Eleanor found her armor reappearing, while the three water spirits floated nearby. And her longsword had fallen at her side. Everything appeared unchanged, save for the outcome of their contest. In truth, Yiming had resolved from the outset how to defeat this young woman. Since this was merely a competition and not a savage battle to the death, there was no need to create an embarrassing spectacle of bloodshed. Thus, he had spent the time evading her attacks, while rapidly memorizing the structural configuration of Eleanor's body, erasing the values for her armor and reconstituting them to reflect a naked form. In fact, this technique was reminiscent of methods in Yiming's world that grafted celebrity heads onto erotic images. Moreover, as long as Eleanor experienced a fleeting moment of panic, Yiming was confident he could capitalize on it to secure victory. After all, a woman confronted with the sudden exposure of her own nudity would instinctively seek to cover herself, especially a girl like Eleanor, who was both earnest and meticulous in her demeanor. Who would have time to ascertain whether that exposed body truly belonged to her? Yiming certainly would not disclose the method behind his actions to Eleanor. Can you stand, miss? No problem, I can stand on my own. Ignoring Yiming's outstretched hand, Eleanor rose without a glance, sheathing her sword, while the three water spirits dissipated into mist. Yiming could only shrug in resignation. Well, I must advise you, miss, given that we are on the battlefield, do not be overly concerned about your state of undress. It is better to be taken advantage of than to be outright killed. Surely, you can discern the order of priorities. He ceased speaking, gazing in astonishment at the interior of the passage. Simultaneously, the runic sigil on his right arm began to radiate warmth, a sign of resonance among the rune armaments. Had Mayali activated the rune armaments? What was happening? Without hesitation, he dashed toward the passage's depths. Meanwhile, Eleanor, left behind, felt her cheeks flush as she gently caressed the hilt of her sword, her expression a mix of emotions as she watched Yiming's retreating figure. After a moment's hesitation, she followed closely behind. Chapter 64. A frenzied retribution, Mayali gripped her sword tightly with one hand. Her teeth clenched, the runic blade sliced through the air, precisely striking the tip of Mocha's dagger as it lunged forward. Yet this was merely the beginning. Alongside Mocha's nearly soaring incantation, flames erupted from the dagger's tip, raging forth like a tempest. With no alternative, Mayali had to withdraw, executing a graceful spin just in time to evade the flames that surged past her, barely missing. Not even singeing the hem of her garment. Defensively holding her ground was clearly insufficient. Mayali noted that the passage was beginning to fracture. Deep, unfathomable cracks appeared in the ancient walls. Nevertheless, Mocha showed no intention of halting his assault. Obsessively entangling himself with Mayali, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. Naturally, Mayali had no such desire. With her true prowess, dispatching him would be a matter of mere moments. Yet the current circumstances rendered her unable to do so, while the might of a nuclear bomb was formidable. It mostly lay dormant in its launch tube as a mere paper tiger, incapable of acting independently. Moreover, this was merely a competition, not a deadly struggle, which explained Mayali's defensive posture on another front. The techniques employed by this man were utterly bizarre. They surpassed the capabilities of human strength, agility, and speed. He could even block 10 of Mayali's rapid strikes in an instant while simultaneously preparing to counterattack, even if Mayali sought to bring him down. The roaring flames would instantaneously heal wounds that, while not fatal, rendered him incapable of action. Additionally, strange things such as firestorms and spears formed from rock would emerge to assist in his assault. This man fought with such reckless abandon that Mayali found it impossible to repel him without ensuring his death. Only through complete annihilation could the issue be resolved. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Yiming's voice broke through. Finally easing Mayali's tension, she leaped back just in time to evade the green light erupting from Mocha's dagger, then steadied herself beside Yiming. Be careful, this man is dangerous. Mocha Cameo, what are you doing? This is a competition, not a slaughter. Cease at once. Eleanor exclaimed in astonishment, her expression grave as she watched Mocha engulfed in flames. Yet Mocha did not relent. Instead, he slowly turned, the previously raging flames suddenly extinguishing. Replaced by a dim, eerie mist that glowed with a greenish hue. The sight, Eleanor gasped sharply, swiftly drawing her longsword. Kill him. Huh. Miss, that might not be wise. He has been driven into a frenzy by the resonance of the magical spirits. We must kill him while his transformation is incomplete. Eleanor's jaw clenched tightly as she nervously observed the man before her. The frenzy of magical spirits represented a perilous situation, while interactions between sorcerers and magical spirits were typically harmonious. Individuals with wavering resolve or excessive emotional fluctuations could inadvertently attract magical spirits to amplify their emotions. The spirits themselves were indifferent to morality or right and wrong. They merely assisted sorcerers based on mutually beneficial principles. As long as the sorcerer performed actions they favored or sang songs they enjoyed, the spirits remained unconcerned whether their magic was used to slay the defenseless or to save the world. The so-called frenzy of magical spirits was a frightening behavior wherein spirits that had unintentionally accepted the sorcerer's transaction would exponentially amplify the sorcerer's emotions. They are utterly oblivious to the nature of their actions. Nor do they require such awareness. Their sole task is to amplify whatever is necessary to achieve their objectives. The immediate consequence of this approach is the emergence of the most forbidden circumstance for a magician, becoming one with the spirit of magic. In such a state, the magician wields formidable power, for the essence of magic resides within their very being. However, the most terrifying aspect is that the individual is dominated by a singular emotion, rendering all rational thought and other feelings utterly non-existent. This emotion becomes infinitely magnified, posing a significant danger. Now that you mention it, I feel reassured. Huh. The light-hearted voice of Yiming reached her ears, starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere surrounding them, leaving Eleanor momentarily dumbfounded. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past her hair. A swirling black vortex silently surged toward Mocha, while the man, sensing the imminent danger, let out a furious roar. In response, rocks and flames erupted around him, forming a formidable shield. Yet this did not save his life. It failed to even delay his demise by a mere tenth of a second. The whirlwind of blades effortlessly pierced through the defense. And with a faint thud, Mocha's head was severed. The spherical head barely traced a half-circle in the air before it could plummet to the ground, as a thundering bolt of lightning simultaneously pierced through his still-standing body, striking the airborne head, causing both to shatter almost simultaneously. Yiming retracted Xin Yuan, gazing at the gruesome scene before him, involuntarily whistling. Eleanor stared at him, and the obsidian double-edged sword he wielded, a magician who had already stepped into the realm of incantation. She understood just how formidable Mocha's final magical barrier had been. With such concentration, even the Imperial magic cannon could not breach his defenses. Yet before this man, that substantial barrier seemed as fragile as tofu. Contemplating this, her gaze inevitably shifted to the dark double-edged sword in Yiming's hand, and to Mei Yali's rune-encrusted rapier, which had reverted to its original form but still crackled with residual electricity. This reminded Eleanor of the standard weapons they had wielded before entering the labyrinth, which she had previously dismissed, but now she wondered if that was truly their genuine strength. Had Yiming unveiled this sword from the very beginning, she might have had no chance whatsoever. "What of our princess, Mei Yali?" Yiming inquired, showing little interest in the dust-like remnants of the corpse. He scanned the surroundings before addressing Mei Yali. "She has already moved ahead. I hope she succeeds." Mei Yali retracted her rapier, transforming it back into an umbrella. However, she frowned at the cracked ceiling above, from which dust began to fall, and promptly took out a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the dust from her shoulders. The black gown was conspicuously marked with dirt and grime. "After all, you have 5 spare outfits. Why bother so much?" Yiming shrugged, merely voicing a complaint. With Marion absent, Eleanor out of the picture, and Mocha now deceased. The next concern was Belroga. The answer came easily through the dispelling magic. "She is quite the oddity," Eleanor quickly assessed. "I cannot even articulate her peculiarities, though Belroga is not entirely incompatible with others, in some respects. She poses a similar instability to the team as Lita does, yet at least she is a trainee bard, significantly stronger than Lita or Canarat based on her abilities. I believe that without you two by her side, Lita's chances of victory would be virtually non-existent." "That is satisfactory." Yiming nodded in approval, leaving Eleanor somewhat astonished. Yet upon noticing Mei Yali's curious gaze directed at them, her face flushed, and she coughed lightly, attempting to shift the conversation. "Miss Guardian, just call me by my name. She is Mei Yali, and I am Yiming." Mei Yali cannot speak, so if you have any inquiries, Yiming left his statement unfinished. But everyone understood his implication. Thus, Eleanor composed her expression and solemnly addressed Mei Yali. "Miss Mei Yali, may I borrow your weapon for a moment?" Mei Yali raised the umbrella she held, casting a questioning glance at Yiming. In response, Yiming revealed a peculiar smile, fixating on Eleanor before offering a slight grin, which, for all intents and purposes, bore no resemblance to benevolence or warmth. Consequently, Mei Yali hesitated no longer, though she extended the umbrella toward Eleanor. A faint smile reminiscent of Yiming's tugged at the corners of her mouth. Ouch! Before Eleanor could finish her gratitude after receiving the umbrella, she felt an unexpected heaviness in her arm, as if a mountain were pressing down upon it, compelling her to release her grip and step back. With a sharp thud, the umbrella pierced the ground, leaving half its shaft exposed, while the other half effortlessly penetrated the hard stone floor as if it were soft cake. "What?" Eleanor stared at the umbrella in confusion. While her strength was only slightly superior to that of an average person, she had encountered massive battle swords weighing nearly 30 kilograms and managed to wield them. Yet this seemingly delicate umbrella, judging by the sensation just now, it must weigh at least 300 kilograms. How could Mei Yali carry it around so effortlessly? Indeed, Yiming chuckled as he observed the silent Eleanor, while Mei Yali effortlessly lifted the umbrella from the ground and swung it casually over her wrist. After all, they were in an underground passage where there was no need for sunshade or rain protection. Her movements were nimble and graceful, without any hint of inconvenience. However, Eleanor found it utterly incomprehensible. Clearly, in Mei Yali's hands, the umbrella did not possess the same weightiness it did in Eleanor's. Otherwise, regardless of Mei Yali's true strength, the inertia from such a weight would not be easily overcome. "Are you not going to attend to that magician?" "Rest assured, our princess is safe." Yiming paused, glancing ahead. "At least for now. Brother Yiming, Sister Mei Yali." Lita joyfully rushed toward them, seemingly holding something that emitted a faint green glow. "Lita, you have returned. What is that?" In truth, Yiming did not need to inquire. He recognized it as a necklace. However, why was it in Lita's possession? "What is happening? How did you acquire this pendant? Where is Belroga?" Eleanor could hardly believe her eyes. Lita had obtained it. Where had Belroga gone? Had they not encountered one another? Upon hearing Eleanor mention Belroga's name, Lita's expression grew somewhat peculiar. She cautiously tucked away the necklace before hesitantly addressing the 3 curious onlookers. "Actually, this is what Miss Belroga gave to me." Chapter 65. On the road. I truly wonder whether we embarked on an adventure or merely a leisurely outing. Yiming complained as he surveyed the scenery before him. Mei Yali sat beside him, merely chuckling quietly, saying nothing. The two carriages traversed the rugged mountain path, and unable to endure being cooped up with so many women, Yiming had stepped outside for fresh air. After that, everything proceeded smoothly. The Dark Tower seemed indifferent to the death of that man. According to the Lord of the Heavens, the master of the Dark Tower could not be bothered. A fool ensnared by the backlash of the magic spirit was not worth their attention. Those were apparently the exact words of the other party. Of course, Yiming had no intention of debating human rights issues with them. The final outcome unfolded precisely as anticipated, with Lita assuming the role of team leader. However, this was merely in title. In reality, Yiming and Mei Yali held the reins. The Guardian and the Magician stood on equal footing. So their assumption of leadership was not a contentious issue. For Yiming, the problem lay elsewhere. He simply could not remain comfortably within the carriage. Initially, the carriage he occupied included only Lita and Marion. But for some unknown reason, the silver-haired knight Eleanor insisted on joining them. Thus, as the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and unable to endure the cacophony of 1,500 ducks, Yiming could only flee in disarray, taking the pretext of going out to scout as an excuse to leave the carriage. This allowed him to escape their verbal bombardment. At that moment, Yiming once again deeply appreciated the virtues of Mei Yali. Her unwavering silence and tranquility were indeed far preferable to the raucousness of the 3 women in the carriage. However, caution is warranted. According to Rita, this path is not as peaceful as it seems. Mei Yali's dual-colored eyes surveyed the surroundings, admiring the scenery while ensuring there was no danger before she spoke to Yiming. Indeed, as soon as they set off, Rita demonstrated that she was not without her uses. According to the original itinerary, it would take 3 to 4 days to travel from Lily Flower City to the Forest of the Dead. However, as a traveler from a merchant family, Rita evidently held a different perspective. Due to Lawrence's background as a traveling merchant, he was well acquainted with many unofficial transportation routes. After all, the business of traveling merchants is not solely legitimate. Some illicit routes are not so easily seen. Rita had noted many of these herself, so she pointed out a new route to the group. A desolate path seldom traversed even by merchants in the Forest of the Dead if fortune favored them. They could reach the forest in a day and a night along this route. However, seeking shortcuts naturally comes at a price. According to Rita, this area was teeming with monsters, so much so that it could rival any band of thieves. After all, even if one were to seize treasures, one must have a life to enjoy them, right? Yet, it appeared that there were no monsters in sight. Not even a single animal could be seen. Yiming had found a few abandoned bird nests, which indicated that some time had passed since any animals had inhabited the area. Perhaps all the creatures have fled to the Forest of the Dead. Mei Yali's deduction was not without merit. The forest now brimmed with vitality and vigor. While humanity remained wary and skeptical of this abnormal situation, animals evidently relied more on their instincts. It was only natural for them to leave if they sensed a better hunting ground elsewhere. Speaking of which, Yiming turned his head to gaze at the second carriage trailing behind him. Noticing his attention, the coachman raised his head and waved at him. Yiming had no fondness for this individual whatsoever. What do you think this guy is doing here? In truth, the representative of the Tower of the Sky was none other than Galalo, who had inexplicably fought with Yiming that day, resulting in a draw for both. It was indeed suspicious that he, the guardian of the Lord of the Sky, appeared in this place. Moreover, Yiming observed that the other 4 from the tower were not particularly friendly towards this man. A significant reason Eleanor was reluctant to ride in the second carriage stemmed from this. It was said that this man was not only eccentric but also licentious, and there seemed to be no shortage of women in Lily Flower City who had been involved with him, with many more left abandoned. However, this man was also quite cunning. He only pursued those women who were not particularly powerful yet possessed decent looks. After all, it was a mutual agreement, and once separated, there was little to discuss, although rumors circulated that he acted this way because Galalo had once sought the Lord of the Sky's affection, only to be rejected, forcing him to resort to such means to soothe his restless youth. But that was of no concern to him. Nevertheless, for women, a frivolous libertine was far from desirable, and coincidentally, the few mages present were all female. Yet what irked Yiming most was that this fellow had immediately shown an unusual interest in Mei Yali. After all, not only was Mei Yali remarkably beautiful, but her rare dual-colored eyes effortlessly attracted the attention of the opposite sex. Fortunately, Mei Yali was unable to speak. Thus, after showering her with sweet nothings, Galalo could only receive nods or shakes of the head in response, ultimately having to give up in frustration. Moreover, Mei Yali had pushed Yiming, her fiancé, to the forefront, which compelled Galalo to be more cautious. Flirting with a young lady requires one to pick the softest fruit. Facing an opponent who could nearly match him in combat, retreating was the wisest choice. Naturally, Yiming did not believe that Galalo's presence was purely due to the abundance of beautiful women here, aside from Mei Yali. Both Eleanor and Marian, disregarding their personalities, could certainly be classified as beauties that in fact, Yiming had noticed long before that, apart from the Lord of the Sky, who wrapped himself in white cloth like a mummy. Most of the mages he had encountered could be deemed beautiful or exceedingly so, leading him to malevolently ponder whether the so-called spirits of magic had a particular penchant. Of course, Marian provided him with a completely different perspective. It is not a matter of appearance, but of temperament, she replied, as if it were obvious. Communicating with the spirits of magic requires a sincere heart and an unwavering will. I do not know how men perceive it, but for every mage, the interaction with the spirits of magic is fundamentally rooted in a confrontation with oneself. Thus, every formal mage possesses a distinct yet evident temperament. Generally, many male mages exhibit a robust masculinity once they step onto this threshold, and female mages likely experience the same. Does inner transformation lead to outer change? Does magic in this world come with the added benefit of beauty enhancement? Yiming was indifferent, but he surmised that Mei Yali might feel somewhat disheartened. After all, women never dislike being too beautiful. The journey was smooth, and if they continued along this path, they would reach the forest of the dead within a day and a night. The issue was that no one was foolish enough to travel at night. There were no trains or similar means of transport here, and waking up to find oneself several hundred miles away was not a feasible option. Thus, after the sun dipped below the horizon, the group had no choice but to set up camp. Incidentally, the most popular among the mages was the silver-haired knight Eleanor. Although it was unclear why she, hailing from the Tower of Flame, could summon water spirits, it was entirely reasonable for a mage capable of freely manipulating water to be favored among women during such a long journey, especially when camping in the wilderness. After all, for women, a day without bathing equated to the apocalypse. Eleanor had shown limited resistance to being viewed in such a light regarding her water spirit summoning magic, but ultimately could not withstand the allure of bathing. Evidently, for those studying magic, particularly women, no matter how sacred it may be, practical issues must also be addressed. This is truly discriminatory, don't you think? Yiming grumbled as he built a fire and prepared dinner for the group. When that annoying voice reappeared, I don't mind, just a quick dip in the river will suffice, he replied without turning around, too lazy to even glance at the other person. But if you intend to spy, you might want to consult my sword first. Do you wish to play the gallant protector? Galalo's voice dripped with provocation. If Mei Yali were not with them, I wouldn't care how you looked at me. Whether they minded is beyond my knowledge. Yiming still did not turn around, from the very beginning. He had harbored a poor impression of this man, especially as he now seemed to be persistently bothering Mei Yali and Rita. Was this fellow truly so shameless that he would not spare even a little girl? Perhaps he harbored such inclinations. To be honest, I am quite surprised that you have chosen to abandon your duty to the Lord of the Sky and instead join us for this outdoor expedition. Another reason Yiming remained exceptionally wary was that Mei Yali had once eavesdropped on a conversation between Blade and this man during a banquet. Clearly, this man was problematic. Yiming was not particularly fond of people with issues. Moreover, the representative of the Tower of the Sky was a student of the Lord of the Sky. Her decision to willingly concede victory to Rita was likely not merely out of kindness, leading Yiming to maintain a distance from them, which had proven prudent. Kid, don't think that just because you can fend off a few of my strikes, you have the right to speak here. Galalo's tone turned menacing, starkly contrasting his previously courteous demeanor in front of the ladies. Yiming finally stood up and turned to face this man, who was glaring at him with malice while stroking his neck. Evidently recalling the injuries Yiming had inflicted during their earlier battle, it could be said that had the wound been a few inches deeper, neither of them would have had the opportunity to stand here and converse. I am not merely capable of blocking your strikes, Yiming scoffed, his gaze mocking as he regarded Galalo. This was not Lily Flower City, nor was it the Academy, nor was it in a public venue. If you wish, I can make you disappear from this world forever. Can you? Galalo narrowed his eyes, his expression betraying unmasked anger and disgust. You may give it a try. I wholeheartedly welcome it. Yet, Imin did not rise to the challenge posed by Galalo. Instead, he wore a confident smile, exhibiting a patience reminiscent of someone facing a child who had just begun to wield a sword. Galalo grasped the hilt of his sword, but ultimately released it. Individuals of great strength possess admirable self-restraint. How could they resort to violence over mere provocations? Now is not the time for us to bicker amongst ourselves, he said, fixing his gaze on Imin, as if to impart a lesson. Our personal grievances can wait until after the mission is complete. By then, I shall ensure you regret your actions. I assure you, you shall have no regrets, Imin countered, refusing to relent. The dead harbor no regrets. Galalo's expression shifted, appearing as though he wished to mock, but found himself unable to muster a smile that he then turned and departed. Chapter 66. Night watch. Imin leaned against a nearby tree. His eyelids gently closed. That it was deep into the night, and the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a particularly beautiful glow. The two campfires had dwindled to mere ashes, long extinguished, with only a faint red ember flickering. On the verge of dying out, that a figure quietly descended from the wagon, scanning the surroundings before cautiously approaching Imin. Marion, so late at night, are you not sleeping, or are you merely in the mood to admire the moon? Imin opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the shadow. You are remarkably perceptive. I even wonder if you too are a sorceress. The shadow paused momentarily, and then Marion slowly approached. After glancing around, she curiously inquired, where is Miss Mayali? As for Mayali, she is over there washing her clothes. Ah, it is merely one of her little quirks. Do not pay it any mind. Is that so? Marion sighed, inexplicably finding solace in his words. Nonetheless, she sat beside Imin, hugging her knees. The injury on her shoulder, still unhealed, caused her movements to be somewhat awkward. Had she chosen to utilize healing magic or Mayali's abilities, her wounds would have healed swiftly. Yet, Marion insisted on allowing it to mend naturally. Perhaps out of a sense of reluctance or remembrance, and possibly even a hint of self-punishment. Nevertheless, these were matters not for Imin to inquire about, nor did he care to. Marion lifted her head, gazing at the still closed eyes of Imin, biting her lip before asking, have there been any leads on the person who attacked me? Why do you ask? Intuition. Marion chuckled softly, looking at you and Miss Mayali. I cannot shake the feeling that you seem to lack a clear objective, drifting along as if you are the captain aware of the hidden reefs beneath the surface, merely waiting for the other party to reveal themselves. Therefore, a trade secret. Imin promptly cut off Marion's inquiry. There are no confirmations yet. Could you provide me with some hints? I cannot. Imin shook his head firmly, even if he had internally confirmed it. It was not something to be shared with Marion. Even if she settled for less and sought some hints, that too was out of the question. Ambiguous hints would only sow confusion, far more than a clear answer would. The same statement could yield hundreds of interpretations, and for someone as astute as Marion, the more she pondered, the more convoluted her thoughts would become. Smart individuals are often arrogant, and one of the most evident traits is their absolute belief that simple deceits could not possibly fool them. Thus, should they find themselves ensnared in a dilemma, they are more likely to consider the most complex and uncontrollable scenarios, for only in this way can they rationalize the fact that their own intellect had been blindsided. This, of course, bore a measure of self-soothing. The notion of the clever being outwitted by their own cleverness encapsulates this sentiment. Marion continued to observe Imin, and then suddenly spoke. I do not wish to become a bard. Yet I must become one. Such is the nature of the world. Imin gestured dismissively. It is impossible for everything to unfold as one desires. In truth, if everything went smoothly, that too would be a form of hell. From this perspective, setbacks can be quite beneficial. Is this your personal experience speaking? Finding joy amidst suffering, after all, is far more common for us than experiencing a string of successes. Imin seemed disinclined to elaborate further, gesturing for Marion to return to the wagon. Go get some rest. It would be quite comical if a sorcerer were to yawn mid-incantation. Marion refrained from further comment, silently rising to return to the wagon. Is he once again using sweet words to deceive a young girl? Mayali emerged from the shadows of the forest, her gaze teasingly fixed on Imin, who appeared remarkably at ease in response. You know, a magnanimous man like myself never minds having a few extra women in his bed. So you imply that I would mind? Mayali chuckled lightly, approaching Imin and leaning against the tree trunk beside him. How would I know? Imin scratched his head, wisely deciding to abandon the search for a needle in a haystack. You could take a guess. If you get it right, there will be a reward. Mei Yali nestled her soft form against Imin's shoulder. Closing her eyes with a smile that danced at the corners of her lips, Imin gently caressed her smooth, fair face, lowering his head to lightly brush his lips against hers. "This is a token of my appreciation for what I owe you," he declared with pride. But then his tone suddenly took on a more sinister edge. "However, I do not wish for anyone to spy on what follows." Imin reached towards Mei Yali, and at that moment, something abruptly leapt from the shadows on the ground, screeching as it lunged toward the unsuspecting Mei Yali from behind. Yet, it was promptly caught by Imin, who grasped its head firmly at this moment. Mei Yali turned to face the creature, curiosity lighting her eyes. Clearly, she was not startled by the ambush. This was hardly surprising. Within the tense atmosphere of their world, it was entirely ordinary to transition from sweet nothings one moment to engaging in fierce combat the next. In such circumstances, both had long since learned to adapt and relax within the limited time they had, adopting a pragmatic attitude of doing what needed to be done. "What is this?" In Imin's grasp was a small creature resembling a frail monkey, yet with distinct differences. Its fingers bore sharp, elongated claws, and it thrashed about wildly, exerting such fervor that it seemed indifferent to the risk of breaking its own slender neck, despite its diminutive stature. Its wrinkled face resembled that of an octogenarian, and the sharp teeth protruding from its mouth clearly indicated that it was far from a suitable pet for domestic companionship. Its entire body was pitch black, explaining how it managed to lurk in the shadows for a surprise attack. "Humph." Imin said little else, letting out a cold snort before swiftly snapping the creature's neck and tossing it to the ground. At this moment, shadows in the distance began to stir restlessly. Though he had no inkling of what these monsters were, it was evident that their numbers were considerable and devoid of any benevolence. "Shall you go, or shall I?" Facing the eerie eyes peering from the obsidian darkness, Mei Yali calmly inquired. "I shall go. The commotion from that creature is too great. After all, the ladies here are still resting," Imin casually remarked. As a massive black scythe materialized upon his shoulder, just as Xianyuan could be employed to create vibrations and generate whirlwinds, and as Ganjiang and Mo, he could annihilate all things through resonance. Imin's third form of runic armament, Kunlun, also possessed a unique ability that could only manifest in this state. For the imminent large-scale battle, this ability was particularly fitting. It was known as parallel overlap. To simplify, when Imin wielded his scythe, an ordinary human could only execute one action at a time, be it a slash, a sweep, or a diagonal cut that a human could only choose a single motion to continue their assault. However, once the ability of Kunlun was activated, Imin's subsequent actions while attacking would no longer be confined to just one. Vertical slashes, horizontal sweeps, diagonal cuts, upward thrusts, and sudden dashes. These myriad possibilities manifest simultaneously within the same time and space. In other words, when Yiming wields his scythe, the adversaries must confront not merely a singular assault, but an array of simultaneous, multidimensional attacks. For his foes, the strikes from Yiming, who holds the Kunlun, require no speculation regarding his next move, regardless of their conjecture. It will surely come to fruition, accompanied by additional angles of multiplicative onslaughts. This is the unique capability of the rune-armed machine, Sword Kunlun, which reproduces the attack trajectories of multiple parallel worlds within the same spatial realm. Overlapping in parallel, be cautious. Mei Yali watched as Yiming deliberately approached the cluster of shadows, yet she felt no concern for him. "Don't get too carried away with the killing. Rest assured," Yiming replied without turning back. And then the darkness surged forth like a living tide, eagerly engulfing him. However, Mei Yali knew that this marked the beginning of their demise, when the pitch-black current was breached, unleashing a chorus of hoarse, helpless screams. The outcome was devoid of any suspense. The sun shone brightly. Marion and the others finally awoke from their slumber, instinctively sitting up and stretching their somewhat sore bodies. After all, sleeping in a carriage was no easy feat for these pampered young ladies. They each exited the carriage, attempting to loosen their limbs, but soon found themselves astonished by the sight before them. Chapter 67. Subtle undulations. The morning sun was radiant and warm. Yet, as the group emerged from the carriage, an icy chill surged up their spines, enveloping their entire beings, as if swept by the cold winds of autumn. Bloodstains, mud, and unmistakable signs of battle were evident all around, suggesting that a fierce conflict had once transpired here. The instigator of this grim tableau was currently holding aloft a diminutive monkey's corpse, discussing something with Mayali. Do you think this creature is edible? If it is, a lavish monkey brain feast would be quite delightful. I've never tried it before. It should be inedible. Have you forgotten? Its blood appears rather abnormal, likely indicating poison. It would be best to forego it, especially since you've mutilated it beyond recognition. True. What a shame. Oh, good morning, everyone. In response to Yiming's rather casual greeting, the group stared blankly for a moment before slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Nonetheless, their gazes remained fixed on the bloodstains surrounding them, and after a while, Lita mustered the courage to inquire. Yiming, Mayali, what happened here? Last night, a group of unknown creatures seemed intent on making us their midnight snack. Yiming recounted, casually tossing the corpse aside, discarding it behind a mound of dirt, which appeared to conceal something else. I had initially planned to reciprocate by making breakfast out of them. However, it seemed somewhat amiss, so I abandoned the idea. I hope Marion can assist in incinerating these creatures later. It would be troublesome if they were to cause any plague. These creatures? The three grew increasingly perplexed, instinctively wanting to peek behind the mound, but Mayali stood in their way, shaking her head slightly. It won't do anything for your appetite. This only piqued their curiosity further. Yet, given Mayali's words, Lita and Marion had no choice but to relent. While Eleanor could not hear Mayali's voice, she was perceptive enough to read the room and thus refrained from asking further questions. Turning her attention to preparing breakfast, Galaro and the guardian of the Celestial Tower kept their distance, opting not to join in. The girl, who almost resembled a mummy wrapped in white robes akin to the Celestial Lord, kept glancing over here, seemingly curious. However, Galaro merely shot her a glance that quelled her actions. The others had no intention of prying further, although they were companions on this journey. The 5 factions of the 5 Radiant Towers were known for their open rivalry, and each tower held differing stances in terms of alliances. The Tower of Scorching Flames and the Tower of Verdant Greens had a better rapport, which allowed Marion to agree to travel alongside Eleanor. However, her relationship with the Celestial Tower was quite tenuous, and thus she did not intend to deliberately bridge the gap. Lita, belonging to the Tower of Shadows, remained neutral, having no ties to any faction while maintaining amicable relations with all. Therefore, acceptance into any group posed no significant challenge for her. As Eleanor's melodious chanting filled the air, a sprite girl, composed entirely of water elements, appeared at her side, beginning to prepare breakfast for her. After all, the Guardian's duty was merely to ensure the wizard's safety during battle, not to serve as a cook. Hence, it was entirely normal for the wizard to prepare her meal, and in fact, both Marion and Lita were watching the water sprite with a hint of envy, for such sprites were only possessed by those who had entered the realm of chanting, an emblem of true spellcasting. Regarding the cooking, while it may have seemed somewhat unfair, Eleanor's assistance from the sprite made the process quite smooth. Lita, accustomed to independence due to her father's long absences, faced no issues either among them. The only one struggling was, let me take a look, perhaps I can identify that creature. Coming from a noble family and having been pampered from a young age, it was only natural for Marion to be utterly clueless about cooking. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks slightly flushed, she approached Yiming and Mayali, proposing, is it truly a problem? Yet, Yiming and Mayali appeared reluctant to let her see. Miss Marion, it would be better to handle this when we set off. It is not urgent at the moment. Moreover, I do not believe it is a site suited for before a meal. That shouldn't be an issue. If you both can remain unfazed, then I can too. Do not underestimate a member of the Blade family. Do you think I am some delicate flower? Now that the conversation had reached this point, the two had no retort, and Yiming merely shrugged, leading her to the mound while recounting the events of the previous night. Small in stature, with long claws, these humanoid creatures, and black skin, they must be shadow monkeys. Marion quickly deduced the answer, and Yiming found himself wondering if her mind held an encyclopedia of creatures. From Marion's explanation, they learned that shadow monkeys were not magical beasts, but rather a type of monster, though the terms were similar. Their natures diverged significantly. Magical beasts possessed a natural affinity for minor magic, typically refraining from aggression unless hungry or threatened. Monsters, however, were inherently chaotic, seeking to destroy or kill anything they encountered, with shadow monkeys being among the most perilous. They not only bore sharp, elongated claws but also possessed venomous fangs, and these small creatures moved in packs, lurking in the shadows to inflict indiscriminate harm and assault until their prey was slain. Even more abhorrent was the fact that their actions were often driven by a sadistic impulse rather than mere hunger or territorial defense. In any case, the slaughter of a pack of animals should not evoke any psychological barriers. Yet, when Marion laid eyes on the scene before her, merely maintaining consciousness without succumbing to dizziness was a testament to her utmost effort to endure. Nearly 100 shadow monkey corpses lay piled behind the mound, each once small frame appearing as if ruthlessly torn apart by the claws of a colossal beast, revealing horrific and gruesome wounds. Blood, brain matter, and other bodily fluids formed a viscous mixture everywhere. It was no wonder Mayali had stated that this would do nothing for their appetites. In truth, Marion was already questioning whether she would be able to eat anything for the rest of the day. Fortunately, the only silver lining was that she had not eaten breakfast. Otherwise, she would have certainly vomited by now. With great effort, Marion suppressed her urge to retch as she summoned flames to incinerate the grotesque remains entirely. However, when she returned to the group, her complexion had turned pale. Yet her noble pride sustained her, preventing this pampered young lady from collapsing. Of course, there was no way she could muster any appetite for breakfast. It was truly unbelievable. Marion sat beneath a nearby tree, hugging her knees, as the cool breeze and fresh air revived her somewhat dizzy mind. She sat there, discontent, watching Yiming and Mei Yali as they enjoyed their breakfast. The two individuals exhibited neither the slightest hint of exhaustion from their night watch nor a trace of disdain. After having slain so many shadow monkeys, could there truly be no impact on them? What manner of nerves do these two possess? After a moment of silent reproach in her heart, Marion found herself involuntarily shifting her gaze to Mei Yali. In that moment, she observed Mei Yali dining quietly, maintaining an admirable level of decorum even in this desolate wilderness. From time to time, she would gently turn her head, seemingly exchanging whispers with the nearby Yiming. Followed by a soft smile, this sight inexplicably stirred a pang of sorrow within Marion. Indeed, I cannot reach her level. Even Marion herself could not fathom the origin of this sentiment. After finishing breakfast, the group continued their journey. Having kept watch all night, Yiming and Marion retreated to the carriage to rest, while the responsibility of driving was taken over by Elinoa. Was she truly a sorceress? Their bond is truly remarkable, Marion remarked, observing the two nestled together in slumber, unaware of why such words had suddenly escaped her lips. Well, that's because Brother Yiming is very fond of Sister Mei Yali. I wonder when they will get married, Lita mused. Her thoughts differing entirely from Marion's. Being young and naive about love, Lita, from her innocent perspective, felt immense joy at the thought of her beloved brother marrying her adored sister. Hence, her expression was one of pure delight. Yet, upon hearing this, Marion felt an inexplicable surge of agitation. How strange! What is happening to me? Marion pondered, yet found no answers. Initially, when the Lord of the Verdant sent her to join the investigation team, Marion could have easily declined the proposal, citing her injuries and physical condition. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not refuse. Deep down, it seemed that only under Yiming's protection did she feel utterly safe. Otherwise, even within the heavily fortified confines of her home, she felt a profound sense of dread and unease. This day, she remained unaware of the source of this impulsive feeling. However, as Marion watched Yiming and Mei Yali, their hands instinctively clasped together in sleep, a sudden wave of anguish flickered within her heart. For reasons unknown, Marion found this unsettling. Perhaps she already knew. Chapter 68. Entering the forest, the carriage came to a halt, and at that moment, Yiming and Mei Yali, having awakened from their slumber, exchanged puzzled glances. Given the light of the sky, they should have arrived at the forest of death. So why had they stopped? Miss Elinoa, is there something amiss? Marion inquired, her brow furrowed as she opened the carriage door to address the driver, Elinoa. Yet, Elinoa's reply was laced with uncertainty and confusion. Are we lost? What? Upon hearing her question, the group was taken aback, hastily disembarking the carriage, only to be astonished by the sight before them. The lush greenery of the trees rolled endlessly, and the forest appeared like an ocean of trees, breathtakingly beautiful. The ground was adorned with vibrant flowers interspersed among the tender green grass, resembling nature's very own carpet. Nearby, a crystal-clear brook merrily flowed, merging into a mirror-like lake. The entire forest exuded an extraordinary beauty and tranquility, which perhaps explained Elinoa's suspicions. After all, Even the Lord of the Sky possessed limited knowledge of this place. They had always assumed that the so-called restoration merely referred to regrowth from the ashes of death. Yet now, it seemed as if this forest had been resurrected, radiating a vitality and vigor never before witnessed. This moment, it no longer fit the dreadful name of the Forest of the Dead. Rather, it resembled the renowned name known to all on the continent before its destruction, the Forest of Life. Is this truly the Forest of the Dead? Marion questioned, though having once spent time there. She now found herself uncertain. It should be, Lita confirmed with a nod after scrutinizing the map. She did not ponder as deeply as Marion. The young girl, having witnessed the terrifying visage of the Forest of the Dead, had also experienced the dreamlike transformation that followed. For Lita, these changes were readily accepted. Only Mei Yali wore a serious expression, tinged with concern. However, Yiming placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Mei Yali's previously tense body relaxed, and she exhaled softly, saying nothing, merely gazing at Yiming with a smile of reassurance. As the journey continued, the carriage proved of little use. Although the trade route had been passable until reaching the Forest of the Dead, beyond that point, it was rendered unusable. The dense grass and tangled trees made it impossible to continue with the carriage. Thus, the group resolved to proceed on foot. They unhitched the horse, as it might still prove useful, but the carriage was left behind. Yiming and Mei Yali instinctively wished to destroy it, yet faced the group's natural skepticism. There is no need to destroy the carriage, and it can serve as a reference point for our location, cannot it? Marion asked curiously, unable to grasp Yiming's reasoning. This, Yiming chose not to argue. He understood that in this world, where he was not being pursued, there was no need to erase his trail. However, leaving it behind made him quite uneasy, and he was at a loss for how to convince the others of his viewpoint. Years of reconnaissance and counter-surveillance had ingrained habits in Yiming and Mei Yali. Yet when matters did not unfold as they were accustomed to, the discomfort in their hearts was entirely justifiable. We are not being pursued at present. Sensing Yiming's lingering frustration, Mei Yali offered this comfort, though her tone also carried a sense of uncertainty. We are part of the investigation team. We have ample reason to be here, and there is no necessity to keep our movements secret. Moreover, should anything happen to the investigation team, these traces would aid in swift discovery. Mei Yali seemed to be reassuring herself as she sought justification, for she too felt the same unease as Yiming. Even if we depart, the plot against Marion will not simply dissipate. I do not wish to leave them a trace. There are 2 apprentice praise-bearers with us. I believe we will be safe. Besides, having fewer people is actually better. Is it not? This way, if we encounter anyone else, there will be no need to deliberate on whether to engage or hesitate. That is true. By shifting their perspective, although the traces they left behind might lead others to them, the enemy's range of actions would be similarly restricted, as they could only follow their trail rather than emerge from all directions. After this contemplation, both Yiming and Mei Yali felt somewhat reassured. However, unlike the 2 who remained anxious, the other mages wandering through the forest were captivated by the beauty of nature, entirely unaware of Yiming and Mei Yali's confusion and concern, and instead meandered through the woods with astonishment and excitement. Clearly, in the time that followed, animals had adapted to the forest transformation far sooner than humans, and various creatures had been spotted more than once. Stop right there. Yiming abruptly grasped Eli Noah, who was wandering ahead. Entranced by the scenery, this caught her off guard, prompting a displeased look in his direction. Yet before she could voice her confusion, a vividly colored venomous snake slithered past her in the underbrush, darting away without a glance. This left Eli Noah astounded. She instinctively grasped Yiming's hand, for no matter how brave a girl might be, there are always some things that even courage cannot compel one to face. The forest is not merely beautiful, one must also heed the dangers present. Yiming released her hand with a wry smile. In such well-lit surroundings, he could more easily perceive the structure of his environment and deduce the presence of animals nearby. Thus, he remained highly sensitive to his surroundings, sensing any dangers before anyone else. That is true. Please wait a moment. Marion, too, became cautious. Having previously been absorbed in the forest's beauty, completely overlooking the hidden perils beneath it, now, she closed her eyes, extending her arms toward the flowers and trees before her, and began to softly chant a new spell. The trees and tender green grass began to sway and rustle, producing a gentle sound. Marion's voice was melodious and enchanting. imbued with a hint of an otherworldly, ethereal quality that seemed uncharacteristic of humanity. She gracefully danced her fingers, as if conducting a grand orchestra. It was evident that this was not an offensive spell, for Marian's movements were unusually gentle compared to before, as though she were communing with the very essence of the forest around her. Subsequently, as the enchanting melody gradually ceased, the trees before them halted their swaying and dancing. Marian then opened her eyes. I have communicated with the nearby surroundings. The journey ahead should not present the same dangers as before. The ability to converse with nature and receive its aid is indeed the essence of elven magic. For reasons unknown, Yiming instinctively glanced back at Galaro, who was guiding the young girl, trailing behind the rest. Just moments ago, while Marian was chanting her spell, Yiming suddenly sensed that the man seemed to be plotting something. Thus, he nonchalantly stepped forward, intentionally placing himself between the two. This evidently incensed Galaro, yet he merely snorted in response, choosing not to elaborate further. I truly wish to eliminate him, Yiming lamented to Mei Yali. You mustn't act rashly. After all, he has not exhibited any overtly dangerous behavior. Even if he intends to act, it is unlikely to be in this location, Mei Yali cautioned. Without her needing to say so, Yiming understood. This man was clearly biding his time. And the only question remained whether he would indeed seize the opportunity. The primary mission of the investigation team was twofold. One was to assess the current state of the forest, which was already apparent. The forest of the undead had fully regained the vitality it once possessed when it was a forest of life, making it highly suitable for human habitation. However, the other task had yet to commence, to ascertain whether there were any investigative teams or spies from other nations infiltrating this region. The Lord of the Heavens had made his intentions abundantly clear. Upon discovering an enemy, it was imperative to annihilate them entirely to avoid providing them with leverage. After all, if their nation's investigation team were to be completely decimated, those countries would have no grounds for protest. They could hardly demand answers from the Yulia Empire as to why their spies within the empire had vanished without a trace, a question so foolish as to be laughable. However, should any survivors remain, they would become fodder for diplomatic manipulation by those with ulterior motives. Although the Yulia Empire possessed formidable military strength, it had consistently maintained a policy of neutrality. And in terms of land area, it could only be considered a medium-sized nation that if such a situation were to provide others with ammunition, numerous complications would undoubtedly ensue. Hence, the Academy had deliberately dispatched 2 apprentice bards, more precious than giant pandas. Now that the first task was completed, the focus shifted solely to the second mission. Soon, the group began to notice troubling signs. Near the riverbank, both Galaro and Illinois discovered evidence of a previous temporary encampment. It was clear that certain individuals had infiltrated the forest. Yiming crouched down, meticulously examining the ashes and traces on the ground, while also clearing away dirt to uncover charred wood and bones buried beneath. Based on the weight and the degree of grease present, there should be 5 to 8 individuals involved, he stated, though he was clearly speaking without any real basis. Even he, no matter how skilled, could not derive genuine clues from a pile of burnt charcoal. Instead, he was analyzing the residual patterns left in the AIR.INA forest. Fire was a rare occurrence. As long as he could identify the remnants of its color, perceiving the surrounding area became a relatively simple task. However, given the presence of many others nearby, he found it inconvenient to utilize his abilities to reconstruct images. Ultimately, he only needed a general understanding. So, are you suggesting that at least one group has already infiltrated the forest? Marian asked, her tone devoid of skepticism, for Yiming had deceived her before, and only Mei Yali could truly discern when he was lying. Indeed, can we track their movements? Illinois inquired, her brow furrowing as her hand instinctively rested on the hilt of her sword. No, that is unnecessary. Yiming raised his head, gazing upstream along the river, and suddenly broke into an easy smile. Our immediate priority is to establish a base. After all, we are the rightful lords of this forest. This is our territory. Yiming's expression was indifferent, yet his words inadvertently conveyed a hint of smug mockery. Those hidden mice will have no issue revealing themselves once they take the initiative. So, Guardian, are you suggesting we lure them out? The girl who had been following Galaro finally spoke. Precisely. Yiming stood up, stretching languidly. This forest is vast, and our numbers limited. If we were to search thoroughly, we would never have enough time. However, for them, the urgency is certainly greater if they discover that we are preparing to establish a camp here. How do you suppose they will react? Indeed, if their sole intention is reconnaissance, then our presence here would impede their efforts. But Yiming, Marian regarded him with an odd expression. Constructing a camp is no trivial task. While we have mages among us, they are not suited for such labor. Her retort caused Yiming to furrow his brow in contemplation, as if he were genuinely pondering the issue. Yet this question hardly seems to be a problem. Does it, Miss Marian? Mei Yali's voice echoed in Marian's mind, causing her to momentarily pause before grasping the intent behind the scene unfolding before her. If we could find a suitable location. Speaking of which, I do have a suggestion. Understanding the play that Yiming and Mei Yali were enacting, Marian naturally began to cooperate with them. I once came across a record in my father's study indicating that there was a castle within this forest. Though many years have passed, I believe it should still be usable. After all, she had spent a night there. That makes sense, Yiming remarked, a smile playing on his lips. Then let us search for this castle. Before long, the group, coincidentally, discovered the dilapidated castle nestled halfway up the mountain. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, yet both Yiming and Mei Yali, having returned to a familiar place, exhibited feelings distinctly different from the others, marked by an unusual tension. Observing Lita and Marian, their expressions mirrored a similar peculiarity, as both seemed to be reminded of a bygone era. Throughout this period, Yiming kept a vigilant eye on Galaro, who, after the earlier incident, displayed no further odd behavior. Clearly, Yiming's actions compelled him to exercise restraint. After all, when faced with an adversary capable of perceiving your every subtle movement, the wisest course of action is to minimize the chances for error. Subsequently, Galaro behaved like a true guardian, attentively caring for the young girl beside him. However, after thoroughly assessing the castle's surroundings, Elenoia expressed her concerns. This castle is in a state of considerable disrepair, while it could serve as a temporary base. The sheer expanse of the ruins, coupled with our inability to conduct a complete investigation, poses a risk should the enemy utilize this location to launch a counterattack. Pausing for a moment, Elenoia scrutinized Marian before shifting her gaze to Lita. Lita Canarat. How is your harmonic resonance? Mine seems to. Is it functioning or not? It should be. Please be more certain. No problem. I see. Marian gazed at Elenoia with keen interest, seemingly grasping the situation. 2 apprentice bards, 1 mage, and 1 sorceress, though it may be rudimentary. Are you considering utilizing choral magic? What is choral magic, Miss Marian? Mei Yali inquired with curiosity. Choral magic is a form of large-scale spellcasting, where each individual is responsible for a different part of the chant, ultimately merging their powers into a singular, potent spell. The efficacy of this magic surpasses that of ordinary incantations, and due to the division of responsibilities, the transfer of power remains exceptionally balanced. As for the effects, Marian, unusually, paused without elaborating, casting a triumphant glance at Mei Yali and Yiming. You'll see for yourselves. After all, we mages are not merely seeking protection behind you. Clearly, Eleanor harbored intentions of utilizing this magic for a specific purpose. After conferring with another apprentice of the praise mage, she swiftly determined their respective positions. The 3 of them took their places at 3 corners, while Rita stood at the center of the trio. Her power the weakest, as she was ideally suited to absorb the collective force of the others. This was a position of utmost importance. Should she falter, it would be akin to a discordant note in a symphony, ultimately leading to ruin. However, Eleanor appeared unperturbed by this concern, or perhaps she simply did not consider it at all. She was the type who, once resolved, would see her decision through to the end. Of course, prior to taking action, she did not forget to seek Yiming's counsel. Yet, after being inundated with a torrent of useless noise, Yiming seemed to have no recourse but to concede, raising his hands in surrender and allowing her to proceed. Nonetheless, he observed that Eleanor, unlike Marian and Rita, was accustomed to collective endeavors, handling the situation with remarkable ease. This piqued Yiming's interest in the Tower of Flame, or rather, in Eleanor herself. After all, such a distinctive yet peculiar mage was a rarity. Not only did she seem adept at collaborative efforts, but she was also clad in knightly light armor, wielding a longsword. Though Yiming noted that her swordsmanship, while not extraordinary, was commendable, Yiming stepped back, surveying the quartet before him. Being flanked by 3 individuals whose levels and strengths clearly surpassed his own was undoubtedly discomforting. However, there was no alternative, and thus he could only feign ignorance towards Rita's anxious plea for help. Then, the incantation commenced. Eleanor's chant resonated with solemnity, akin to a prayer before the divine. Following her, the young girl's voice was steady and gentle, light and melodious. Marion's chant, in stark contrast, was imbued with an intensity reminiscent of a raging inferno. Meanwhile, Rita, tasked with harmonizing their efforts, struggled to maintain her chanting rhythm amidst the chaos. Grasping her steps under such circumstances was no simple feat. The atmosphere shifted. Imming noted that the once stable air began to flow slowly. As indistinct shapes emerged and morphed into form, the ground trembled faintly beneath them, and the air reverberated with a low roar. This prompted both Imming and Mei Li to instinctively retreat a few steps. An overwhelming sense of discomfort washing over them, reminiscent of their initial foray into the magical array, as if the very world were rejecting their proximity. Almost simultaneously, the castle began to transform. The ruins, once scattered and desolate, suddenly swirled and levitated with remarkable speed, seemingly imbued with life as they reassembled upon the brick walls. Everything unfolded like a fast-forwarded film. Imming watched in astonishment as the castle regained its towering, majestic stature, resurrecting the splendor of your At that moment. The quartet of mages reached the critical juncture of their harmonious incantation. Their originally disparate styles and pitches converged in an instant, akin to rivulets merging into one vast ocean. Imming then observed Marion's pendant flickering with a vivid crimson glow, pulsating in sync with her melodic voice. Evidently, this was the enhancement artifact Marion had previously mentioned. When their chants ceased in unison, a grand and resplendent castle materialized before them once more. How marvelous! Even Mei Li gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide as she beheld this miraculous impossibility. Indeed, incantation magic serves purposes beyond merely combating foes, Marion declared with evident pride, possessing ample justification for her satisfaction. Once Rita regained her composure, she surveyed her surroundings in disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. Eleanor and the young girl, however, seemed unfazed by such occurrences. They merely exchanged faint smiles, offering no further commentary. "Well done," Imming remarked, giving Marion a pat on the shoulder. "Now it is our turn. You." "What?" Marion's expression shifted slightly, but before she could finish her query, Imming's demeanor hardened, his previously gentle smile replaced by a dispassionate gaze directed towards a small hill beside the castle. "Are you suggesting that I should break your legs and toss you out? Or would you prefer to exit on your own accord while still intact?" Silence ensued. "Is there anyone there?" Eleanor's expression shifted as she quickly scanned the area, quietly inquiring of Imming after confirming there were no ambushes. "Come out, or perish," Imming asserted, confident in his judgment. Even if the intruders believed they could conceal their whereabouts, as long as the light remained in Imming's favor, they would be unable to evade his scrutiny. Silence. Then, from behind the hill, 5 men resembling adventurers emerged. The leader, a man with glasses and an air of genteel sophistication, spoke. "I sincerely apologize. We did not intend to intrude. However, we did not anticipate." The man paused briefly, his gaze lingering on Imming with evident surprise, as if he wished to articulate something but ultimately chose silence. "Who are you, and why have you trespassed into the territory of the Lia Empire?" Eleanor stepped forward, hand resting on her sword hilt, her voice cold and demanding. For mages, being spied upon while casting spells was one of the most loathsome offenses, especially given that these individuals were clearly not allies. The fact that she had not immediately resorted to violence was already a considerable concession. Perhaps, since the leadership of the group lay with Imming, Eleanor refrained from issuing commands beyond her authority, thus barely suppressing her ire. Meanwhile, Marion and Rita, acutely aware of the tension, had sidled back to Mei Li's side, their expressions grave and tense as they regarded the intruders. "Please, do not be agitated. Allow me to introduce myself," the man said, bowing elegantly. "My name is Hain Figa. I trust you are familiar with my name. The Vice President of the Federal Magic Research Society, and also the second prince, correct?" No one understood political matters better than Marion, and upon hearing his name, she instantly comprehended his identity. This revelation caused Prince Hain to raise his head in surprise, a satisfied nod following as he scrutinized Marion. "Indeed, you are rightly distinguished as the daughter of the Minister of Magical Affairs, Miss Marion. In fact, let us spare the pleasantries," Imming interjected, interrupting Hain's aimless chatter. "Simply inform me why you have clandestinely appeared in another nation's backyard. Based on your response, I shall determine whether to send you up or down." No one grasped the implications of Iming's up and down except Mei Yili, up signifying a swift, painless demise, while down referred to Iming's unique methods of torment, which stripped victims of even the will to commit suicide, leaving them paralyzed by fear until their sanity crumbled. Although the meaning was unclear, none were foolish enough to overlook the provocative undertones in his words. Soon, the prince's companions began to stir restlessly, evidently preparing to attack Iming and his group. Yet, Prince Hain merely cleared his throat before turning back to Iming. I apologize, but I am still unaware of your identity. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could exhibit at least a modicum of respect towards a member of the royal family. I harbor no respect for thieves who sneak through windows. Iming shrugged, unconcerned by the murderous glares emanating from the prince's entourage. Moreover, I have no interest in addressing corpses by name. With that, he swiftly concluded the conversation, clearly indicating that there was nothing further to discuss. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable aura of danger enveloping them. As Mei Yili stepped forward, seemingly nonchalant as she closed her parasol and propped it against the ground, Prince Hain's expression darkened at Iming's words. He scrutinized the man before him, searching for something. Ultimately, he relinquished this endeavor and reached behind his waist, casting a seemingly casual glance forward. Very well, then, wait a moment. At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected. Gula Luo stepped forward, elegantly bowing to the man before turning to Iming. Mr. Iming, you are being rather reckless. The relationship between the Federation and our empire is of great significance. You may not be aware of the agreements established between the Federal Magic Research Society and the Academy. Moreover, the occurrence of such anomalies in the forest of the undead has prompted our allied nation to send envoys for investigation, which is quite understandable, is it not? How can you so stubbornly misconstrue the goodwill of others? Nonsense. From Lita and above, everyone displayed expressions of bewilderment. Anyone with a modicum of sense understands that no matter how amicable the relations between two nations may be, it does not grant one the liberty to send individuals to survey the territory of the other. This is a truth even Lita comprehends. How could Marion and Eleanor fail to grasp it? Galaro is evidently speaking in favor of the opposing party. Eleanor stepped forward, poised to articulate something, but was halted by Yiming. Mr. Galaro, Yiming regarded him with a sardonic smile. In this team, who exactly holds the authority? In this team, naturally, you hold the authority, Galaro scoffed. However, I am a watcher sent by the Tower of the Sky, and I do not belong to your team. Furthermore, witnessing your intent to jeopardize our diplomatic relations with the Federation, how could I remain an idle observer? Do you not comprehend, Mr. Yiming, that your actions will only incite war? If you persist in this course of action, he took a few steps back, positioning himself before Prince Hain. Then you must first step over my corpse. At this proclamation, the crowd was taken aback. Marion frowned, entirely unprepared for Galaro's overt bias towards outsiders in such a setting. Indeed, in terms of status, Galaro, being directly affiliated with the Bardic Order, outranked anyone present. After all, Eleanor and her companion were merely apprentice bards. And in terms of rank alone, they could not defy Galaro's commands. Not to mention, Marion instinctively took a step back, casting a glance at Yiming, awaiting his move. Yet Yiming did nothing. He simply gazed at the man before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Very well, indeed. He nodded. Since you have articulated your stance so clearly, I shall likewise inform you that from this moment forth, you are forbidden from appearing before us. Depart with that group, and the farther the better. I have no fondness for idle chatter, nor do I appreciate others feigning ignorance, so I do not wish to repeat myself, since you are not one of our companions. It would be prudent for you to vacate the vicinity promptly. Otherwise, should we lay eyes on you again, rest assured, the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning will be the least of your concerns. This retort rendered Galaro's complexion a tumultuous blend of white and red. He instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, Mayali joined Yiming's side, her parasol having somehow shifted to her left hand. Yiming regarded him with a teasing glint in his eyes, as if inviting him into a trap. Galaro observed the pair, then inhaled sharply before releasing his grip on the sword's hilt. I shall not stoop to your level, you young rascals. I will grant you time for contemplation and reflection, for you are still young and do not comprehend certain matters. With that, Galaro turned, bowing to Prince Hain. Your Highness, please forgive their rudeness, and allow me to escort you. It is quite all right. I am not offended, Prince Hain replied with a smile. then cast a deliberate glance at Mayali before departing under Galaro's guidance. I can hardly believe this. As soon as they left, Marion exclaimed in indignation. What difference is there between this and treason in substance? Our empire is not a vassal state of the Federation. Why must Galaro demean himself in such a manner? The fox's tail has been revealed. A judgment echoed in Mayali's mind, to which Yiming nodded in agreement. Indeed, that fellow has finally lost his composure. In my view, this group was clearly summoned by him. But why would Mr. Galaro take such action? Lita inquired, somewhat perplexed, and even Marion struggled to comprehend. As one of the 5 guardians of the Empire's Bardic Order, Galaro's words and actions represented the entire nation. He had no need to lower himself in such a way to the opposing party. Everyone sensed that something was amiss, yet they could not pinpoint what was wrong. Eleanor sighed, feeling helpless in the face of the unexpected developments. So, does this mean that when we encounter him next, he will be our enemy? Of course. A hint of regret tinged Yiming's voice. He had initially believed that this would finally be the opportunity to dispose of that nuisance. The fact that this detestable scoundrel had slipped away left Yiming feeling rather disappointed. Nevertheless, the primary base had been established, granting them a secure encampment that in such circumstances, commencing searches and reconnaissance was feasible. Brother Yiming? Lita gently tugged at Yiming's clothing, seemingly hesitant to speak. What about that, sister? You mean? In truth, had Lita not reminded them, they would have nearly forgotten about a certain individual at that moment. She remained swathed in white cloth, standing silently, her expression a mixture of anxiety and confusion. After all, Galaro had nominally joined them as her guardian. Now that he had departed without consent, her position would become exceedingly awkward. If memory serves, her name was indeed Biologia, if I recall correctly. Miss Biologia, what are your thoughts? However, in response to Yiming's inquiry, Biologia provided a peculiar answer. The Lord of the Sky has commanded me to investigate the forest and cooperate with your actions. But your guardian has left. The Lord of the Sky said that I only need to cooperate with your actions. Biologia reiterated her statement. Seemingly unfazed by Galaro's departure. What an odd person. Given the circumstances, Yiming had little more to say, and moreover, Eleanor had assured them that Biologia would pose no danger. Ultimately, Yiming was indifferent, and in the current situation, he was evidently quite amenable to the arrangement. Are you contemplating a harem again? Just a thought. Thinking is not a crime, is it? Were it any other woman, Yiming would certainly not admit it so readily. Yet Mayali was different. Their relationship had long transcended the petty jealousy that might arise. Their profound understanding of one another meant they would not squander energy on trivial disputes. Mayali had an unwavering trust in Yiming. And he felt the same doubt. Of course, a few light-hearted complaints were inevitable. After all, even the most refined temperament does not necessitate unyielding endurance. Thus, a tantalizing pink scene swiftly materialized in Yiming's mind that in this remote, uninhabited forest, Mayali nestled in his embrace, while Marion and Eleanor flanked them, and even Lita shyly leaned in closer. Immersed in this gentle paradise of indulgence, the Supreme Emperor elegantly wielded his power, relishing a feast that would incite envy in others. Amidst the yearning gazes of the young women, he reveled in their affections. All right, daydreaming concluded. It's time to attend to business. Yiming stretched, muttering to himself. This prompted Eleanor and Marion, who were nearby deliberating their next steps, to look at him strangely, while Mayali sighed, resting her head in her hand as a woman. She naturally possessed a sense of possessiveness that in fact, during their initial travels together, Mayali's jealousy had been quite pronounced. She could hardly tolerate Yiming's excessive attention towards other girls. However, an excessively strong possessiveness is never a virtue that Mayali came to understand that regardless of Yiming's interactions with others, he would ultimately return to her side. Her demeanor became less extreme. By now, Mayali had largely adapted to Yiming's quirks and could approach them with a more tolerant mindset. Our stance is as follows. Eleanor stated earnestly to Yiming. Given that the situation has unfolded beyond our expectations, I propose we contact the Lord of the Sky to determine our next course of action. From our current investigation, it appears that, although the reasons remain unclear, the forest of the undead has indeed become suitable for human habitation. As for the second task, the unexpected arrival of the Federation's investigation team, as Galaro mentioned, will undoubtedly pose a diplomatic issue between the two nations. Why not eliminate the threat before they exit the forest of the undead? Preventing danger at its inception is a principle Yiming steadfastly adheres to. If they were unaccompanied by the prince, I would wholeheartedly agree with your suggestion. In matters of politics, Marion was significantly more astute. However, the situation is different now. After all, a nation cannot exist without a king, although the Federation is a union of several smaller states. The role of a prince within it is undeniably significant. Under such circumstances, if the prince were to vanish, regardless of the validity of the reasoning, the Federation would certainly take action against my empire. At that point, it won't happen. Yiming shook his head, interrupting Marion's anxious discourse that he appeared remarkably confident, clearly assured in his stance. Trust me, even if we were to slice that prince into pieces and send him back, they wouldn't dare to retaliate. What are you saying? You have no idea. Marion instinctively furrowed her brow, attempting to counter his assertion. I don't need to understand. Yiming raised a finger and shook it dismissively, as if stating the obvious. Since they have come here, they should not expect to leave alive. Beyond that, we need not do anything else. Chapter 71. Conspiracy. Nightfall descended, gazing at the gradually illuminated windows of the castle. Galaro reflexively closed his eyes. Turning around, the once haughty expression on Galaro's face had vanished, replaced by an evident look of trepidation. Before him, Prince Haina sat quietly, observing the castle with a gentle smile. I sincerely apologize. Your Highness, I had thought you would be the leader of this investigation team, Mr. Galaro. Prince Haina's voice was steady, yet Galaro felt a chill rush down his spine that he struggled to suppress the instinctual fear. Only the pride of a strong man preventing him from collapsing to the ground, trembling like others. Nevertheless, Galaro clenched his teeth, daring not to utter a word, for he feared that opening his mouth would unleash a terrified scream. Can you tell me what is happening? The icy, murderous intent dissipated, and Galaro finally exhaled in relief. I am sorry, Your Highness. I too do not understand why this is the case. This is the will of the Lord of Heaven, and I cannot defy it. To be honest, Galaro was quite perplexed upon receiving this news. He had assumed that, relying on his own identity and status, becoming the leader of this investigation team was a foregone conclusion. Yet, he did not expect Belroga to willingly assign leadership to that wretched little girl. This alone had thrown Galaro's plans into disarray. In Galaro's original plan, if he were in charge, he could have orchestrated various unexpected occurrences. After all, while wizards possess remarkable prowess in magic, they are remarkably weak outside of it. Galaro was confident in fulfilling his initial task. However, now, all of that had turned to naught. That boy, how did he discover us? In response to the prince's inquiry, Galaro remained silent. In truth, he could not fathom it. The secret communications were supposed to be flawless. And throughout the journey, Galaro had not sensed any indication that Yiming had noticed the marks left for the prince's group. Even when Yiming discovered the hiding place of the prince's entourage, the one who had initiated the concealment felt no hint that the prince was nearby. Do you know what his innate ability is? I am afraid, Your Highness, I do not have that information. Very well. The prince smiled gently, appearing not to mind on the surface, but his subsequent words belied that impression. As long as we capture him, everything will become clear. With that, the prince leaned slightly closer to the fire, continuing to gaze at Galaro. Regarding the mission, do not botch it. Otherwise, I believe you would not wish to face the consequences. Am I correct? Yes, Your Highness. That I shall now monitor their movements. Realizing that further words would be futile, Galaro bowed and prepared to leave. But the prince suddenly recalled something and called out to him. By the way, who is that young lady? Which one do you refer to? After all, among the investigation team, apart from Yiming and Galaro, there were almost exclusively young women. Such a vague identification left even Galaro somewhat perplexed. The one with the beautiful dual-colored eyes. The prince stood, his gaze filled with fervent delight. I never expected to encounter such a unique young lady in a place like this. What is her name? Your Highness, her name is Mayali Didvale Louise. Like Yiming, she is a guardian of wizards. I want her. The prince's next words rendered Galaro momentarily speechless, although he was already aware that this prince led a rather debauched private life. This was hardly the moment for such matters. He discreetly signaled to the elder behind the prince, but the latter merely returned a cold stare, offering no assistance. Thus, Galaro was left with no choice but to muster the courage to speak, hoping to dissuade the prince from this notion. Your Highness, but I do not care what methods you use. You must bring her to me. That young lady. As he spoke, Prince Haina paused for a moment, and then, to Galaro's astonishment, a smile broke across his face. I must have her. Such a woman is not worthy of anyone's enjoyment but mine. You should understand my meaning, Galaro. Bring her to me. She is mine. This. Galaro found himself at a loss for words. Capture her? Did this prince think it was as simple as plucking a village girl from a rural town, due to Mayali's habit of rarely acting before Yiming? Galaro had never witnessed her combat style. However, considering that she appeared delicate and beautiful while Yiming had entrusted her to guard his rear without any apparent intent to protect her during battle, it was evident that her capabilities were not to be underestimated. Galaro was well aware of Yiming's strength. They could stand evenly matched, leading him to surmise that Mayali likely possessed similar prowess. Such a figure could not simply be captured at will. Perhaps those other wizards would be easier to handle. Ultimately, however, he said nothing. I understand, Your Highness. Galaro inclined his head slightly before vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. Meanwhile, within the castle, Yiming sat in a half-smile, toying with a silver knife that had begun to corrode. What, Mayali? That prince truly has some audacity. Yiming let out a cold snort, casually tossing the knife upward, where it swiftly embedded itself in the center of a stone crevice. Mayali wore a rather helpless expression, as she was responsible for eavesdropping and relaying information, and in such circumstances, sharing such news left her feeling quite awkward and somewhat anxious. Mayali anxiously observed Yiming, clearly pondering his thoughts, and indeed, she had largely guessed Yiming's decision. Anyone who dares to covet a woman of mine must not be allowed to return alive. Yiming's tone was as matter-of-fact as one could expect, while Mayali sighed softly. If only I were not. Isn't that a good thing? Yiming interrupted Mayali's thoughts with a smile. Hold your head high and be confident. Mayali. To attract the attention of men is perhaps the highest compliment for a woman, indicating that your beauty possesses such allure. But your country also has an old saying, beauty brings disaster. Mayali gently shook her head. In truth, her appearance had caused trouble for both of them on more than one occasion. Not to mention her stunning beauty. Even her strikingly distinct dual-colored eyes often made Mayali the center of attention. Nearly every time she found herself in a predicament, Yiming was the one to rescue her. While he bore no particular grievances about it, Mayali frequently felt a sense of guilt, wondering if things would be different if she were not like this, if only her eyes. What? Do you dislike that saying? I rather like it. Yiming shrugged. Beauty brings disaster is no simple matter. The notion that a pretty face alone can bring down an entire nation is a fairy tale at best. In reality, only a woman who possesses both talent and beauty, along with profound charm, can truly bear such a title. In the face of their allure, even nations would find themselves utterly defeated and rendered inconsequential. Is that not a form of praise? However, this will inevitably lead to a myriad of unforeseen troubles, won't it? Do not mistake my intentions, Mayali. Yiming's tone shifted to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Mayali's mismatched eyes, seemingly perceiving the turmoil within her soul. If you are so fearful of troubles of this magnitude that you would choose to evade them, then it would be impossible for me to remain by your side. To reject such challenges and merely endure is the mark of a coward, and such a person is unworthy of your company, is it not? Mayali fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. From your perspective, it seems that besides you, there are no other men in this world who could possibly be worthy of me. That is indeed the truth, Yiming shamelessly conceded. You are truly... Knock, knock, knock. Before Mayali could finish her sentence, an unexpected knocking interrupted them. Shortly thereafter, Marian and Eleanor entered. Yiming, intrigued, glanced at them and playfully inquired, "What brings you here, ladies? Is it not rather late to be awake? Are you perhaps wishing to join me in slumber?" "Stop dreaming." Marian shot him an irritated glare, while Eleanor seemingly ignored his jest and turned to Yiming with a report. "Mr. Yiming, Marian and I believe that someone should keep watch during the night. Otherwise, we may encounter danger. After all, Lord Galaro and Prince Haina should be nearby. And I think it prudent for someone to take on the night watch. Should any peril arise, it would be wise to be prepared. Suit yourself." Although Yiming felt indifferent about the night watch, he refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that Eleanor's suggestion was reasonable. In such circumstances, an extra measure of caution was undoubtedly a safeguard. Nodding in agreement, Eleanor promptly turned and exited the room without lingering. Marian, however, cast a complicated glance at Mayali, then shook her head, preparing to leave when Yiming called out, "Marian, I have a few questions for you. Please, go ahead." "That Eleanor. She seems somewhat different from the typical sorcerers. Does she not?" "Indeed, that is accurate." While unsure why Yiming posed this question, Marian answered earnestly, for the close relationship between the Green Tower and the Flame Tower afforded her some insight. Miss Eleanor is the aide to the Lord of Flame. I have heard she comes from a military background before becoming a sorceress, which sets her apart from ordinary magic users. As for the specifics behind this, that is beyond my knowledge at this point. Marian paused, regarding Yiming with suspicion. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking her to bed, at least not at this moment. Then, I shall take my leave. Not everyone could treat Yiming's jest as mere humor. Marian shot him a cold glare before turning to exit. Yiming watched as the door slammed shut, then smiled wryly. Miss Marian possesses a very serious demeanor. Such humor may earn you her disdain, you know. Mei Yali remarked, rising to approach the window to eye in the pitch-black forest. A faint glimmer of firelight flickered, capturing her attention momentarily before her expression shifted slightly. I believe we have some troubles to address. She spoke without turning back to Yiming. Chapter 72. True Intentions. As Yiming walked across the smooth marble floor, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of magic. Although, according to Marian, this grand spell was rudimentary, resulting in a castle significantly smaller than its former self and resembling more of a fortress. The mere ability to reconstruct something that had succumbed to ruin was a feat unattainable even in his original world. Of course, the spell's efficacy was evidently not as remarkable as initially imagined. What emerged was only a rough structure and outline. While the ornamental materials, furniture, and carpets remained unusable, consequently, everyone had to make do with their own blankets for the night. It was clear that the magic users of this world differed subtly from Yiming's expectations. They seemed not only capable of serving as distant artillery, but also proved invaluable in everyday life. In this nation, the status of a sorcerer was closely tied to their contributions. The 5 archons were not merely exalted due to their noble lineage. They had collectively thwarted several existential threats to the realm, earning them unparalleled honor, status, and power. Of course, this also hinged on luck. After all, one could hardly expect a daily deluge of cataclysmic crises to descend from the heavens, all conveniently landing in their lap. Moreover, it was equally fortuitous that they had not become the lunch of a dragon or the dinner of a demon, nor had they fallen victim to clandestine machinations of power, avoiding the fate of becoming a legendary hero whose life was claimed by a treacherous ambush in battle. Being a hero was no easy feat. Yiming also observed that the people of this world placed great importance on the hierarchy of status. For instance, Marian, while not averse to performing magic for commoners, would instantly sever ties if faced with rudeness. Work and status were distinctly separate matters, which is why Yiming's initial approach had incited Marian's ire. She believed that as a guardian sorceress, one ought to uphold the decorum befitting their station. Had Yiming treated Marian with greater respect from the outset, she likely would not have regarded him with such hostility. Noticing a faint glow of magic nearby, Yiming curiously ventured closer. Lita, why are you still awake? Oh, Brother Yiming. Lita stood up, somewhat startled, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Yiming quickly noticed the thick tome resting before her. Are you studying? Yes, compared to everyone else, my abilities are rather lacking, and I am acutely aware of this. Lita's voice trailed off. The only reason I joined this investigation team was because I needed Sister Mei Yali and you, brother, a magic user as insignificant as I. It's good that you know. Yiming leaned against the wall. Speaking plainly, if Mei Yali were present, she would undoubtedly advise, one should be gentler with a lady. She was indeed eavesdropping. I was merely searching for you because I noticed your absence. I had no intent to follow you intentionally. Please take good care of her. If Lita were to cry, I would not let you off lightly. So, good night, and may you have sweet dreams. The sound of Mei Yali's voice faded, indicating that she had also retired for the night. Lita bit her lower lip, remaining silent. Yiming patiently waited, and after a lengthy pause, Lita finally whispered, Why? Do you and Sister Mei Yali wish to be my guardians? Because you and Sister Mei Yali are so strong. I initially did not realize. I thought you were merely ordinary adventurers, but now, even I understand how formidable you both are. Why would you choose to be my guardians? Surely, Marian or Lady Belukalin would be far more suitable. Because we do not wish to. Yiming's response was blunt, leaving Lita momentarily speechless. No, you do not wish to. Not at all, not in the slightest. Yiming's tone was resolute. What good could possibly come from following them? Marian is one thing, but as for Annie, do you think the title of Stronger is merely a facade to deceive naive maidens? Indeed, they are immensely powerful and wield considerable authority, but because of that, should they be attacked? It would not be with the petty tactics of street thugs that it is precisely because they are strong that the methods employed by their adversaries are exceptionally cunning. May Yali and I are indeed powerful. But possessing strength does not obligate us to engage in such conflicts. Must we always emerge to shield others from the tempest of calamity, sacrificing our lives in the process? To bully the small ruffians on the streets is a trivial matter. Must one engage in a life-and-death struggle with vile demons to find joy? That is nothing short of madness. Yiming's words left Lita astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her thoughts were no different from those of the common folk, yearning to grow stronger and become useful. It can be stated that if there were a dragon-slaying notice before her and her strength was sufficient, she would undoubtedly accept it with unwavering resolve, treating it as her sacred duty. However, Yiming's remarks indicated a completely contrary attitude. Given his demeanor, he would likely dismissively utter something like, "What danger could a shut-in dragon hiding in the deep mountains possibly pose?" and then proceed to carry on with his own affairs. Indifferent. Of course, you lack the strength to speak such words now. Yiming did not hesitate to drench little Lita with a bucket of cold water first. When you possess the power of Marion or Elinoa, then you may attempt to utter lines like, "This is quite dull. I have no desire to engage." I have no intention of saying such lines. Moreover, my goal is to become a bard. I will absolutely not concede defeat. Suit yourself. But you should rest first. Mayali will be quite anxious if she cannot find you. Yiming chose not to elaborate further, instead gently patting Lita's head, prompting her to rise and depart with the hefty tome in her arms. All under Yiming's watchful gaze. To become a bard, is it? Yiming sighed deeply, Marion's words resurfacing in his mind. From Lita's demeanor, it was evident that becoming a bard was her dream, her driving force and goal. Even if she ultimately failed to reach the bard's realm, she would not harbor regrets. After all, it was the culmination of her diligent efforts. However, the chasm between unable and unwilling is insurmountable. He certainly would not blame Marion and the other bards, deeming them selfish. Regardless, it is a beautiful lie. Even if one cannot become a bard, becoming a celebrant is still a commendable alternative. After all, the enhancement of one's capabilities is evident, much like how there can only be one king, no matter how hard others strive. They will ultimately become generals, ministers, or various officials. But what of it? The experiences and gains along the journey are what truly matter. Throughout this process, everyone comes to recognize their abilities while understanding their place. And that is the impetus brought forth by progress, rather than merely the outcome. Thud! A light sound echoed, and Yiming raised an eyebrow slightly, walking slowly out of the room and onto the balcony before crouching down. Eleanor, who was supposed to be on night watch, had collapsed on the ground, and judging by her appearance, it was evident that she had not merely dozed off from exhaustion. "I have never been particularly welcoming to nocturnal visitors," Yiming remarked without rising, nor even glancing back at the figure that had appeared there, cutting off his escape route. "Depending on the situation, I may resort to violent means." "Is this how you speak to an elderly man?" came the raspy, aged voice, tinged with some dissatisfaction. "To me, an enemy who comes knocking is indistinguishable by age or gender. If that is the case, why should one offer differential treatment based on age or gender?" Yiming turned to face the elder, quietly observing him. That would be a form of discrimination, would it not? As Yiming spoke, the shadow blade erupted forth, shimmering with an eerie light. The elder's expression grew serious, and he promptly drew the long sword from his waist. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Young one, you won't revel in your victory for long. Do not presume that matching Galaro blow for blow grants you the right to speak to me in such a manner." "You may certainly try," Yiming replied, twisting his wrist and regarding the elder with a cold smile. "I welcome it at any moment." "Outrageous!" the elder bellowed, thrusting his longsword forward with blinding speed, generating a fierce gust of wind, while Yiming merely smirked, raising the obsidian Xianyuan dual blades to meet the elder's sword point. Chapter 73. The sword's envoy. The elder's strike was as swift as lightning, aimed directly at Yiming's body. In the instant it clashed with the black dual blades, the long sword transformed into a flurry of chilling light, enveloping Yiming like stars obscuring the sun, each glimmer harboring an intense murderous intent. Had Yiming possessed no means of defense, a single blow would have sufficed to fill him with gory wounds. However, Yiming merely took a gentle step back, then twisted his wrist, causing the myriad of starlight to be devoured by an endless darkness. With a harsh screech of clashing weapons, the elder swiftly retreated, his expression grave, and the long sword in his hand now bore a noticeable chip under the moonlight's glow. The elder's visage was solemn, yet there was a hint of reproach as he looked at the Xianyuan in Yiming's grasp. It seems you possess rather formidable weaponry. Do you deem it appropriate to bully an old man such as myself? Indeed, Yiming affirmed with a nod. If you feel discontented, you may seek out a weapon stronger than this. I shall not complain in the slightest. The elder let out a cold snort at Yiming's veiled mockery. He had hoped to provoke the youth with words, believing that young people were typically proud and arrogant. As soon as he expressed any reproach, the young one would easily fall into his trap. However, Yiming was evidently not so easily swayed. For him, notions of embarrassment or shame held no weight, and he subtly ridiculed the elder, implying that he would not stoop to disparage an enemy's weapon. This infuriated the elder, yet he was compelled to act with caution. After all, his plan was to stall Yiming until the ambush from the other side succeeded, seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. Yet now, the situation had clearly taken an unexpected turn. The magical weapon possessed by Yiming could inflict damage upon his sword, which was already extremely troublesome, not to mention, unbeknownst to the elder, Yiming had already dashed to his front, each hand wielding a longsword. While the previous dual blades had vanished without a trace, this startled the elder greatly. He quickly leaped back, simultaneously swirling his longsword to unleash a fierce arc of swordlight, hastily meeting Yiming's left blade. Clang, 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 clang. Nearly making contact, the elder felt as though dozens of individuals were striking swords simultaneously, a violent tremor coursing through the sword and into his arm. Rendering it numb. In such circumstances, the elder had no choice but to leap back, discarding the long sword in his grasp. It proved to be the correct choice, for that long sword, which was already of decent quality, shattered into fragments mere seconds after leaving the elder's hand. Moreover, it was the elder's years of experience that saved his life. Having focused too heavily on one side's offense, Yiming's other sword only managed to nick the edge of the elder's cloak, failing to land a genuine hit. The first round of their offensive and defensive clash concluded in an instant, with Yiming holding the upper hand. Of course, the elder did not attribute this to the opponent's overwhelming strength. It was purely due to the peculiar nature of that magical weapon. Initially, the weapon in Yiming's hand was a strangely shaped dual-blade sword, with the grip in the center and the blades extending outward. Yet in the subsequent assault, it had transformed into two entirely different longswords. It was evident that this magical weapon was extraordinary. Who could have crafted such a versatile tool? The very thought of the individual capable of creating such a fluid magical weapon left the elder bewildered. But, kid, do not assume that only you possess a magical weapon. The elder snorted coldly, reaching for his waist and drawing forth another longsword. This blade differed from Yiming's. It shimmered with resplendent light, adorned with gemstones that emitted an unnatural, sinister green glow. The elder waved the sword casually, and amidst the howling of the blade, indistinct sounds reminiscent of mournful wails intertwined with the air. Yet Yiming merely flipped his sword in a playful manner, entirely unfazed by the elder's actions. Instead, he suddenly glanced behind the elder, revealing a triumphant smile. Then, with a tone laced with mockery, Yiming calmly spoke. You wish to capture Mayali. Your aspirations are commendable, but alas, your strength falls woefully short. The elder's expression darkened completely. He had initially hoped to use this as a tactic to unsettle Yiming, but was utterly unprepared for the fact that the boy was already aware of their plans. How could this be? At that moment, the elder finally sensed that something was amiss. According to the plan, Galaro should have been able to suppress the others by now, but why had there been no sign of him thus far? The situation for Galalo is hardly any better. The longsword in his hand was once again suppressed by the rapier, diverted from its intended path, narrowly grazing Mayali's body by mere centimeters, not even severing her flowing golden locks. Meanwhile, the rapier was already darting forward at an alarming speed, aimed directly at Galalo's right eye. In that moment, Galalo had no choice but to retreat swiftly. He brandished his magical weapon, unleashing a blinding radiance before he stepped back. Suddenly, with a faint crack, the serpent-like chain sword followed closely behind him. At this juncture, Galalo could hardly make any further moves. Gritting his teeth, he rolled on the ground, barely evading the strike of the silver serpent. After missing its target, the chain sword rebounded immediately, transforming back into a runic rapier. Mayali stood elegantly to the side, sword in hand, the tip pointing downwards, calmly observing the man before her. Not far behind her stood Marion, Rita, and Bernogia, encased within a semi-transparent golden membrane that evidently shielded them at that moment. Bernogia's fingers twitched slightly, her lips rapidly chanting a lengthy and intricate incantation, clearly the linchpin of this protective magic. As expected, Galalo clenched his jaw. He knew Mayali would not be easy to deal with. That damn prince had even suggested that they had traveled long distances and had just cast spells, thus should be utterly fatigued. Moreover, they must have assumed they would not be attacked so suddenly, presenting an excellent opportunity. Yet, the current circumstances indicated that this was by no means a favorable chance. It was exceedingly troublesome. What infuriated Galalo further was that he had nearly exhausted all his counterspells, yet he couldn't even disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Mayali's movements, reminiscent of a dance interwoven with grace, were utterly impervious to his assaults. On the contrary, each time Galalo struck, he found himself unwittingly following her lead, as if engaged in a dance. Only by synchronizing with her movements could he attack. Otherwise, he would feel profoundly uncomfortable. Galalo had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. Although legend spoke of powerful swordsmen who could completely block their opponents' attack trajectories while minimizing their own power to maneuver, this girl before him appeared no older than 16 or 17. How could she possibly be such a monster? Who exactly are you? Facing Galalo's inquiry, Mayali offered no reply, merely pointing to her mouth and shaking her head. According to Galalo's original plan, he should have seized this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, he had already tested this before and suffered a complete defeat without the slightest suspense. But what did Mayali's gesture signify? Could she not respond? Or was she unable to speak? If it were the latter, what a pity that would be. Galalo collected his thoughts, his expression grave as he focused intently on Mayali. He then raised his long sword, beginning to summon the power of their contract. This was the advantage of the bond between a guardian and a sorcerer. The guardian could harness the sorcerer's strength to amplify their own abilities or unleash an unstoppable force. Yet this time, the situation was different. No matter how Galalo sensed it, he could not feel the presence of the Lord of Heaven as he usually did. On the contrary, he felt utterly empty, devoid of any trace of power surging within him. How could this be possible? With a furious shout, Galalo lunged at Mayali, unleashing a fierce gust of wind with his sword. He understood now what had transpired. The Lord of Heaven had severed their contract without his knowledge. How had she accomplished this? Why had she chosen to do so? Had she already uncovered his true identity? Galalo could no longer ponder further. As Mayali took a step back, he hastily leaped away, clumsily evading the lashing silver serpent, and vaulted through the window to that moment. Galalo had entirely lost his will to fight. His power had been reclaimed by the Lord of Heaven, leaving him with no means to contend against her. Observing Galalo, who was now frantically fleeing into the distance, Mayali let out a soft sigh, then retracted her chainsword, raising it to aim at Galalo's retreating figure. A torrent of lightning tore through the pitch-black night, unerringly piercing through Galalo's chest. He did not even comprehend what had transpired. His body was obliterated by the violent strike of the lightning, reduced to ashes. Chapter 74. Midnight Duel Boom. The sound of thunder echoed, prompting both the elder and Yiming to instinctively glance toward the source of the noise, only to quickly withdraw their focus before the other could notice. Neither managed to launch a surprise attack, nor did either create an opening or a flaw in this mental contest. They remained evenly matched as before. Just moments ago, had either been the slightest bit slower, the other could have struck. Yet ultimately, neither found the opportunity. Are you not the slightest bit concerned, young one? The elder coughed, the glow of his long sword growing ever more verdant. After all, that young lady is just a girl. Do you truly believe she can triumph over a swordsman like Galalo? He is no ordinary warrior but a master swordsman, with far richer experience in life and death situations than you fledgling youngsters. Perhaps, at this very moment, that young lady has already been defeated. At this point, the elder was momentarily taken aback, for in the moonlight, he clearly saw the unmistakable smirk of mockery on Yiming's face. What a joke! Mayali defeated? No matter what kind of swordsman that man is. The possibility of that happening is less than 1 in 10 million. I suggest you focus more on your own situation. Are you not preparing to retreat? If you remain unwilling to escape after all this time, do not blame me for giving you no chance. What on earth was happening? The elder, momentarily focused, was astonished to find that the dual swords that had hung limply at Yiming's sides had vanished, replaced by a massive, pitch-black scythe. Just what was this? How many forms did his magical weapon possess? At this moment, even the elder felt a twinge of panic, realizing he had underestimated the youth before him. He had initially thought that, given Yiming's age, even if his strength were not lacking, he would still fall short in survival combat experience and battlefield psychology, especially considering his own age as an advantage. Moreover, who was he, one of the 10 great swordsmen of the Federation's Swordsmanship Guild, such a mere boy? Yet now, gazing into Yiming's unwavering eyes, the elder understood he had miscalculated. So, you wish to compare experiences, do you? Yiming slowly bent down, effortlessly swinging the giant scythe backward, seemingly inadvertently shielding the still unconscious Eleanor, serving as her shield. This youth could not possibly have anticipated that he would use a sneak attack on this girl to disrupt his offensive strategy. Furthermore, the space they occupied was exceedingly confined, making it impossible to wield such a large weapon effectively. Then let me show you the experience of someone who has battled against the entire world and survived for 6 years, the shadow roared. Yiming's voice, accompanied by a piercing wind, swept through the air as the massive scythe traced a perfect semicircle aimed at the elder's chest. The elder shouted in rage, his longsword instantly radiating an eerie brilliance, followed by a chilling aura that rushed forth. Simultaneously, the air itself trembled, the once intangible atmosphere now taking form, swiftly coalescing into a verdant shield that stood beside the elder at that moment. The giant scythe struck with a resounding crash against the emerald barrier. The elder's body swayed slightly, but he immediately swung his long sword upward, striking the very center of the scythe just as it breached his defense, leveraging his years of experience and strength to withstand the devastating blow that should have swept past him. The first lesson of experience, Yiming declared, clearly unwilling to relent. When facing an enemy, regardless of their age or condition, never pause to speak during a moment of triumph. Better to use your words as prayers for the dead. The black scythe twisted away, while the shaft moved under Yiming's deft control, resembling a long spear as it followed an unpredictable trajectory aimed directly at the elder's forehead. The elder's heart raced. This maneuver defied the expected patterns of wielding such a large weapon. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. The verdant sword once again soared forth, releasing a fierce sword aura that struck the end of the scythe's shaft, causing Yiming's figure to waver while the elder staggered back. The second lesson of experience. However, the assault was far from over, and the elder could almost hear the mocking laughter of death from the depths of hell. Never save your trump cards for the end, for you may not have the time to use them. Shadows flickered and converged, resembling enormous claws before swiftly retracting. Yiming, wielding a scythe and adorned with a chilling smile, gazed upon the lifeless body before him at the threshold beside him. 6 or 7 deep gashes had already marred the doorframe. The elderly man lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open, gripping tightly onto a verdant longsword. Indeed, he had managed to withstand Yiming's initial assault. However, by the time Yiming launched his second strike, the elder had activated the scythe's unique ability, parallel overlap. Thus, when faced with 5 strikes emerging from different trajectories, nearly simultaneously, even he could not withstand the overwhelming tide of aggression, unless he possessed 5 hands. Yiming's strike was utterly insurmountable. Now, I may offer a prayer for you, hoping that you find joy in that realm. As he beheld the grotesquely disfigured corpse, Yiming performed a slight bow. Yet, at that very moment, the long sword in the elder's grasp began to emit a sound of its own. Yiming furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated 2 steps, scrutinizing the sword with caution. It was then that he discerned a strand of emerald crystal embedded along the blade. And something seemed to swirl around the sword, elusive in nature. It appeared to resemble a human face. Before Yiming could fully process this, the longsword began to levitate slowly, and at that moment, the elder's mangled body began to tremble. Could he be on the verge of resurrection? Yiming reversed his scythe, contemplating whether to decapitate him as one would a vampire. But what transpired next was entirely unexpected. The sword hovered above the elder's corpse, and streams of green vapor began to siphon from the body into the blade. Since the sword posed no immediate threat, Yiming decided to remain a passive observer, albeit with his escape plan firmly in place. Who could say if this entity might explode like a runaway bomb at any moment? Ultimately, nothing occurred. Once it had absorbed the green light, the longsword reverted to its original form, producing a clear ding as it fell to the ground. Motionless, the elder's body, however, resembled a deflated sack, a scene aptly described as utterly horrifying. At that moment, a groan emanated from behind Yiming, revealing Eleanor's presence. Am I the enemy? As a mage, her reaction was remarkably swift, in an instant. Eleanor sprang to her feet, unsheathing her sword and vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Only then did she begin to organize her chaotic thoughts and the slight dizziness that plagued her. You're awake. Yiming turned slightly. Dissipating the black scythe in his hand, it was evident that Eleanor had yet to fully regain her composure. She had not even noticed the weapon in Yiming's grasp upon hearing his voice. She finally exhaled in relief. Mr. Yiming, what happened to me? You were merely knocked unconscious. Is there an enemy attack? I have dealt with them. There is no need for concern. Yiming gestured subtly in the direction of the carnage and stretched languidly. What about Miss Marion and the others? At this, Eleanor appeared to regain her senses. Mayali is present. You need not worry excessively. Yiming replied, eyeing Eleanor from head to toe. I heard you were from the military. Yes, is there a problem? As Eleanor responded to Yiming's inquiry, she swiftly checked her own body, breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering no abnormalities. None at all. I merely wish to caution you. Your reaction time was alarmingly rapid, too rapid, and that is not a good thing. I understand. After a brief moment of surprise, Eleanor grasped Yiming's intent. In the military, one must remain perpetually vigilant, ready to awaken and engage in battle even in slumber. However, the circumstances just now were different. Eleanor had been rendered unconscious, meaning that had Yiming not eliminated the elder, her hasty jump would have provided the adversary with an opportunity to strike. Adapting one's response according to the situation is the correct course of action. Rather than relying solely on instinctive training, it was clear that Eleanor had not experienced many battles. Judging by her movements, she would undoubtedly excel in military drills, but how she would fare in true combat remained uncertain. Although Mayali had encountered an assault, I believe she will be fine. As for this side, Yiming gestured toward the heap of debris, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Eleanor approached curiously and, upon glancing at the scene, gasped in astonishment. Could it be Sophocles, one of the 10 greatest swordsmen of the Federation? What? Yiming was equally taken aback, though not by this unfamiliar name. Can you truly identify him in such a state? No. In response to Yiming's teasing retort, Eleanor's expression shifted awkwardly as she struggled to explain. I recognize this blade, Soul Caller, which confirms his identity. Only he wielded this magical sword. I see. Yiming shrugged nonchalantly, regardless of whether he had been a noble, a swordsman, or a notable figure in life. In death he was merely a collection of carbohydrates. Moreover, he could no longer feel the adoration, longing, sorrow, or fear of those he left behind. Thus, Yiming felt no particular sentiment regarding the matter, while Eleanor, in stark contrast, maintained a facade of composure as she examined the corpse's wounds, trembling at the sheer brutality of the assault. From the corpse, barely retaining human form, Eleanor observed 4 or 5 deep lacerations appearing in various places, each penetrating to the bone. It could be said that a single blow of such magnitude would preclude any possibility of survival. Yet, why were there so many wounds? What weapon had Yiming employed? The adversary was among the finest warriors of the Federation's most formidable swordsmen. Yet, judging by Yiming's demeanor, he appeared unscathed. How had he achieved this? Chapter 75. Waiting for a rabbit to fall into the trap. This sword appears quite impressive. Completely oblivious to Eleanor's expression, Yiming approached the blade and scrutinized it closely. Eleanor, now awakened from her shock, regarded the sword with a complex expression. This is an exceedingly malevolent magical weapon. It is said to imprison souls, utilizing them as energy for spells, and can even devour souls to augment its own strength. The souls of those who perished at its wielder's hands are likely ensnared within. Such a cursed artifact ought to be destroyed. That is not a fair assessment. Yiming seemed intrigued by the notion. A nuclear bomb, if wielded wisely, could indeed usher in world peace. The key lies in the wielder's intentions. How about you give it a try? You want me to use this? The silver-haired knight grimaced in disgust, staring at the ominous long sword on the ground. Indeed, your weapon is merely an ordinary longsword. I assent it. Aside from its slightly ornate appearance, it serves little practical purpose. I do not understand why, being a relatively advanced mage, you still feel the need to carry a sword into battle. However, stronger weapons are always preferable, are they not? Yiming flicked his foot, causing the verdant longsword to leap into the air, spinning in a circle before landing before Eleanor. My mentor once said that to grow stronger, one must rely on oneself. The strength derived from external sources is not true strength. Eleanor gazed at the sword before her, showing no inclination to draw it. Humph, such drivel is merely an evasion. Yet, Yiming's subsequent words left her astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. Evade. To claim that strength derived from external sources is not true strength. Such a statement is a genuine evasion of reality. This excuse merely reflects a lack of self-confidence. Such individuals are simply fearful, afraid of becoming ensnared by the allure of power, much like a man who becomes helplessly addicted to the charms of women. However, that is merely a lack of confidence in one's own ability to resist temptation. Power is power, whether it is cultivated through personal effort or derived from external sources. There is no fundamental difference. If one becomes weak without external force, then it is tantamount to lacking the qualification to wield such a weapon, said Yiming as he turned and strode down the corridor, not casting a glance back at Eleanor, merely waving his hand in farewell. In any case, decide for yourself. Moreover, you must be weary after tonight. I shall take turns keeping watch with my Yali. Rest well. And then contemplate the true purpose of power. Yiming's figure vanished through the mottled moonlight and shadows, leaving Eleanor gazing blankly at the soul-calling blade embedded before her, rendered speechless. Power? A charred scent wafted through the air, prompting Yiming to halt and survey the land outside. Under the cold illumination of the moonlight, the scorched marks on the ground were starkly apparent. It was clear that these were the remnants of Mayali's battle. The cultivation of strength is not reliant on external forces, but rather on the fortification of oneself. Such Navi discourse can only emanate from those who dwell in peace, when opponents possess comparable strength. The superiority of a weapon can decisively influence the outcome. In the throes of combat, the sole consideration is survival, devoid of notions of justice or evil. Such convoluted and incomprehensible ideas hold no sway in the brutal reality of slaughter. One's righteousness does not confer strength, nor does one's treachery necessitate bloodshed. All that transpires is a clash of power and conflict. Only those who emerge alive possess the right to define the nature of that conflict. The legendary warrior who seals demons with a divine sword would likely not acquiesce to the notion of forsaking weapons to enhance one's own abilities. Thank you for your efforts. Mayali's figure materialized as she approached slowly, wiping her parasol. Have you managed to sort things out? The situation is somewhat amiss. Galalo did not exhibit the power he wielded during your confrontation, thus I easily dispatched him. Like Yiming, Mayali harbored no qualms regarding the sudden diminishment of her opponent's strength. The fact that she could vanquish him effortlessly sufficed. Other considerations could be pondered later. Otherwise, all would merely be idle chatter. By the way, I need your assistance. Yiming, as if struck by a sudden thought, extended his hands towards Mayali. Even with a mental preparation, Mayali gasped in shock. On Yiming's palms lay a long, deep wound, gruesomely mangled and intertwined, revealing stark white bone beneath the shredded flesh. Were he an ordinary person, he would have likely succumbed to the overwhelming pain and collapsed. Yet, Yiming's expression betrayed no hint of anguish. He appeared utterly impervious to it. Really, have you gone and done something reckless again? I had no choice. The opponent was troublesome, and I could not create distance. So I resorted to this. I sincerely hope you refrain from recklessly employing your abilities in the future, while it may be effortless for you, should it come to the attention of others. The consequences could be dire. As she spoke, Mayali grasped Yiming's bloodied hands tightly, her expression focused, seemingly oblivious to the blood and flesh staining her pristine silk gloves. It was noteworthy that under ordinary circumstances, she would have been concerned even about dust on the hem of her dress. Though your abilities are indeed quite useful, the side effects appear considerable. To be cautious not to dull your senses. Rest assured, that won't happen. This, too, was one of Yiming's abilities. In truth, as a wielder of multiple powers, he possessed a vast array of abilities, surpassing even Mayali's repertoire. However, in this regard, they shared a commonality. Both possessed a perpetual ability. Typical powers incur a toll on the body during use. Yet a perpetual ability does not inflict any harm upon the user. Mayali's thought communication is of this nature, lacking time constraints and usable at any moment, with minimal consumption. This distinguishes perpetual abilities from others, among multiple power users. There is invariably a power categorized as perpetual. Likewise, Yiming possessed a perpetual ability, cerebral modification, The capacity to alter, enhance, or suppress any part of the brain is Yiming's constant ability. Of course, the effects are only temporary and cannot be sustained for long. Nevertheless, for Yiming, the ability to engage in instantaneous high-speed thinking, calculations, and memory retention was more than sufficient. He could also employ this power to block pain signals or enhance his strength through stimulation, adjusting his brain functions to heighten nerve sensitivity. Were it not for the suppression of pain sensations, Yiming's psyche would likely have shattered by now. Unfortunately, his ability is limited to the brain's interior. Even though he could accelerate wound healing through stimulation, it paled in comparison to Mayali's construct coordination. However, in other respects, this ability proved remarkably advantageous. His capacity to learn the not-so-simple imperial lingua franca within 2 days was largely thanks to this ability. In the forest of the undead, Yiming similarly managed to stabilize his mental state by blocking hunger. Of course, even if bodily sensations were suppressed, it did not imply their complete absence. Thus, in the final moments, even with the sensation blocked, Yiming remained aware of the diminishing continuity between his body and mind. All done. Mayali released her grip. Yiming's hands now fully healed, exhibiting not a trace of injury. She gently removed her soiled gloves and retrieved a fresh pair from her skirt. With this, the opponent's probing comes to an end. Leaning against a stone pillar, Yiming smiled as he analyzed the situation. Indeed, you also perceive that the prince is not merely a lecher, do you? Lust and strength are two distinct matters. Given his capacity to undertake reconnaissance missions in foreign territories, he is certainly no simpleton. Then, do you think our actions might cause him to slip away? Mayali expressed her concerns. After all, both Galalo and the Elder had been eliminated by them, which would inevitably arouse the opponent's vigilance. Should he choose to retreat after careful consideration, Yiming's plan for a complete capture would falter. Naturally, if he were to withdraw voluntarily, the entire affair would be as though it had never transpired, making subsequent handling considerably easier. They will not escape. That lecherous prince, having thought to employ these two for probing, must already have devised a strategy against us. Such a person would only revel in his own cunning and would not retreat so easily. He undoubtedly possesses aces up his sleeve. With a confident grin, Yiming pointed to his own head. Thus, we merely need to await the moment he presents himself willingly. Chapter 76. Within the plan after that night, everyone felt a sense of tension. Although no one knew precisely what the prince intended, his overt hostility necessitated a countermeasure. Women are often meticulous in their thoughts, and apart from Mayali, who was already acquainted with Yiming's modus operandi, nearly everyone opposed his proposal of waiting for the opponent to come to them. Understandably, from their perspective, their unfamiliarity with Yiming's leadership capabilities bred such concerns, especially since the group had yet to complete a crucial task. We must identify the source of the forest's anomalies and ascertain what truly transpired. Eleanor's assertion underscored her vehement opposition to Yiming's passive strategy. If they were ambushed while investigating the forest, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. Thus, Eleanor advocated for the elimination of this hidden danger first. Otherwise, peace of mind would remain elusive. However, from Yiming and Mayali's standpoint, they were adamantly against allowing the mages to investigate the cause of the forest's disturbances. Should they unravel the truth, matters would only worsen. This time, Rita and Marion also sided with Eleanor, despite having experienced the entire ordeal alongside Yiming. Their unconsciousness due to Yiming's actions left them oblivious to the underlying mysteries. Consequently, they too were eager to uncover the truth. Strong opposition would only breed suspicion among the group, leading Yiming and Mayali to reluctantly concede. They could only hope that the others lacked the ability to uncover any genuine discoveries. Beyond this prayer, Yiming found himself with no alternative. Yet, there remained a more pressing matter at hand. Our food supplies are dwindling. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Marion and Rita immediately tensed up reflexively. The expressions upon their faces were enough to reveal that the terror instilled in them by their ordeal in the forest of the dead had likely etched itself indelibly into their souls. Confronting the fearsome necromancer was one matter, but the harrowing experience of being deprived of sustenance and tormented by hunger to the brink of madness was a nightmare that was utterly unforgettable. But we still have some jerky and bread in our food reserves. Don't we? Eleanor and Belroga, however, remained relatively unfazed, as they had not endured such dire circumstances and thus did not fully grasp the significance of food. Those are under Galaro's care, right? Frankly, I have my doubts about the safety of that food. Is anyone willing to take the chance and try it? In the face of Yiming's retort, Everyone fell silent. Fortunately, Belroga's magic could be employed to detect toxins, so they requested her to examine the remaining food. As Yiming had anticipated, it turned out that more than half of the remaining provisions had been tampered with. It was evident that Galaro's original plan had been to poison them during their meal, subsequently coordinating with Prince Haina, who lay in wait nearby. However, he had not anticipated that Yiming would uncover the movements of the prince and his entourage, compelling him to alter his strategy. It seemed that in the haste of his actions, coupled with the unexpected turn of events, he had only managed to poison half of the food. Moreover, Galaro's ambush the previous night was likely a gamble, betting on whether they would consume the tainted provisions. Yet, fortune had clearly not favored him. This complicates matters. The situation had evidently grown much more intricate, and Eleanor furrowed her brow, her expression grave. After disposing of the contaminated food, the remaining supplies would only suffice for 2 or 3 days. In such circumstances, Marian was compelled to abandon her quest to uncover the cause of the forest's anomalies. After all, without sustenance, nothing could be accomplished. This unwelcome revelation also brought considerable delight to Yiming and Mei Yali, as it meant that the search for the forest disturbances would inevitably be delayed. Very well, I shall go hunting. Ladies of magic, if you find yourselves with idle hands, do take the initiative to clean up this place and make the necessary preparations. With Mei Yali present, safety should not be a concern. As long as you act collectively, there should be little to fear, even if that group is lurking nearby. And what about you, Yiming? Marian suddenly inquired. What if you come under attack? Even if 100 princes were to come at me, they would merely serve as slices for my blade. Rest assured, if it comes to it, I can always flee. It's no great matter. Is that so? Marian inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, puzzled by her sudden anxiety and her concern for this man's well-being. It was truly baffling. Mr. Yiming, I wish to accompany you. Eleanor suddenly stood up and declared. You? Perhaps it would be best if you stayed here. Your presence would only hinder us. And should any danger arise, you would find it difficult to escape. Yiming remained as indifferent as ever, wholly unconcerned with others' thoughts or feelings. To him, such trivialities held no value once one had departed from this world. Aside from Mei Yali's soft sighs, the others were rendered speechless. It was well known that Eleanor was an apprentice bard, one of the strongest in the realm of magic. Yet, it was surprising that Yiming would regard her as an encumbrance. Hearing Yiming's blunt remarks, Marian felt her spirits lift considerably. It was evident that Yiming's earlier abandonment of her had not been a personal affront. He had simply made a decision based on what he deemed advantageous, without a thought for the feelings or potential consequences for others. I stand my ground. In stark contrast to Marian, Eleanor resolutely reiterated her stance. I refuse. Obeying orders is the duty of a subordinate. Let us not forget that Mei Yali and I are the leaders of this team, and also Rita. The last remark was clearly an afterthought, as everyone knew that Rita would be of little use in such a scenario. I maintain my position. Mr. Yiming, did you say something that triggered her? Among those present, only Mei Yali understood Yiming's nature well. He was not the type to become weak-kneed in the presence of beauty. Therefore, even in his dealings with women, Yiming had always been forthright. That it was rare for Eleanor to cling so fiercely to her demands. Judging by the situation, it seemed Yiming had said something that had pricked the young lady's pride. Very well. Yiming shrugged helplessly at Mei Yali, indicating his uncertainty, then replied. However, should you provoke any danger, you are on your own. Do not expect me to come to your rescue, for I am no hero, and you are no princess. That statement is fallacious. Guardian. At that moment, Belroga, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up, startling everyone. Indeed, this girl possessed an almost ethereal quality, seemingly born to blend into the background. When silent, she appeared as if she had cast an invisibility spell, making her presence almost imperceptible. Yet, Belroga paid no mind to the astonished gazes directed her way and continued speaking. Last night, you rescued us from the clutches of evil. Thus, you are a bona fide hero. Lady Euphemia once said that true heroes are not those who merely speak of bravery, but those whose actions embody it. Therefore, while you may not always be courteous to us, if not for your assistance and protection, we might have found ourselves in peril. Moreover, Miss Eleanor is indeed a genuine princess. She is the second princess of the Leah Empire. Belroga's seemingly casual words detonated like a bombshell, leaving even Yiming astonished. He had not expected this knightly maiden to truly be a princess. Upon reflection, Why would a princess be assigned to such a perilous mission? Yiming quickly sensed that something was amiss. I will take care of myself. Eleanor resolutely reiterated her stance, casting a meaningful glance at Marian. I wield a sword. I will not be a hindrance to you. Mr. Yiming, please allow me to accompany you. You. Marian's brow furrowed slightly. It was clear that although Eleanor had not meant any malice, she was implying that a sword-wielding mage like herself would be far more useful in the field than a pure spellcaster like Marian. Marian instinctively wished to protest, but the words caught in her throat. Regardless of status or rank, Eleanor surpassed Marian, and even if she felt a pang of indignation, Marian could not openly argue with her. Moreover, while Eleanor's comments were somewhat hurtful, they were indeed factual. Although mages could chant spells with unwavering focus amid chaos, they were utterly defenseless against sudden assaults. Of course, had Marian been able to advance her skills beyond that of a mere mage to become an apprentice bard like Eleanor, she could summon her own magical spirit, at which point she would no longer need to fear surprise attacks. Since you say so, then do as you wish. Yiming glanced at Eleanor, noting that she had indeed changed in some way. At her waist hung the soul collar, acquired from the deceased elder. Chapter 77. Rising tides. The Lord of the Heavens gently withdrew her right hand, gazing with a mixture of regret and sorrow at the symbols disintegrating in her palm. She softly chanted until the entire rune erupted with a thunderous sound, transforming into a sparkling cloud of stardust that danced around her. Only then did she cease. The white cloak concealed her face, and in the shadows, no one could discern her expression. Thus, it is concluded. The Lord of the Heavens sighed softly, then turned to regard the small, dark figure before her. Lady Beluquilin, thank you for your assistance. Without you, I might not have been able to break this contract without his knowledge. No need for thanks. Annie, cradling her doll, kept her eyes half closed in a daze. Behind her stood two skeletons clad in maid outfits. Standing still and silent, the Lord of the Heavens, however, appeared far less relaxed and optimistic. Her brow furrowed, indicating her deep concern regarding the matter at hand. The situation is evidently worse than anticipated. Even the Lord of the Heavens did not foresee the Federacy extending its reach so deeply. The fact that even Prince Heine has been dispatched is a clear indication that they are no longer as concerned with the agreements made with the Empire, with only superficial pretenses remaining. However, fortunately, at present, the situation has not continued to deteriorate, and this is truly thanks to your recommendation. Brother Yiming and Sister Mayali are quite formidable, aren't they? They surpass your puppet by far. Annie's eyes slightly widened, gazing intently at the Lord of the Heavens. So, if you dare to harbor any ill intentions towards them, Annie will be quite upset, you know? I never imagined there would be someone who holds such significance for you. The Lord of the Heavens let out a resigned smile, but her tone grew markedly serious. However, I believe you are well aware, Lady Beluquilin, that the charges against the traveling merchant Lawrence for trafficking in unapproved magical gemstones are exceedingly grave. According to regulations, his daughter, Rita Canarot, must be expelled and subjected to 152 days of imprisonment, stripped of her citizenship and reduced to the status of a commoner. Even if she herself is unaware of the situation, as the only one connected, she must still face punishment. Betraying the nation and the council is a serious crime, but isn't Rita doing rather well now? There is no need for her to bear such a horrific burden. Is there? Annie, still not fully awake, voiced her dissent. That is due to the efforts of Mr. Yiming and Miss Mayali, which does not absolve Miss Rita of her charges. The Lord of the Heavens stepped forward excitedly but quickly halted. I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments. Lady Beluquilin, I hope you will not compel me to make an exception in this matter. That child is my student. Annie finally opened her eyes, pouting in protest, much like a child whose toy has been confiscated by an adult. I am well aware of that. Lady Beluquilin, it is not my intention to target the Tower of Shadows. You have already killed that child's father, and yet treat her in this manner. Do you not think that is excessive? Annie raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes appearing to open a bit more. She clutched her stuffed toy tightly, to the point of it becoming slightly misshapen from her grip. A heavy silence enveloped the Tower of Shadows, the atmosphere turning exceedingly oppressive. The Lord of the Heavens attempted to move, striving to rise in as natural a manner as possible, yet she was unsuccessful. This was Annie's domain, and it was evident that she had expressed profound dissatisfaction and protest. So, is there any progress regarding the shipment of magical gemstones? Annie suddenly shifted the topic. The Lord of the Heavens paused momentarily in surprise, then nodded helplessly in response. We have made some preliminary progress. It is evident that there are individuals within the Empire who wish to target our academy and incite chaos and conflict with the royal family. We have obtained a list of suspicious names, and as soon as we gather sufficient evidence, we can imprison them at any time. However, the situation is somewhat complicated. We never anticipated the Federacy would be involved. It is now clear that matters have taken a turn, and next. Will you inform Brother Yiming about this? Annie inquired, shifting to a question that seemed entirely unrelated to the previous discussion, leaving the Lord of the Heavens at a loss for words. In light of their contributions to the Empire and the Council of the Academy, I can privately adjudicate the crimes of Rita Canaro rather than subjecting her to public trial, simply because she is the daughter of a criminal. Indeed, the Lord of the Heavens appeared somewhat agitated and furious, slamming her hand on the table, producing a loud sound. Please do not act so childishly, Lady Brooklyn. Traitors must face severe punishment. While it is exceedingly unreasonable to involve innocent family members, we must employ absolute suppression to prevent any acts of betrayal against the nation. If we were to merely punish one individual, would the other potential instabilities cease their covert actions? We must make them understand that any act of treachery against the nation is tantamount to the destruction of their own family. Even if such actions are coerced, the law must be upheld. There can be no exceptions. Annie fell silent, then nodded slightly. Annie understands, but if that is the case, perhaps everyone could take a step back. Annie has her own methods. You know, are you implying? The Lord of the Heavens gazed at the young girl before her with confusion. Even after all these years, she still found it impossible to grasp the thoughts of this girl. Just as she did now, Yiming stepped forward, like a fish gliding through grass, a dark ray shooting forth as a snake leapt from the ground, not even having time to flaunt its proud fangs before being gutted. Yiming skillfully extracted the snake's gallbladder, casually draping the slender snake body over his shoulder. Eleanor watched the writhing snake body with a mix of fear and caution, realizing that the snake's head had vanished at some point. Is this acceptable? The air is thick with the scent of blood. What if it attracts hungry beasts? Eleanor appeared genuinely concerned, yet Yiming seemed unfazed. Isn't this better? Hunting can be quite a waste of time, since the prey has come to us willingly. Why should we be polite? In other words, Yiming did it intentionally. Eleanor anxiously scanned their surroundings, as everything Yiming did contradicted her understanding of common sense. He did not attempt to conceal his trail, nor did he shout to scare away the surrounding fauna, even carelessly splattering blood around. This would surely attract more beasts, yet Yiming clearly did not care that it seemed that to him. Every animal that came to him was a delectable feast awaiting selection. Here they come. Yiming suddenly halted, then crouched down and whispered, startled. Eleanor instinctively drew her soul call from her waist, vigilantly observing her surroundings. Amidst the grass that towered above them, a cacophony erupted, as if something was slowly approaching the two. What do you think that could be? Eleanor whispered to Yiming, who stood back to back with her, yet received an utterly unimaginable response. What else could it be but food? Perhaps to contradict Yiming's words, or perhaps out of anger at his nonchalant attitude. The sounds from the grass grew increasingly louder, revealing that something was coalescing into a fearsome beast. Suddenly, the grass parted violently, a shadow howled and lunged at Eleanor. But just then, the previously empty air erupted with refreshing waves of water, striking the shadow as if it were a living water dragon. The impact sent the shadow flying far away. The water dragon, bending backward from the force, transformed into a new form. An entity with a female upper body and a serpent's lower half appeared before Yiming and Eleanor, wielding a spear forged of ice, standing guard beside Eleanor. Clearly, this was the guardian spirit of the praise beings that Marion had mentioned. Yiming could not help but whistle in astonishment. The spirit before him not only moved fluidly and possessed formidable attack power, but it also exhibited self-awareness. Evidently, this was Eleanor's true trump card, not the manipulable puppet from the underground arena. Was she intentionally showcasing her strength to me? Yiming stepped back 2 paces, leaning against a large tree. If that is the case, let me see just how formidable your abilities truly are, princess. With a contemplative smile, Yiming observed Eleanor's silhouette. Moreover, the enemy was already upon them. Chapter 78. The hidden threat. The wind felt amiss. Marion ceased her incantation, sensing the messages conveyed by the air and the wind with curiosity. Amidst it lingered a scent of blood and danger. What could this possibly be? Marion pondered briefly, then turned to leave. Miss Mayali. Marian approached the doorway, gazing at Mayali, who stood on the balcony, holding an umbrella. After hesitating for a moment, she finally called out. Mayali turned her head slightly in curiosity, her eyes questioning Marian. Is there something you need, Miss Marian? Aye. Under the gaze of those mysterious and beautiful dual-colored eyes, even as a fellow woman, Marian found herself momentarily entranced. However, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head and adopting a serious expression as she earnestly regarded Mayali. Continuing, she swiftly executed several gestures, while simultaneously chanting an ethereal melody. Instantly, a few petals seemed to be swept towards her by the wind, gathering in her hands. Then, with a solemn expression, Marian attentively listened to something before nodding in affirmation. And once more, the petals slipped away from her grasp. In response to Marian's series of actions, Mayali merely waited with curiosity and silence, refraining from uttering much. Just now, during my conversation with the forest, I received some rather unsettling news. A tremor laced Marian's voice, which caused Mayali to feel a surge of tension. However, Marian's subsequent words left Mayali somewhat bewildered. A dragon has infiltrated the necromancer's forest. According to the messages relayed by the trees and grass, it appears that this dragon intends to claim this forest as its territory. You mean, a dragon? Although she had encountered dragons in films, television, and even novels, those were merely artistic embellishments. Dragons did not exist in this world. Even if they had once roamed the earth, they were long extinct. Thus, while this news was to Marian akin to a death sentence pronounced by a judge, Mayali remained unresponsive, lost in her confusion, unaware of what a dragon truly was. She could not comprehend why Marian was so anxious. It is a black dragon. Observing Mayali's lack of reaction, Marian reiterated, but Mayali's ensuing question nearly caused Marian to faint on the spot. Is it a dangerous creature? This? Marian gasped in surprise, at a loss for words. Seeing Mayali's response, she could hardly fathom that this adventurer was completely ignorant of what a black dragon was. What kind of adventurer was this? Even the most novice of warriors would consider this vital knowledge. However, this was not the moment for complaints. She sighed helplessly and quickly explained to Mayali. The black dragon is the most savage of all dragons. Possessing a capricious nature and an intense sense of territory that is extraordinarily temperamental. Once it sets its sights on a piece of land, it will turn it to cinders. With our current personnel, we stand no chance against a black dragon. Miss Mayali, do you have any means to contact Yiming and urge them to return swiftly? According to the intelligence I just received, they are about to enter the vicinity where the black dragon was last sighted. If something were to happen, what would happen? In any case, please contact them immediately and bring that arrogant fellow back. I would rather not have him return with a black dragon in tow. That would spell doom for us all. Marian's face flushed as she finished speaking in one breath and swiftly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Mayali, holding her umbrella, gazed pensively at Marian, then let out a resigned sigh and smiled faintly before initiating a mental communication. Soon, she located Yiming and Eleanor by sound. However, her message was altogether different from what Marian had intended. Yiming, would you be interested in slaying a dragon? Eleanor's true strength proved formidable indeed. She moved gracefully while softly singing a mysterious tune. The water spirit spiraled around her, wielding a spear to fend off the wild boar's repeated charges. As Eleanor's song concluded, several strands of ice suddenly encircled the boar, trapping it in an icy embrace. Realizing the peril, the boar attempted to flee, but the rain of ice needles struck its body instantaneously. Then, with a fierce cry, Eleanor swung her soul sword, infused with frigid energy, plunging it deep into the boar's heart. The poor creature had no time to struggle before it succumbed. Huff! Eleanor wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to glance at Yiming, her gaze filled with pride and a hint of challenge. Clearly expressing her discontent with his passive observation, Yiming sighed in resignation before speaking. I say, Your Highness, do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against that wild boar? No. Then what are we out here for? Isn't it obvious? Eleanor sheathed her sword, and the water spirit quietly dissipated behind her, to gather food for reserves. Then, Yiming fell silent, yet his gaze conveyed everything. The wild boar that Eleanor had slain was riddled with blood holes, and under her final strike, half its body lay cleaved in two. It was beyond salvage. While it fulfilled its role as a corpse, it fell woefully short as food. How are we supposed to eat this? Ugh! It seemed that only then did Eleanor register the boar's dismal state. Taking a step back, her face turning pale. This little bit won't suffice. Yiming helplessly lifted the snake and rabbit in his hands, which were grossly inadequate, but then he raised his head, as if hearing a sound, and shrugged. I say, Your Highness, as usual, just call me Eleanor, Yiming. Eleanor retorted, displeased. After all, we royal family members are merely pawns for the Academy to manipulate, so there's no need for such formalities. Very well. Faced with Eleanor's resolute gaze, Yiming raised his hands in surrender with a wry smile. He then turned and continued deeper into the woods. Eleanor cast a conflicted glance at the mangled corpse of the wild boar but did not leave immediately. Instead, she quickly made a gesture, and with her chant, a mist enveloped the corpse, causing it to vanish without a trace. She then snorted coldly and ran after Yiming. At some point, a thick fog had begun to rise around them. Enveloped in the white mist, everything grew indistinct. Yiming appeared relaxed, while Eleanor furrowed her brow. How peculiar, she murmured. With such dense fog, there should be ample moisture. Yet why do my spirits sense no water element here? How has this mist come to be? As she spoke, she looked up. Yiming, I believe we should return immediately. There seems to be something amiss here. Before she could finish her sentence, Eleanor was taken aback to find that the man who had been before her had vanished into the thick fog. Watching Eleanor's hazy figure, Yiming shrugged. According to the information Mayali had relayed to him, there was evidently a dragon lurking nearby. Let us linger here a bit longer, Your Highness. I would rather you not be taken by a dragon for breakfast. After all, I'm no knight. As he spoke, Yiming lightly waved his fingers, causing the thick fog to disperse instantly, revealing the once clear scenery. The illusion crafted by manipulating light served perfectly as a temporary cage to confine Eleanor, while also providing her with protection. Even those pesky little bugs that might follow closely behind would likely hesitate in the face of such fog. The green grass beneath their feet had turned a sickly yellow, the earth resembling a gradient carpet, transitioning from verdant green to charred yellow and black. The trees before them lay toppled, as if crushed by some immense force. Yiming concealed himself and advanced cautiously. He was exceedingly vigilant. In fact, through the refraction of light, he had discerned the general location and size of the dragon. Nonetheless, he could not help but gasp in astonishment, based on the structural data from his sensory constructs. Yiming was certain that even an Asian elephant measuring 3 meters in length would be but a morsel for this beast. As for a human like him, he would likely only serve as a toothpick. A dragon. This isn't some game of dragon slaying, and the princess hasn't been captured. What is the point of this? Can't it just be left alone? As Yiming grumbled, he carefully pressed forward. He could sense that he was drawing closer to the creature. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through him, for after all, encounters with such formidable monsters were rare. Moreover, for Yiming, this presented an excellent opportunity to fully test his capabilities. Enough complaining. According to Marion, if that dragon truly intends to claim the entire Necromancer's forest as its territory, we will inevitably face its wrath. It is better to strike first, to seize the initiative. Furthermore, fewer people may actually work to our advantage. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, 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 Yiming replied helplessly as he flipped his hand, causing black runes to flow downwards, instantly transforming into hardened blades. However, I truly wish for you to see just how immense this thing is. A gust of hot wind swept by. Mingled with a pungent, metallic stench, Yiming halted in his tracks. Although he had sensed the approximate size within the construct, standing before the dragon in reality left even him astounded. Its colossal form coiled upon the ground like a small mountain. The surrounding flora now withered and dead. The black dragon's massive head lay on the ground, its eyes shut as if in repose. Yet, even so, Yiming had to tilt his head back to glimpse its nostrils. He harbored no doubt that this creature could consume him as easily as one would swallow a piece of candy. The air exhaled from its nostrils formed waves of hot wind. Its glossy, obsidian scales appeared both thick and robust. Even a cruise missile would likely struggle to puncture them. How was he to contend with it? Just as Yiming pondered this, the black dragon suddenly opened its eyes, silently regarding the minuscule human before it had awakened. Chapter 79. The Dragon of Black Wings. Human, why do you trespass in my domain? The voice of the black dragon was as monumental as its body, resonating in Yiming's ears to the point of causing a slight ringing. However, more formidable than its voice was the foul odor that confronted him, had he not immediately dulled his sense of taste. He might have become the first dragon slayer in history to perish from halitosis. Still, He felt his entire being react to the overwhelming stimulus, and soon, the grass at his feet withered in large patches. The potency of this assault had reached the level of biological weaponry. You are mistaken on one point. Yiming stepped back 2 paces, ostensibly to show respect, but in reality, it was merely to shield himself from the repugnant stench. Yet his smile remained unchanged, a blend of indifference and mild boredom. This is my territory, thus it is I who should inquire, great dragon, why have you intruded upon my domain? Had Marion and the others been present, they would likely have been rendered speechless by Yiming's audacious demeanor, for he was perhaps the first recorded human in history to challenge a dragon. Moreover, this was over a matter of territory. It is known that dragons, aside from their affinity for shiny objects, hold their dominions in the highest regard. While the temperate white dragon might be more lenient, a creature like the irascible black dragon would show no mercy to any fool daring to encroach upon its land. Being swallowed whole would be the best outcome. The prospect of being toyed with and slowly roasted was not something everyone could endure, especially not with that stench. Your territory? The black dragon's eyes widened fully, its pupils shimmering with a peculiar light as they narrowed upon the human, who appeared far too insignificant to even fill its dental gap. What proof do you possess? And what proof do you have? Yiming retorted, unfazed, as he executed a flourish with his twin blades, transitioning them from his right hand to his left and back again, as though he were merely playing a game. I stand here, therefore. This is my territory. The black dragon snorted, but the sound alone was sufficient to snap branches from newly grown trees, causing them to crash to the ground. I am here as well. Yiming echoed the dragon's words. Deliberately stamping his foot, he then yawned with feigned boredom, stretching his arms before letting them fall as he regarded the black dragon. Listen, I have no interest in idle chatter. His voice was resolute. We can either engage in a battle, with the victor claiming this land, or you can vacate. The world is vast. You may roam wherever you wish, be it basking in the desert sun or braving the icy poles, just not here. I believe I have made myself clear. Now, what is your stance? The black dragon regarded Yiming in silence for a prolonged moment, while Yiming mirrored its gaze, ever prepared to counter any sudden aggression. Yet, the dragon simply lifted its head, distancing itself slightly from Yiming. I shall not leave this place. Human. Its voice took on a deeper timbre. However, I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Perhaps we could strike a bargain. What sort of bargain? I am willing to expel other intruders for you, but I require to remain here. The black dragon's proposition was straightforward and direct. Its temper appeared rather foul, yet Yiming sensed an underlying weariness. He was entirely unaware of why this black dragon had come to the forest of the undead. While many creatures might migrate following an improvement in the environment, dragons were not typically among them. When Mei Yali relayed information to Yiming, she merely indicated that Marion's intelligence, gleaned from the forest flora, suggested that this dragon had only recently arrived at AS for why it had come here. Marion had not elaborated, perhaps having not considered that angle. After all, the mere fact that a black dragon had appeared had already put Marion on edge, leaving little time to ponder its reasons for arrival. What do you think of this condition? Yiming inquired softly, immediately receiving a response from Mei Yali in his mind. I do not know, but we cannot consult Miss Marion, as it might expose our true intentions. Besides, dragon meat should be edible, right? A sizable portion. Ample quantity. The taste remains uncertain. A free watchdog is not a bad deal, though it is not domesticated. Though Yiming's musings were somewhat nonsensical and laden with phrases that were difficult to comprehend, it was evident that communication with Mei Yali presented no obstacles. Are you suggesting it has ulterior motives? After all, this is a dragon capable of human speech, not merely a barking mutt. After addressing Mei Yali's concerns, Yiming lifted his gaze once more, his twin blades spinning in his hands. At that moment, he noticed the dragon's pupils narrow slightly, clearly indicating its own tension. But why would a dragon feel such anxiety? Yiming could not fathom. It should perceive him as one might regard a mere mouse scurrying on the ground. There should be nothing to provoke alarm. Mr. Black Dragon, I possess a rather strong curiosity. Yiming continued to spin his twin blades. Speaking as he did, tell me the true reason for your arrival in this forest, and perhaps I will consider acquiescing to your request. The black blades whirled through the air, completing 3 rotations before effortlessly returning to Yiming's other hand. While engaging in what appeared to be a meaningless display with his sword, he remained fixed on the black dragon. Yiming intentionally left an opening, attempting to bait the dragon into making a move. Yet it merely elevated its head slightly, showing no further action. It seemed to harbor a fear of Yiming launching a sudden attack. Something felt amiss. Yiming furrowed his brow, once more attuning himself to the structural light of the black dragoness body. Soon, he identified a discrepancy in the values of one area compared to the rest. After extracting these figures and reconstructing them, Yiming finally understood why this black dragon had not simply crushed him underfoot, but was instead engaging in this drawn-out conversation. Beneath the dragon's left side, there lay a narrow wound. Its depth was unknown, but it was evident from the dragon's demeanor that it was significantly injured, and no wonder it had refrained from attacking. Human, you need not know. Perhaps you do not wish to know. I wish to know. My curiosity is quite strong. With the understanding of the dragon's vulnerability, Yiming felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Originally, he had been quite assured in dealing with a healthy dragon. Now, facing one that appeared half-damaged was evidently far easier. Thus, he harbored no intention of retreating but instead became increasingly aggressive. The black dragon closed its eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Yiming patiently awaited its response, while simultaneously sensing Eleanor's location. Fortunately, as he had anticipated, since realizing she was trapped in the mist, Eleanor had not moved from her position. Clearly, she understood the dangers of running about aimlessly. Dealing with a figure of such elite training was an exceedingly simple task, as they would only exhibit the best responses they had been trained for, which might differ entirely from real combat that is for the mere mice. At that moment, the black dragon finally spoke. Human, I have come here seeking something, and I suspect it is what has revitalized the forest of the undead. The twin blades of Xinyuan once more spiraled into the air, but upon descending, they transformed into two streaks of black lightning as Yiming thrust them towards the dragon's body. This left the black dragon utterly astonished. With a furious roar, it raised its head and unleashed a torrent of pitch-black flames. Meanwhile, Yiming's form flickered, and he dashed to the side of the black dragon just before the fireball struck the ground. The immense black fireball released an astonishing heat, exploding in an instant like a blooming flower, engulfing the surrounding withered trees and grass in flames, leaving behind a barren landscape devoid of even a charred remnant. Ganjiang Moi, resonance mode. At that moment, the two swords in Yiming's hands began to tremble almost frantically, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly plunged the blades into the chest of the black dragon. The dragon roared in anger, momentarily disregarding its previous wounds, and stood upright, shaking violently. Unsteady, Yiming was flung away, rolling on the ground 2 or 3 times before regaining his footing. So close, Yiming sighed regretfully. He had only missed by a hair's breadth from having the two swords intersect within the dragon's body. At that moment, the power generated by the resonance would have been sufficient to send this dragon back home to wed. However, in the end, his efforts were in vain, despite its massive size. Yiming had not anticipated the dragon's reaction speed to be so swift. The sensation in his hands felt peculiar, likely due to the high-frequency vibrations of the double swords causing injury to his palms. Yet, this was of little concern to Yiming, at least not at present. However, the immediate situation had now become a significant problem. If it was not resolved quickly, he would have to resort to that. With this thought, Yiming lowered his swords, and the surface of the dark blades began to swirl rapidly, releasing streams of black light that enveloped him. Madness, slaughter, death, absolute power, suppression, bloodshed, violence. A tide of negative emotions flooded Yiming's mind in an instant. As his body, akin to the double swords, began to manifest undulating black lines. This was precisely the evolution form of the runic armament he had nearly unleashed during his battle with Galaro. Sinful Armament, Chapter 80, Sinful Armament. The fog dispersed in an instant. Eleanor breathed a sigh of relief, while the water elemental spirit beside her held a spear, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Why had the fog appeared? Eleanor was utterly perplexed by this phenomenon. Could it be an illusion conjured by the enemy? Yet, why had there been no attack? At that moment, the young knight had little time for contemplation. She swiftly turned and drew her long sword, glaring fiercely at the grass thicket before her. Come out. As Eleanor's low command echoed, a figure gradually emerged from the underbrush, an imposing middle-aged man clad in iron armor that encased him like a tin can. He appeared as formidable as a steel-clad bear, slowly wielding a lance. Noticing the glimmering emerald sword in Eleanor's grasp, the man's lips curled into a smirk of self-satisfaction. So, you are the one who took down our companion. Little girl, that old fool, always prattling on, never imagined he would be bested by such a child. His voice boomed like that of a bear, and in his hand was a conical lance towering even over Elenoa. Radiating an inexplicable pressure, Elenoa remained silent, cautiously observing her surroundings while subtly shifting her position to hide behind the water elemental spirit. Regardless of her swordsmanship, magic remained the ultimate force as a magician. Being approached by the enemy was a perilous predicament. "Who exactly are you?" Elenoa's words trailed off as a sudden, piercing howl erupted, and a massive shadow surged forward, startling both individuals. A dragon? Yiming's expression remained calm. Devoid of surprise or joy, the double swords in his hands were firmly embedded in the dragon's back. Like flowing water, they effortlessly sliced through the impenetrable scales. The pungent scent of blood ignited his senses and thoughts. The thrashing of this colossal body no longer evoked fear, but rather an unimaginable exhilaration. Whatever this creature was, its life was ultimately at his mercy. Like a bee, its desperate struggles could inflict pain, yet it remained helpless to escape its fate of being crushed. A mad joy in the thrill of wielding life and death consumed his mind, casting aside any semblance of human rationality or boundaries, leaving only raw instinct and the urge to kill. Sinful armament. What a fitting name. The double swords craved more suffering and bloodshed, and Yiming stood upright, balancing steadily on the undulating back of the dragon. The dragon's first misstep had sealed its fate, due to the wound in its abdomen. It could hardly perform any vigorous movements. This was advantageous for Yiming, as he could stand there with ease, reveling in the delight of inflicting harm. The swords danced and flashed, piercing and pricking that a chunk of bloodied flesh was vivisected from the dragon. Lifted into the air, purely for the enjoyment of the splattering blood and the victim's cries. This was all to replenish the energy consumed by the sinful armament. Yiming did not relish using this form of the runic armament. For in such a state, if he could not halt himself in time, he would inevitably spiral into madness, akin to a drunken man stumbling toward a cliff without restraint. Yet, in this state, his stamina, recovery, and strength multiplied exponentially, allowing him to pierce the dragon's body with such ease while standing firmly. The enormous wings unfurled, stirring up a chaotic tempest. Yiming leaped, sliding down the side of the dragon's body. And without glancing back, he slashed with his blade, reopening the already scarred wound. Black-red blood gushed forth, and at that moment, the dragon's roar reached a crescendo. "Human, die." The massive shadow ascended from the ground, and Yiming rolled away to avoid the attack from the thick tail. The fierce wind swept through unhindered, clearing away remnants of branches and leaves from the ground, rendering them invisible. The black dragon took flight, clearly driven mad by rage and pain, disregarding the fatal wounds on its body and its mind. Only the thought of killing this human remained to quell its inner fury. As for what would come next, that could wait. The temperature plummeted, as if some invisible pump had siphoned away all the heat. Yet Yiming maintained an expression of indifference. The limits of madness were not to be expressed through mindless shouting or frantic ramblings. Beneath the calm exterior, everything began to boil. Like underground magma burning fervently beneath 70 meters of ice, its existence was invisible. Yet it did not hinder its will to act. The black dragon inhaled deeply, then gazed downward. A torrent of black and red flames surged toward the ground. Should one be struck by this, half of the undying forest would likely need to be renamed the Forest of Flames. The gentle breeze swept by, seemingly imbued with a cerulean glow. Did the wind have a color? Yiming was unaware of when he had distanced himself from the dragon. His emotionless eyes lost focus, appearing as though his soul had departed. The flames extinguished. The dragon's breath never reached the ground, dissipating in midair. Yet, on the ground, a new transformation occurred. A thin layer of white frost covered the once charred and hardened earth, accompanied by the earth's angry rumblings, as if protesting against such indignities. Even the land had its limits. But soon, the black dragon crashed heavily to the ground, producing an even louder noise that completely drowned out the earth's protests. Huff! The black lines of light danced upon Yiming's form, rising and falling, before returning to the double swords in his hands. Yiming then closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. When he opened his eyes again, the uncontrollable fervor had entirely vanished. "Indeed, I believe we have dragon meat to feast upon," Yiming murmured as he walked slowly toward the nearly lifeless black dragon. The double swords in his hands transformed once more, becoming dual-bladed long swords. Gazing at the human before him, the black dragon's eyes reflected confusion. The threat of death had quelled its anger, yet it remained baffled as to why this human had suddenly struck. You need not understand. As Yiming spoke, a flash of black lightning pierced the dragon's right eye, plunging deep within. The already battered body could only tremble for a moment before it ceased to breathe. And so, it ends. Mei Yali's voice resonated once more in Yiming's mind. Indeed, we have secured food and eliminated the threat. Truly a twofold victory. This creature is large enough. I had initially intended to bring it back for you to see fresh. Yiming patted the heavy corpse. Still warm to the touch, that moment, he sensed an unsettling tremor in the ambient light, and soon after, Eleanor came sprinting towards him. Yiming, we must leave this place quickly. There's a black dragon. What on earth is happening? Staring at the scene before her, Eleanor found herself momentarily paralyzed. Just moments ago, as she faced her adversary, the sudden emergence of the black dragon had left them both astonished. The black dragon was an incredibly ferocious creature, and it appeared to be engaged in combat with something to avert collateral damage. The ironclad knight hastily opted for retreat. However, Eleanor did not leave. She was anxious that Yiming might become embroiled in the fray. So she summoned a water elemental spirit and rushed to the site of the incident as swiftly as possible, hoping to extricate Yiming in time. Yet, what awaited her was far beyond her expectations. Yiming, are you all right? Have you been injured? She hurried towards Yiming, who was drenched in blood, resembling a figure straight out of a horror tale, but he merely offered her a wry smile and waved her off. I'm fine. Really, don't worry. This beast is already dead. Dead? Did you kill it? I was discovered while sneaking in, and I had no choice but to fight. Fortunately, it seemed to have been injured beforehand, and the struggle must have reopened its wounds, leading to its demise, Yiming explained, before collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent. Regardless, we've finally found something edible. Huh. Eleanor, momentarily relieved, failed to grasp Yiming's meaning, but soon hesitantly pointed at the black dragon. You mean, dragon meat. It should be consumable. Yiming appeared rather unconcerned. Yet Eleanor found herself at a loss for words in response to his proposition. Could dragon meat truly be eaten? Before this, how many individuals had ever slain a dragon? However, an even more pressing question loomed. How would they transport such a massive creature back? Chapter 81. The Weary Respite. How remarkably convenient. Yiming marveled as he watched the enormous bird formed of water elements transport the black dragon's head. The Academy of the Tower of Flame specialized in elemental summoning. While nearly every mage could forge a unique pact with a magical spirit upon delving into the realm of chanting, only those from the Tower of Flame could summon without restrictions on numbers and freely alter their forms. Besides her role as a contracted spirit, Eleanor could summon a myriad of water elemental spirits. The sole drawback was that they could not persist like sentient contracted spirits. Instead, they would vanish after a period. However, for combat purposes, that was more than sufficient. As for why the Tower of Flame differed so greatly from other factions, Yiming did not inquire, and Eleanor would certainly keep that information to herself. Despite each noble lady having her quirks, they were well aware of their roles and responsibilities when it came to important matters, knowing precisely what to say and what to withhold. Just as the haughty Marian would never inadvertently leak military intelligence out of spite. Eleanor, though somewhat rigid and obstinate in nature, could discern priorities and would not speak on matters deemed confidential, regardless of who inquired. The 5 radiant towers would not dispatch them merely because of their formidable magical prowess. Mr. Yiming, are you truly uninjured? Eleanor's gaze fixated on Yiming's hand, which he had kept hidden behind him. Although his movements appeared natural, Eleanor felt a twinge of doubt, for Yiming had never displayed such behavior in their presence before. Yet, observing his tranquil expression, he seemed devoid of any signs of pain. Nevertheless, his entire being was stained with blood, leaving her uncertain whether it was his own or that of the dragon. I'm fine. By the way, how long can those spirits hold out? Yiming glanced upwards at the giant birds formed from water elements. Initially, the two had faced some challenges. Yiming was a swordsman, despite possessing unique abilities. He was still merely a swordsman. Eleanor specialized in summoning magic rather than nature magic, and her knowledge of the black dragon was limited. Thus, they found it difficult to reach a consensus on which parts of the dragon should be brought back. Yiming believed they should take the head, which could serve as an ornamental piece for the living room. In contrast, Eleanor leaned towards retrieving some of the vital organs, as the inner workings of a dragon were highly valuable materials in magical research. Of course, they had already agreed to take some dragon meat. Since no magical tome Eleanor had read explicitly forbade the consumption of dragon flesh, it seemed there would be no issue. It should last until we return to the castle, Eleanor replied, casting a glance at the dragon's head above, a mix of solemnity and excitement in her demeanor. After all, this was a genuine dragon, not just an illustration from a biological compendium. The remaining parts were cut and placed into bags, while the rest was temporarily left behind. While it was a pity, Yiming understood the adage of greed leading to ruin. It was impractical to transport the entire carcass of such a colossal dragon back to the castle. Moreover, if they did manage to bring it all back, given the current temperature, the castle would soon become uninhabitable. After all, this era lacked temperature-controlled storage or refrigerators, although a sliver of doubt still lingered in Eleanor's mind. After all, this was a black dragon, not a mere tiger. Even if it was injured, killing a human would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yiming, despite appearing disheveled and battered, had somehow emerged unscathed, which was exceedingly perplexing. How had he evaded the dragon's onslaught? Having previously cast a magical signal, when the two returned to the castle bearing a hefty load of bloodied items, a crowd awaited them at the entrance. Marion bit her lip, her face flushed, while Lita looked on with deep concern. As Yiming approached nonchalantly, Marion rushed forward, but her demeanor clearly indicated her displeasure. Yiming, what on earth? Yet, her words trailed off as Mayali sidled up to Yiming, enveloping him in a tight embrace and gazing up at him with her dual-colored golden and blue eyes, conveying a sense of relief. Welcome back. I'm glad you're all right. Rest assured, what could possibly happen to me? Covered in blood. Yiming reluctantly abandoned the thought of patting Mayali's head. However, Mayali seemed wholly unconcerned, even indifferent to the blood staining her clothes and hair. This left Marion's subsequent remarks hanging in the air. During her time with Mayali, Marion had come to understand Mayali's peculiar aversion to dirt, as she could hardly tolerate even the slightest blemish upon her body. Yet now, Mayali appeared completely unfazed, her foremost priority being Yiming's safety. Marion halted, her expression peculiar, before taking a deep breath and turning to Eleanor. Eleanor, what on earth transpired? Eleanor. Marion, herself in a daze, questioned, but soon realized that Eleanor seemed equally lost in thought. Upon hearing Marion's call, Eleanor snapped back to reality, instinctively redirecting her gaze from Yiming and Mayali. She quickly regained her composure and endeavored to recount the events that had transpired to Marion in a steady tone. Unfortunately, due to her own limited knowledge, she could only relay Yiming's account, and Marion listened impassively until she instructed Eleanor to bring the dragon meat and head into the castle as a practitioner of elemental magic. Marion had her methods for preserving corpses. Have you sustained any injuries? Fear not, I employed that. Yiming shed his blood-soaked garments, revealing a body that was not particularly robust, even somewhat frail, failing to resemble a warrior capable of battling a malevolent dragon. He then stepped into the icy spring, washing away the blood. Shaking his hair free of excess moisture drew a frown from Mayali. One ought to be more refined in the presence of a lady. Like Yiming, Mayali was also entirely unclothed at that moment, gently tending to her hair while expressing her mild grievances towards Yiming. Although the mountain spring water was frigid, and the solitude of a man and woman together could easily lead to implications, the atmosphere remained untainted by any such notions. However, for Yiming and Mayali, such matters were already a source of accustomed familiarity. After all, during their days of being hunted on Earth, they could not always reside in warm rooms with hot water. In times of hardship, they had indeed endured similar conditions. Despite appearing somewhat frail, both possessed remarkable physical resilience. Merely icy spring water posed no threat to their health. As Mayali rose, her cascading golden hair flowed down like a waterfall, her fair skin glimmering under the water's sheen, resembling alluring porcelain, devoid of any blemish. Her delicate limbs appeared as if sculpted from the finest art, although her modest bosom was full and rounded. It displayed enticing contours. The interplay of white and pink hues ignited excitement, a sight that was all too familiar to Yiming, who had watched Mayali grow up. He believed he knew her body better than she did. Yet, amidst this subtly suggestive scene, a conversation arose that decidedly dampened the mood. You didn't let Eleanor notice, did you? Rest assured, by the time she arrives, everything will be over. Is that dragon really so formidable that it necessitated the use of that? Formidable. Perhaps not overly so, but there was a mouse trailing behind, necessitating a swift resolution. I dislike your use of that. Mayali's expression bore traces of complaint and dissatisfaction. That is very dangerous. You should understand. The sinful armament was not something everyone could wield, and within their team, it was exclusively Yiming's domain. The individual who had crafted their weapons seemed to hold Yiming in high regard, adding this particular functionality just for him. Meiyali had always harbored a distaste for the sinful armament. During that time, Yiming had exhibited overwhelming strength, yet he became a stranger, resembling someone she had never known, which unsettled her considerably. I understand. Yiming submerged himself in the water, feeling the refreshing coolness awaken his senses. Though under normal circumstances, this should be a time when his thoughts ran wild. Sometimes, I truly wish to lay bare my abilities to them. And then what? In response to Yiming's counter, Meiyali seemed at a loss for words, merely sitting beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. There is no then. I am simply weary of this constant subterfuge, no matter what we do. There is no peace of mind, and we must always be on guard. I feel somewhat exhausted. Meiyali closed her eyes, allowing Yiming to embrace her. This was her only sanctuary of solace. A decision she had made since that summer 6 years ago. Let us take a moment to rest. Yiming had no intention of comforting Meiyali. They both understood that this was merely a release of pent-up pressure. To lay everything bare? What a jest. By that time, others would likely distance themselves from him. Otherwise, they would view him as a monster. Regardless of the path, it was not one they wished to traverse. The only stroke of luck was that this world possessed the illogical existence of magic, rendering others somewhat indifferent to their abilities. Thus far, the only one aware of their concealed powers was Rita. And under Meiyali's subtle manipulation, Rita would not casually divulge this information. Although Marion had some inkling, she had yet to voice her inquiries, allowing their abilities to remain within the realm of public acceptance. Nonetheless, caution was still paramount. Meiyali, are you here? I just heard Belroja mention. Just then, Marion unexpectedly entered. She gazed at the two naked figures in astonishment, her face turning as red as charred coals, standing frozen in place. It was only when Yiming playfully shielded Meiyali's body, casting a reproachful glance at Marion, that she seemed to snap back to reality, stammering, I am sorry. I didn't know. I'll take my leave. With that, Marion spun around and fled in haste. In response, the two could only share a wry smile, and then Meiyali reached for a comb. Could you assist me in untangling my hair? At your service. Chapter 82. Interlude. The ethereal image of the Lord of the Sky floated silently above the colorful stones, while Eleanor, tasked with reporting, bore a grave expression. Yiming and Meiyali observed the peculiar device with keen interest. After all, they had been here for some time, and so much had transpired, culminating in the recent slaying of a black dragon. If they did not report this soon, it would become indefensible. Thus, Belroja utilized the communication magic tool at hand to contact the Lord of the Sky, and Eleanor succinctly conveyed the situation. This appears quite reminiscent of a three-dimensional holographic image from a science fiction film. As Meiyali gazed at the constantly shifting image of the Lord of the Sky, curiosity sparked within her. She turned her head to find Marion blushing deeply, her gaze cast downward, seemingly lost in thought. What might she think of their relationship? Meiyali tilted her head slightly, ultimately offering a gentle smile, choosing to say nothing. Yiming, however, paid her no mind, focusing intently on Eleanor's report, ready to disguise or respond at a moment's notice. Essentially, Yiming was a profoundly contradictory individual that he felt no aversion or shame in bathing with Meiyali. Yet, he would not impulsively pounce upon her either. There was a time and place for everything, and certainly, when the moment was right, he would not shy away from savoring such a delightful experience. But that time was not now, and the longer one anticipated, the more precious the reward. Thus far, that is the situation. Eleanor concluded her report with a bow to the Lord of the Sky before swiftly retreating. The Lord of the Sky nodded, then turned her attention to Yiming. Guardian, I did not expect you to be capable of slaying a black dragon. I did not slay it. It was already wounded and sought its own demise. Yiming corrected the Lord of the Sky's statement, not wishing to give the impression that he had effortlessly dispatched a dragon as one would a mere chicken or fish, though that was not entirely inaccurate. I understand. The Lord of the Sky let out a series of melodious laughter. But soon after, she cleared her throat, her tone reverting to its usual calmness. It appears to have been a wise decision to have you lead the entire investigation team. Did you already know about Galaro's betrayal? Yiming interrupted the Lord of the Sky. When Rita had gleefully brandished the pendant, claiming it was a gift from Belroja, he had begun to harbor doubts. How could the Celestial Tower, which on the surface maintained an equal standing, yet had effectively become the de facto leader of the Academy, casually relinquish such authority? Even if it was for the sake of appeasement, wouldn't the powerful factions like the Verdant Tower or the Blazing Tower be more suitable candidates? Why choose the Shadow Tower, which boasted only a single apprentice and merely a mage? It now seemed that the Lord of the Sky had perhaps long suspected Galaro's intentions, and among those capable of confronting Galaro, only Yiming, who had once exchanged blows with him and survived, could match him. Thus, she had made this decision. Indeed, I had noticed some issues with him. Under the collective gaze of expectation, the Lord of the Sky remained silent for a moment before responding. Of course, as a mage, I acknowledge my failure to provide him with proper guidance. However, to be honest, there are times when I too do not comprehend Galaro's thoughts. He has been by my side for so long that I took it for granted he would always remain there. Though the Lord of the Sky spoke calmly, a moment of silence enveloped her. Yet, this awkward pause did not linger for long, as she continued with a serious tone, laced with calmness and sorrow. I will not ask you to avoid this matter, nor to forget it. Communicating with your guardian is of utmost importance. Everyone, perhaps one day, you too will possess a messenger to guard over you, just as I do. But never take their presence for granted. Guardians protect mages because they seek something from them, and mages require the guardian's assistance for their own protection. Never forget, this is a relationship built on mutual need. Indeed, the reality can be exceedingly harsh, and I have become a cautionary tale for you all. I always believed in Galaro, yet I neglected to communicate with him, ultimately leading to this predicament. However, this serves as an invaluable lesson for all of you, so do not forget. Never assume that the guardians are merely your messengers by default. Yiming, Mayali, you are no exception. Do not take the existence of the guardian mages for granted. Remember your thoughts, your will, and your aspirations. Rita, who had been holding Mayali's hand, suddenly trembled, and Mayali comfortingly tightened her grip without uttering a word. At that moment, the tone of the Lord of the Heavens softened once more. Well then, Mr. Yiming, you have rid the Empire of a calamity, regardless of the Black Dragon's true intentions for being here. It is undoubtedly a misfortune for the Empire. Your ability to vanquish it is indeed our fortune, and you have also uncovered the conspiracy of the Federation. I shall grant you a fitting reward, and I hope you will not refuse my goodwill. Do not forget, it was Mayali who killed Galaro. Yiming replied succinctly, gesturing towards Mayali. The Lord of the Heavens chuckled lightly, as if he had anticipated his response. Of course. I shall not forget the efforts Miss Mayali has made to protect our mages. Without your assistance, the situation could have escalated beyond imagination. I sincerely apologize to you, Miss Mayali. Mayali shook her head slightly. In truth, she, like Yiming, was not particularly concerned about the so-called reward. Thus, the Lord of the Heavens chose not to elaborate further, nodding before continuing. As for the next orders, I hope you can hold this castle firmly. Assistance will arrive shortly, so you need not worry on that front. However, the situation with Prince Haina is indeed quite abnormal that I believe he, like us, seeks to uncover the cause of the forest's anomalies. I am sorry, my Lord of the Heavens, but we have yet to gather any clues thus far. Ilanoa quickly responded, having sensed the Lord's gaze upon her. Let us hope they are equally clueless. Those here are our own, so I shall refrain from saying more. At this juncture, the Lord of the Heavens cleared his throat, and Yiming understood the implications of her words regarding our own. Although circumstances dictate, the act of murdering a foreign prince is not something easily broached in any context. The individuals present were nearly all the most elite figures from various magical factions, and this presented an opportunity for her to test them. Should you encounter Prince Haina, ensure that you eliminate him entirely. I have received intelligence indicating that he departed with 3 of the 10 great swordsmen of the Federation, that if necessary, eradicate them all, that if that is unfeasible, then we must guarantee that Prince Haina himself does not leave this forest alive. My lord, one of the swordsmen has already been slain by Mr. Yiming. Ilanoa promptly replied, and the Lord of the Heavens fell silent for a moment upon receiving this unexpected news before breaking into a light laugh. Mr. Yiming, it seems that among the guardians of the entire empire, none have accomplished feats greater than yours. This complicates the matter of your reward. Yiming said nothing, recognizing that this was not the moment for him to speak. Moreover, to be candid, the notion of a reward was merely a constraint for Yiming. As for reputation, what he desired most was to remain inconspicuous, not to bask in glory. Otherwise, he could have made a grand spectacle of everything. and there would have been no need to craft a light trap to ensnare Illinois during the slaying of the Black Dragon. Power equates to obligation. After all, authority is not merely a right. To command obedience, one must also be prepared to make sacrifices that as for wealth. Yiming regarded it with indifference. As long as it sufficed, he harbored no grand aspirations. Beauty was of no concern either. There were few more exquisite than Mayali. And Yiming was not the type to pursue every beautiful woman he encountered. Otherwise, among the young maidens in the castle, with the exception of Rita, many might have already succumbed to his charms. In any case, anticipate what is to come. We shall communicate again in the future. With that, the image of the Lord of the Heavens inclined her head slightly towards Yiming and then transformed into particles of light, dissipating into the air. I must examine the head of the Black Dragon closely. What of Miss Illinois? I will freeze the dragon meat as per Mr. Yiming's instructions. Is it edible, Miss Marion? This had been a concern for Yiming. It would be a tremendous waste if the dragon they had worked so hard to slay was inedible. After all, slaying a dragon was not merely about obtaining its head as a trophy. How fortunate you are. You should be grateful that it was a black dragon you encountered. For some reason, Marion's mood appeared rather dim. Had it been a green dragon, consuming its flesh would have resulted in immediate poisoning. However, with the black dragon, I once read in an obscure tome that black dragon meat enhances a mage's ability to communicate with magical spirits, as well as improve physical constitution. Nonetheless, that remains merely a rumor. Fortunately, Miss Belroja has already conducted prior assessments, so there should be no issues. Now, I must take my leave. After speaking, Marion shot a fierce glare at Yiming before turning to exit the room. It was all rather perplexing. Yiming shrugged, letting her be. I will take Rita and step out for a moment. After Mayali spoke, she led Rita away. Yiming noticed that Rita's expression was somewhat heavy, evidently. The Lord of the Heavens' words had impacted her as well, which was why Mayali sought to speak with her. After all, such matters are often better communicated between two girls. Meanwhile, Illinois descended to the basement to freeze the dragon meat, as the conclusion had already been reached that it was edible, thus eliminating any further concerns. Guardian, would you kindly make way? Wah! Belroja's voice suddenly rang out beside Yiming, startling him. He turned to find that Belroja had inexplicably retrieved the magical device and approached the door. It must be said that this girl possessed a remarkable lack of presence. Although she had previously activated the magical device, everyone had instinctively forgotten her afterward, as if she had never been there at all. She was indeed a curious individual. Yiming was about to say something when he suddenly had an epiphany. Outside, the soft sound of tapping began under the darkened sky that nature's crystals cascaded down in a flurry, bestowing new life and vitality upon the earth, enveloping everything in a melodious symphony that it was raining. Chapter 83. A night in the rain. The sky gradually darkened, and the rain continued to fall relentlessly. The wind swept through the stone window, bringing with it a chill. The embers before Yiming had dwindled somewhat, prompting him to pick up a branch and stir the fire back to life. Aside from him and Mayali, the other mages seemed to possess means to resist the cold. Marion summoned several small fireballs that danced around her, while Illinois appeared completely unperturbed by the biting wind. According to her, due to her specialization in water elements, her body had a high tolerance for humidity, allowing her to endure even in such a frigid rainy night without issue. Belroja was enveloped in a radiant white glow, seemingly indifferent to the raging cold. Even the lowest-ranked Rita was able to employ a minor spell to maintain her body heat. Following that, the group partook in a sumptuous dragon meat barbecue. The taste was not particularly unpleasant, though it was not exquisite either. However, it seemed that dragon meat indeed had some benefits for mages, as each mage exhibited expressions indicating they were experiencing something after consuming it. Regrettably, for Yiming and Mayali, it was merely meat, unchanged into anything peculiar. I wish there were a soundproof room around here, Yiming complained as he rummaged in his ears, though he did not understand how the mage's incantations worked. Their nocturnal practice was rather disruptive to sleep. Mayali did not remain by his side. Rita's behavior had been quite strange afterward, as she devoured several pieces of dragon meat during dinner until Marion intervened. Unable to watch any longer, Yiming could vaguely guess what she was thinking, so he entrusted the matter of comforting Rita to Mayali. If things became troublesome, she could utilize suggestion to soothe her, something beyond Yiming's capability. Moreover, he was responsible for keeping watch that night. Yiming, are you still awake? Has the cacophony from your side finally ceased? As he observed Marian approaching, Yiming stretched lazily. Marian, however, wore a frown, evidently displeased. Cacophony. What a peculiar description. Is my singing really that unbearable? I am currently on watch, Yiming remarked, gesturing toward his ears. To me, your singing and noise are indistinguishable. The implication was unmistakable. Both distractions hindered his focus on the surroundings. Marian found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware that Yiming was safeguarding their safety and that she had no grounds for complaint. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, and after a considerable pause, Marian timidly ventured, "You and Miss Mayali, we are already engaged. You must be aware of this," he replied. "Of course, I know, but I was merely curious to ask. How many do you intend to have?" "How many?" Yiming's confusion was palpable. "Surely. You mean wives? A young man as capable as you would certainly attract the attention of many women. That I was just curious, nothing more. Is it possible to have multiple wives?" Yiming was taken aback, while Marian seemed even more astonished. "Do you intend to marry only Miss Mayali?" The two exchanged silent glances, and ultimately, Yiming shrugged helplessly. Clearly, they possessed a significant disparity in their understanding of certain matters. Moreover, judging by Marian's words, was it conceivable that men in this world enjoyed the luxury of a harem? Could one simply take multiple wives at will? That is certainly not feasible. Yiming's speculation was met with Marian's unrelenting denial, her eyes widening in disbelief as though she were gazing upon a peculiar creature. "I genuinely question whether you belong to this world. How can you lack such common knowledge? Not everyone is entitled to such privileges. Only those who have received rewards possess that qualification. The Lord of Heaven has promised to bestow upon you a reward, and status is undoubtedly included. To that point, you will become a member of the nobility. Are you entirely ignorant of these matters?" "So that's how it is." Yiming nodded in acknowledgement, though he quickly countered, "Nevertheless, I still believe that only Mayali is suited for me." "Is that so?" Marian sighed, uncertain whether it was a sigh of disappointment or resignation. Yet, she soon shook her head and turned to leave. "Well then, I shall take my rest. Be careful, Yiming." Yiming said nothing, simply whistling in understanding that in truth, there was little for him to be cautious about, unless the rats that had been lurking around them chose to present themselves. They would remain pitifully exposed to the elements on such a rainy day. Yet, he could indulge in roasted meat and hot tea here. That was the difference. The thought alone brought him joy. And Yiming had never minded building his happiness upon the suffering of others. With that in mind, he gazed once more out the window, where the inky darkness revealed nothing. Lita nestled within Mayali's embrace, her eyes squinting as she savored the gentle warmth of Mayali's hug, while Mayali simply stroked her head in silence. "Sister, will you also leave me one day?" Lita suddenly inquired. "Yes," Mayali answered naturally, gently caressing Lita's hair. Displaying no sign of tension, Lita fell silent, gripping Mayali's hand with newfound strength. "Everything must follow its natural course. Lita, that we too have our thoughts and aspirations. I understand, Sister Mayali." Lita shook her head. "I know that you and Brother Yiming should not be beside a child like me. I am truly afraid. The Lord of Heaven is right. The relationship between a mage and a guardian is one of mutual necessity. That I cannot offer you anything. I am merely being protected by you. This does not align with the contract between a mage and a guardian. I know I am inadequate. I know I am weak. But weakness is entirely normal. Do not shy away from it." Mayali suddenly shifted the topic, leaving Lita somewhat astonished. "Weakness? Everyone has moments of wanting to be willful. I understand. Lita, what burdens you? You must be thinking that wishing for us to remain by your side despite your lack of strength is exceedingly selfish and bothersome." "Yes." Lita hugged Mayali tightly, softly conceding. "I know I am bothersome, Sister Mayali. While I understand I cannot rely on you forever, I still hope you will stay by my side. That I am being so selfish and so bothersome that I have contributed nothing yet desire everything. We are the same. You are not the only one who has erred, Lita." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Lita looked up in surprise, her gaze questioning. "Sister Mayali, you have done nothing wrong." "No, we have erred." Mayali gently shook her head, clearly disagreeing with Lita's assertion. "As you said, Lita, we are strong, thus guarding you is no trouble at all. However, this will inevitably turn you into a flower in a greenhouse. Our strength becomes a burden and a confusion for you. That if this continues, you will have to choose between stagnation and the extreme pursuit of equal strength to ours. That is not what we wish to witness. An overabundance of nutrients and water will not nurture a sapling into a towering tree, but rather will destroy it. I do not know. Lita, still young, could only vaguely grasp Mayali's intentions, yet she chose not to dwell on it further, as the weight of sleep began to envelop her, drawing her into a deep slumber. Mayali gently stroked Lita's hair, sighing. Just as she had stated, both she and Yiming were far too powerful. In their shadow, Lita found it impossible to grow. Aspiring to attain strength equal to theirs was utterly unattainable. Lita's relentless pursuit would only lead her down a path of self-destruction. Thus, they had to depart. This was for Lita's sake, as well as their own. Chapter 84. A new visitor. It was not until the warm sunlight streamed over Yiming that he gradually awoke. Having had a peaceful night, when Mayali came to take over the watch, Yiming promptly transferred the duty to her and sought a pleasant spot to indulge in a restful sleep, with Mayali on guard. Yiming felt no concern regarding potential ambushes. Thus, he enjoyed a deep slumber, and when he finally opened his eyes, it was already midday. Yiming attempted to sit up, but found his body uncharacteristically heavy. As if unable to rise, what had transpired? Meow. A cat. The sound of a meow nearby puzzled Yiming. How could there be a cat here? Instinctively, he turned his head to look around, but found nothing. With a resigned sigh, he placed his hand before him, only to touch a warm, small, and soft body. Big brother, are you awake? Yiming's hand froze in place, and it took him a full 3 seconds to comprehend. Annie. The petite girl lay sprawled atop Yiming, curling up against his chest like an oversized kitten, her golden hair cascading over him like a veil. Yet, what astonished Yiming even more was the question of how and when Annie had appeared, and why neither he nor Mayali had noticed her arrival. Nevertheless, no matter how one looked at it, having a little girl perched atop him felt exceedingly strange. How did you get here? Fortunately, since Yiming was awake, Annie seemed disinclined to continue using him as a human cushion. Allowing him to finally rise, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and looked quizzically at Annie, who still clutched her stuffed toy. Her eyes half-dashed closed. At that moment, another figure entered his line of sight. Mayali approached, holding an umbrella, and offered Annie a warm smile. Have you finally awakened, Yiming? You knew Annie was here all along. Why didn't you wake me? Although Mayali was apologizing with a light chuckle, her demeanor was devoid of sincerity, indicating a complete lack of reflection on her part. Annie asked me not to tell you, and besides, you must be tired. It would be better to rest, wouldn't it? You are truly. Yiming could only surrender helplessly, raising his hands in defeat, unable to articulate anything further. In any case, there was nothing much to say, but Annie's presence here indeed surprised Yiming. After all, she was one of the 5 great cantors, and her solitary appearance in such a place raised questions about her purpose. It was said that the Lord of the Heavens had mentioned sending someone to assist. Could it be that Annie was that very person? What brings you here? Of course. Annie is here to help. Annie maintained her usual expression of utter monotony, tilting her head slightly before continuing. The council members have all disappeared, and Euphemia cannot leave the academy. It seems that only Annie can step in. How troublesome. So the other 3 tower masters had slipped away, leaving Annie, perhaps caught off guard by oversleeping, to be roped in as a substitute. Her tone bore a hint of mild complaint, yet it was evident that she was not someone who would dwell on such matters. In fact, no one seemed to know what else Annie might care about aside from sleeping. The others are still unaware of Annie's arrival. She seems to have something to discuss with us, Mayali explained to Yiming, clearly having noticed Annie while on guard, and it was evident that Annie had something significant to convey to the 2 of them, thereby not alerting the others, now that Yiming was awake. Annie's request for a private conversation undoubtedly held weight. Yiming promptly adjusted his expression, adopting a grave demeanor as he looked towards Annie, awaiting her words. Under the scrutiny of Yiming and Mayali, Annie swiftly outlined the key points, with the most pressing issue for Yiming being the charges against Rita. As the Lord of the Heavens had stated, treason was a grave offense, leaving no room for leniency in this regard. Actions must be taken, and neither Yiming nor Mayali felt particularly surprised. They had already gleaned hints of the truth during their eavesdropping on Marion's father's conversation with Galaro. Yet, hearing Annie articulate it still weighed heavily on their hearts. So, it was indeed someone from your academy who was sent to eliminate Mr. Lawrence. Precisely. At the time, it was Euphemia who instructed Galaro to take action. I only learned of it later. Then what will happen to Rita? Mayali showed no intention of continuing to defend Lawrence, as they both understood that, from the nation's perspective, such actions bore no fault. Perhaps Lawrence was merely unfortunate, but that misfortune was all there was to it. A life had been lost, and nothing could restore what was gone. However, upon reflection, it was conceivable that Lawrence, before his demise, had discovered that he had been ensnared in a plot, becoming an enemy to the entire nation. Thus, he had warned the two not to seek vengeance against his murderer. In hindsight, this warning proved exceedingly wise. Otherwise, Ming and Mei Yali might have found themselves at odds with an empire. Their greatest concern now rested on what would become of Rita. Annie had already stated that treason was a severe crime, and even innocent relatives would not be spared. Ming and Mei Yali had never pursued ideals of fairness and justice. Such concepts felt distant to them, and they would not impose unrealistic expectations on others. Yet, since the situation involved Rita, they at least needed to ascertain the nature of her punishment. 100 days of confinement. Annie had evidently already acquired this information, but quickly added, "Of course. I discussed it with Euphemia. There will be no trial. However, Rita must be confined in the Dark Tower for 100 days without leaving. That is the minimum punishment, and it will not be made public. Nonetheless, punishment is necessary. For Rita, this could also be a good opportunity." That is true. Ming bore no resentment towards Annie's words, as they were indeed factual. Moreover, the fact that Rita would not be imprisoned in a dungeon brought them some relief, had it come to that. Neither of them would have agreed. Annie's proposal was more palatable, merely requiring Rita to remain in the tower for 100 days. What was the big deal? It could even be viewed as a valuable opportunity for magical study. Yet, another matter lingered in their minds. So, regarding Mr. Lawrence, if you do not wish to tell her, then do not. After all, it is not good news, then we shall not inform her. Ming made the decision, clearly recognizing that it was not a favorable one. If Rita were to learn the truth in the future, they could only speculate on how she might react. However, at this moment, nothing troubled them more than this matter. If they were to disclose the facts to Rita now, what would become of her? Just as a sapling must grow strong enough to withstand a storm, a tender shoot that initially endures the tempest may ultimately perish. Thus, Ming decided that it was not the right time. Upon hearing Ming's decision, Mei Yali sighed in relief. Ming was always strict with himself and others. Even with his companions, his thoughts were often inscrutable. Even to Mei Yali, who had spent the most time with him, leaving her worried about what would happen if Ming chose to reveal the truth to Rita. Now, she could finally set her mind at ease. "So, Annie, you came here, of course, to bring Rita back to the Dark Tower. She can't be allowed to roam outside any longer, can she? Moreover, if you wish, I can help you dissolve the magical contract. After all, it was never mandatory, and it seems." Annie squinted, sleepily surveying Ming and Mei Yali, her tone languid. "It doesn't appear to have much effect, does it? The contract's primary and most evident purpose was for the Guardian and the Mage to forge a bond, allowing the Guardian to gain various enhancements from the Mage, with the specifics varying based on the Mage's personality and magical affiliations. However, Ming and Mei Yali had never received any enhancements from Rita, even if there had been. It would have paled in comparison to their own powers. Thus, whether to dissolve the contract posed little significance to them. "I understand." Ming nodded, signaling Annie to follow him to the hall, confident that she had more information to share. It was likely that this information was not suitable for outsiders, prompting her to converse with Ming and Mei Yali first. Annie showed no objection, continuing to sway behind Ming, looking as though she could easily lean against the wall and drift into a deep sleep. "Mr. Ming, Miss Mei Yali, where on earth have you been? Why didn't you inform us? What if something had happened?" Upon seeing Ming and Mei Yali return, Eli Noah instinctively rose to inquire. Ming could only apologize, spreading his hands and stepping aside. "We merely went to meet the lady, Lady Brooklyn." Upon seeing Annie, Marian and Rita hurriedly rose to pay their respects. Eli Noah paused for a moment, then bowed to the half-visible Annie behind Ming. Unnoticed by anyone, Belroca had already risen to offer his greetings. "We did not expect the Lord of the Dark to personally visit. We sincerely apologize and hope you will forgive our rudeness." In response to Eleanor's opening remarks, Annie displayed no reaction, and the atmosphere grew cold. Just as Eli Noah raised her head in confusion, unsure of what to say next. "Humph. Wake up." Ming slapped Annie on the head with a resounding smack, causing her to jolt like a startled squirrel, letting out a peculiar oh sound before opening her eyes. Lady Brooklyn." Eleanor's expression was somewhat complex. It was no surprise, as in the 5 Radiance Tower, none were more peculiar than Annie. "Oh, right. Everyone is doing splendidly." "Very well done. Just like that. Annie is merely here to relay a message. That's all." What she said was essentially indistinguishable from silence. Eleanor fell silent, while Marian wisely chose to remain quiet, having met Annie on several occasions. She understood that conversing with this peculiarly eccentric bard, both in temperament and action, posed a significant challenge. Thus, it was best to listen obediently and defer any questions for a later time. "Oh, by the way," Annie exclaimed, slapping her forehead as if a thought had just struck her. "Big brother, you're in charge of managing this place now, right? This is your domain now." With an air of nonchalance, Annie uttered words that drained the color from Yiming's face. Chapter 85. The Temporary Lord. Fortunately, Annie's remarks were often to be taken with a grain of salt, and Yiming swiftly comprehended that this so-called territory was merely a new task assigned to him and his companions by the Academy Council, since the Forest of the Undead, a name that would eventually be changed, had been deemed habitable. The immediate priority became the construction of fortifications and outposts. Thus, the Academy Council decided that Yiming and his investigative team would first establish a base here. Of course, they could not be expected to start from scratch. Annie had also brought with her a coordinate. Based on this location, the Academy's mages could employ teleportation magic to send 50 retired soldiers, along with some military supplies and provisions, to this site. But that would be the extent of their assistance. The subsequent tasks would fall solely upon Yiming and his companions. However, according to Annie, once this mission concluded and a new leader arrived, the Academy Council would bestow upon Yiming the titles of Count and Baroness Mayali. This indicated, from another perspective, just how immense the power of the Academy Council was. They could confer noble titles without needing royal consent. Yet, from Yiming's standpoint, such titles held little value. Akin to honorary professorships in his world, merely impressive in name. Annie did not dispute his sentiments, indicating that Yiming's thoughts were not far off the mark. Even if one were to slay a dragon or blaze a trail, obtaining a legitimate noble title would not be so easily achieved. Moreover, neither Yiming nor Mayali harbored any desire to serve the Riat Empire indefinitely. They had fought against nearly all ruling classes in their former world for 6 years, though much of it was driven by necessity. Deep down, they felt a certain aversion towards the apparatus of state control. If not for the fact that this world did not reject individuals with their abilities, they would not have chosen to heed the orders of a ruling class. The differences in ideology influenced their choices to in their original world. Individuals like Yiming were deemed monsters, inciting only fear and panic, even if they were willing to engage with the ruling class and become their allies. What would it matter? Their powers were beyond human control. With each new ruler, suspicions would arise as the previous center of power faded. Every ruling class yearned to possess them and desired that they serve solely their interests. This, of course, was impossible. Even if Yiming and his companions were willing to serve a particular ruler, the outcome would remain unchanged. Their otherness was an immutable fact, while those who received their aid might feel exhilarated. Simultaneously, their adversaries would view Yiming and his companions as prime targets. Were they ordinary individuals, they might seek protection and support. However, as outliers, even if they genuinely sought help, few would extend a hand. Even those they had previously assisted would be eager to distance themselves. For society would not accept the existence of outliers. Do not delude yourselves. You are not human. These were the words spoken by the leader of an organization attempting to secretly eliminate Yiming and his companions. From that moment, Yiming understood that any compromise with human society would be futile if they wished to survive. They could only resist to the bitter end. Yet, in this world, at least they were not one of a kind. Strictly speaking, while their abilities differed significantly from what this world deemed talents, individuals possessing such capabilities were acknowledged here. This was also why Yiming did not harbor intense resentment towards the Academy's orders. However, due to the various dark dealings he had witnessed in the political arena, Yiming preferred not to engage too deeply with the ruling class of any nation. Some matters would remain unchanged regardless of the world. The Federation and the Empire were at odds. The Academy and the royal family were in conflict, and according to Marian, even the Tower of the Burning Flame within the Academy was at odds with the Tower of the Celestial Sky. Setting aside their otherness, the tangled web of interests was indeed burdensome, and one misstep could lead to irrevocable peril. Consequently, Yiming did not wish to delve too deeply. From his perspective, as long as he completed the assigned tasks without failure, there was no need to stand out excessively. Thus, it was for this reason that Yiming sought to minimize his responsibility even in matters such as slaying dragons. He had no desire to be seen as a coveted monster. Hence, Yiming was not particularly keen on becoming a temporary lord, although he perceived this task more as that of a pioneer in uncharted territory. Do not strive for perfection, nor allow things to deteriorate. A failure or two is acceptable. As long as it does not catch their attention, Yiming ultimately determined his course of action. When Annie proposed to take Rita away, only Marian displayed a hint of hesitation, hailing from a political family. She keenly sensed that something was amiss, but Yiming quickly silenced her inquiries with a glance. As for Rita, she bore no suspicions and, in fact, was quite pleased for her. Remaining here was merely a waste of time, with her limited abilities and lack of utility. Returning to the Tower of Darkness to study seemed the wisest choice. However, when Annie suggested she terminate her contract with Yiming and Mayali, Rita hesitated. Ultimately, though, she did not oppose Annie's proposal. O spirit of the contract, I, in the name of chanting and control, command you to depart and terminate the execution of this contract. Accompanied by Annie's monotonous and languid voice, the magical array swirling around the three of them shattered in an instant, transforming into several beams of light that shot aimlessly into the air, vanishing into nothingness. Yiming and Mayali sensed their powers, finding no abnormalities. Rita, however, wore a peculiar expression, yet she chose not to voice any further concerns. Perhaps what Mayali had said to her that night had made a significant impact. I will do my best, Rita earnestly assured the two before Annie whisked her away. I will absolutely not disappoint you. Brother and sister, let us hope so. Yiming certainly would not be foolish enough to voice such sentiments and undermine little Rita's confidence. Ultimately, Annie's visit brought little more than a few empty platitudes. Some personnel and necessary materials. What was her true purpose in coming here? Gazing at the 50 armored soldiers before him, Yiming could only sigh and shake his head. He was, at present, the temporary lord of the forest of the undead. Merely the predecessor enjoying the shade of trees planted by others. Fortunately, Annie had also ordered Marian, Eleanor, and Belroja to assist him ever since the last encounter. Yiming had realized that magic in this world was no longer merely a weapon of mass destruction. First, we need a road. Yiming pointed at the map before him, an old-fashioned imperial map, on which the once pallid hues of the forest of the undead had been painted over in green. He extended his hand to indicate a point on the map below. We need to construct a road to facilitate the transportation of food, the transmission of information, and to ease the influx of people. While this may appear to be a fortress, it is not an actual stronghold. Clearly, the Academy intends for this to serve as a forward base for the reconstruction of this forest. Therefore, our goal is construction, not military garrisoning. Why? Upon hearing this, Eleanor could not help but inquire, but Yiming did not respond to her question. Instead, he raised his gaze to sweep over Marian. Because if we establish a garrison now, it would provide others with a pretext. Miss Eleanor, generally speaking, in unestablished border regions, the first place to station troops becomes the territorial boundary of the nation. Are we to turn this into a military outpost? As he spoke, Marian traced a line across the map of the forest of the undead, precisely at the 1/3 mark. If we were to garrison troops here, other nations would certainly have the grounds to claim 2/3 of the territory. We absolutely cannot allow them any pretext in such a location. In terms of politics, Marian indeed displayed a far greater understanding than Eleanor, who appeared more like a traditional knight. Thus, we must first establish a road to accommodate a greater influx of immigrants, continued Yiming. While Mayali observed the map with keen interest, her thoughts seemingly wandering far afield. At present, the most pressing matter is to cultivate the surrounding land, providing them with a place to reside. In simpler terms, this equates to pioneering, yet with only 50 soldiers, achieving this task will not be easy. Leave it to me, Yiming, Marian interjected suddenly, catching Yiming off guard. You, of course. Marian puffed out her chest with pride, clearly relishing the moment. I shall reveal to you the quintessence of elven magic. I shall await your demonstration, Yiming replied, nodding in acknowledgement. This seemed to leave Marian momentarily at a loss for words. As for those rodents, Yiming gently tapped the table, a hint of danger glimmering in his smile. Allow me to handle that. Chapter 86. Whimsical notions standing before the soldier, Yiming appeared somewhat flustered, although the man's height barely reached his waist. The full beard and fierce glare belied any semblance of youthful innocence. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yiming sought the most fitting words. Esteemed sir, I am not old at all, the dwarf bellowed, brandishing an iron axe that towered over him, its weighty presence startling the nearby birds into flight. Well, Master Brision, please do not make things difficult for Yiming. Marian approached, a stack of documents in hand, Although she addressed the dwarf, she did not spare him a glance. Your request to construct a blacksmith shop here is currently impractical, and the chambers within the castle will not serve such purposes. I believe you ought to focus on your primary duty. You are here to survey the mineral resources, are you not? If there are no resources, how can we proceed with the construction of future facilities? A blacksmith shop is not required at this moment, so kindly refrain from troubling our lord with this matter. The dwarf glared at Marion in anger, as if intending to retort, yet she dismissed him entirely, departing as if her presence were merely an interruption. When the old dwarf turned his gaze back to Yiming, he found him vanished as well. With a huff of complaint, the dwarf turned to leave. Is the situation dire? I truly struggle to adapt to this role, Yiming confessed, rubbing his temples as Mei Yili approached him. Following that, he made specific arrangements. Political matters were entrusted to Marion, while military training fell to Elenoya. Ultimately, however, all decisions had to pass through Yiming's judgment. The unassuming Belroga, who rarely spoke, offered little hope. Mei Yili, unable to vocalize, could not assist Yiming in bearing any burdens, nor could she convey commands. This left Yiming feeling rather vexed. He excelled in commanding battles, but was ill-equipped for governance or creation. Yiming categorized individuals into 3 groups: those he could trust, those he deemed indifferent, and enemies. Having lived in extreme conditions, he frequently encountered only trusted allies and foes, while the indifferent were simply ignored. Yet now, he found an increasing number of those he had previously classified as indifferent. Take the old dwarf before him. Trust was out of the question, yet he could not simply eliminate him. For Yiming, making a choice outside of these 2 options was a troublesome affair. The 50 soldiers sent by the Lord of Heaven were all veterans, representing a myriad of races. Among them were diminutive dwarves like the old one, alongside towering half-orc warriors exceeding 2 meters in height, as well as slender elves and centaurs who merely resembled humans. In summary, a cacophony of unheard-of races. Fortunately, Marion shouldered some of this burden. According to her aspirations, she would one day become a clan leader and potentially the next Minister of Magical Affairs for the Empire. Regardless of her eventual role, she would undoubtedly wield significant power. Marion made no effort to conceal her ambitions, viewing her management of this locale as a minor experiment, although she was discontented with how it encroached upon her magical studies. Apart from Elenoya, who led a dozen soldiers on daily patrols, the remaining soldiers diligently labored to construct their new homeland. Yiming was a master of deception. He would never divulge to these soldiers the presence of the federal prince and his cadre of swordsmen lurking in the forest. Nor would he suggest they remain vigilant, for only in such a relaxed state could he ascertain when someone might vanish, marking the opportune moment to confirm the prince's presence. Of course, Yiming held no grand expectations for the soldiers merely constructing their abode near the castle, unless the prince was bold enough to storm in, shouting, "Young whelp, do you dare to battle me?" It was unlikely that Prince Haina would act recklessly, as he sought to avoid alarming the proverbial serpent. Elenoya's patrol team was more vulnerable. While they ostensibly wandered under the pretense of patrol, they also served as bait, hoping to lure Prince Haina out. Yiming was untroubled by their safety, for Mei Yili remained close to Elenoya. Should they encounter Prince Haina, it would simply be a matter of unfortunate luck on his part. That Yiming's strategy thus far indicated a focus on enticing the mice out and capturing them all at once. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, tracking and evasion were Yiming's forte, so he refrained from commenting on the town's development. After all, he had no suggestions to offer. How fares your situation? No anomalies detected, but Miss Elenoya insists on sparring with me, which is rather bothersome. Mei Yili tucked her parasol away and settled beside Yiming. These 2 nominal leaders exhibited no inclination toward governance. Continuing with their respective tasks, Marion had wisely relinquished her complaints, while Elenoya appeared undeterred. It was unclear what had inspired this change in her, as she persistently sought to duel Mei Yili in swordplay. Fortunately, Mei Yili's inability to speak garnered sympathy from others, allowing her to gently decline Elenoya's persistent invitations. Nevertheless, Elenoya inquired almost daily. If patience could indeed wear down stone, her efforts would have surely eroded an entire layer of rock by now. Moreover, I find it quite tedious. Mei Yili rested her head on Yiming's shoulder, offering a small complaint. For her, the daily patrols with Elenoya only deepened her loneliness, as Yiming and Marion remained in the castle, unable to engage in conversation. Even when Elenoya occasionally conversed with other women, Mei Yili found herself unable to engage deeply. Yet, despite her solitude, she would never resort to using her abilities to communicate with others. It was one of her principles. Only with Lita and Marion, who had earned her trust, could she converse freely, and they had never betrayed her expectations, keeping her abilities a secret. However, loneliness was still loneliness. Being surrounded by people yet unable to communicate heightened the feeling. By the way, what did that old gentleman want with you? He expressed a desire to construct a blacksmith shop to forge weapons or armor, but Marion disagreed. I have heard that dwarves possess remarkable talent in craftsmanship. That is what Marion claimed, but it holds little utility for us. Yiming idly toyed with Mei Yali's golden hair, a habit of his, to which she merely shot him a gentle glare. Do not meddle with a lady's hair. It is impolite. All right. It is not the first time. You should be accustomed to it by now. Yiming showed no signs of contrition, merely shrugging before curiously asking, why do you inquire? Surely, you aren't seeking new weaponry. That is not the case. I was merely contemplating whether he could assist me in crafting something for leisure. Mei Yali twirled her exquisite two-toned eyes and, with a hint of pride, addressed Yiming. Standing once more before the dwarf, Yiming felt a twinge of gloom, yet he swiftly recalled Marion's words and spoke up. Master Brision, what do you want from me? I am not about to dig holes. I am no rat. I did not ask you to dig holes. I have heard of your remarkable skill in crafting tools. All dwarves are adept craftsmen. The old dwarf leapt up, pointing an accusatory finger at Yiming, yet this only served to calm Yiming considerably. I cannot speak to that, but if you are indeed skilled, I would hope you could create something for Mei Yali. Of course, should you satisfy her, I would consider proposing the matter of the blacksmith shop to Marion. Oh, perceiving a shift in Yiming's tone, the old dwarf grunted, raising his massive axe and puffing out his chest in triumph as he gazed at Yiming. Then speak. You pale-faced rascal, what would you have me do? This. Yiming handed over a sheet of blueprints, adorned with designs and peculiar symbols sketched by Mei Yali. The old dwarf took it, scrutinizing it from every angle, even flipping it over, before finally lifting his gaze, mumbling in perplexity. What is this? A weapon? A bow? What is this contraption? Yiming shrugged. Although Mei Yali had labeled the blueprint, her use of German rendered it indecipherable to the old dwarf. Nevertheless, comprehension was unnecessary. Yiming smiled gently, then turned to depart, confident that this task would occupy the old dwarf for quite some time, as for any potential complications arising from it. Yiming felt no inclination to concern himself. As long as Mei Yali was pleased, that sufficed. Chapter 87. From afar, the dimly lit basement bore a chill, as Yiming held aloft a torch, meticulously exploring his surroundings. However, his method of investigation diverged from that of the average person, unlike others who might knock on the floor and walls. Yiming simply directed the torchlight in various directions, swiftly analyzing the patterns of illumination, but if a crevice allowed light to penetrate, Yiming could sense it. Moreover, given the rudimentary craftsmanship of this world, any hidden chambers would be easily discernible. Yet, after traversing the basement, Yiming returned with disappointment. It appeared this place was not as he had envisioned. There were no treasures, no secret rooms, nor hidden passages. It seemed the tales of ancient ruins concealing treasures were mere fabrications to amuse children. Yiming shrugged. It mattered little. His exploration was merely a whim, a casual stroll. The castle's condition had improved significantly from its previous dilapidated state, and the road issue that had troubled Yiming was easily resolved by Marion. With a mere incantation, trees and underbrush parted, creating a broad thoroughfare. Following that, soldiers merely had to level the path with sand and gravel for it to be usable. Subsequently, the Empire gradually sent some of the same retired soldiers to settle here. Yet unlike the previous 50 who had used teleportation magic, these men advanced along the road magically cleared by Marion. According to Belroga's report, they would likely arrive at the castle within a few days. Lord Yiming. Lady Marion seeks your presence. Upon exiting the basement, an elf immediately relayed this message, to which Yiming nodded in understanding, wearing an expression of resignation as he made his way to the study. It had been 15 days since Eni's last visit, and during that time, Marion had been tirelessly assigning roles to everyone. The powerful centaurs and beastmen were dispatched to Eleanor's patrol teams, while the elves remained to maintain the cleanliness and order of the castle. Aside from the soldiers standing guard at the entrance, the rest had shed their military garb to till the fields and construct shelters, although Yiming had suggested that these individuals might move into the castle. Marion firmly rejected the idea. Do not jest, Yiming. You must understand your identity and position. You cannot be on equal footing with them. These retired soldiers must fend for themselves. We need not concern ourselves with their living conditions. If they cannot manage on their own, our assistance would be of no value. Having heard Marion's stance, Yiming felt indifferent that he had intended to be a hands-off overseer, leaving all matters to Marion, other than eliminating the prince and his entourage from this forest. He held little interest in anything else. After all, he was merely a temporary proxy, and whether the construction here flourished or faltered was of little concern to him. Yiming. At that moment, Mei Yali's voice suddenly echoed in Yiming's mind, startling him slightly. What has occurred? Eleanor has discovered signs of an encampment in the wilderness. Is it the prince and his foolish subordinates? Unclear. There are no discernible traces nearby. What direction are you heading? West by northwest. Understood. Yiming replied nonchalantly, then closed his eyes. Swiftly, his senses began to delineate the structures before him, probing westward that in mere minutes. Yiming located Mei Yali's formation. Judging by the readings, they seemed to be situated halfway up a small hill, prompting Yiming to eliminate irrelevant areas and commence a thorough investigation. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The residual traces surrounding the area were scant. If these were to be reconstructed, they would amount to no more than a single individual's presence. Yiming quickly retracted his senses and inquired further. Are there any other anomalies in the vicinity? None. I have thoroughly searched, and no additional traces have been found. Yiming fell into deep thought, recognizing the clear inconsistency. When he had encountered the prince, there had been 5 to 6 individuals in their party. Aside from the previous black dragon, this forest harbored no particularly dangerous creatures. Even excluding the old man and Galaro, they should have remained for yet. The current residual traces suggested only one person. This was evidently suspicious. Could it be that the swordsmen had all perished? Such a notion was absurd. If they had all fallen, Prince Haina would have long since retreated. After all, his purpose was reconnaissance, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Yulia Empire. With this thought, Yiming's lips curled into a cold smile. It appears we have new guests. Are you suggesting that other factions are also lurking within this forest? Indeed. Let us refrain from informing Eleanor for now. After all, an additional enemy is merely another target to eliminate. Only the dead are truly reliable. I understand. Mei Yali refrained from further comment, recognizing that speculating about the identity and intentions of newcomers was a futile exercise in time and mental effort. Since they had arrived, they would inevitably reveal themselves, and when that time came, capturing them for interrogation would yield all necessary information. Yiming and Mei Yali never indulged in idle conjecture regarding such matters. As long as no connections were evident, it sufficed to remember that an unfamiliar presence existed. Yiming, what are you dawdling about for? I have called your name several times. Marion's voice suddenly broke through, snapping Yiming back to reality. He looked at Marion, who stood before him, arms crossed and brow furrowed in displeasure. I say, young lady, what is it this time? Can't you handle it all by yourself? You are the master of this castle. Marion waved a stack of documents in frustration, lamenting, though the Lord of the Heavens and Lord Belukalin have appointed us to assist you. Would it kill you to show a modicum of awareness? Mei Yali is out patrolling daily while you languish here, doing nothing. Do you have any intention of contributing to the development of this place? None. Yiming replied promptly. I am not like you. You may find considerable benefits here, but I find no necessity for such things, and thus, I have no desire to manage these trivial matters. Leave it to you. Rest assured, by that time, I shall bestow all the credit upon you, and if any issues arise, you can place the blame entirely upon me. That is not the point. The unexpected nature of Yiming's response left Marion flushed, and it took her a moment to muster a reply. Then what else is there? I've already promised to take responsibility for any mishaps, granting you all the accolades. What other problems remain? Yiming believed this arrangement was quite favorable. In fact, he secretly wished for the higher-ups to deem him inept in governance, so he could swiftly pursue his own interests rather than languishing here day and night in slumber. However, Marion's face was a vivid crimson with frustration. She hesitated, at a loss for words. Proud by nature, Marion approached her delegated task with utmost seriousness, yet she had not anticipated Yiming's complete non-violent resistance, which astonished her greatly. After all, in Marion's perception, men were typically fervent about power. And Yiming's recent achievements in slaying a dragon and defeating one of the Federation's 10 master swordsmen had garnered him considerable praise from the Academy Council, leading them to assign him the governance of this territory. Yet, She could not fathom that Yiming spent his days idly conversing with Mayali and indulging in sleep and leisurely strolls, neglecting all responsibilities. Did this man truly harbor no interest in power? Thus, upon encountering Yiming, Marian's ire flared. "All right, I'm just joking." Yiming sighed, wishing to avoid Marian's endless lectures. "What is it that you need to discuss?" "It concerns the Merchant Association. Their vice president is due to arrive here in a few days. And as the Lord, albeit temporarily, you must make an appearance to welcome them." "Fine, I understand." Yiming stretched lazily and nodded in agreement. But then he seemed to sense something, his expression subtly shifting. "Just like that. Don't forget," Marian declared, turning angrily to leave, only to be unexpectedly seized by Yiming's grasp on her hand. What are you doing? Let me go. I have much work to attend to." "Marian." At that moment, Yiming's expression softened considerably as he gazed at Marian with an intensity that suggested he was entranced by her beauty. This soft glance caused Marian's resistance to falter, and she anxiously turned her head away, striving to avoid meeting his eyes. What are you saying? How about taking a walk with me in the woods this evening?" Are you speaking nonsense?" Marian struggled to break free from Yiming's hold. But her strength was insufficient, making it appear as though she was only half-heartedly resisting. "What if Miss Mayali finds out?" "Fear not, Mayali will never know." As he spoke, Yiming leaned closer, whispering something in Marian's ear, causing her expression to shift slightly. However, by that moment, Yiming had released her, winking at Marian. "Don't forget, this evening, we must meet." "I absolutely will not go." Marian huffed in defiance, swiftly turning to depart. Yiming watched her retreating figure, shrugged, and then closed his eyes, a smirk of cunning triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 88. The weakest state. "Miss Mayali, I hope you will spar with me. I merely wish to." Yiming turned to glance at Elinoa and the others, who had returned to the castle. Just as Mayali had mentioned, Elinoa was persistently clinging to her, evidently unwilling to yield. Yiming found himself somewhat understanding of Elinoa's intentions. Although she was a magician, she had once been a swordswoman as well. It was not surprising for her to harbor a strong desire to enhance her abilities, and among those present, the only ones stronger than her were either Yiming or Mayali. Naturally, as they were both women, it might have been more agreeable for Elinoa to seek out Mayali, or perhaps her youthful modesty deterred her from approaching Yiming. It was also plausible that Elinoa simply lacked the courage to request sparring with Yiming. For regardless of the reason, Yiming was the man who single-handedly vanquished a black dragon, and Elinoa undoubtedly understood the disparity in their strengths. Mayali, of course, would not draw her sword, unsheathing a weapon meant bloodshed. And if she were to spar with Elinoa daily, it would not be long before Elinoa was covered in wounds. Even if Elinoa herself was indifferent to injuries, what would it mean to injure one's own allies all day? Yiming had no interest in explaining their principles to Elinoa. The average person would certainly find it incomprehensible. "Yiming, we have returned." After once again declining Elinoa's request, Mayali finally seemed to find a savior as she approached Yiming, casually linking her arm with his. Seeing her unsuccessful once more, Elinoa could only sigh in resignation and prepare to leave. "Elinoa, wait." At that moment, Yiming suddenly called out to her, catching Elinoa off guard as she turned back in confusion. "What is it?" "Mr. Yiming, do you wish to duel with Mayali?" "Yes," Elinoa promptly replied, while Mayali looked at Yiming with curiosity, suspecting that his inquiry was unlikely to bode well. "That sounds fine, but you must comply with my terms." Yiming's lips curled into a smirk, gazing at Elinoa with a sense of challenge if she could meet the conditions. But that was highly improbable. In the castle's central square, Elinoa meticulously examined the soul-calling spell in her hand. Her expression tinged with unease. The laborers around them paused their work, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Many among them were already well aware of Elinoa's prowess, yet the prospect of Mayali's involvement excited everyone. After all, Mayali hardly ever showcased her skills before them, leading many to wonder, could such a delicate lady truly engage in combat? "Mr. Yiming, I find this unfair," Elinoa remarked, scrutinizing the unarmed Mayali across from her. Expressing her discontent to Yiming. "Miss Mayali isn't using a weapon, yet you expect me to give my all, employing every sword technique except magic, and I possess the soul calling. What if Miss Mayali gets hurt?" "You need not worry about that." Yiming shook his head. "As long as you refrain from using magic, you may do as you please. However, if you do not give your utmost effort, neither Mayali nor I will agree to similar requests in the future." "Is this really acceptable, Yiming?" If Elinoa truly. This is a challenge she has proposed herself. So she must be prepared for the possibility of defeat that I in truth. Even if she were to use magic, it wouldn't matter for you. I am merely being considerate of her pride, Mayali. You are always so unyielding. One should be gentler with a lady. And you, too, are not permitted to use structural coordination. Understood? Consider it a rare training opportunity. I wish to see if you have regressed at all. Rest assured, it will be fine. Yiming's terms were straightforward. If Elinoa wished to duel with Mayali, she must exert her full strength against her, excluding magic. Conversely, for Mayali, Yiming's requirements were entirely the opposite. She was prohibited not only from employing Twilight of the Gods, but also from utilizing structural coordination. Presently, Mayali would confront Elinoa's assault in a state of complete weakness. However, for Yiming, this was merely a routine exercise for Mayali. Elinoa gripped her sword tightly, casting a glance of mild discontent at Mayali. Was her strength so trivialized? I shall ensure Yiming regrets this. Watch the sword. Elinoa shouted fiercely as she charged forward, her form resembling a shooting star as she lunged at Mayali. According to Elinoa's plan, as long as she could pose a threat to Mayali, the latter would have no choice but to engage her seriously in combat. As the sword thrust toward her, Mayali extended her gloved left hand, deftly reversing her grip, her slender fingers daringly meeting the edge of Elinoa's blade. Oh no. Elinoa instinctively attempted to retract her sword. But her momentum had reached its peak, rendering her unable to withdraw. She could only watch helplessly as her blade sliced toward Mayali's fingers, and in that moment, the world turned upside down. Bang! A violent tremor and pain surged through Eleanor's back. And when she opened her eyes once more, she found herself staring at an expanse of azure. Unbeknownst to her, she had somehow ended up on the ground behind Mayali at that moment. Mayali had just withdrawn her right hand, her expression so nonchalant that it seemed as if nothing had transpired. The surrounding crowd fell into an astonished silence due to this sudden turn of events. With only Yiming, arms crossed, watching Eleanor on the ground with a smug and icy smile. What had just occurred? Ugh! Eleanor flipped over and sprang to her feet, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. She had been poised to strike Mayali, but what had happened afterward? At that moment, her brain seemed a blank slate, completely unable to recall what had gone awry. Mayali's peculiar quirks were certainly not without merit. Yiming observed the bewildered Eleanor, perhaps realizing that the young girl was still grappling with the reality of what had transpired, due to Mayali's intense aversion to physical contact with anyone outside of a select few. Yiming had taught her this technique that utilized the opponent's strength, allowing her to reverse the trajectory of their force in an instant. This move required no exertion of her own power. Thus, even after relinquishing her construct coordination, the relatively fragile Mayali could still employ it. Her strange obsession had ultimately honed this technique to its utmost limits, surpassing even Yiming, who had initially instructed her in its use. In both power and application. After all, he was not as sensitive to physical contact as Mayali was. Mentality, at times, was indeed the key determinant of potency. Eleanor raised her sword and swung it again. This time her movements agile and nimble. It was evident that she had sensed something was amiss. Thus, she abandoned the notion of a single decisive blow and opted for a more mobile style of attack. However, this was only until she refrained from touching Mayali. Bang! Ugh! Eleanor was once more sent crashing to the ground, while Mayali merely retracted her left hand. This time, however, she cast a worried glance at Yiming, clearly concerned that this continued onslaught would be intolerable for Eleanor. If Mayali were to draw her sword and engage in a genuine duel, then regardless of how devastating the defeat, Eleanor would have no complaints, but being toyed with by the unarmed Mayali, this was an entirely different matter. That should suffice. Yiming, if this continues, it may not bode well for Miss Eleanor. Continue, until she concedes. Yiming firmly dismissed Mayali's suggestion. She challenged us of her own volition, and thus she must bear the burden of defeat if she lacks even this awareness. She is nothing but a coward. One should treat a lady with gentleness. Shouldn't they? She is a warrior. Yiming's gaze remained cold as he watched Eleanor rise once more, sword in hand, her eyes still sharp with determination. Not only victory and glory, but death and failure are fates she must also accept. At this juncture, Yiming abruptly changed the subject. However, Mayali, if you truly wish to preserve her dignity, then defeat her to the point where she cannot rise again. as long as she loses consciousness. She will not have the opportunity to utter the words I concede. Sometimes, I truly cannot decide whether to call you cruel or gentle. In response to Mei Yili's jibe, Yiming merely shrugged, devoid of any remorse. It is her own aspiration. Fulfilling a lady's wishes is also the duty of a gentleman, is it not? What a clever argument. Mei Yili smiled lightly and refrained from further comment, redirecting her focus to Eleanor, who was once again charging at her with sword raised. Chapter 89. The beauty of nature. As night fell, those who had labored throughout the day succumbed to deep slumber, their hearts brimming with hope and joy. It is worth noting that these retired soldiers had once believed their only recourse was to return to their hometowns, relying on their skills to serve as bodyguards for wealthy landowners or merchants. Yet now, the Academy Council had offered them a new path. With the development of this land within the forest of the undead, they could possess their own farms, for those who had toiled tirelessly merely to enrich others. This was an unparalleled reward. Consequently, they required no encouragement, and the potential dangers lurking within the forest of the undead had not crossed their minds. The black dragon's head hanging in the castle's center stood as the finest testament to this reality. Marian hesitated as she stepped through the castle's gates, casting anxious glances to either side before swiftly gesturing for the guards to refrain from greeting her. Lady Marian, at such a late hour. Where might you be headed? I simply find the night so beautiful and wish to take a stroll, Marian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words as she explained to one of the elves. Please do not inform the others, let them rest well. Particularly Mei Yili. Never mind that. I shall return shortly. Understood. Upon hearing Marian's words, the elf seemed to grasp her intent, gracefully bowing with a smile as she watched Marian depart. She was certainly aware of what had transpired. For not long ago, Yiming had exited the castle, claiming to seek some fresh air. Now Marian had run out. But such matters were not for them to concern themselves with, so the elf chose to pretend she had not seen anything. Marian hurried along, only feeling at ease once she confirmed that no one was following her. She hesitated, glancing around with a flushed face. However, upon spotting the figure leaning against a tree, she straightened her expression and approached Yiming with a grave demeanor. What mischief have you been up to? I've done nothing at all. You know well that I merely eat and sleep within the castle all day, Yiming replied, feigning innocence. Then what of Eleanor? Marian frowned, questioning him with evident discontent. When she was brought to Miss Belroga, Eleanor was unconscious, and even after she awoke, she remained silent for a considerable time. It was the first time I witnessed her so despondent. What on earth have you and Miss Mei Yili done to her? This is not a time for jest. The Lord of Flames is fiercely protective, and if she finds out, you may very well lose your life. I merely helped a dreamer confront reality. Yiming straightened his posture, shrugging helplessly. What reality? In this world, one cannot simply rely on effort and awareness to overcome one's enemies. Yiming snapped his fingers, then turned back just as Marian's attention was drawn away. Thus, reality is cruel. How can that be? Marian scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Yiming's perspective. If one is willing to strive, they will undoubtedly reap rewards and results. There is no such thing as an unbeatable opponent. Oh, and what of you mages? Can you extinguish the stars in the sky? Can you obliterate entire continents? In other words, can you contend with that so-called spirit of magic? I recall you mentioning that your power derives from such a being. That is not human at all. Do not stray so far. Upon hearing the mention of the spirit of magic, Marian could no longer remain silent. After all, this was the core driving force for mages. The thought of confronting the spirit of magic had never even crossed her mind. So, according to your reasoning, if defeating such a being does not require effort, then what is needed? Luck. Yiming quickly provided his answer. For instance, if an opponent becomes distracted at a critical moment, panics, or commits an otherwise inconceivable error, such factors are crucial in overcoming an adversary. To leave oneself to such unpredictable forces? I cannot accept that. Adventurers do not operate this way. According to your reasoning, if we were to battle the Demon King, we should do nothing at all and simply wait for fortune to smile upon us. Marian found herself in complete disagreement with Yiming's views. She, like Eleanor, possessed a strict and earnest nature. Belonging to the theoretical school of thought, in the mind of someone like her, theory held the utmost importance, rendering Marian wholly unable to concur with Yiming's perspective. Yet, Yiming did not utter another word. Instead, he turned and ventured deeper into the woods. At that moment, Marian suddenly recalled something and hurriedly quickened her pace to follow him. Wait, Yiming, let us set aside those trivial matters. You mentioned that you had something important to discuss, which is why I came out to meet you. If there's something on your mind, speak quickly, or I shall return. If Miss Mayali discovers this, it could lead to misunderstandings. Let us momentarily disregard such concerns. For reasons unknown, Yiming appeared rather off tonight, his demeanor noticeably frivolous. Were it not for her certainty that this was indeed Yiming, Marian might have doubted whether someone was impersonating him to deceive her. Yet, why had Yiming suddenly invited her for a stroll? This remained a perplexing question for Marian. What could have transpired? You seem to have changed your attire. Yiming turned his head, somewhat astonished as he regarded Marian. This evening, she was not adorned in her usual long robe of a sorceress. Rather, she wore an extraordinarily elegant outfit. Although such attire seemed somewhat out of place in the forest, the nearby area had been well maintained, and given that Marian specialized in elven magic, the flora and trees posed no hindrance to her. In response to Yiming's inquiry, Marian turned her head away, her cheeks tinged with crimson. What choice did I have? All my other clothes are being washed. Do you expect me to appear in the nude? I wouldn't mind, I would. Marian huffed coldly. Then, realizing her reaction was somewhat excessive, she took a deep breath. So, Yiming, can you now tell me why you called for me? The flowers here are quite beautiful, aren't they? However, Yiming did not afford her the opportunity to finish her sentence, interrupting her once more. Marian instinctively raised her head, preparing to retort against Yiming, but she was soon rendered speechless by the enchanting sight before her. Clusters of delicate white flowers formed shimmering pools, emanating a gentle silver glow. The surrounding scenery blurred into a dreamlike haze, as if transporting one into a fantastical realm. The complaints Marian had intended to voice dissipated, leaving her standing in a daze, captivated by the ethereal beauty before her. Meanwhile, Yiming rose, as if having discovered something. Ah, that flower is exquisite. I shall pluck it for you. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Yiming was not the type to indulge in charming women. And why was it her? Was this merely a dream? Watching Yiming walk deeper into the flower field, Marian felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Hesitantly, she crouched to touch a flower, seeking to confirm its tangible existence. Ensuring it was not a mere figment of her imagination, that moment, a sudden gust of wind surged, bringing with it a chill colder than the night breeze, startling Marian. I knew it would come to this. I have finally discerned your objective. Huh. The voice of Yiming from behind startled Marian, prompting her to quickly lift her gaze forward, only to be met with the shocking realization that there was no one there. When she turned around, she found Yiming perched upon a shadowy figure, his twin blades firmly embedded in the figure's shoulder. A cold smile graced his face, reminiscent of a hunter reveling in the capture of its prey. Why do you know? The shadow struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Yiming's grasp, yet Yiming merely twisted his hand, effortlessly dislocating the figure's arm, causing immense pain and thwarting its assassination attempt. Even a seasoned, composed assassin could not help but panic under such duress. You were lurking nearby while I conversed with Marian this afternoon. Yiming sneered, allowing no room for response. I had my doubts about whether your target was me or Marian, but now it is clear. You intend to assassinate Marian, don't you? The figure fell into silence, recognizing that anything it might say would only serve to incriminate itself further. Silence is golden, yet it can also be perilous. Yiming stood, delivering a swift strike to the assassin's nape, rendering it unconscious without so much as a whimper. I will make you understand what true hell is. Yiming gazed at the fallen assassin, a smile of unrestrained delight illuminating his features, a visage that reveled in the suffering of others.